2022 Las Vegas Challenge. You're watching the first stop of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. My name is Mitch Phillips, and joining me is Nathan Queen.
Yeah, what's up, man? We're out here for the third course that we're playing at the Wild Horse Golf Club, the Innova Factory Store course. Longest layout that we have this week. What do you think about it?
Yeah, definitely the wind, tends to come into play more on this course, but it really felt like today it was more favorable. But let's check into our leaderboard here on our card. Chris Dickerson, minus 17, a couple players at minus 16, and really not far off the lead at all.
No, definitely not. You see right here that Chris is only 2 strokes off of Calvin and Gannon. Drew right there, as well as Anthony Barella.
Yeah, Drew's shooting the hot round, minus 13. As we check in with Chris Dickerson's bag, really just been jamming on the Challenger OS and the putts. He's been putting drones further than when most people are throwing fairways. He's been doing a lot of work with those, and of course leaning on forces as these long courses, we continue in. Jumping into a new face here to Gatekeeper coverage, Linus Carlson, sponsored by Latitude 64. He putts with the Judges. He throws a lot of the OptoX stilettos and really leans on, you'll see the Verdict a couple times come out on those mid-range holes. And Kevin Jones, of course, putting with the PA3s, and some newness to his bag. He's actually his own lineup. He has the Reverb and the Distortion 2 disc he's going to lean on a ton. Reverb has pretty much replaced every driver in his bag, it feels like. And wrapping up our bag check here, Tristan Tanner. Pretty simple, very simple bag. Throws a lot of Rives, a lot of Pioneers. He's a big forehand player. Definitely on a course like this, he's able to attack with those and then lay up with those anvils.
Yeah, those Rives seem to be a good choice for those Latitude players. I know a lot of them have switched over to those.
Yeah.
And getting right into it, hole 1, 415-foot par 3. Pretty kind of standard shot, really. If you can get a nice flat hyzer, or stand-up hyzer off with a soft finish, hopefully a fairway driver for most of these players.
Here at the 2022 Las Vegas Challenge. Up first, sitting at 17 under par, we have Chris Dickerson.
And Chris will be up first. Really the only trouble here, sometimes there's a headwind. You could stand your disc up a little early and fade it off. Go OB on the right side. Not much OB really to deal with on the left. Chris going with a more overstable fairway here. Gets it pulled off to the right a little bit. Actually catches a tree and then kicks back inbounds. Pretty fortunate there.
Yeah, very fortunate to stay in bounds. Yeah, Linus, one of the many European players coming to the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and excited to see him just absolutely attack this course. One of the highest rated players in Europe.
Yeah, it looks like he may be going down to a mid-range here. Oof. You can see in the background, looks like those flags are moving like a tailwind with a little bit of right to left, so that should help this mid-range drift on further to the basket.
Maybe just a little bit early out of the hand. That mid-range play, you really got to get over on it.
Also at 16 under par, welcome Kevin Jones.
And Kevin known to throw over the top of anything every chance he gets. Really on a course like this, when you can kind of choose the lines you want based on your type of shots, it really becomes a lot easier instead of having to kind of shape some of these left to right moving shots you can throw over the top.
Yeah, how fast the ground is out here. These steep angles that they put, that Kevin especially puts on these discs, it helps it stop and not have much movement in it. And when you can drop a dime like that, why not go with it?
You can see the run up here. Kevin Jones is known for just really sometimes not even get to the front of the tee pad, working on those angles, but really that low reach back, fast run up, but still being able to control the weight shift and just smack that thing into the clouds.
Yeah, great shot.
Tristan Tanner.
And Tristan seems to like it out here in Vegas. I can't remember what year it was, maybe 2 years ago. He had a good showing up towards the lead card.
Yeah, this was pretty much his breakout tournament. I feel like that was the first time he came on the scene, and during that, he was throwing pretty much mid-ranges off most of the tee, just controlling the distance, left to right movement. See if he does that today.
Not quite as high as Kevin's hyzer, but he's going with that hyzer route as well. Looks with a slower disc also. That was, the way that landed, it may have been a mid-range.
Yeah, the way the wind slowed it down to is perfect as Chris just lays up here. Not really worth trying to do anything with that wind kind of moving in this flat ground.
It does appear flat, but if you hit
Yeah.
metal right here, that wind, it actually does slope down behind the basket.
Yeah, as Linus is just low.
And that wind, with how short this grass is, can just kind of blow it away.
Yeah, it's not really grass. It's nearing the concrete level in some parts of this course.
Tristan with a great putt to start the round. Circle's Edge is always kind of nervy for that first putt of the day. Able to connect on it. That's a great start.
Kevin from just closer. He makes good for birdie as well. Just crazy. I mean, the difference in shots here on hole one to begin with. The different lines, when you look at it, it's a pretty simple, straightforward, just, hyzer flip, but being able to go mid-range, driver over the top. I mean, so many different ways to attack this one, and pretty similar scores. 2 pars, 2 birdies, start off the round.
Yeah, not a bad way to start for any of the players. You'd like to get the birdie first, but can't always get that done. That brings us into hole 2, 649 feet. This hole is pretty similar to last year, but they have brought an OB line on the right side. This tree on the right now is a pretty good marker to where you want to get to. I think that's close to 500 feet. Really, you want to go over top to get to this green. There's not a great line below, so we should see some over-the-top short shots for the upshots.
Yeah, we'll talk about more when we get there, but yeah, this green is just really tough to access, but where you land left or right on this fairway kind of dictates if you're able to need to go super high over the top, or if you're able to kind of maybe flex something over it and just kind of land softly.
Yeah, Kevin may have gotten far enough left. He's got a little short forehand up over the top on the left side, but ideally you'd like to stay out towards the center instead of drifting left like that.
Yeah. And Tristan looked like he's going a little bit left as well, but maybe a little bit more distance on it. Just skipping past Kevin's.
Yeah, he's gotten more up towards the top of that hill. That could be pretty open up there. And Chris making the correction. He's going to use that right to left wind to get a huge skip over to the left side. He'll be right in the middle.
Yeah, just passing that 500-foot sign right on the right side, and yeah, it's a good spot to be. That way, when you get there, you can choose the wind and figure out how you want to attack that green. Big shot here from Linus.
And using that, if you were looking at the flags, you could see that it kind of switched to a headwind right there. It looks like he read that well to get that disc to drift over to the right. He'll be a little bit further left than Chris and in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, now we get a look at how this green is truly blind. And you kind of throw over the top and hope that you make it up there. A lot of guardian trees, left, right, long, and very, very sloped.
Yeah, he got a good little push off to the left side there. He might have a few branches kind of still in his way, but drifting left is a little better than staying on the crest of that hill.
Linus going over stable mid-range.
Oh, look at that disc fly.
Disc looks awesome. It's like half green, half black. It goes a little bit long, and it didn't look like he pushed too far in there, but definitely going to have to go to an interesting stance. And you're right about Kevin being able to have more of almost a look at it, forehand over the top.
Just catches that last tree before the basket. If he got past it, he'll have a putt, but if he stayed underneath it, those low branches are going to give him an issue.
And Tristan lining up looks to be a grenade. Oh, and that is a great shot.
Yeah, he is out in the open. He'll have the cleanest putt of the group, I believe. Interesting choice there.
Yeah, just made sure it goes up to down and just sits right down.
I wonder if that has something to do with Kevin being on the card. He knows
Need to
he's the
show him
grenade
up.
thrower.
Linus from far, just left and short. Yeah, and you get a look at how tough this green really is. Chris having to navigate just outside the circle, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like that little slide did him lots of good. He's got the one spot over here, short of the basket, it looks like, to have a clean putt, and takes advantage of it.
You can go for it.
Great birdie from Chris there. Tristan looks to be just outside of 15 feet.
Yeah, Tristan really in the best spot you can be there. If you're going to have a clean putt, like you said, on this green, you're really happy, as we're going to see Kevin already setting up, going out to a knee and really stretching out underneath this limb. Just low there.
Yeah, those are frustrating. Inside the circle, you really feel like you should make it. But sometimes they're tough, you know. It's hard when you're not doing your typical putting stance to adjust and make all the correct adjustments.
Yeah.
So, couple birdies, couple pars, just like hole one.
Yeah, as we move into hole 3, it's going to be a par 3, 359 feet, 89 feet, sorry. And it's going to be going pretty much over the top, pretty stock hyzer shot for most of our players here. Definitely one, if you're going to ace a hole here on the factory course, this is definitely the one to do it. Kind of put it high over the top, let it crash down. This green isn't too fast when it comes to spiking in. We talked a lot about it so far on the sand, how some is skippy, some kind of sticks. This one tends to really try to just catch onto your disc.
And Tristan getting a little sneaky there on the inside. He was definitely looking to put that around that last palm there. But gets up there for a look inside the circle.
Chris a little wider and higher.
Go in.
Oh, and has a little bit too much speed on it. Fortunate tree at the end to bounce him backwards. Looks like he'll be inside the circle as well.
Yeah, you heard the card telling it to go in, but yeah, just a little bit long.
I'm not sure I've seen a birdie putt from up on top of that hill. You don't see him get that far real often.
Yeah, with how sloped that green is, it's definitely one to try to attack safely. Kevin going even wider here.
This looks pretty good out of Kevin.
Yeah, putting it just almost inside the bullseye there. Yeah, this hole kind of feels more like a transition hole where you have, hey, you're getting kind of warmed up. You had a tough green in the last one and just kind of continues you on through the course.
I can do it too.
And also looking pretty good out of Linus here. Gets through that last one and he is parked for the birdie. Let's take a look at his form here. You can see how level he's keeping his hips as well as his arm. Pretty level swing and just clean form.
Yeah, with as tall as he is, being able to keep his back, straight and not have any kind of contortion or anything going on, just, so clean. Here's that look at Chris from the top of the hill going to a knee, into a headwind here.
Oh, and that headwind gonna cause a little bit of havoc. Luckily, with the thickness of the sand or dirt that's on the ground here, doesn't get too bad of a roll away.
It's that thick sand. Tristan from makeable range here. Good putt there.
And 3 for 3. That's about the best way you can start the round.
And this did come in as the easiest hole on the course. Makes a lot of sense. Like I said, just pretty stock shot for these guys. But one, like with the green, can get away from you sometimes. Good hit there from Linus.
Yeah, with the rest of the card already getting birdies, even though you haven't had a bad start, it definitely feels good to get your first birdie of the round.
Kind of jump into the momentum that everyone's starting to build as we, get going in this round. And Dickerson to make his par here.
You can see it's Saturday. You've seen a couple galleries in the background already. It's beginning to grow.
Yeah. Energy is coming.
PDGA Event Support Helpline.
Hey, so I'm setting up the most epic event of all time, and I'm wondering, do I need insurance?
As long as the event's in the US or Canada, insurance is included with your sanctioning agreement.
Okay, awesome, because we're trying this cool new thing where we have an alligator pit on the 18th green. It's gonna be epic.
Insurance or not, I don't think having literal death putts is a good idea.
Okay, I'll consider it. Oh, no, boy, no!
Are you still there? Oh God, are you still there?
All right, here we are, hole 4, 309 feet. Very difficult basket placement here. You've got the green OB and all these bunkers do play as a hazard. This last bunker we're flying over now is blind from the tee. Have to choose something fast enough to make it over, but then as soon as you make it over, you have to stop or else you're gonna have a circle's edge putt up the hill with a very possible rollaway.
Yeah, kind of that bunker placement where a good shot can still land there and you're putting for par instead of birdie. Tristan just over the bunker.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Such good touch on that forehand.
Yeah, just 309 feet. You know, you can see our players disking down if they're throwing a forehand to that kind of approach style disc, controlling it, letting it land soft.
And he stood this up a little bit, gets just around the bunker, and he'll have one of those just inside the circle putts, but there's not much behind it, so it makes it a little scary.
Yeah, as we see Linus going to the backhand here.
And this is a much touchier shot, in my opinion. It's harder to get that distance control right
Yeah,
on a
as it comes
turnover
right.
because you're trying to get it to move in that left to right.
Yeah, you see it not full turnover, so it kind of fades out and it goes down the hill. And that's pretty common with the backhand. If you don't get it enough, we'll find it. Let's see if Chris can correct off that with the mid-range here, I believe. Similar result.
Yeah, also just a little nervous to really get it turned over. It can dive down pretty quickly with the winds out here if you get it turned over too much. And this will most likely just be a layup play. Maybe not, though. He's taking
Yeah,
his...
he's really,
Oh,
yeah.
there it is.
There's that mental decision,
Yeah.
seeing if it's worth it. And maybe if he's not as obstructed, he's going for it. But Linus in a spot where able to attack this one.
Is it just... I mean, I see branches in between here and the basket. Maybe it's just me. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It was that little bit of depth perception, but this one's looking a lot cleaner here.
Good short attempt there.
Yeah.
Kevin with a clean look.
Yeah.
Jams it in for the birdie. He's now three down out of 4 holes.
Yeah. I think this course does a good job of that. It is the longest course, like we've said. A lot of big open fairways, but a lot of these greens are protected where the difficulty kind of comes then. So your placement is really important.
Tristan 4 for 4.
Getting hot here in round 3.
Yeah, he's now taking the lead on the card. And if anybody on lead card watches scores, they're already watching his for sure now.
Yeah, when you see the player just on fire like that, it's definitely something to start paying attention to as we move into hole 5, 470 feet, par 3. You're going to be working your way uphill the entire way. This one is really, the green comes into play, but a lot of players, if you don't have the distance, sometimes you're, laying up a little bit or maybe trying to push off left. But yeah, this basket drops off so much behind it. Really the only danger being that green.
So Tristan having plenty of distance going for this one. And it looks pretty well done. He'll be right around circle's edge. A bit of a scary putt here. This is one of those holes where if you have a comfortable 470 as your max comfortable, that's the best. If you can throw 570, it's a lot harder to tone this down and not go long because you can go over that crest and end up OB pretty quickly as well.
Kevin just a little bit left, and like you said, he's one of those players that has more distance than he has there, and it does slide all the way out of bounds.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. As soon as you get over that edge, it's pretty tough to stay in bounds if you have any type of speed.
And Linus, a player, has a lot of distance, but also has a lot of control, and I feel like that's a pretty common theme for a lot of, especially the European players coming. This one, it looks good. A little more of a turnover line.
Yeah, getting that
Flexing back, yeah.
flat drift off to the right side, but it needs to slow down as well.
Sorry, catch cam jumps over it, curls up. That's a great shot.
Yeah, fantastic.
A little more direct line.
About 15 feet. I like the low stand-up line. It gives it a chance to really slow down. This is a bit higher from Chris. Oh my goodness. He almost aces, and that's going to be OBE.
Did it? It may have curled up. I think it may have curled up. It had a little bit more
Maybe that
distance
line's a
behind it.
little further behind it than it is over here on the left side.
Yeah, I mean, it comes around the side.
Man, what an ace that would have been, huh?
470, looking right at it. Yeah, he does stay in bounds here, it looks like.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that's in bounds. I
Yeah.
feel like it should be.
That's the...
Oh, and that was going to do it. This needs to sit down.
It is rolling and rolling.
Curl up for him. Yeah.
Tristan with nothing but drop off behind the basket. Yeah, just a little bit low.
Yeah, it looks like he had his disc moving a little faster than his normal putt there. Maybe trying to combat some wind, and it just didn't quite get the release time right.
Oh, and Chris having to roll. Oh, please
no.
don't roll out of bounds.
It's going to...
Oh,
Oh, and it curls just in front of the OB. He's now putting for bogey.
thankfully he didn't go out of bounds, on the first shot or here. So, Luck trying to, get on his side even with these rollaways. This come back here for bogey. Good reset. Able to stop the bleeding and clean up
Yeah, it's tough to collect yourself like that.
for sure.
You feel like, he almost aced it, so he feels like he should definitely get the birdie. Gets another roll away. Gets another roll away.
Yeah, the almost ace to out of bounds is probably one of the worst feelings in disc golf. As Linus makes easy work of hole 5 here, getting the birdie, putting that touch on display. Kevin to clean up his par as well. Excuse me, for his bogey, he did go out of bounds in the drive.
Focus. Get rid of any of those pressure thoughts and really center yourself, like where you're at and the shot you're throwing. Trying to just really let everything besides the basket bleed away.
Here we are at hole 6, 730-foot par 4. Pretty similar to last year as well. There's some OB on the left side that they've added closer to the basket. If you can get to about this area, maybe further on the left side to have a little more open shot. From there, 400 or 350 feet is kind of what you're looking for your upshot. These guys will probably have closer in the 300 range.
Yeah.
They all throw pretty far.
Yeah, going to that kind of left to right moving shot with a driver here. Big left to right. Maybe too much turn on this from Linus.
Yeah, just a little bit. Oh, and he may have rolled right into some pretty tough footing there.
Yeah, the footing's tough, and I feel like that one bush just kind of pulls everything towards it, just kind of brings even more difficulty into it. Tristan, a little bit of a higher line. Letting it work right.
If this fades back some, he'll be in a pretty good position.
Oh, yeah.
Does get the fade back. He is way down the fairway and right in the middle. Great shot from Tristan.
I think I'm gonna do right here. I'm sorry, Derek. Perfect. Good.
That patented long run up and smashing shot here. Out of his hand, he said that's gone.
Yeah, you're right. That is gone.
Wow.
And gets an absolute smash. He made it sound like he wasn't going to get the stand-up that he wanted. But throwing a super understable disc there.
Yeah.
Putting that almost at a You know, that looked like an 80-degree hyzer or so like that.
For real.
And,
Kind of his natural release point, and he is able to shape shots a lot more than most players.
Chris with a nice calming breath before his throw. And gets a rip off. He gets it turned over nicely. It's going to fade back out.
Wow. Even
Trying to give
further, yeah.
Kevin a little bit of distance there. It looks like he has passed his by about 30 feet.
Yeah. And here's that tough footing and reach back here for Linus. And the OB down the left side here, really trying to let it turn. But, yeah, that's a tough spot to be here.
Yeah, I imagine he's going to have to go a hyzer stand-up or a hyzer flip here. And pulls it a little bit too far right. It can get a little tricky over there. We'll see where he ended up at.
Yeah, it looks like he kicked out, though, so he's not going to have to navigate those trees too much. But Tristan going forehand into the green. I like this play.
Yeah, I think this is the ideal play. Kind of go right towards that big tree you see, skip around it or in front of it, and you'll have 20 feet left.
It's like he was listening to you as you're throwing that. Perfect. Kevin going the backhand here, being a little more on the left side of the fairway.
And pushes that a little off to the
Yeah.
right, but he does have a clean putt. He'll be in circle 2. And Chris with a smash of a drive, probably inside 300 feet here.
Yeah, easy work here for Dickerson so far on 6. And yeah, as we can see, Linus going to the, look at he's kind of running this.
Yeah, giving it a nice soft
Oh.
bid, and that
No way, catches the bottom.
is something that you never want to happen. You know, you're giving it the safe bid to try to stay close, and he does a good job at it, but just catches the bottom and gets a roll away. He'll now have a very tough look for par.
And Kevin Jones.
Kevin Jones, circle 2. Let's
We rewind it, yeah. Jump putt Jones making his namesake true there. Edge of circle 2, pushing long. He's not worried about it. Linus after that brutal roll away.
Yeah, this is probably 43, 44 feet now.
Mm-hmm. And again, that distance he kind of had to go more to the flex and hyzer out of his hand compared to his normal, hyzer putt. This will be a
bit of a tester again now for the bogey.
Mm-hmm.
Able to connect on it.
Yeah, and being that this is a temporary course, we play a lot of these on tour. Hitting the bottom of that is something that happens more than, we'd like to admit. It's definitely tough, but sometimes, you got to know that putting it under the basket is not necessary. Sometimes you can put it within 10 feet and be all right, as Tristan makes easy work here for the birdie.
Yeah, he's now 5 down through 6. He's having a great round. And these are some of these first holes are tougher ones to get the birdies on.
Yeah, he's jumped into a tie for third, already making moves. Dickerson for birdie as well. Huge drive out of Dickerson to go further than Kevin there was amazing as we move into hole 7, par 3, 463 feet. This one is a rip, but you also have such a green that is protected. Kind of the theme of this course. Ways to attack this one is either going to be high right side crashing in, or maybe even a low skipper. But if you don't get far enough here, it's really just a layup.
Yeah, this is one of the ones they've changed from last year. The basket was over to the right and in an open area, making it, if you can throw 460, then you should be able to get the birdie. Now they've moved it to a pretty guarded green, like you were saying. Tristan doesn't have a clean putt there, I don't believe. He's right behind that tree. Those branches are going to be giving him an issue.
Yeah, pretty common result to be kind of that edge of circle, if not mid-circle 2, on really any side of the basket if you come out a little bit early or if you push too far right. Yep, and Kevin knowing it out of his hand, just a little bit early left.
And it did hit the ground short. It got a nice skip. He is pin height, but off to the left. That'll be another obstructed putt.
Chris here, trying to have this one crash in on the backside. And short again, just catches that tree. That's a good roll, though, I think, forwards. He should have the cleanest putt of the group so far, it looks like.
Yeah, really a tough green to access here. I think a low line drive to get your skip to not jump up like we've seen so far. All the skips are jumping up into those branches. If you could throw a low shot, keep it low to the ground, the skip should stay the same.
Yeah, kind of match the angle of where the ground is, and that's a good forward roll, but again, going to be quite obstructed and having to go to a knee here is Linus. Good bid to kind of flex around that tree, but yeah, as you expected, Tristan. Yeah.
Tristan also. He may have enough room. He's got a pretty fast spin putt. If he
Yep.
can get the nose up underneath these branches, he's still got a chance, but pretty tough putt here.
Oh, Tristan Tanner from a knee.
On fire.
6 for 7. We rewind this one back. He did get that nose up perfectly underneath those limbs from a knee just outside the circle. That's a putt, you know, from a knee just outside the circle. Definitely be practicing that one as we see similar.
Even Chris here, we thought he'd have a more
Right.
open look, but he's having to go off to the right side. He's going to have to put some hyzer on this putt and get it to drift back a little bit. And just a little quick, not able to hang on there.
Kevin for par. Yeah, pretty common result here. This one came in just middle of the pack, you know, 9th difficult hole, which, you know, makes sense. Like I said, you get guarded by those trees, lay up, but not too much difficulty once you get through them.
Yeah, shouldn't be too many bogeys on the hole.
Yeah.
Just harder to birdie. Hole 8, 390-foot par 3. Totally new hole on this one. New tee pad, new basket placement. You've got this OB green in front, and yet again, the sloped green just behind the basket. If you've got too much speed coming in, you could go OB on the cart path long as well. Fairway drivers, most likely. If you can get your disc to skip on the green and just kind of skid to a stop, it's going to be the best way to get this one, but it's a pretty scary play.
Just low out of Tristan there. And I think also a good play, maybe even the mid-range, to be able to control that speed coming in if you're not playing that skip. But
It looks like that's what Tristan went with there. And safe play off to the left side.
yeah, Kevin with the fairway probably going more for the skip here.
Can go wide and get a big drift back as well. But it's a little tougher to do with the wind play we've got going on.
Even with the fairway driver, a little more direct, going to be just inside the circle there.
Yeah, and if he had caught that green, it would have skipped faster. I believe it would have been right up there on it. He'll have a pretty scary putt now.
Chris going mid-range, hanging it out. The right. That's going to, that distance really, unless he's really feeling it, probably going to be a layup with how fast it is behind. Mid-range in Linus's hands as well.
And great shot there from Linus. He's right around circle's edge, just next to Kevin. Chris taking no time, being smart.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll tap in his 3. This hole does play as the 3rd most difficult, so very tough birdie to get.
Yeah, with that green and then everything rolling off behind it. And there's the difficulty. Tristan pushing just a little bit long, going to find himself, thankfully not out of bounds, but closer to the edge of the circle if the comebacker uphill.
Yeah, a putt that would typically stay, 20 feet or so. He's now circle's edge.
Oh, and center pole there from Carlson. Really good controlled putt. No worries with the drop off behind. Kevin from a similar distance. His style of putt has a little bit more of a safer run at these.
He's got a bit of a nose down on his and just gets it in there. Looks like it was almost left side, but catches. He's got himself another birdie to put him to 4 under through 8 holes.
Yeah, Linus and Kevin both, after picking up that bogey, really able to right the ship and kind of get going here towards the middle of the round.
So Tristan to keep his clean round going.
Oh, and catches every bit of the basket. Just highest in the chains. Kicks him out. It'll be his first bogey of the round.
Yeah, that's sometimes feeling your putt can turn out bad. That's one of those situations, but he's still doing well for the round. That brings us into hole 9, 417 feet, par 3, blind basket. You can't see. Once you get pin height, there is OB on the left. That is pin height. That palm you see over on the left side, that is OB. So very difficult green to access.
Yeah, it's kind of what on a lot of places would be kind of a casual out of bounds, but with it being right there, it is kind of takes distance. I believe it's OB long as well. Like OB kind of curls around the backside a touch.
And Kevin going over to the right side. There's a line lower than that, I thought.
Right.
I didn't know you could go over top, but he has done it well. He's inside the circle and has a great look at birdie.
Linus more that straight line left to right. This looks perfect.
Yeah,
Big
that's the line. Here.
skip.
Stop. Oh.
There's
And
that out of bounds on the backside.
thrown it too well. Ends up skipping OB.
Yeah, it looked like he had a full driver in the hand. Maybe got too big of a skip. Needed to disc down just a little bit. Expect Chris to match this kind of turning straight shot. He's really good at these.
Yeah, gets a nice stand up and drift to the right. It's going to be just in front of those trees. And off to the right side of the pin, there is a tree over that way. We'll see if he's got some branches in his way or not. Either way, inside the circle, great tee shot.
Interesting going to the forehand. I like this play. If you have this over 400-foot distance that not many players do, but this is definitely part of Tristan's game. Pretty safe way to attack this. So smooth out of the hand.
Yeah, and gets a nice stand up straight. As long as this doesn't go too far, it's going to be pretty good. We'll see.
Yeah, it sounded like he caught a couple of those maybe palms on the way in, but just low from Chris with a full commitment.
Yeah, and those branches on that giving him a bit of trouble. Looks like Linus has some low branches also, but able to connect for the par. That's 2 good putts in a row from him.
Yeah, he got going in round 2. That's definitely what put him on this card, some really long putts. He has a putt that really isn't affected by the wind at all. As we see, Tristan did get all the way into this low palm.
Yeah, and this is that one that's right in front of the basket. Once you get in there, not much you can do.
Not at all. Kevin for pretty unobstructed, it looks like, for birdie.
Yeah, for the lone birdie on the card here. He is caught back up with Tristan, who was trying to distance himself from the rest of the card for the round. They're now both 5 under after this front 9, which is a great score.
Yeah, I mean, pretty clean front 9 overall, but this course, like we said, the distance is obviously here, but for this card, not a problem. The difficulty comes in on those greens and those low-hanging branches and making sure you're using your distance to put yourself in positions to make good putts.
Right. You see each player with a lone bogey, more birdies for some than others.
Yep.
But Gannon Burr still showing out. He is 4 down, has the lead by 1 over Calvin. Tristan making a move up there towards lead card territory. Got an exciting back 9 coming up.
Yeah, I mean, to see this back nine open up even longer holes, if you can believe that. But again, just being able to control that distance, put yourself in good positions to attack some of these holes is going to be key. I'm excited to see how some of the players on our card can continue. Tristan Tanner's forehand, we got to see it there at the end. Some of these back nine holes definitely that can come into play and put him in a great position to attack.
Yeah, and some of the players that didn't get quite as many birdies on the front, gonna be pushing harder on the back. Excited to check it out.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us here for the round 2 front 9. Be sure to like and subscribe. Sorry, round 3. Like and subscribe here at Gatekeeper Media. My name is Mitch Phillips. Joining me has been Nathan Queen, and we'll see you for the back 9 here real soon.
We'll see you guys out there.
Welcome back to Gatekeeper Media's coverage of the 2023 Portland Open presented by Latitude 64. This is an Elite Plus event on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and we are so excited to bring it to you. This chase card coverage of the Round 2 Front 9. I'm Andrew Fish, joined here by Nathan Queen.
Yes, indeed, out here for the second round at Glendoveer West before we move over to the East Course for the weekend on Saturday, Sunday. After one round of calm conditions, we have a second round pretty much the same, so gonna have a card looking to attack today.
You see there, Carter Aarons tied for the lead, getting bumped by PDGA number, and then a couple guys at 7. Simon Lizotte joining at 6 down, but a very tight pack. A lot of these holes don't separate a whole ton unless you're doing something special.
Or bad. And going into the bag checks, we've got Carter Aarons with the Classic Agent. Shout out for the Gatekeeper for the mid-ranges. Gonna see Defender, Raider, and Enforcer out here on these long fairways.
James Proctor, kind of a hybrid sponsorship between Infinite and ThoughtSpace and Clash. Putting with the Alpacas, may see some Centurions for the flip-up shots, and then Emperors and Destroyers for his big distance.
Austin Hannum, sponsored by DGA, putting with the D-Line BL, or Steady BL. Might see some buzzes or some aftershocks for upshots, but most likely going to see the Hurricanes, Hypercanes, and maybe a Force out there.
And Simon Lizotte, we've seen him several times on Gatekeeper Media coverage this year. This is an updated bag check for him, putting with the Anode, but a wide assortment of drivers out there. Look to see some Panics, Deliriums, and Dimensions for these big distance lines available on Glendoveer West.
Yes, starting out with one right here on hole 1, 741-foot par 4. Big flex shot for the right-handed backhand. Somebody like Simon could possibly get all the way up to about here and have 200 feet or so into the basket, but ideally just get 450 feet or so off the tee.
Sponsored by Dynamic Disc. Let's hear it for Carter Aarons.
Carter Aarons out of Washington. Made a pretty big splash a couple weeks ago at Beaver State Fling, just 45 minutes down the road, shooting a course record at Milo for that layout.
Yeah, did that in the final round. So showing he's got some distance in these tournaments. And starting off hot here, like you said, tied for the lead even though he's on chase card. Gets a turnover out there just enough to not cut roll. He'll be in a good spot.
Sponsored by ThoughtSpace Athletics. Give it up to James Proctor.
James Proctor. You can also check him out on some recent Gatekeeper Media coverage of the Lundbyparken Open, event number 2 on the Swedish Disc Golf Pro Tour. And he has been tearing it up on the Pro Tour this year. Maybe not getting recognized with the feature cards, but putting himself in contention at a lot of events.
Yeah, seems to be in the top 10 pretty much everywhere he goes to. So gets a nice tee shot off there. Maybe a little shorter than you'd like.
Let's hear it for Austin Hannum.
Short isn't necessarily bad, Nathan. I think a lot of playing Glendoveer West is taking the opportunities that you're given, but not giving up unforced errors like out-of-bounds strokes.
I did say similar wind conditions, but there could have been slightly more headwind or just a touch of bit higher wind today.
Sponsored by MVP Disc Sports. Give it up to Simon Lazat.
That's being a little nitpicky, though. This is about as ideal as we've gotten on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. 70 or so by this time of day. Perfectly sunny.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a gorgeous few weeks up here in the Pacific Northwest. Just giving us the sunshine, something that you might not necessarily see 3 weeks in a row this time of year.
Yeah, absolutely. And we absolutely didn't in 2022. Proctor going to be the first to throw his upshot. Kind of treacherous at this green with hazard bunkers as well as golf green.
Oh, this is low.
And does stay in the bunker. That's actually going to play as a hazard. So he'll play from that spot with 1-stroke penalty. Forehand, I think a better way to attack because the right side tends to be a little bit safer as you're coming in, but even that going to come up short and lay in the hazard.
Yeah, you still got to carry that bunker, which unless you get that 450 feet or so, you're going to have over 370 to carry that last bunker that Austin just went into. Simon a little bit pinched off over on the right side, and this is a very dangerous shot. No matter, though.
That is so well executed to bury it in the front side of the hill. And Carter Aarons, the longest drive in the group, going to go to the backhand turnover as well. This is starting to flex out. Could have golf green in its future.
Does indeed find that golf green. He is going to be far enough up there to give himself an opportunity for a par. And almost finding a bit more danger there.
Yeah, there have been a couple players we've seen as Hannum going to come up short. Kind of ping-pong between these bunkers. Even though this basket is only a couple feet elevated, it can result in some nervy looks. Simon getting his round off to the correct start.
Yeah, this hole did still average as the third most difficult hole on the course, so not an easy way to start. However, Levi Hancock is proving me wrong in one of my statements yesterday when Dallas Garber threw in for 2 in the first round. Well, Levi Hancock went ahead and did it in the second round. So yet again, another eagle on the third hardest hole on the course.
I predict that 1 West won't have any throw-ins tomorrow. And Carter and James going to clean up their 5s. Hannum to do the same shortly.
And not that this hole didn't give up birdies as well. 25% of the field, which is one of the more birdied holes, but with all of the danger, 40% of the field taking a bogey or above.
Hole 2, 460 feet, par 3. Playing downhill into a headwind, another treacherous hole, bounded by out of bounds on both sides. Low ceiling. Can either see backhands up the right side, avoiding the mandatory, or rollers or forehands out to the left. Simon going to play the straighter shot. A little bit of turnover here. Will need stability to finish. And gets that.
Yeah, he'll be out there in circle 2. Really difficult to reach circle 1 on this hole, it seems like.
Yeah, I agree. We saw Albert Tom able to do it yesterday. Today, this headwind seemed to scream a little bit more at me. But Carter Aarons, unfazed, getting it into circle 1. So far, everybody attacking up the right side with a backhand. And looked reasonably successful for Proctor. Austin Hannum, we know him to have an excellent forehand. Good way to attack, although this is not necessarily a forehander's dream course with all the distance.
Right, even though that is the better line or more open line on this hole. Very difficult to reach it, as only 9 people able to reach circle 1 today. Carter being one of those here on this card.
Something between a layup and a bid for Hannum. And Simon from mid C2. Appropriate height, but hung out a little bit too right.
Yeah, would have been one of the better starts. 2 for 2. Carter looking to bounce back. Oh, yeah.
All right, good correction after his errant miss on hole 1. And putts like this can kind of make or break your round, Nathan. I know they're only 20-footers, and I don't want to harp on it too much, but those tester runs that you give, you can't afford to give up strokes on easy threesy.
Yeah, especially on a course like this where birdie opportunities come by a bit more rarely. You're not really going to have an opportunity to make that up anywhere.
Yeah, these first maybe 5 or 6 holes are about as easy as the course gets, relatively speaking. Don't put yourself in a hole coming down the stretch.
And as we speak of easiest holes on the course, here is the easiest hole on the course for round 2. 332-foot par 3. Pretty much want to fly just where the drone did. You've got the option to go below these low branches and try to get a big skip, or you can go up and around that first set you see. There is some airspace up there.
Playing into the headwind, a little bit difficult to get the nose angle correct. And despite the branch tickling, Carter Aaron's going to earn himself a gatekeeper replay as he bases hole 3.
Yeah, kind of a hybrid of the two. Looked like he went to go below them, ends up and around them. Back-to-back birdies. Going to be under par.
Nicely done. As we see some other shots, look at the carnage of branch fragments that have fallen down as other players have hit those.
Yeah, I've enjoyed seeing all the branches laying on the ground that just have accumulated over the weekend. Simon going a bit wider there and does get caught up. He's going to be circle 2's edge or maybe just outside.
Yeah, that's a zone that you have to be a little bit ambitious to be running. We'll see what Simon's feeling at this point. Proctor gets a straight skip, and that will be a putt.
Yeah, the way he threw that, I don't think he was going for much more than what he got. I don't see moving much farther left than that. Really difficult to dial in the right distance if you're going around all of the trees on the... Oh my goodness.
Wow, that is the biggest jump I've seen yet. Look at this again.
Yeah, let's see this gatekeeper replay.
And I'm going with a hyzer release, medium height.
Oh, and he hits the basket on an elevated stanchion.
That's a decent word for it.
All right. What a shot there from Austin Hannum. As Simon gonna make up for that circle 2 miss on the last hole, go ahead and get him possibly a throw in here. This is pretty far out there.
And look at this highlight factory. We're getting some replays all in one hole.
All right, easiest hole on the course showing us some action.
Little smirk from Simon as he goes to collect. And Proctor looks like he's just outside. And
Yes,
able to
sir.
convert. That's why he has been near the top of the leaderboard in Circle 2 putting all year long.
Kind of just feel that one coming after Simon threw his in. You know these other guys are right here close. Austin able to connect, and Carter Aaron's going to go up there and drop his in. And surprisingly, we are going to get one of them diamonds out here today.
Hole 4, course designers asking you asking you to make a golf decision. You can lay up short or kind of try to be a hero. If you are able to carry this water, there's an out-of-bounds green to the left as well as some hazards. Any out-of-bounds shot goes to a drop zone. Although with a tailwind, the attacking shot has been favored by some players. Aarons looks like he's lining up for that shot. This is hung out wide right. We'll need to finish. I don't know if it has the height to get all the way back.
Yeah, this is looking pushed out too far right. Oh man, but it does carry over all of that OB water and find some inbound space. That's going to be a pretty easy up and down to get a birdie.
Yeah, that's another option. Just boost it past the hole. There is a lot of open space back there. Simon gets a read off of it, but look at him spin around. He knows that's tracking left. He will need to go left of the green.
And does just get enough skip off of that green. If he lands just short of that in the thicker grass, he would have stuck. But also going to have a fairly easy upshot, a bit more dangerous because it does slope down the way that he has to throw to the basket.
Proctor, this looks a little more intentional, trying to go to the left, get all his distance. And wow, skips over the chain link fence at the park boundary. There is open space over there. I heard of some players doing that.
Yeah, that OB fence, you wouldn't really think about skipping over that. It's at least a 6-foot fence. And that OB line does not even show up on our picture of the hole. That's how far left it is. So pretty wild to see that happen, really.
Hannum throws it badly enough that he stays in bounds.
I did the same.
Not something to be proud of, Nathan. Proctor's going to throw his third from this drop zone. And I want to compliment Austin, though. He did stick to his game plan and played the layup shot to layup shot. You don't need to be a hero even when the rest of your card is going for something big.
Indeed, that can be very hard to do. But a smart decision nonetheless, as we see a couple easy layups there from Simon and Carter.
Hannum for his birdie.
One of the few cases where an air ball is better than catching metal.
Yeah, very cramped green, sloping downward. Simon make good on his birdie, moving to 3 down on the round after 4 holes. Proctor going to get a par, Hannum to do the same.
And yeah, that was the second easiest hole on the course, so 3 and 4, you really want to walk away with your birdies there. But still not a lot. Neither one more than a third of the field took birdies on still.
I'm told there were a handful of eagles as well on hole 4, right?
There were. I believe there were 6 of them today.
All right.
Yeah, brings us to hole 5, 420-foot par 3. A bit on the lefty-friendly side on this hole. You really want to push straight for about 400 feet and then just fade off to the right. With the righty backhand, it's more of a left-to-right moving shot the entire time, but very little. It's not a big movement shot.
Aarons, I believe that's a mid-range. You see the arm talent. If he's been able to make that work in practice enough to think he can birdie in tournament with it.
Yeah, beautiful shape to it.
Simon's head in the way of our camera guy. I believe that boosted off to the left side, so likely a layup coming for Lizotte.
And James also turning this over just a little bit early, gonna catch those trees. That's what I was talking about with the very slight angle on that drift. You just want it to barely drift the entire way, which is one of the more difficult shots to master.
And at 420 feet, difficult to do that with either a fairway or a distance driver and still maintain the control. Hannah went with a forehand play, which mimics that lefty line that you personally are favoring. fortunate to kind of stay out here instead of continuing to track left.
Maybe trying to give that a little bid, but comes up short. Should have a tap-in par. As Carter also coming up a bit short with that mid-range play, which is understandable, you know. Looks like he'll be up and down for his par, along with the rest of the group. Not a lot of birdies again on this one, 18% of the field. But also not a ton of trouble. There is a Mando that you have to stay to the left of. I did see somebody on my card miss that Mando today.
Yeah, in my opinion, one of the more interesting par threes that we play on this course. A couple different approaches and a couple stacked gaps that are all fair. Hole 6, 1,180 feet, par 5. Tee shot is an opportunity to go pretty big through a gap. You need it to move right at some point in your flight, and then you're going up, up, up to the top of this hill. There is some out of bounds and a Mando to the right, and then out of bounds late left that we saw some folks find on live coverage as well as in ours yesterday. Definitely a chance for the big arms to air it out. If you get to the top of the hill, it makes it play a lot more favorably. Aaron's, this is leaking. Okay, leaking right. I believe he's gotten far enough right that he'll be able to throw a full shot.
Yeah, I believe that was a bit farther left than he meant to be, but a flippy enough disc that it just kind of carried straight to that leaking right. Here's the, oh, well, what might have been the turnover shot you expect to see, but catching some branches, and does get far enough to get past those bunkers that are in a fairway on the course that you will see us play tomorrow.
Simon going to be faced with a pretty low ceiling from that left side of the fairway.
Yeah, so there's a bit of tailwind right to left, which really seems to be affecting the drives of our group here.
Yeah, if you get it over too much, you're just going to get slammed down into oblivion, not really going anywhere. Challenging to manage the stability. Hannum, look how far right this is going as he tries to counter that. But does make good headway. He'll be able to throw an Anheuser potentially near the top of the hill.
What is Simon doing? This is not the correct fairway, guys.
Doggone it, Simon. They're going to make us put another Mando on this hole.
Do you have a guess on how many there are? Do you know the answer to that? I do know the answer to that.
24?
Oh. You actually took the over. There is 19 Mandos out here on Glendevere West. Simon may have just caused
around 20 next year, huh?
Yeah, maybe so.
Hannum makes good forward progress. Near the top of the hill, we'll see what his footing is like and whether he's able to throw a big forehand, a roller, a backhand. Kind of the world is your opportunity when you're at the top of the hill.
Yeah, and Carter has pretty much reached the top of the hill, not quite to the flat.
And Proctor, full swing on a flat to hyzer.
There it is.
From there, he should be able to throw probably soft fairway turnover somewhere in the mid-threes. Simon with the force over shape. And that's going to come up short, but still good progress. He should have a pretty weird scramble 5.
Yeah, that's he's closer than I get after that tee shot to get up and down for his par now.
And he just played a 1,400-foot hole.
Yep.
Proctor going to go to the forehand for his third. You want to give this plenty of width and then break just in front of the tree. Comes up a little short. He'll be near circle's edge for his 4.
Yeah, it looks like Carter's also going to go to that forehand. Doesn't really get that left turn that you want. And catches up in some branches. He'll be Pretty much looking with an up and down for par. Maybe a chance for a bid, but 80 feet.
Did tickle some leaves on the way out of his hand.
From 80 feet to 70 feet. There's another one of those tester comebackers from trying to run one of those long putts out here.
This certainly an honest bid coming from Proctor. And jams it.
All right, gets himself under par.
And with that tailwind, you just see how high he's aiming above the basket, playing for the drop.
Yeah, ensuring that it doesn't drop into that cage. Looked like it was almost going to hit the band for most of that flight, and drops down in nicely.
Hannum from a similar spot, similar angle. And committed enough.
Yeah, just enough pace. Whether fast enough or slow enough to hang in on that left side over there. He's also going to card that birdie to get himself to one down. Kind of mirroring rounds there for James and Austin. 31% of the field took a birdie on this hole today. You guys throw too far.
Well, we had plenty of practice all week.
Indeed, got to practice the long shots, and it helped out here today. Simon Lizotte able to make a nice comeback there. We're going to see 3 birdies.
This will be for par for Carter. And does convert.
I see.
This
is
the new
up to ice orbit. Look
at this
very nice thing.
King-a-ling.
Hole 7, 475-foot par 3. Blind the entire way. You can see this tree right here. That's kind of your aiming point. If you've got the power for it, high hyzer, just kind of trying to crash that tree is going to be the best play. But very difficult hole to execute correctly. I also like the line that James took there. You can either overturn it and end up off to the right side, or a lot of the time, if you give it enough height, you'll fade out past those bunkers and be safe on the left side.
I like this play from Austin. Just going to chop something overstable and high. Let it flex out. And that way it's running away from the bunkers. Gets himself a putting opportunity.
Yeah, very nice shot there. Able to control that.
Carter with plenty of power. Going to play a low. I think this is a fairway. Driven straight. Trying to run around the backside of the tree that you've identified as the aiming point. And a little bonus roll also inside the circle.
What an incredible shot.
Yeah.
You really have to trust that out to the right and know that it's going to keep going. You can't really see that shot after you've crested that hill.
Yeah, that's something he's clearly practiced. He's managing his nose angle, his speed. That is a controlled shot to 455. Simon making the fatal mistake of hitting the middle tree. Now a layup coming.
These are very nervous layups from up there, and as you can see, it does carry into that hazard sand trap over there on the left. He'll be putting from in there with the penalty stroke.
Proctor going to go with an Anheuser, and this glides well long. Maybe a little spooked by Lizotte's result.
Yeah, and with that downhill, that Anheuser just continued to carry, and now he's still got that sand trap in the background. Whoa.
That's a 3 you write down on the scorecard and then never think about again.
Oh, man, I don't know. I'd be telling everybody about that crazy 3 I got on hole 7. Man, I missed the gap. My upshot wasn't any good, but I made the best putt of the day.
And wipe off your shoulders for sure.
don't worry about the 78% of everybody else that got the par as well. Probably a bit easier. Oh, and Austin is definitely going to want that one back. Giving yourself a chance on this hole doesn't happen for too many people. As Carter able to get the 2, and he is one of just 8 on the day.
Nicely done. And they don't come a whole lot easier than that on 7. Simon, this will be his 4th from the bunker.
Oh.
And it's kind of a weird play. I think just frustrated with a potential spit out, elects to essentially abandon that throw that's under the basket with a penalty stroke and putts in for 6.
Yeah, I could see the frustration there. He hit dead center on that. There was nothing wrong with the putt. But he did card a 6.
Kind of an emotional, in-the-moment choice for Lizotte. Hole 8, 632 feet. That's not a typo, is a par 3. An opportunity to grip and rip. There is a mandatory on the left side of the fairway way down there, forcing you to go to the right. Playing generally into a headwind today. Look to see overstable shots thrown on flexes initially. Possibly hyzer flips.
And that's a little something that you'll see a bit more often today with that hint of a headwind, is just kind of drifting off to the right more, trying to get this much power, easy for the wind to grab it and just kind of take it off right.
And this also an option from Proctor, playing the hyzer flip but with plenty of width, ensuring that as he gets his finish, it's not going to run past the mandatory. That's kind of an outside poke opportunity for his birdie.
Austin really counting on that headwind there to drag his over to the right. Does get a pretty good push out of that and is going to be safe past that Mando tree. Not a great bid for 2, but should be easy 3 if he doesn't get too aggressive. Oh boy.
And Simon maybe not recovered from the previous hole.
I think he made that Mando.
Either made it or hit the tree and landed short. Potentially a weird angle upcoming. We'll see in a moment. Aaron's with his approach. Little soft inside the circle.
Oh, I thought I saw that dirt just past it. Looks like he does have that weird angle and doesn't pick a floaty enough disc to not get that cut roll out.
From a knee. No harm, no foul for Hannum. He'll card a 3 and walk away like a whole bunch of other folks. This is Simon for his 3rd.
A whole bunch of other folks. We got 83% of the field carding the par on this one. Unfortunately, Simon is going to be a part of the 11% with that bogey or above.
I understand the appeal from a course design standpoint, but when 83% of the field is taking a par, we're pretty much playing 17 holes in the round.
Agreed.
Although we are going to see 2 bogeys, Simon with a putt to go. And just sneaks it over the rim. He's going to have to get himself back on track here. Couple unforced errors from Lizotte in the last 2 holes.
Yeah, it went from 2 under to over par real quick like. And less birdie opportunities out here than some other places. Probably not for Simon, though. He can birdie about whatever he wants to. As we had 6 birdies on that hole again today. Same as yesterday. That is, again, more than I expected. Hole 9, 350-foot par 3. The flight that the drone is going, I believe, is the ideal path, but there's a similar flex line on the left side if you'd like to throw a forehand. There's also a straight line which we might see James go for right here. Oh, yeah.
That's pretty straight.
Straight. Just a little bit of fade at the end. He's going to have about 23, 24 feet left.
Hannum choosing the forehand.
It looks like he's hit it well. Hard to get a good skip back to the left. Right where you land at it starts to go back uphill as well, which a lot of the time can push you straight. Plus, this grass just doesn't like to give up big skips a lot of the time.
No, definitely lush. Plenty of rain all year round in the Northwest. Keeps that growing. Aarons looks like he was able to poke through pretty favorably. Will have a birdie opportunity. And Simon Lizotte gonna follow that. And tags late.
Yeah, it looked like, I believe he was going for the straight line, almost made it out to that right side for the flex shot.
Kind of ambitious there, but will be carding a par. Aarons from circle 2. Doesn't swing back left enough, so he also will take a par. And finish his front 9 at 2 under. Decent forward progress.
Austin looking to get there as well. Just a bit short. And although this hole only 350 feet, only 22% of the field able to get there and card the birdie. James Proctor became part of that, who's also going to shoot 2 down on this front 9.
Yeah, a couple heroic putts to keep him in the game. And some other pars incoming.
68% of the field.
Well, we thank you so much for joining us on the front 9 of this round 2 chase card. There's going to be plenty more exciting action on the back 9, I can promise you that. You see Carter Aarons staying in a tie for 4th at this point. Hanging in there, the young gun. 8th, 11th, and 19th for the rest of our card. But this tournament not even half over as a 4-round event.
Yeah, and the leaderboard is just as tight as it was through 9 holes as it was when we started. So looking forward to see a few players move around, but should stay pretty close together. Thank you guys for tuning in. Come back out for the back 9 here shortly. For Andrew Fish, I'm Nathan Queen, and we'll see you guys out there.
G'day guys, and welcome to Gatekeeper's final round coverage of the 2023 Victorian Disc Golf Open, the Vic Open, down in Ballarat. Big thanks to Rad, Gatekeeper Media, and Disc Golf Justice for bringing this footage. I'm Paddy Robinson, and with me is Andrew Ferguson and Tim Bowen. We are the Tee Off Podcast, and stoked to be back again, boys. It should be a big final round.
How good is it? Aussie Disc Golf on the YouTubes. Here we are, starting the final round. Luke Bain with a commanding lead, 25 down. Blake Houston, 16 down. Austin D'Alessandro, 15 down. And yours truly, sneaking into 4th place with a 14 down.
Well done, Timmy.
Matty Noblet also 14 down. Paddy, you're just 1 behind, 13 down. We're definitely going head-to-head in this final round.
Now, is this going to be a cakewalk? I want to see what happens. Hopefully there's a run at Mr. Luke Bain. And we'll see here as we kick off on hole 1, 682 feet, 208 metres. It's a par 4. You've got to throw this thing straight down the guts, nice and low, to avoid getting clipped down by those low branches of the oaks. Round the Mando here, left to a basket, just positioned between a couple of oak trees. Very, very tough starting hole.
Definitely one that you'd like to get, but most importantly, don't bogey it. It's a very difficult hole.
I was going to say, Timmy, quick, is this the first time you've been on lead card? Like not a feature card?
Yep, I think this might be lead card first time for me.
Congrats, mate. Well done.
Crash and burn time is what you're saying. Let's see how we go.
Sorry, we've already seen one of us do that.
Lukey Bane, Halo Destroyer. Not a lot of pressure when you've got a 9-stroke lead. I'm sure he's still feeling a little bit of nerves.
I wonder if he, just slept in, go par +4 for the first few holes.
That was overturned. But look, right side is the side you want to be if you're going to make a mistake. Blake's looking way down the fairway. It's gone the roller. Ultra
Change
aggressive.
up. I like this, though.
Great angle.
I really like the roller play, actually.
Yeah.
That's gone a mile. He's turned the catch camera around, which is exactly the sign of a good shot.
I think he threw it a bit low in the first couple of rounds, so he wanted to
Austin's
correct that.
going the smash
comeback.
force over hyzer.
That's big.
Those boys have gotten way down there. I reckon they've cleared the Mando on the left.
And here's our Team Hyzer fly, Timmy Bowen.
That's it.
That's it.
Go on the flex forehand.
Yes,
This
you
is
are.
this is my comfort zone. I know I want to finish right side. Nice and low. That'll fade back.
Ooh,
No,
bit
it
of
won't.
skip.
Unfortunately, it just didn't catch edge. Ideally, I want to finish to the right. Exactly how I said at the start. I'm on the left.
That's all right. You just get around the corner.
Yeah, big backhand.
That's a nice line.
Smooth.
It can be tricky, that shot. The Mando creeps up. The trees are still, they're so low. You do have to keep it low and flat. Get that skip.
Bainey's going to have to navigate a tight gap here to put himself anywhere near getting close to the basket.
It's not bad being on this right-hand side, though, because you're really opening up that line.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got a little bit straighter, bit of a flare back. He might have a look outside circle 1, I'd say.
Yeah, that right side, it opens up the angle to the Mando, but it does give you a gap to hit. Where the hell is Blake?
He's very far down there. He's playing...
He's got a new avenue to play.
He's already beaten the Mando, but he's unfortunately yanked that forehand and gone miles long.
Oh, wow.
Goodness me, he's down near the yellow basket.
He's on the wrong basket, yeah.
The yellow par 5, he might have an eagle look, but unfortunately he hasn't got a decent birdie chance at this one. I mean, Austin's done the same thing. Stable up, boys.
What about, is the edge a circle, do you reckon?
I'm just looking at putting this one under the pole, open up the round with a par. Can't really run it with the low ceiling access to the basket unless you're a monster Simon Lizotte spin putter. So Blake coming back at the basket. Don't say that too often on this one.
Oh, he did go long, didn't he?
Easy par.
Bainey's got
he's got a look.
A good look.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Knobs.
Great catch.
He wasn't happy with the 9-stroke lead. He needs 10. Opening the account with another birdie from out of position.
A lot of chain there on the right, but just popping out.
We did see a lot of right side drama on the last round for Austin. Unfortunately, he's a little closer. He was missing them completely yesterday, but today just catching right side chains and falling out.
All right, hole 2, par 3, 100 metres, 328 feet. I really like this hole to set up for the righty backhand forehand. Right hand forehand, getting a bit of a flex, navigating this fairway and skipping back towards the basket. But you will see some people throw right hand backhand, just like quite a straight shot, get up around to the circle, just inside circle and have a putt. Really cool hole.
Yeah, I like the forehand. I like keeping it low, letting it skip in. Bainey got the birdie with this backhand yesterday. He's going to try and do the same.
That's leaking out to the left as well. Mate, that's his play. Interesting.
That looks like it's miles away, but yesterday it was only like 11 or 12 metres and he got the birdie still. Maybe he can do it again?
I mean, Bainey's got a very confident forehand. I'm not sure why he's throwing the backhand.
Yeah. Little high from Blake. You do have to keep it low. Definitely like opting on their side of burning the ground just to get that skip.
It's a shame. They had a really good shape to it as well.
Austin looking for this one to turn.
Very controlled hyzer flip there. Unfortunately didn't get it all the way over, but good reaction right at the end there. He'll have a birdie putt. Going another flex forehand. If I can get away with just throwing flex forehands, I'll be happy. The Destroyer, good bit of flex. Definitely needs to catch edge.
A bit of a flare there.
Tried to come back.
It came back very late. You just missed on the camera there, but did sneak into the circle.
Nice.
Blake hitting the ceiling early. He's just going to have the zone approach. He's done that very well. Yep, should be a routine par save for Blakey. And here's Bainey. Here's where the backhand finished.
Yeah, right. Inside circle.
Inside circle, yeah.
So
it must be a mid-range or something like that.
Cashed it.
Yeah.
Goodness me, starting hot.
Bang.
Starting with two birds
How can
again.
you catch him?
So I've got a similar spot. This is where the forehand ended up.
Yeah, Great spot, Tim.
No wind, and unfortunately, not giving it enough.
Just an inch low.
It's exactly what you said, Paddy. Lead card nerves. I was feeling it.
That's a solid putt.
Great putt from Austin.
Bang.
Here's the comebacker.
There you go.
That was a better stroke. Straight in. It's good to be playing this lead card final round with my teammate, Blake Houston. We're repping the Heiser Flight tops there. Looking very sharp, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, only you say so. No. They do look good.
You may say so. You may.
Got the par save there, Blakey boy. Moving on, hole 3. Only a short one, 82 metres, 269 feet. But it's very tight. You definitely want to beat that tree the drone just flew past there. Keep it nice and low. This fluffy branch above us right now has been catching a lot of discs. Slide on down and you should be looking at a par or a birdie. You definitely want to throw your overstable putter. Doesn't need much more than a putter or a sort of slow speed mid, this one. Just don't hit that first tree. The first tree is death.
There's not really a flex forehand line here, Tim. I'm curious to see what you throw, mate.
I'm sure he could find one.
Ooh.
Luke.
Bainey hitting, kicking to the right. Right's not too bad. Should be able to get up and down from the right side.
Oh, that looks smooth.
Oh, get under.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That's going to be parked.
That's exactly the shape that you want in this hole.
Beautiful, Austin. Great shot. And here comes Blake with the zone. Little high. Looks like it's leaking out to the right-hand side. If it's got some fade, that should be just outside circle. I've gone the zone as well.
Backhand. Excuse me.
Oh,
hello.
Yeah, nasty kick out to the left there.
Tim, wrong basket, mate.
Hole 2's basket. Very hard to get up and down from this left side.
This looks good.
That's a nice flick.
Flicking the Justice.
Sit in.
Big skip.
Is that just inside circle or?
Might be just on the fringe there, which is not my comfort zone, Paddy, as you know very well.
Bainey with perhaps a Toro.
Going a little long.
That'll work.
Putting back at it's good. This where Blake's putting from, green is so fast, it slopes away, so can be a little bit of a scary putt, even though it looks routine on the camera.
Ooh, a little nose down there.
Yeah, unfortunately, nose down for Blake.
Tim?
Oh, well inside the circle.
Okay.
I'm going to blame something on my hands there. As you can see, I'm wiping the hands.
Pretty sure that kid moved in the background on his bike.
Couldn't possibly have been the zero spin I put on the disc. Yeah,
Bainey.
All having some putting woes on this hole.
That's all right, Bainey. You got 11 strokes, mate.
Bainey's like, what happens when you get like a bogey? What happens there? Might be his first bogey for the tourney. Blake high side as well, unfortunately.
Oh, Austin is parked.
Yeah.
There's a 2. Oh, there's a 2-stroke swing.
17 down for Austin. Bainey will drop to 26, so back to the starting deficit of 9 points. And Blake and I, unfortunately, bit of red for us as well.
Moving on.
Moving on, indeed, to hole number 4. This is the final hole of a stretch of 3 holes in the woods here. It's 105 metres, slightly uphill, par 3. The majority of people taking this left-hand route as a righty forehand or a turnover. The basket just tucked up here.
It's a tricky one. It's pretty long and definitely a lot of trees. If you hit early, can easily bring bogey into the equation. Austin's had this backhand turnover pretty dialed.
I like this from Austin.
That
looks parked.
Perfect.
Absolutely parked.
Bainey's looking at something slow speed here. Taking more of an inside line.
A bit high.
If it doesn't fade, yeah, good tree.
Oh, that'll give him a look. That'll give him a look. He only needs a look.
Now, Blakey drew up that tree right in the middle in the previous round. Let's see if he can correct on that mistake. He has kept it very wide with the nuke.
Oh, good flare.
Skip. Yep, that'll be putting.
It's that final branch just knocking him down.
I'm trying to do exactly the same.
Is that your Excalibur?
Nope. That is my Excal. Unfortunately, second big nasty left kick in a row, but nice open space here.
Yeah, easy up and down, surely.
I would like to hope so.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to get that hole. I don't think I got it any of the 4 rounds. Shapes up well for the forehand. Bainey just outside circle. Very good result from that drive.
Ooh.
Little nose up into the wind. Here's Austin. That was a delicious backhand off the tee from Austin. And straight in the center. Here we go.
All right. He's got another one.
The charge is happening. Austin moving to 18 down. 8 shots behind Luke. Yes,
Oh,
Blake.
well done, Blake.
Great birdie.
It's actually played quite easy on this round. 12 birdies.
Half a stroke under par. That's
Yeah.
surprising. This hole is quite difficult.
Mr. Bowen tapping out the par.
Alrighty, hole 5. Really fun par 4. There's 206 meters, 676 feet. There's all the options that you want. You can go left, you can go right, you can go straight down the middle. Whichever way you go, you want to get out to just somewhere in the clear, get in a good landing zone so you can approach the basket here. Should be pretty straightforward for these guys, and you'll see a lot of them doing some pretty big flex lines here.
Does Austin know where the pad is? Oh, there it is.
He's going perpendicular to the hole, and that is massive.
Look at that thing.
If that pans out,
That's huge.
what a shot from Austin.
Ooh.
Massive shot.
Speaking of huge, there's probably one bloke that might be able to get a little bit further down the fairway, and that's this bloke, Blake Houston.
Is
Massive.
that Throwlin?
Let's see the result of that. Oh, the catch camera is running. Now I've got the benefit of hindsight. Blakey was pin high on the 206 metre hole.
Did it roll?
And the verdict is in. It was a thrower.
It was a thrower.
But massive shot from Blake. Bainey's gone the
Jeez, that's
backhand
big too.
turnover. Looks like it's fading out a little, so he's going to be on the left-hand side, but nice and open out there.
So, Tim, you've just seen 3 shots like that.
I'm doing the same, mate. I just don't quite have the insane distance.
Oh,
Yanked
bit of
that.
power there, though.
Yeah, I yanked that over. Beat that skinny tree, which I hit in the prior round, so happy to get around that one.
No, you're in the clear.
Yeah.
It's all you need in this hole is get yourself out in the open and give yourself half a chance to just, hit the remaining 100 metres.
I think it was about 115. Unfortunately, I got under that one,
Okay.
so left it a bit short, but I'll have a look. Austin's probably 95 or 100 away.
Jeez, I thought he would have been a bit further down, but I mean, still huge.
He's corrected from that previous round.
Oh, that's a great up.
Great
well
shot.
done there.
Yeah, I think that yellow basket is like 140, I want to say.
Ooh. Jeez. That was a good line.
And look at Blake, pin high.
Oh.
He's just got
That's insane.
nothing but a jump up for the eagle.
Oh, he almost doing
Just missed. So I've come up a little short, just outside circle.
Giving this a bit, aren't you? Hey, there you go, Timmy.
Got the straddle jumper to open the account. Happy days.
Oh, no. Slow strut walk in. No
Yeah,
raptor legs, mate.
Wasn't happy with the first 4 holes, Paddy, so good to get one on hole number 5. Bainey looking for birdie as well, and he's just
It's high again.
hit the band for about the 3rd time in a row. Unfortunately,
Just something we haven't seen from Bainey. Like,
maybe worried about the charging Austin D'Alessandro, who's looking at 4 straight birdies to.
huge birdie from Blake there, too.
Yep.
There he is.
Massive.
Lots of green on that card.
Bainey taking his time, probably thinking any chance of keeping it under the band. There we go, straight on the pole. Moving over to hole 6, 192 metre, 630 foot, par 4. Very interesting tee shot, this one. You can go a big backhand turnover that comes on the inside of these trees. You can throw a big forehand or a big backhand hyzer to get out to this left side. If you don't do that, you're coming down this tunnel here, avoiding disc golf justice in the yellow hat there, accessing this very guarded basket right here. I like the backhand roller off the tee, Paddy.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun shot. And if you really get onto it, you might even have a look for eagle.
Austin's gone something that didn't quite get over, but cut roller is the play. If you can cut past both lines of trees, you've got that open left side. You can access the basket with a forehand.
Here we have Blake looking skyward again.
Blake has to avoid the trees and the clouds. He throws that high.
Yeah, no trees in the sky there.
That's turned over too much, but panning back out, I think the boy's gone almost basket high again.
I do like that Justice has just zoomed out. He's not even trying. Like, yeah, whatever. We'll find it.
Tim going the roller. What was that?
That's my Innova sidewinder. Almost hit that guy that was laying down on my left side fairway there. That's all I'm asking for. Just get past these two lines of trees.
Bainey going aerial as well.
He wants more turn. That's going to fade out.
Yeah, it's going to be early.
That's okay, though. He's got good distance. So Blake, unfortunately, going over the trench on the right side. He really got that disc over.
That wasn't OB? That's been OB in previous years.
Yeah, not OB this year.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, makes the forehand very, very difficult. He had to go under like two lines of trees. Didn't quite get it.
Luke with a bit of work here to get himself down on the dance floor.
Yeah, wide open forehand, but it's quite long from where Bainey was, and he's gone way too high.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be a bit early.
Dropped down a little short, but he'll have a look.
Tim, this is not a bad spot.
This is a great spot. This is Taipan range. Just trying to work out where exactly the opening to the basket is, and I think I've done it pretty well. Wanted a bigger skip. I don't know what I hit, but didn't quite get the big flare skip.
For any Americans, listen, what the hell's a Taipan, Tim?
Taipan, mate. It's Australia's own fourth circle disc manufacturer. Very, very overstable, high-speed disc. I love it.
It's absolute meat hook.
Austin absolutely here to play in this final round.
Blake with the zone to clean up his par. That should get the job done.
Jeez, is Austin parked for his fourth?
Pretty good result. Yeah, he is. And pretty good result for Bainey. Because he did come in a little early. And
that band
another
again.
band.
Bainey's just playing crossbar challenge right now. Just hitting the top.
Oh, chastity belt. Jeez. Oh, Timmy. Good putt,
Solid
man.
putt.
Thank you. Happy to get that one.
Back to back.
Austin actually went a little long, so he's got the comebacker for birdie, but the way he's been putting shouldn't be any problems whatsoever. And it's not.
Yeah, it's not.
Dead center. Look at the lead here.
Only 6 strokes.
Down to 6.
Goodness me.
Austin's
Where's
feeling
this come
confident.
from?
Bainey's no doubt feeling some nerves and just hating on the band of the basket at this point. Blakey with the easy par will move on.
All right, hole 7, 188 metres, par 4. Very fun hole to play this one. There's a couple of landing zones that you're looking to get. You can either kind of go out to the right here, or you can be landing just about here for an approach around these yellow trees. The basket's quite exposed there, but the wind's not really up in this final round, so it'll be interesting to see what our top card do.
See a lot of backhand hyzers off the tee here. You just don't want to go too long, or you don't want to go too left. It's kind of looks like an easy shot, but it is a pretty precise landing zone.
That's great from Austin.
That's exactly what you want.
I know this hole's got in his head a little bit, so it's good to see that he's navigated that perfectly.
That looks nice, Tim.
Yeah, that's the Taipan again. Wouldn't mind a little bit more skip, but it looks like I've just got left enough. So Blakey plays it a bit more interesting. Goes the hyzer flip, tries to go as long as possible to get around that tree, access the backside.
Down, and it does.
It takes power to do that. That's quite a massive shot.
Goodness me.
Yeah,
He's done it so well. He'll have a wide open hyzer.
It's such a lower percentage shot, though. Why? He's got the power.
He's got the power. Bainey going a little too long, a little too right. He's going to be tucked behind that tree, which is not what you want. Most people are trying to get more left and shorter to have this exact shot, like a backhand hyzer in.
So you've got the Taipan here again. A little bit of flex on this one, Tim?
Yeah, I'm going to go flat, low and flat.
Oh, I like this. Oh, Tim, that looks good.
Yeah, it almost went in, apparently, according to the catch cam. Austin's in a better spot. He can go more of a hyzer. And Austin's on a charge. That is parked. Now, Bainey's come up short. He's eyeing off a shot that I didn't know was possible, the high forehand spike over the trees. It's probably playing all of 120 metres, this shot. And he pulled it off. Oof. He's got to look for birdie from way out of position.
Wow.
Geez, Blake is really far down the fairway, isn't he?
Yeah, he's throwing a zone.
You can actually see the basket too. That's nuts.
That's what power
There you
gets
go.
And we're all on the dance floor here. Here's Lukey Bain. I can't believe he's putting for birdie from that spot.
If
I
he
didn't know
hits
that forehand was possible.
Is he
That's
going to
huge.
go band again? No.
Oh,
He's just stuck up.
almost.
Yeah, that just snuck under the band.
Give it to him.
Loves it. Gives the Queen wave to the camera. Thanks, Bainey. Here's Blake, making the hole look so much easier than it is. Great putt.
Yeah. Oh, we're looking at a star frame
I
here.
think we are.
Austin
It's going to have
and
to
I
be
parked.
something shocking to... Yep. Beautiful
Yeah,
birdie
there.
there from Mr. Bowen. And Austin.
Well done, boys. Shake those
Give
chains.
those chains a little tug. There we go.
Lovely.
Yeah.
All right, next up, hole 8, 175 metres, 574 feet, par 4. Definitely a very gettable birdie for the MPO field. Pretty straightforward. Just get one out to anywhere landing zone here. You can throw a hyzer, you can throw a forehand, you can throw a big flex. Some of the bigger arms will actually go for the pin as well. So I'm sure we'll see Blakey doing something crazy as well. But yeah, definitely you feel a bit cheated if you walk away with the 4 here.
Yeah, you can play it really any way you like. Austin opts for the backhand hyzer down the right gap off the tee. All you need to do, I go for the forehand turnover. I want to get this really left if possible, which I haven't done. It's not enough flex,
Ah, that's fine.
but that'll be no worries at all. Blake plays it only Blake's way. No one else plays it like this. Big backhand that turns over and goes way to the right. Gives the cameraman zero chance to catch it. Looks like he's caught that really tall tree.
Ooh.
Got through.
That's not our catch cam. We have to disclose that there was some live action being filmed on the day as well. So that's the other cameras you can see down there.
An Australia first live action disc golf. It was very, very good. Bainey goes down the forehand line with the backhand, which is interesting. But we do like this left side. It's a very open side to access the green.
Oh, geez, Tim, you're throwing. I was just looking at Cade's guns there. Far out.
Yep. I go the Spike Hyzer, and I think I've pinned it from memory.
Bainey here with a similar shot.
Yep, just going for the Toro. Nice and high. It's tricky.
Toro, is that like a putter?
It's an overstable putter. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Mid-range.
Yeah.
Toro's mid-range?
Overstable mid. It's one of those sort of zone-esque discs.
4-speedy kind of number.
Yeah.
Might be a mid. It's all you need when you get to that left side, though.
Blakey down there for
Blake, unfortunately, is
throw in.
put some distance on that. You'd want to be putting it a little closer when you only got a zone approach there, Blakey boy, unfortunately.
Austin
Oh,
here.
he's at, what, all of 5 metres?
What's he going to do here? How many is this in a row?
Ooh,
if you don't mind.
jeez.
I believe this is 7 in a row for Austin.
Goodness
Absolute
gracious me.
heater.
What a tear.
I mean, there was a huge amount of birdies on the day as well. 13 all up.
Blake.
Ooh,
Just a bit
that
nose
wasn't one
down.
of them.
Yeah. Clean that up.
Yeah.
Move on.
Oh, I'd be disappointed with that being so far down.
Tim just a few steps out from the basket.
Yeah, I'm happy to get these par 4s. They're not really playing to my strength, so it's good to get 3 in a row.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Get that dirt off my Taipan. And here's Bainey. Parked it. He's settled those early round nerves. He's still got his six-shot lead on Austin, moving into hole 9, which is the 122-metre par 3. You can throw a big flex forehand if you've got it, but it takes a big one. It's 122 metres. Most players will be throwing a backhand just to get onto the right side of these 4 guardian trees, which are ever so annoying. You never get to putt through them, and left side just makes it very difficult to putt because they're very leafy, so quite a low ceiling to putt through. Here's Austin eyeing off a big backhand flex.
Ooh, needs a good pop. I like this.
Maybe just a smidgen high.
Didn't
like the shape.
Yeah, that's a great spot. He's on that left side though.
Oh,
and
not happy,
actually,
Austin.
yeah, I remember this one. He hit one of the guardian trees and it rolled back about 10 metres.
Oh, really?
Tim,
That's
flexing
heartbreaking.
one down there.
Yeah,
Nice, Tim. Circle 2?
Circle 2 on the difficult side though. Unfortunately, this is more what
Good
you want to
height.
do. Big backhand, get a little bit of turn, and the right side's just so much more open. And
Oh,
he's just
that's
parked it. Huge. And here's Blake with a mid-range. I believe he's throwing his buzz, which I can guarantee you no one else is throwing a mid-range on this hole.
It's a big throw.
It's a great line.
Great shot.
Circle edge?
Beautiful.
He'll have a nice open shot.
Yeah.
Might be slightly outside circle one.
Oh, he did roll back, didn't he?
Yeah, I believe he hit the second tree from the left there and just rolled back to way outside circle.
Oh, that's ugly.
Trying to jab it through the trees, but yeah.
That's all he can do.
We need to get the council out, trim those leaves.
Nah, leave him there.
No, we want to play those. I've got the option of an Anheuser putt around them or jab something under them.
Ooh. Gave that a good bid.
Yeah, I was angry when I walked away because I'm like, I shouldn't have done that. There was no way that was getting in underneath those leaves. Blake, with an open look, unfortunately didn't cash.
Oh, Bainey.
Bainey's gone long at the basket.
There we go.
And yeah, if the door was slightly
One
ajar
back.
to Austin, it looks like it's narrowly closing again. He's got 7 strokes now with only the back 9 to play.
Only the 3 birdies on the day on the final round.
Let's shout him out. Luke Bain was one. Jade Brady was another. Who was the third?
Yeah,
it was me. No, it wasn't.
I was putting something together.
It was the one and
I
only
took
Paddy
it.
Robinson. How close did you get, mate? As I eat my nana and put my putt in.
I was at least 8 meters. All right, the front 9 results. Bainey not with a round he probably thought he'd come out with, 4 down so far. Austin, look at that front 9, 7 down. That's absolutely huge. But, you know, Bainey just has that lead so far. Let's get back, watch that back 9 and see how that final wraps up, hey?
Let's see if Mr. Austin D'Alessandro can go another 7 down and really put the heat on Luke Bain.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Back 9 coverage of the quarterfinals of the 2021 Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship, brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. I'm Brian Earhart, joined here by Nate Perkins, and we are watching Hornet's Nest sink its teeth into the card that we are watching right now. Matt Oram surviving the front 9, 3 under par. Matt Bell also 2 under, but Garrett Girthy and Andrew Marweed have some work to do if they want to move on to the next round.
This course is playing tough. It's a few strokes harder than last year, and it gets progressively harder on this back 9. We're taking a look at the front 9 leaderboard, and remember, only 4 players advance and tour points break the tie. So this is the chase card. They would have to beat anyone playing on the lead card. Looking at hole 10 here, really tricky 345-foot hole. It's slightly uphill, really tough shape, a hard one to throw straight enough and get to bend right at the end and park.
You know, I was working through this hole with Haley King actually in course prep, and I was looking at just throwing a straight shot on this hole, not even looking at the bend of the fairway. You can definitely get yourself to the edge of circle 1 by just throwing straight on this tee shot. It's a tricky line. Oh, and Matt is going left side, long turnover. Yeah, look how tight that lane is to even enter the green. Long turnover from Matt. That's still going.
Wow.
Yes, that
Little
is.
back door, but that is great.
Let's jump back to Matt Bell's form from the front.
Exaggerated shoulder turn. Definitely turns his head away from the target early.
And he hops big time. He has like one of the bigger hops that I've seen. Definitely like Steve Brinster-esque.
And you know, the first thing that I asked when I first started playing disc golf is how do you throw it where you want if you're not looking at the target?
Yeah.
And it took me a long time to figure that out. You just do it over and over again.
And it's a lot of footwork, a lot of alignment.
And you got to remember that when you are learning to improve your stroke, at the early stages, you don't really care where the disc goes because you develop accuracy through repetition. Yeah. So you can get better, and actually you're worse for a little bit, right? And then you get better as time goes on,
Exactly.
and you take that new form and you repeat it over and over again.
And Garrett is going to snag a birdie on number 10. Matt is also going to do the same. This is a tough birdie. It says 345, but like you said, the angle to get to this green is so tough. And Bell has tied Matt Oram at 3 under, moving into number 11, 651, par 4. Long, straight shot. We said this yesterday. A lot of different strategies here. Some players just trying to hit the fairway, take a par at worst. Some players are going full flex shot on this hole, taking a distance driver, trying to send it all the way down the fairway. This is one of my favorite holes in the course.
Yeah, this is definitely one that I think of when I think of Hornet's Nest. You have to throw it straight, subtle left to right drift, and then land it soft.
Ooh, Garrett has thrown a nice hyzer flip. That worked its way down the fairway perfectly. And Matt is going to club down here. He's going to throw mid-range. And that is going to be off on that left side. He might have to pitch out. It's got to move right quick. Not that far right.
Oh, it's trouble over there on that right side.
Ooh. Just right out of the hand. We're going to have a little bit of scrambling on this hole now. Forehand roller from Matt. Not terrible. Still some work to do to get up and down, but I'm sure he's okay being right there. Finally, we get to Garrett's drive. Just misses. And yeah, he's going to be putting for birdie from about 40 feet, it looks like.
Ooh, gave that a nice run. Look how it doesn't go 20 feet past the bucket there. Nice gentle nose up.
Yeah, Matt is definitely a Frisbee connoisseur. Definitely. I've played catch with him numerous times. His uncle was a phenomenal world-class freestyler. I believe was on a team sponsored by Bud Light in the 70s and 80s. Traveled all over the country.
That's incredible.
Yeah, yeah. And if you haven't checked out freestyle frisbee, one of the old disc disciplines from back in the day, it's astoundingly beautiful to watch. Juliana Korver is a world champion at it. Beautiful putt from Matt.
Oh, and look at
He is feeling good about that.
the emotion there. I love to see that. He is stoked. He knows that every shot counts here on this back stretch.
And this is what I like to see from Matt Oram. He is obviously a consistently good player all of the time, but when he gets that momentum, when he gets that fire, he is beyond world class.
And you know, $30,000 means different things to different people. You know, 30 grand to Macbeth doesn't mean that much. To Matty O, it means a lot.
PrizePicks is daily fantasy sports made easy. Simply pick the over-under on 2 or more players, and that's it. You can win up to 10 times your money in just one day. Download the PrizePicks app today and get your first deposit match up to $100.
Hole number 12, 819-foot par 4. Long, pushing hyzer out into the middle of the fairway. And we talked about it yesterday. The angle to enter this green is always unique. No matter where you are in the fairway, you're going to have to throw something you've never seen before.
Yeah, it's a really, with the basket being moved further back into that tunnel, you have to throw a turnover that then gets back to flat and fly straight. A very kind of specific shape.
And Garrett trying to throw huge flex shot, and luckily stalls the disc out and it doesn't fade out into the woods. He's going to be in decent position. Oh, and that needs to sit. And that is looking to be, I would say, par at best if he doesn't have a run up from there.
There we go. That's the angle you want to see out of the hand. A little bit of Anheuser. 420 feet down the fairway. I'm interested to see if Andy is going to go for that forehand and play for the longer putt, or if he's going to try and work that turnover through the gap.
And that has gotten nicely down the fairway. He is down to the flat. Matt is also going to be pitching up to the mouth. And they're 3 under right now. Few holes remaining. They know they have to get a few more birdies if they want to be safe.
Okay, so he is going with the forehand. I'm
and he's
interested to
pushed
see how
it.
Close. Wow.
It's gotten way up the fairway.
Yeah, I didn't know you could get that close. I couldn't quite tell if he got lucky through those late trees.
Okay, high turnover.
Oh, it just got held up.
Yeah. Textbook up and down. It's It's at this stage, especially for both Matts on the card, every single simple shot matters so much right now. And, you know, if you put your approach shot to this distance, it can definitely add some pressure.
There's a birdie on 12. Well done from Marweed.
Yeah, this is one of the harder holes in the course. It was averaging over par. And, you know, averaging over par for such a small field just shows how few birdies there truly were. It's been a long season, Nate.
Yeah, it has, Brian.
And some of these players have been at every single stop, you know, for 9-10 months. It's going to be a nice rest after this season's over.
Ooh, hole 13. Love this hole. For the right-handed backhand, you have to flip something up ever so slightly. Hopefully something understable, and it kind of gets back to flat and doesn't hit that green with too much pace. A lot of the right-hand players will opt for this forehand turnover, though, because it kind of matches the slope of the hill as it approaches the green.
Yeah, it's a nice risk reward. It's more technical to pull off, but it's a more favorable landing, whereas the backhand a little bit easier to pull off, tougher landing. Yet just another great, well-designed wooded par 3. And it looked like he kind of slipped on that one a little bit. Held onto it a bit long, and he's going to have a tough time getting up and down from there.
There it is. It's flipping up a little bit. Needs to get down, though. Little tree love right there. I think we should plant one for that.
Our disc golf forest from all the tree love is it's growing.
Where are we going to put this disc golf forest? Belize.
Okay, yeah, sure. Sure, and we'll use the company card and we'll get out there.
I saw they were having a tournament in Belize in December, actually.
Well, if they need a couple of kooks to commentate the tournament, they can give us a call.
We can definitely do that.
Matt throwing a decent shot left side of the circle 1, and G has a little bit of work there. Trying the forehand roller again, and that got caught up in that.
It's just so
More than
sad
likely
to
a bogey.
say that it's just the end for Garrett and Marweed. I mean, not only the end of the round, but it's the end of their season. And, you know, it's sad, but also at the same time, it's a big accomplishment to make this historic event. I mean, only 32 players qualified.
And I mean, they're making $3,000 this round.
Which is as big of a payout as the majority of them have seen in their entire career.
Yeah. There's a putter from Marweed. Starting to heat up a little bit. Couple of birdies in a row on 12 and 13. Yeah, I mean, prize money in disc golf as a professional shouldn't be your main source of income on the road. There's got to be other ways to keep afloat if you want to be a full-time touring professional. But nowadays, prize money's starting to look pretty good, and it's making it a lot more appealing to get out on the road, and we're seeing that in the depth of talent this year. Garrett after the double bogey, he's +2. Even if he birdies out, still gonna put him in a bit of an uncomfortable spot. Let's see, moving forward, hole number 14, 415-foot par 3. This is a fantastic hole. Another 400-foot wooded shot with a slight bend in the fairway. Just some of my favorite shapes in the game of disc golf.
Yeah, extremely tough for the backhand to drift that late in the flight. But it's a big forehand as well. 415. Ideally, you'd like to start it out with a little bit of angle.
Yeah.
As Marweed has done here, that needs to miss that wall. That is perfect.
Oh,
what a shot he parked it.
Let's do a quick form check on Marweed. Let's take a look at the footwork. Forehand footwork is always different per player. Similar to Emerson Keith, kind of a shuffle step. You know, the heels kind of touch a little bit. He's got one of the most versatile sidearms that I've ever seen. Oh, and Matt trying the backhand here. Does it have enough understability? No, it doesn't. Still going to be a putt, though. He's going to have a circle 2 look. We've seen Matt cash from way longer distances than that. That is so pulled, and this is going to put him in a tough spot. A bogey here would really make it tough for him to move on.
Yeah, he can't bogey right now.
And Garrett puts his to about mid-circle 2. Not inside the circle, but piping a 415-foot gap, not too shabby.
When Matty O actually got a little bit further up than I thought. Good work on that recovery shot.
Oh, just off the top. Tons of pace on that.
Yeah, definitely was hunting that birdie. You know, I got to work with Bell quite a bit on putting in Vegas the start of the season, and for his circle 1 looks, Brian, he is actually so dialed that he is thinking about the number of times the disc is going to rotate for a 10-footer, for a 20-footer, and for a 30-footer.
The mad scientist at work.
The XT Nova, it taught me how to throw smooth, clean lines, but it also taught me how to build trust in my disc. I can put it on any line and it will hold it. I know when I throw it, it's gonna stick right there. I feel like it's very unique, and it kind of reminds me like nobody's ever the same. That's what I love about it. It stands out. And for me as a person, I like to stand out.
The Gauntlet, hole 15, it's only 321, but the gap is maybe 4 feet across, and there is a Mando on the left that makes it that much more nerve-wracking. It plays slightly uphill. Definitely one of the harder holes on the course.
Yeah, you have to hit this super tight gap with power, and the line that Marweed is taking is so tight. You see the staggered trees. That has to flip hard. Does it have enough? That is sick. That tree on the right at the gap being in front of the one on the left makes it so much more favorable for this line that Matt's trying to take. And just doesn't quite get enough on it. It's only 321, but you have to hit this gap with power.
This is a big moment for Matty O right here. Oh, and he pipes it.
That's got to get a forward skip.
Yeah, he climbed the hill a little bit. He's inside the circle. I just love his expressions. When he hits a gap and he just holds his body in place, I just love it.
It's all feel at this point. Mando miss right there. This is his third shot. Still a tough shot to throw.
And you know, Garrett, done for the round, done for the season, but this isn't how we're going to remember his season. I mean, the man had a phenomenal year. He took the disc golf snack world by storm.
Yeah.
He just overtook it with the Double G craft jerky.
And I love that. I love that we're seeing disc golfers have kind of a retirement path building up. Garrett's been playing the game a long time, and he's probably still going to play the game for a long time, but you just love seeing passions from these ambitious people. Matt cashes the birdie putt, moves to 4 under par.
Marweed for 4 in a row, going flick putt. Is that in?
Yeah.
I think it's in, Brian.
That's
Wow.
4 birdies in a row.
He's back to even.
Give him that gatekeeper rewind. He is playing ultimate.
Oh, what? How do you hit the band on a flick putt and go in? I love that.
He's just slow walking up to the basket. Marweedy is back to even par.
I love when you say Marweedy. We need to...
Thinking about cereal, folks. Your boy's hungry. Marweety. Sorry, Andrew.
I can see it, though.
Okay, hole number 16. This is another fantastic par 3, 357. Uphill, tight gap. You lose all this ground. You have to fade naturally to the left. OB deep, so you can't just blast your drive forwards.
Super unique hole. Haven't played another hole like it. You've also got that fairway on the left, which we're going to see Andrew attempt right here with his forehand.
Wow, that's the purest shot that I've ever seen down that left side. It's very tight.
That's for 5 in a row.
He dropped in the middle. Should be a little putter down to the basket. Yeah. Gorgeous shot from Bell. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Wow, we went to the catch cam at least. Who knows where that's at?
I think I saw him drop like 70 feet before the basket. Nice and soft. He is stoked right
Wow.
now.
He knows what's at stake.
He knows if he can get 1 or 2 more birdies, he has a shot.
Oh, this is where Garrett's over the top shot landed? That's huge. There's not really a line up there.
No.
Just in case anyone was wondering.
No, he had to throw that sideways. Okay, 5 in a row.
In a row without that start.
If we see an eagle and an ace, there may be a shot. Maybe we don't know, and we don't know what the rest of the players are doing at this point. And Matt Bell is 4 under par now, too. They are tied. All right, coming down to the wire. 2 holes left.
Hole 17. It's a par 5, but you see it's only 727. It just takes a couple placement shots to get to the corner. The ideal first shot can be anywhere from right here past this tee pad to all the way up here at this mouth. If you want to press, ideal second shot lands right about here. And then you just have a little straight shot, maybe a little right to left, finishing hyzer, or a little forehand turnover into a pretty unique green basket elevated on this fake rock.
Andrew's looking to put together another birdie. He might have a look at throwing a big turnover flick for the eagle I was talking about. And this is a crucial tee shot for Matt. That hits early.
He didn't miss it by much.
He can still get a birdie. Just needs to put his second shot to the corner. And here's Matt to put some pressure on. Ooh, flipping a bit much. That needs to get backside.
Oh, and it does, Brian.
Oh,
Wow.
It gets way down there.
And he has a great chance to get that second shot to the corner. And I believe that Matty O is a lower seed than Matt Bell. So it's in Bell's interest to beat Matty O to give himself a chance.
Okay. Almost to the corner. He's going to have something. Garrett is straight up bushwhacking at this point. But Matt has a look to get to the corner. This is a tight gap, though. You're seeing it right in front of you. He just bends one nicely around the corner, and that should be a putter up to the basket. This is huge right here. What was he going for?
I've never seen someone try and catch their disc like that. I mean, I know he didn't really try because he could have caught it if he wanted to, but I don't know what his intention was.
Whoa.
But you kind of heard him say something like along the lines of it's over. You know, he knows that he needed a birdie here. Pretty wild.
It's wild to put that much trust in Matty O to get up and down from here. I know it's just a putter away, but you also have 18.
Oh, he left it kind of short, Brian. He's straddling the circle right there.
But that's what I'm talking about. I'm very intrigued at that. Garrett's going to have a little drop in. Here we go, Nate. The biggest putt of his round. He's done it!
Wow. What a putt from Circle's Edge. And he is pumped up. He is at 5 under par. That puts him in the 4th spot.
And just like that, 2-horse race is now down to 1. And you heard Matt just talking about wanting to pick up. I understand that sentiment. It's very frustrating to work all around just to have one hole. All right. We are down to the last hole, hole number 18, 486-foot par 3. Fantastic finishing hole here out at Hornets Nest. Matt Oram, like you said, is in the 4th slot right now to move on. He's checked the scores. I see a mid-range in his hand. Is he laying up here?
Yes.
And he is. That's fading left.
Is that OB right there on the
No,
left?
that's a spectator rope.
Okay.
He's inbounds. He's going to have about 150 feet to the basket. And he should be safe. What a birdie on 17. Gets a nice little drift out of his hand, just a little bit too high, but still puts it on the edge of circle 1. And this is the upshot of the round here. It's looking good.
All right. It's on the wood chips. What a performance by Matty O. It wasn't looking good there for a moment.
No, he had some serious clutch moments. And
definitely came in clutch on this back 9 with birdies on 15 and 17.
And you can tell just by the way he plays disc golf and the things that pump him up, he lives for these moments. He is a sports fan, through and through, and he loves being on the highest stage.
It's definitely he's an
Loves
easy guy
it.
to root for sure, and that's why he's become a fan favorite. I'd really love to see him take down a big event. He can still take this one down, Brian.
He has the opportunity to take down $30,000 and cement himself in disc golf history. Wow. Every round so far has just had me on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I love this format. I can't wait to see tomorrow's action. We are saying goodbye to Matt Bell, Andrew Marweed, and Garrett Gerthy. Congrats to them for making this tour championship. Taking a look at who made it. Drew Gibson, Gannon Burr, Nathan Queen with 7 under pars. Gannon and Nathan both played in the first round as well as this second round.
And now we have the big dogs coming in for the semi-final round. This is going to be exciting disc golf, Nate.
Thanks to Gatekeeper Media for their hard work, quick editing. You can find me on Instagram at Perks of Disc Golf.
And you can find me on Instagram at Brian_Earhart. Make sure to subscribe to the Flight Diary podcast, and we will catch you for round 3. Hello and welcome everybody to the front 9 holes of round number 3 of the 2021 Down East Players Cup presented by Eastern Disc Golf and Disc Box. I'm Brian Earhart, joined here by Holly Finley for the final round. What's up, Holly?
Hello, hello. Thanks so much for tuning in. What a fun weekend this has been so far.
Yeah, we moved back to West Meadowbrook Park. Absolutely beautiful disc golf track here in Greenville, North Carolina. I'm interested to see what happens going into this final round. We have quite the battle looming right now.
Yeah, me and Natalie are tied at 4 over. Deanne is not that far behind, just 4 strokes away, and then Elaine King in 4th place.
What do you think about this track overall, and what kind of strategies do you have to kind of employ here?
It's super fun. However, we're playing the exact same layout as the pro men, so distance is key here. Also, the approach shots are really important. You really need to hit the gaps off the tee and try to get as much distance as you can. Here we are at hole 1, 319 feet. This is a tight hole to start off. You can throw a straight shot and get a putt at it, but really you want something with a baby hyzer finish at the end. Hopefully getting you in the circle, maybe get a bird to start your round off.
And yours truly is teeing off first. Oh, little turn, almost got the flip you were looking for.
Natalie Ryan on the box second. Playing on the Prodigy Street team. And that's looking good.
Yeah, looking really good. That's going to be a park job for a birdie. And Deanne has been hitting some fantastic putts, throwing some great lines. I think she has a shot at making a climb up to the lead as well. Just got to start off with a bang here.
Yeah, Deanne always plays well in a variety of courses. However, she did have a thumb injury this weekend. She told me she was making some taters and accidentally sliced off the tip of her thumb. So here's Elaine King. Oh, and unfortunately, she does hit that skinny tree.
She knew it.
And that needed a little more torque and a little later release point to get that full flex shot. So here she is throwing 3 into the green. Get up there.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Back on track, back in business.
Simple backhand approach. You had mentioned this course is long and approach shots are extremely crucial, especially some of those really elementary up shots. You have to spend a lot of time focusing because if you mess one of those up, someone's going to overtake you.
And Deanne's been having some really good putting the last couple of weeks. Natalie for birdie on hole 1. And what a way to start off the round.
Not too bad.
So now she is 1 in front of me, and I am thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, hoping to carry on your momentum from round number 2, shooting a fantastic round to tie for the lead.
Yeah, I had some great success over at the Farmville course. Ooh, little shorty slamming it in. I'd like to putt softer, but when I try, it doesn't go in the basket.
Got to stick with what's comfortable for you.
Off-season things to work on.
All right, hole number 2, 435. Left gap, right gap. Most players taking the right gap. It's got to be some sort of shot that flips up, rides as straight as possible. OB parking lot or concrete on the left side. OB parking lot on the right side. What are you thinking here? Are you playing this one for the birdie for a long look, or are you throwing the pitch hyzer? I saw players going for both.
Day 1, I tried to do the maximum distance flex and maybe get, a longer putt at it. That didn't work out. So day 3, I'm using wisdom I've acquired over the years. I'm going to take the shorter hyzer approach through the gap and just play it for a 3. And let's be honest, how many putts are we really making at 90 feet?
Not many.
Yeah, so trying to use that wisdom strategy more here lately.
Yeah, Deanne doing the same thing. Just throwing a nice, easy shot out to the left side. And Elaine having some early issues off the tee. Still early in the round. She's got a standstill from still about, I would say, 380.
Puts a good move on it, though. And that needs to hyzer. And that'll be a putt for bogey for Elaine King.
It's almost eerie with the excitement that the Disc Golf Pro Tour brought this year and the amount of fans we had. It's eerie, but also kind of pleasant to have a nice quiet day of disc golf for once.
Right. We did have a couple of fans lingering on the outskirts. It's kind of hard to spectate on this type of course where the tee box is sort of crowded in the woods. But I agree, it had sort of a eerie feeling. Not a scary silence, but a lot different than it has been the last couple of weeks. And this will be Natalie for a birdie attempt.
Wow, nice and flat out of the hand. Drops it next to the basket for a 3.
Elaine King with a very long putt for her bogey save. Yes, and that's what you expect to see from a world champion.
I found out from Elaine herself that she has played in over 560 PDGA events.
Wow.
That is an elite club. That is a true warrior of the sport as you tap in your par. I still can't believe that. I think I've played, I traveled the country professionally for 4 years, and I think I've played maybe 200.
Wow.
It's wild.
Goals.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. One day. All right, we're going to move into hole number 3. What are your thoughts on this one as a backhand dominant player?
I like to use my flippy mid-range, which is an Innova Mako before the 3, and I sort of just aim left at the background trees and let the disc do the work and see if it curls around the corner. My forehand distance maxes out at about 260, so it's a little risky for me to try to push that. I might end up in the corner, and that seems dumb, so better just safe than trying to get that greedy too, from my point of view.
Yeah, there's definitely a strategy to just playing the shot to, 30 feet left of the basket rather than trying to park it. Just give yourself a shot at the birdie.
Deanne throwing a Mako as well, sneaking it around the corner.
So the original Mako is out of production, is that correct?
It is. I tried to get it for my tour series, but they are not making it anymore.
Interesting.
So I had to go for the 3. I tried.
Fantastic disc. And Elaine just playing the easy 3.
Hitting the tower.
Stress-free.
I do love Elaine King's upshots. She's so accurate with them. You can almost guarantee they're going to be within 15 feet. Deanne Carey for the birdie.
Oh, just low.
My face looks like I'm really scared or something, but it's extremely bright outside. And I found my sunglasses mess up my depth perception, so that was timid. I did not give that full commitment. Natalie for bird.
Wow, she
And
grabs another one.
She launches it up there, yeah.
And so I've commentated with 3 different players this week, Nathan Queen for the MPO, Elaine King for FPO, and then you today. Both of them had a different thing to say about the wind on this course. What were your thoughts here?
I expected worse.
Okay.
To be honest, I was pleasantly surprised with what nature gave us. I normally don't enjoy windy rounds. I've been working on that this season, choosing wiser shots in the wind.
Discover Greenville, North Carolina, where we put whole hog Q on the map and inspiration lives on every corner. Unplug for a moment of tranquility or enjoy one of our parks, fields, greenways, or trails. Then recharge with fresh, local flavors, one-of-a-kind art galleries, and toe-tapping music. North Carolina's Emerald City is filled with countless hidden gems. Find yours in Greenville, North Carolina.
All right, hole number 4, 405 feet, tight gap off the tee, maybe 15 feet wide, back out into the field, and then we creep back into the trees with a protected basket. What are your thoughts on this one?
It's a mash, you know. It's hard for us to get there and get a legit putt like inside the circle. So, you know, basically you want to just get through the gap number 1 and try not to fade too far left or right, and that way you can have an approach into the green. Natalie being able to throw about 350 can get significantly more distance than the rest of the cards, so she gets up there.
Yeah, gets caught up in those guardian trees. It's going to have a really long look. Let's see if you can give yourself a shot here. Out the gap with conviction, just overturned. I noticed the first round, the same mistake was made by a few players. Not sure if there's wind swirling out there.
It is very windy. In my bag, I'm stuck between a disc that hyzers too much and then ones that turn over too much. I don't have a good one in the middle right now for this hole. But yeah, I figured just land somewhere in the field and then have a clean approach into the green. Sometimes it's, you know, you try to get greedy and get that 30, 50 extra feet, and you don't really need it. It's not like you're going to get a legitimate putt from 30 extra feet anyways.
Exactly. And another great up shot from you. Should be a tap-in 3 from there.
I found myself bringing back the mid this week. You know, normally the courses we play on tour, as we see Elaine with another amazing upshot. I said earlier, you can just almost count her upshots are going to be within 15.
She sounds like she'd be fun to play catch with.
Right?
Or maybe boring to play catch with. Maybe boring to play catch with.
You never have to move. But yeah, you know, a lot of the courses we play on tour, we throw a drive, we make a putt, or we use our putter for an upshot. And the mid has really been eliminated as far as using it as a mid. I find that you're using the mid off the tee and not as an actual upshot disc anymore. So it was fun using the mid as an upshot disc this week.
That is a good point. You don't really see that too often. They've been really, especially on the Pro Tour, they've been really pushing the players to throw distance driver and try to control it like a mid-range. So we'll see if the variety begins to creep back in the years to come.
Deanne makes a good putt, as does Natalie for her par.
No problem for you as well. Nice steady start.
Yeah, a lot of pars, nothing wrong with that. And the TD of this event said that at this course, shooting par should be somewhere around 1,000 rated. So I thought, you know what, that's a decent goal to have. Here we are, hole 5. There is a Mando, that red arrow you saw on the left. Get you a nice shot as max distance if you can. A little flare skip at the end wouldn't hurt either. Maybe you can sneak up there into circle 2, circle 1, and get yourself a putt. Coming in at 400 feet. This is pushing it for our division this weekend. Natalie puts a move on one.
Oh, wow. Yeah, long look for birdie.
She tells it to get there, and Elaine says, "Oh, honey, you weren't even close." And we all had a good laugh. I couldn't catch my breath.
Can't help but dream.
Elaine's sense of humor really cracks me up.
Sounds like a very chemist thing to
Yeah.
say, very blunt.
And that's one thing I do enjoy about this course. They give you the gaps to hit off the tee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's a gap with shape. You can't necessarily throw it pure hyzer. You can't throw it too straight. This is a nice looking line with that wraith from Deanne. A lot of long looks up to the basket.
Mm-hmm. And Elaine was telling us that this blue disc is the one. So if we ever see her doing something wrong, we should tell her, you probably should have thrown the blue disc.
It's nice of her to trust you with her equipment with her equipment selection.
And just like before, there she is within 5 feet. She is so good at those approach shots.
You see Michael Johansson in the background enjoying himself with a nice Coca-Cola.
Yeah, coming out to spectate the first couple of holes of the women's lead card. Always appreciate the support from the MPO division. And I lofted up there, you know, maybe it goes in, maybe it doesn't.
I mean, with the way you were putting at Farmville, you never know at this point.
You never know what's going to happen. And Natalie for a birdie attempt. Kind of the same thing.
Now, I noticed there was a short pad up in front of the MPO tee pad. Theoretically, if you had to choose, would you put the FPO at that short pad or keep it at the long?
I think I would like a mix on this course. You know, maybe 5 to 7 shorties and the rest the longer pads. That looked like it kind of got hung on Deanne's finger. She normally doesn't go over the top of the basket like that. But as I mentioned, she tried to cut off the tip of her thumb, so she's had that thing bandaged up for a week. And it is on her throwing hand, so that can be a little awkward because the tape is basically covering her entire thumb.
Yeah, and you know, with popping the disc like she does, you never know if you put too much pressure on your thumb, back of your head, you're thinking about it. I've definitely had that happen to me before.
As we all tap in for some pars on hole 5. And moving over to hole 6, I have seen a cat by the tee pad, and maybe we'll get a glimpse of it.
Welcome to the shop.
Hole number 6, 414, flying over the OB right now. Long hole. This is like, again, one of those par 3.5s where you stretch out your distance and then you're left with less than 100 feet to the basket. It's a tough hole to get a 2 on.
It is. It is.
No cat yet. Haven't seen the kitty.
It is a black cat, so it's its moment. You know, it's time. It's Halloween time. It's ready to make its appearance. And Natalie puts a full smush on that, sending it down there. She'll have about a circle 2 look at it. Seeing that road does play OB, you want to make sure you don't push the ceiling on this and hit those leaves and get knocked down.
And that's about as good as it gets. You can just throw either a long putt or lay up under the basket for another 3. Like you said, even par out here is totally fine. There really seems to be only a few holes under 300 feet on this track.
Yeah, it's a long one. Oh, I like the shot shape of this from
Oh,
Deanne.
wow. Long flex shot. Beautiful.
Yeah, she gets down there. Even though Elaine had that straight approach, she did take that outside hyzer, but unfortunately caught a tree.
Uh-oh, long look. It's framed up for you.
You know it. Might as well give it a go.
Oh, my. Oh, just in front of the basket. 6 inches.
I mean, with Natalie sitting basically circle 1.5, I wanted to give it, you know, a legitimate bid.
As did Deanne.
does. Yes. You can hear me yelling at it in the background.
All right, Natalie from about 40 feet for another birdie. Just off the front tray. Would have been a pretty fantastic start, 3 down through 6.
I'm telling you.
And you're playing about as solid as you want to play, just missing a couple long putts.
Yeah, and here's Elaine King to save her par.
What a putt!
Yes!
That's got to feel good.
I love it when you have to do those yoga poses and the putt goes in.
Yeah. All those early mornings in the yoga studio paying off.
You know it.
And another par. And we are moving into some of the harder holes on the course, 7 and 8. This is where it gets a little bit tricky.
Yeah, it gets hairy after hole 6, that's for sure. All right, hole 7. This is a tricky one. All those wooden posts on the right are out of bounds. It goes all the way down the fairway, and then when you pass the fence on the left, that's marked out of bounds as well. So you really have to keep it on this little grass fairway strip. When you get up near the basket, if you hyzer too far left outside of the circle, that's also out of bounds. So this is some very controlled placement shots. Natalie flexing one, and she gets way around the corner, which I haven't seen yet.
That is in a very good position, and I think she has enough space to throw out another hyzer to the basket.
And because there is no wind on this hole today, I decided to throw one of my flippier discs and land in a really nice position.
And Elaine throwing another fantastic shot. Oh, just rolls behind that fence. I say fantastic too soon. She's going to be pinched off.
Oh, that was helpful.
Very helpful. Wow. It's going to be nice. She can either throw the hyzer over the road if she'd like, or just straight at the basket. Oh, sit down.
Oh, and it was so bright out, Elaine couldn't tell if her disc was in or out, and I kept convincing her, it's definitely in, Elaine. I have seen it.
And you're just bashing a hyzer over the OB. No problem. Yeah, this is one of those holes, too, where you want to get close on the second shot because of the fact that there's OB behind the basket, there's OB left of the basket, there's pine straw, making it easier to skip. And that's a great-looking line from Deanne.
Yeah, she puts a full send on that one and makes it really far up there. Natalie's second shot going into the green, and she lands safely. She'll have a putt at it for a birdie 3. So Elaine's flex sidearm got way up there.
Yeah, she has an opportunity to get up and down for a par if she gets a nice flare on this.
And
Yeah.
Once again, she shows us how great she is at those approach shots. I just want to steal that part of her game.
Well, let's see if you do it here. Yeah.
Looks decent.
I think not too bad.
And Deanne's pushed her up so far, to the green that she actually has a jumper at it.
Oh.
That was a legitimate bid.
Right angle, just not enough height to get in, and this is for a birdie for Natalie.
Oh.
That front tray is
that,
just
again,
her worst enemy today.
Yeah, it's a lot of what ifs.
It's a great par from Elaine. And that's the thing about, it seems like playing against Elaine, you can definitely bet on her doing a lot of the simple things correctly.
Yes.
So you can't really ever count her out.
No.
Yeah, 300 plus wins, 560 plus PDGA events. That is that's some serious experience. Oh my goodness. That's a stinger.
It is. That really hurts your feelers because it was a good putt, but I do putt really hard. It is what it is.
Hello Leopard 3 is stable. It's want to go straight all day long. That's why I love it. It feels good in my hand. It's just very comfortable to grip. Just throw, it's gonna fly straight for you. And I love their plastic. It is beautiful. Look at this color. When you have a pretty disc like this, you just want a birdie, right?
Hole number 8, technical par 4, 578, super tight gap. If you hit early, it is tough to save your par. If you get out of the gap, you have to throw it 3 to 350, and then you're going back into the woods, low ceiling gap shot, basket on a nice, flat, sandy surface. It's a tough hole. And wow.
That's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, that's one of the best shots I've seen, and I've commentated all the pro divisions this weekend.
That is looking tasty from Elaine.
Yeah, she wants to give herself the short pad.
I love it. And that's not bad either. She's basically, gone through the majority of the difficult stuff at this point.
And am I seeing Pro Destroyer from you?
It is nice and grippy, but I did not flatten it out enough. I don't need to throw it with hyzer. It hyzers on its own.
It's a very underrepresented plastic of the Destroyer.
It is. I like it because it doesn't have a lot of ground flare skip. That Pro plastic really grips on the grass, even the pine needles. So I'm just trying to punch something, through a hole and get out there, basically. Not much to work with at that point. Deanne sneaking her Valkyrie up. And that's in an okay position for getting up and down.
Oh, little overturned it. Little bit. And we'll see how messy it is back there. You have a shot to get up and down and save that par. Oh, and it just needs to turn a bit more.
It was headwindy, so I thought I'll let this go with a little bit of hyzer angle, but it was a little too much hyzer angle. So Natalie now, this will be her approach into the green, her second shot. Oh no. Oh, that was
wow.
That was beneficial.
Extremely beneficial. She's going to have a putt for birdie from there. Sometimes you just need a little tree love.
And Elaine just a bit off on the angles for her Annies at this point. You know, you got to aim more left so you hit the gap, not throw at the gap. Pro tip. Elaine knows that already, though.
Pro tip not for Elaine.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, long look for the par. Oh my gosh. So close.
Hoping for a floaty throw in.
Yeah, that would be a nice momentum boost going into the 9th hole.
And Elaine just doesn't have much to work with here. It just hits a couple of twigs and vines and doesn't really go anywhere. And you said it before we got here. You know, we're coming up on some of the more difficult holes on the course, and this is absolutely one of those. Natalie putting for bird.
Oh,
wow.
And there it goes, right over the front.
Run it back.
Yeah, give us that run back. She'd been missing front cage on a couple of those long ones and finally made the adjustment. Great trajectory, great putt. Deanne snags the par, and this will be an unfortunate bogey.
So Natalie gets 2 on me on this hole and also 1 from the previous hole. So things are, you know, stretching out a bit here between Natalie and I.
Yeah, it's starting to turn into, at this point, kind of a race for second. Moving into hole number 9. New placement here.
Yeah, this hole is bizarre. I haven't quite mastered it yet. I've decided just to play it for a 3 and not try to get greedy for the 2. There's a lot of different ways you can play this hole. I feel like the wiser approach is to play it short, low, and middle on the left side, and then have a longer approach rather than trying to get greedy and get all the way up for a 2.
Yeah, it seems like one of those holes you need little hyzer flip, and then very, very, very last second it gets a tiny late flip. Very precise shot. And like you said, just throwing straight sometimes is a better option.
And even when you trickle just a little bit off the fairway, that can be such an awkward approach because these, the rough is rough here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of rose bushes and thorns.
And I am just fed up with this hole. I release a giant growl.
Yeah, it's and that tree on that left side really changes the hole quite a bit. If you're going forehand, gonna chop one on some Anheuser.
It's a little low, but it lands in the fairway, so that's decent enough. But at this point, I know I'm going to have yet another bogey. And this is not looking good to keep up with Natalie. And look at this, Elaine King doing yet another incredible approach shot. Save some for the rest of us, Elaine.
So Natalie snuck through a decent ways. That's another really fortunate break. Missing early. But she still has to execute this shot.
Super chop hyzer. Bit of extra power on it, but, you know, it's still a putt. That'll be a tester par save. That could have been better, but, you know, it's up there.
Oh, and
as I mentioned earlier, Deanne wasn't that far off the fairway, but it's still just so thick in the rough that she didn't quite make it out. So now a long putt to save par. Yes!
That was solid.
She has been putting so well the last couple of weeks. It's incredibly fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, she won Carolina Clash. She had a great showing at the Pro Tour Championship.
She made more putts than me at the Clash. And Natalie to save her par. Wow.
Great putt.
Another long one.
And she is feeling good going into the back nine.
Yeah, she's getting it done. A bogey putt for me. Glad I hit the basket on that one.
Yeah, for real. No spit outs on that one either.
Elaine King for her par putt. Nice.
And that's going to be a par, and we will move into the back nine. Natalie Ryan is starting to pull away from the card. There you have it for the front nine. -3 on the front. And we move into the back. We will see what happens here. It's starting to look like a race to the finish for second place. But again, we will catch you for the back nine holes. Anything can still happen out here. Make sure to subscribe to Gatekeeper Media on YouTube, and we will see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Holly Finley.
I'm Brian Earhart. Catch you out there.
What's up, everyone, and welcome to the Round 1 Back 9 coverage here at the 2022 Waco Annual Charity Open. This is the second stop of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We are here at Brazos Park East. My name is Mitch Phillips. Joining me is Hayden Ricard.
Yeah, back 9. I fully expect this to sink some teeth in. It's going to be tough once you get to those 13 through 16.
Yeah, the wind is going to be switching. We're still in the woods right now, but going to be heading out of it once we hit those 13 through 16, like you said. Let's check in with our card. Thomas Gilbert at -5, 6 in a row.
Impressive.
Yeah, James Conrad, Bradley Williams, and Luke Humphreys all at -4.
I'm glad to see Thomas's putt. I really like it. It's a great putt. He's confident in it, and I like seeing the hot start.
Yeah, definitely getting it going early is going to be the key as we go into hole 10, Hayden.
Let's go to hole 10, 591 feet, par 4. This is a difficult one. It is the 7th difficult hole on the course, and you really just want to land up where this drone is, giving you a good position to attack the pin. It's a tough, long par 4. Thomas opting for the distance driver.
Ooh. Just burning over on it. It does cut roll, and it's going to be tough. There's a lot left there. And this drive, I mean, one of the easier drives for when it comes to par 4s here at the Beast.
You have a decent gap. Just got to miss a couple trees.
Yeah, limiting, maybe going to a fairway driver, trying to limit that left to right movement.
Yeah, super beefy finish.
Catches edge and is going to find himself dead center. A good 380 to 450 off the tee. And Luke asked about it during the press conference. No mustache this season.
Yes.
And this needs to get down.
That got a good air bounce, kicked it up high, and that's going to be tough.
Yeah, you saw him checking the wind before
possibly
he threw that
going
shot.
over the top
That's
to
gonna
get
be it.
out to the fairway.
Yeah. Bradley going full driver here.
This one getting pushed up as well, but not as high.
Yeah, he was asking for it to flip, and that's the error there that you're going to find is the second shot's going to get really difficult for a lot of our players, all of them except James.
If that just stood up, that would have been great.
Still in the middle of the fairway, outside circle 2, maybe a look to save the birdie, but should be a pretty simple par there for Gilbert.
Seems like Luke has a gap that he's looking at.
Maybe not as deep as we thought.
But I don't think he's going to be able to get out past that corner.
Yeah, he does have more of the approach speed disc in his hand. Oh, switching back to the fairway. Catching one on the way out, slowing it down, but he'll find himself.
He's center cut of the fairway.
Yeah. Bradley has it from a knee as well.
And that's 3 common shots there that if you're off to that left, that's a tough recovery.
Yeah, and James actually the only person on our card able to stand up and throw his second shot. Going to go to the putter here.
Look, putting it close. No problem.
Yeah, 15 feet left for the birdie here for Conrad on 10. This needs to slow down. Okay, it does. And that wide approach disc that Luke's been throwing there, I mean, he's throwing it backhand, forehand. He has that thing absolutely locked in. As we expected, Thomas with a little bit of a jump putt, but just trying to put it close. Oh, what a great angle control to go jump putt Anheuser, keeping the nose up and almost giving it a run there.
That was close.
Thomas from about 15 to 20 feet here. Keeps the great putting streak going. Yeah, Thomas, a guy who really does have all the skills. One of the most knowledgeable players when it comes to stats. When it comes
so
to
calm.
Oh, the mental game for him is definitely one of his strongest suits. So, getting all those things to come together at the same time, I mean, that can happen.
That's the hard part of it, though.
Of course, yeah.
Pairing it up with everything, and putting it all together is always the hard part.
I mean, so far, through 10, -5,
it's a great
picking
start.
up 6 in a row on that front 9. If he can get that going again, even if he can do that on the front 9 the next 2 rounds, I mean, he's going to put himself in a great position here at this tournament. Bradley gets par as well. So just the one birdie from Conrad, playing the hole really to perfection. The rest of our cards struggling off the tee, but able to save. And Luke for par.
He's happy about that one. I mean, from where he was, I would be too.
No doubt, as we move into hole 11, another one of these sub 300-foot tight wooded par 3s. This one's going to be kind of an interesting landing zone. You want to land short right about here where the drone is, maybe just outside circle, and have it skip up. Forehand is a common play here, or that higher turning backhand mid-range. But ground play, such an important thing.
What's surprising about this hole, as we look at the stats, it was only birdied 27% of the time, and it was parred 63%.
Yeah, it just goes to show how difficult this green can be and how just intentional and precise you have to be where this lands. As Thomas is going to the forehand.
I kind of like this play.
Takes a
Put
lot
himself
of trust.
more of the right side. Skip up that hill.
Yeah, there's that negative
and
skip.
be at level with the basket.
Wind picking up a little bit here.
And Luke may be trying to follow suit.
Yeah, like what you're saying about the forehand, it kind of hits that negative skip and then carries up the hill compared to the backhand. It can sometimes get away from you on that left side.
It gives you more of a, if you can get up that hill, it gives you more of a level look at the basket. This looks really good. If it can beat it.
Oh, totally different line there.
Just asking for it to beat that tree.
And it can't be stressed enough how cold it is out here. You see all of our players taking off that glove every time. I mean, you see the full-on scarf here from Bradley. And, I mean, we're in Texas. Like, we're in Waco, Texas. And it is...
We've seen it before, though.
Yeah, this is... I think this might be the coldest conditions we have had in a Pro Tour event, as this needs to fade back. Oh, and good little kick there to Circle's edge. Yeah, maybe Jonesboro last year.
I know it snowed, right? Yeah. At one event. What a great putt.
So we rewind this jump putt. Luke Humphreys on the pole, outside the circle, uphill. Wow.
If that doesn't show that he's been putting in the work to work on his putting, I don't know what is.
That was an incredible putt. Bradley from a similar distance.
They're standing right next to each other.
Oh,
about
just low.
does it at double.
And James just outside circle as well, but eye level with the basket. And he was just a little bit off on the front nine. He actually found a 3-putt on a very short par 3, and that's going to be in the woods a bit. And the way he comes so low on that putt, going to be pretty obstructed. Good birdie there from Thomas.
Man, that went in there fast.
When that confidence is there, that is on the pole. James having to go to a straddle.
Like you said earlier, this is unlike James to have these missed putts kind of flutter into each other and collect as we keep going into the later holes.
Yeah, and he does putt a very soft plastic, so grip definitely not going to be an issue in the cold, as he does make good for the par save. But
I guess timing is just the biggest thing.
Yeah. He's a world champion. He definitely has some time to correct it as Bradley gets up here to save the par as well.
As we go to hole 12, 609 feet, par 4, and this is a difficult one. Going to want to get around this bend right about where this sandy spot is, maybe push a little bit further with the forehand or turnover backhand, and then push uphill a long ways. It's definitely over 330 plus uphill, and it's a tight gap to get to the green as well.
Thomas going forehand.
Sawed it off just a little too much.
And the wind got under that immediately. Yeah, and the shape of this hole is, forehand does do well here, but it really is more of a flip up, as you can see from Luke. Being on the right side kind of opens up another forehand, but ideally you want to be on the left so you can have more of a straight shot. James going putter, though.
No surprise here, though. It's the unfortunate thing, putting that putter on that angle and hitting that hard compact is going to kick up and roll like it did.
Bradley lining up understable mid-range here.
Ooh, what branch did he hit? Still turns out great, but I think he would have got a lot more distance if he didn't hit that.
Yeah, center cut here, having good footing for your second shot on 12 is something that Thomas is wishing that he had. Still trying to get around the corner. What great touch there. That wasn't even a full throw. That was just
And
a
he can't
wrist.
even see it. It's going to have a straight shot almost to the basket from that.
James with a fairway driver in the hand, able to get a run up. And look at what he's looking at here.
Oh, my gosh.
Left to right, uphill.
Hyzer flip.
Oh, just missing the line out of the hand, asking it to miss it. And we talked about it, as we were going through James's bag. He has such a committed just lineup of fairway drivers that he can work on different angles. And Bradley, one of the same.
That looks fantastic. Scoot on up there.
Inside the circle. What a thing of beauty that line was. Showing off the Texas roots. Gosh, Bradley Williams, what touch.
I did see in a preview of this course where some players chose to do the backhand to a gap and then do the forehand all the way up.
Our players really going to that backhand more, but Luke Humphreys.
Oh, my God.
I mean, he spends a lot of time with Kevin Jones, and whenever Kevin Jones
Crazy
falls down,
lines.
Yeah, crazy lines. When he hits the ground, something amazing happens. Luke Humphreys hitting the ground and
maybe
throwing
catching some of that juju.
Maybe, I guess, but jeez. Like you're saying, though, the forehand, a lot of people are going to that, but I think to make it all the way up onto the screen,
a long forehand. You have
Right.
to have the distance with your forehand to do it, and not a lot of players do.
James, after a brutal kick, gets a nice second kick.
Trying to scramble so he can have a jump putt.
And Thomas trying to turn that forehand,
Dang.
catches the last tree. He's been putting incredibly so far, though. I mean, just inside the circle, about 30 feet left, and James from outside circle 2. Think he got past that tree. And actually, Thomas outside the circle here.
Oof. Give it to him. Good solid commit by Bradley. That was beautifully drawn up.
Yeah, the second shot there, that fairway driver, was just incredible there from Bradley and able to finish it out. I mean, 51% of the field taking bogey or worse.
The fourth hardest hole. And it shows why.
You know, James able to save the bogey. Just a wide array of scores here. And Luke able to spin it in for the birdie as well.
His approach from where he was fantastic.
I mean, if you can stand behind Bradley Williams and watch him throw his approach shot and then go, oh, I could do that, which not many people can. But Luke Humphreys being one of those that has that backhand, just late turning shot in his bag. We move into hole 13, par 4, 555 feet. We are heading into the headwind. We're out of the woods for quite some time here. And this is a difficult one. You're going to see a lot of our players here throw overstable, just try to get through the first couple of trees, fade left, and set up for a really open approach. Coming in middle of the pack for difficulty just because of the wind here. Some players, as Luke goes to the forehand here, just trying to flex something, get all the way down there. Low out of the hand, but
massive skip. He's Gonna be happy with that one that it took off that much distance with that skip.
It hits the ground and he just yells, "It's beef." Bradley, the more common backhand line here.
This looks really good. You just want to set yourself up here. That's what the ideal of laying up here.
Yeah, and in previous years when the wind
spot.
wasn't so brutal, we even saw players go to a backhand roller.
Yes.
Try to hit the ground right on the edge of that hill and curl up. But the out of bounds not coming in too much unless you go really long with the approach or take a mean kick. James getting over on this one perfectly, full flight. Oh. And that was almost moving into circle 2 range if that would have continued.
It was coming close.
Not able to catch edge there. Thomas just short on the hill, but should be a pretty easy approach here for most of our players. Although Luke going to the driver again, forehand, still a lot left, able to cut through the wind.
I was supposed to say with a headwind there, and that just flipped up.
Hit the tree and
wow.
Tough.
I mean, this is full headwind.
Completely. This round was earlier in the day, so the conditions not as bad on this hole, but you can still see.
I mean, look at the flag ripping on top of the basket.
And as the day continued on, I mean, we're probably around noon or so, maybe a little bit later as this is happening. It's such a good forehand to circle's edge there from Thomas. But look at the wind.
Oh.
Pick it up and roll it.
Back outside of circle 1.
Oh my gosh. That's... Wow. Unfortunate. Oh, James catching the last one. Gonna leave him outside circle as well. And with how much wind is on this green, those putts are...
They're gonna get tough.
Luke just putting this close. That'll be a tap-in par for him. Kind of the first errant drives we've seen out of Luke so far. He went going forehand, just a little bit off. And you can see that headwind. Oh.
It's touchy when you have a putt like that from James to get the right angle.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Not able to get the fade on the putt there. Thomas just a little bit off. Really the first putt I feel like we've missed. This right to left is brutal. Yeah, what do you...
His reactions there is exactly what I would do.
Yeah. Just, well, I mean...
Lift up, maybe?
Yeah, that's one of those ones you kind of just put a little bit behind it, hoping the wind is going to pick it up, but James makes
Not
good
too
for the
much.
par. Luke for par here as well, but goodness.
Even these 10-footers are scary.
And you expect this kind of wind when we get to Kansas. You know, like that's known, those kind of Midwest. But here in Waco, this is... It's
hit or
unheard of.
miss. I think it's just wrong timing.
Yeah.
So we go to hole 14, par 3, 303 feet. Pretty simple hole. Just trying to get out the triple Mando and put it close. You got these rocks backdropping it. It can help you if you go a little bit long.
Yeah, just 300 feet. But we are going into this headwind, so a lot of these shots can kind of turn too much and find the out of bounds. Just needs to slow down. Oh! Almost ringing it up as we're going to get a look here at Luke Humphrey's forehand. Hayden, talk us through this.
He's got a long stretch on his last plant foot.
And his right knee almost scraping the ground, keeping it so
Very
low.
interesting form for his forehand.
And it's working.
just needs to drop.
Headwind keeping it up. Yeah.
Inside circle.
This one getting away from James a little bit.
Not too much. Oh, yeah. Was able to jump over the rock.
Yeah, finding that late stability. Thomas going to the forehand here. That was a good tree, but
stays in bounds,
but world. Almost going out of bounds to then cut rolling.
Gosh,
probably over 100 feet backwards and to the right.
That's something you don't expect on a hole this short.
No. But the way the wind is playing, it's still not over yet. You can see his pants ripping in the wind.
Great correction. And this hole, I mean, 23% above par. So it can get difficult if you're not careful.
Yeah, an average just a little bit above par. I mean, coming in as the 6th most difficult hole, which you just don't really expect with, I mean, this stretch of holes that we're in, like this 13 through 16.
The wind.
Oh, 100%. And it is a straight headwind on holes that are open and holes that have a lot of out of bounds, as Thomas makes good for the par. Just the worst stretch of the course that could have this much wind. Bradley taking his time even on this 15-footer.
See a little stutter there. He's like, wait.
Hit
okay,
the chains,
it's good.
But is it going to fall into the basket or is it going to get blown
backwards
30 feet away? And Luke, after a near ace run, having to go rock climbing to hit the birdie here.
No problem for Luke.
7 down. Really, you know, only person on the card here that's really taken advantage on this back 9 so far. I mean, he's 3 down through 5 or through 4 here on the back 9. James as well for the birdie.
The crowd was so spectacular today. Just the energy from you all was just amazing.
I love you, Oregon!
On to hole 15. A new change here. Nothing changed with the distance, with the tee pad, with the basket, but what did change was the par. We are back to a par 3 on a 558-foot hole. Out of bounds left, out of bounds right, and a lot of obstructions through the middle with, at this point, 25 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts. And this needs to come back out of Luke Humphrey's hand. And it did.
Man.
Oh my goodness.
This is a tough hole. I mean, switching
with
up
no
the
wind. This is a tough hole.
Break it. Yeah. Even as a par 4, it was a tough hole.
Yeah.
But now you take it to a par 3 with wind, and it just becomes brutal.
And James
this
getting
looks
all of this.
Really good from James. And that's where you want to lay up just before that fence. Give you a good look at the approach towards the green.
Yeah, make sure your footing doesn't get weird. We've seen players in past years almost have to straddle this kind of area.
Over the fence.
But again, I mean, a hole that there were people getting an eagle on it. It wasn't incredibly common.
No,
but it definitely happened.
You got to have the arm.
What a wind read here. Just
that was great.
Yep.
You got to have the arm to get the eagle, though.
Oh, of course. With this tailwind, though, for sure you're able to go for it.
Oh, no doubt.
You'll see maybe some forehands over the road, but today you're just trying to get in bounds. Walking away with the 3 here, as this is coming in as the hardest hole on the course.
Talk us about how this played, how many points over.
We're looking at a stroke and a half over par.
1% got below par.
We're going to find out if our card has the 1% in them. Going to have to be from a throw-in.
What is that kick off the fence? I think that's the best kick I've seen off that fence.
Oh my gosh. Do you remember back in the day, you had like FIFA Street, NBA Street, and you would like
you can
jump off the walls and
yeah.
stuff? That was on that level of off the great
Look where Luke landed.
He must have fought through the fence.
Something.
Or hit it and dropped down. I mean, still a lot left here. Probably 300 to the pin. Out early.
Needs to get
Hits
down.
the fence again, I believe.
Good. Yeah, you can hear Luke there saying, I'm going to take a 4.
Great shot there from Bradley, fighting through the wind, putting himself to just at circle's edge. Thomas having to step out.
Wow. I was impressed it went under that tree right in front of him.
James getting far enough down the fairway, able to go to this overstable approach disc. And you can see after the disc hitting the ground, it coming backwards due to how much wind we're facing here.
No questions with that putt. Oh, Thomas. He knows it.
Similar distance here for Bradley. Just low as well. I mean, how much headwind did he have here?
Fist bump.
Yeah. Complete opposite wind here for James.
Oh.
And just a little bit off in the frustration. A rare thing out of Conrad, but calming back down. Making the putt there for the bogey. Hayden, 83% of our field over par on this hole. And how many double bogeys, triple bogey percentage are we looking at?
Double bogeys, we're looking at 34%.
So over a third of the field took
and then
double bogey.
Triple bogey, you're looking at 18%, almost 20% of the field.
My goodness. Take us into hole 16.
So we go to hole 16, 609 feet, par 4, open, big shot here. Wind's going to come into play, just trying to get into a safe spot to lay up and then approach the basket. This is a full commit with a big driver. Trying to take off as much distance as they can, but knowing that they have time to work towards the basket.
The headwind continues with the direction that we're going towards. So going to be some overstable discs out of the hand here. James with a huge run up.
A little bit too much turn. It's going to burn into the grass.
And there's a lot left there. I mean, that hit early. You're probably looking at a good 350 plus left.
Oh.
And that goes to show the wind that we're dealing with here. That is an incredibly overstable driver out of the hand from Bradley.
They got pushed.
Not incredibly, but I mean, it's
they got
one of the
down.
most overstable drivers in his bag.
Good Lord.
See the guy in the background with the
tying up his hoodie.
Yeah. Kid in a blanket, trying to fight through the wind. Thomas.
You see the resistance that it had on his follow through?
This is a great shot. Expecting the disc to turn, so using that left to right movement. Great shot there from Thomas. Needs to turn. Oh.
It's the dead tree.
If that tree would have been broken a foot lower, Bradley Williams is inside the circle, but gonna have to settle for the par. James from a similar distance.
And James just ended up a little bit short. Height there was key, getting through those trees right there.
Slipping on his disc there, maybe pulling a little bit over on it.
But no problem at all getting there.
Absolutely perfect. Luke Humphreys has got a great round going here. 6 down. Looking to make it 7.
Oh,
look at the wind. Slows down in perfect timing.
Dang.
I mean, you can't predict what's going to happen here. I mean, you're throwing overstable disc, trying
You're
to
just
hope.
hoping to match it, and
yeah.
Okay, just be nice today.
It's not going to be nice today. It's just how much going to have here. Is it Bradley's going low ceiling, skip shot.
The touch to know how much to give.
To even go for that shot with the OB behind and the headwind, the chance that could stand up. I mean, goodness. James holding on maybe a little bit too long.
I'm surprised he didn't jump putt from that range.
I guess with the wind, knowing that he was going to have to put it pretty high up. And again, just
it's uncharacteristic.
It really is
from James. I think he's just got to find his rhythm. He's off today. Maybe tomorrow brings a better James putting.
Yeah, and tonight, is bringing a lot of putting around the practice basket for Conrad. But at the same time, the conditions are insane, and maybe taking a rest.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe that's just playing into his mental of putting.
Thomas Gilbert definitely has had a great showing with the putter today.
He has.
Getting the birdie here, taking him to -4, bringing him back into the top 10 through 16. Luke Humphreys as well. Finds the birdie. And Bradley, as he's putting, leaning over, you see his jacket fill up with air there coming through. Unfortunate bogey there for James. Again, just that putter a little bit off as we move into an incredibly difficult hole, especially with this wind. Hole 17, par 4, 610 feet. You're going to throw overstable disc out to the left or maybe on a forehand, and then you have one of the most iconic holes in Texas.
No doubt.
This green, if you don't get far enough down the fairway, you're going to be approaching this blind with the water. So many things can go wrong. Big numbers here. If you can climb the hill and have a look down at it. Luke does just that, but
it's still a tough approach to that green. It's so hard. This came out to the 5th difficult hole this round.
Thomas taking it incredibly wide here.
Maybe going for
hitting the covering, ramping off of it, and that's a great spot to be.
I mean, it's gonna be a long look, but you're gonna have an option to go forehand or backhand.
And Bradley going backhand mid-range here off the tee, just putting himself in a good position.
I like this play.
Sliding it up. Wow. After 2 of our players go overstable fairway driver or driver forehand, we see Bradley and James disc down to mid-ranges.
Tit for tat.
Yeah. They hit each other's discs there. That's just, 2 of the best backhand mid-range throwers there. And this needs to come back. Going to be out of bounds here for Gilbert. And he'll be just outside the circle. Kind of a tailwind here. So maybe par still on the table. But forehand really the only way to approach this.
It's pretty sketchy.
Bradley as well.
Oh, what is
that wind's just taking a
negative
skip.
skip? It's unfortunate.
James with a putter in hand. After watching all the other players' forehands not work out, James says, I don't need a forehand. I'm going to put it 20 feet away. What just the confidence you have to approach
In that
that.
disc, yes.
James Conrad has it. So we finally get to Luke Humphrey's drive.
Oh, no. Okay, well, he got through somehow.
And I stand corrected. The spot that Thomas has come to is a lot further out than I thought.
Well, he never crossed back in. So.
True.
Oh, do it.
Oh. We did see, I mean, to come back and really put the pressure on to seal the win was the putt from Nico.
Yes.
With an overstable mid-range.
That
last year
was a highlight.
One of the highlights of the entire tour last year on here on 17. So, Bradley here to save just high.
Over the shoulders, fine, PJ.
And the difficulty of this approach as James is lining up the putt here, only 20% of the field. So a fifth of our players here and the 120 people at Waco were able to make it into Circle 1.
Ooh, and James sneaks ones over the bands there.
I mean, that just shows the difficulty of this approach.
Oh, man.
On a par 4 to only
and
have
James
20%.
needed that.
Oh, yeah. 100% he did, but to get...
A little bit of confidence boost going into 18.
Exactly. And going into tomorrow.
Yes.
I mean, you can see going birdie, bogey, bogey, birdie. I mean, going even these past couple holes is James, and really staying even this entire back nine as Bradley drops a bogey as well.
Let's go into the final hole, hole 18, 468, iconic over the water shot. We've seen some crazy throws for this one. As this one gets textbook, I mean, it's distance, but you need to lay it up in that certain area where you can skip up and just be next to the basket.
Yeah, and with the wind, we've even seen people go out of bounds right.
Yes, we have. In practice rounds, we saw a couple people throw putters.
Yeah, Simon Lizotte.
But that was just that was not a lot of wind.
Right. Most of our players are going to go over stable driver here.
This needs to get down.
No, it needs to go further.
Oh.
Yeah,
hit inbound, so he's good to touch from the other side.
Just outside the circle to save the par.
You really got to go wide if you're going with a stable disc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if you want to play
this
for par
looks
here,
really good.
You can go so far out wide, but no need to play for par when you put it inside the circle.
I feel like this plays further than 468.
I mean, the most open hole on the course. No trees in the way.
And it's carrying all over water.
Yeah, I mean, it's 450 feet over water. A little bit less if you go directly at it. This needs to flip up.
It just needs to get down.
Oh, and it makes it across.
So we go to Thomas's form here. Big step in between. Look at that reach back.
And the interesting thing with his form, he has a very long distance on the tee pad.
Yes.
But his second step, that X step, is actually
so
quite
tight.
small.
It's so tight.
Getting those
The
hips
gap
in the
between
right
there.
spot, getting those feet out in front, and being able to just pull right over the knee, using every bit of his power. But yeah, very unique to see a small second step there. Bradley more of an understable disc. Dropping.
Oh, man. This is parked.
He's done it all around. The wind reads from Bradley have been impeccable, and that is what a way to put it close on 18.
Sit.
Sit down. No way. That's just wrong.
No.
Low out of the hand, and the wind being here on the edge. I mean,
that's why they put the basket here. Because that can happen.
That's why they shouldn't put the basket there, is what Thomas Gilbert's thinking. Dang.
Yes, of course.
That's so unfortunate. And the wind picking back up. Such a strong right to left.
And this is coming in as the second most difficult hole. 56% was above par. Oh, give it to him.
What a crazy line out of the hand there for James. Taking an overstable approach disc to putt that with the wind.
Nice, Thomas.
There you go. Able to card the bogey.
A tough couple holes here for Gilbert to close out the round. To go 6 in a row.
I think it's just some unforced errors that happen.
But Luke to capitalize on a great round.
Yeah, if he makes this, it'll put him at 8 under.
And he does.
Wow.
Ties
Good
him
round.
for the lead.
Good round today. And this is what I wanted to see out of him coming into this tournament, is that consistency from LVC.
Yeah, the
and carry it
momentum
over.
he took over.
Mm-hmm. And he's also coming off a win.
Mm-hmm. It was a B tier
It was
here
a B
in
tier
Texas.
here in Texas.
Yeah.
Which is good. Gives you some confidence going in.
Let's not skip over Bradley Williams' absolute park job, though.
That was
to finish it off,
fantastic.
taking him to -4. So we check in with our cards leaderboard after round 1. Luke Humphreys, -8, tied for first.
One bogey on the back 9.
Incredible. Couple of bogeys here, even doubles for the rest of our card. Kind of just a little bit off pace on the back 9, but with the wind, let's check in with our overall leaderboard. Paul Macbeth.
A 3-way tie for first.
Yep, and close behind Andrew Fish, a native up into the Northeast.
Yes.
Excited to see him on tour a good amount this year. But our card tomorrow, we're going to have some new faces.
Yes, we are. It's going to be exciting. And round 1's done. Hopefully we get some better weather tomorrow. We'll find out.
Yeah, we're definitely going to find out, but be sure to like and subscribe here at Gatekeeper Media. It's been a joy to be here in Waco. Not what we expected when you're coming to Texas.
No, not
But
at all.
Yeah, our players able to battle it well. Shout out to Luke making it on the lead card tomorrow. But my name has been Mitch Phillips.
And I've been Hayden Ricard.
And we will see you for round 2 here so soon in Waco for the Waco Annual Charity Open.
And welcome back to the 2023 PDGA Champions Cup. This is the MPO Chase card, round 2, back 9. And I'm Andrew Fish, joined here by Nathan Queen.
Here we are at beautiful Wildwood Park. W.R. Jackson course today. There's 2 other beautiful courses here that implement the lake out here a little bit more. J. Strom Thurmond Lake.
Well, it depends on which side you're on. That's what they call it in South Carolina. In Georgia, they call it Clark's Hill Lake. This was actually litigated in the 1980s. You see a couple of 5 downs, a 4 down, and a 2 down through the front 9 on our card. And that is keeping Dickerson and McMahon and others in contention through 9 holes of this second round, huh?
Yeah, so many trees out here that 4 strokes can happen very quickly. One of those holes that you could have a 2-stroke swing on if somebody has a bad hole is hole 10, 606 feet. Did play as the easiest hole on the course today. Those 3 trees that you saw on the flyover in the middle are going to be the main obstacle here off of the tee. Once you get past those trees, you don't want to push too far right. You do want to fade back left just a bit.
And those are really good guideposts to aim at and then have your disc braking. You see Joona Heinonen throws it about 380 feet, and it dumps back to 370 or so.
Yeah, he's going to be in a great spot there. Lost a little bit of distance, but shouldn't cause him much trouble.
Eagle to a mid-range. I think this is kind of just preventing him from being able to push to that back wall. Still in a fine spot. Chris has been known to be aggressive. I think I heard tell of him getting towards circle 2 last year at one point.
Yeah, if you go big, understable distance driver here and try to get some float back, he gets rooted.
Nathan, I wanted to see that sucker go.
Yeah, I think that was going to be on the way to that close to circle 2 you were talking about. Still going to be in a great position for the birdie.
You see the more conservative approach out of Ford, just kind of picking the course apart, mid-range there.
And Eagle over here did get up into the woods on the left side. Going to have some scramble work to do.
Uses the right side, a little bit of flip up, and wow, a straight skip to go past the basket.
Are you kidding
Left
me?
side inside the circle.
He was standing like backwards and sideways.
Yeah, right foot green. Ford, I think this is a bullet.
Just misses that tree in the middle of the fairway. Slides on up there nicely into circle 1.
A lot of the gaps in this hole are pretty awkwardly spaced, which means going far off the tee is often very beneficial.
Yeah, it opens up those angles a lot as you see Yuna able to hit one of those lines very nicely. So we see it bounce up and hit the koozie there.
Just not quite enough glide there. Maybe if he goes driver, he gets the skip all the way up into the cage.
And Chris, so close to the pin with just a standstill. Gonna toss it up there. Also inside circle 1. All 4 players here. Inside 26, 27 feet.
And Eagle not able to reset. That's kind of a focus error.
This is a very busy spot on the course. You can see hole 2. Hole 2's basket was there in the background of his putt. Hole 3 and hole 11's tee are all around here. But you've got to be able to maintain that focus.
Yeah, I like to conceptualize that there's focus errors and there's execution errors. And we can survive execution errors, but focus errors you just can never make up for.
I agree. It does seem to feel that way.
And as you might expect, we're going to see 3 birdies on this card, including Yuna able to use his upshot disc as his putter. Nicely done. Hole 11, 420 feet, a big right turning shot. This one definitely has some rough. I expect we're going to see fairway drivers, understable or forced over a little bit. And this had a little bit of a headwind to the shot. It kind of helps keep the disc over once it's there.
And using the whole left side of that fairway, which is what you're supposed to do, drifts it over nicely. Going to put it inside circle 1, looking for his 4th birdie in a row now.
Evaheto. Dickerson to the Undertaker. And this looks like it's going to be a little right short, but also inside the circle, I think.
Yeah, fantastic shot. Caught a little bit of drop you saw once it turned over all the way. Dropped down and kind of shortened its flight just a little bit.
Believe this is another alpha, kind of seeing that same wind bounce that Dickerson had gotten. And we've got a trend here. Is Eagle going to finish long right of the basket? Oh boy, this is turned over a little early, huh?
Yeah, a little early. A little bit too much height, I believe, also, for how early he was anyway. And still going to have to turn the corner here. Gets it to flatten out nicely and almost able to ring it up for the birdie anyway.
Mm-hmm. Good scramble. We'll see if his putter can come alive again after the miscue on hole 10.
And there it is. Another turkey on the card. Looking to add 4 back to back to back to back.
Mm-hmm. And I tell you what, like, you can, if you get hot in the middle of this course, it's pretty easy to stay hot. A lot of these par 4s, the par 5 that's coming up on hole 12, are very gettable. So if you've gotten yourself good and warmed up and confident in your throwing, like, there's a lot to be gained in this middle section of the course. And once again, 3 birdies on the card.
And that hole is not quite that easy. They played that very well. That does move us to hole 12. Played as the easiest hole on the course yesterday. Second easiest today, playing at a 4.54, 990-foot par 5. You got 2 options for the second part of the fairway. Ideally, you'd like to get your shot far enough where you can go down the left side. Those are going to be your eagle opportunities. But taking that right side is going to set you up for the easy birdie.
Yona going to take the right fairway and flip up down the entire left side of it. And this is gorgeous. That he just takes a T-bird and makes it fly like a distance driver.
Such a great shot. I'm not sure he's quite far enough to be lined up straight down that left side, but going to be in a good spot to go down that right fairway either way.
Chris pulls this over a little more than he would like. If it fades, it's going to be fine, but does appear to have gotten caught. Birdie not out of the question, but will require a little extra work. Ford kind of follows Dickerson, but with more stability on the finish. Pushes around the cluster.
Oh, and
does leak into the middle island.
Yeah, just pushes over to that other cluster over on the left side. Gonna end up most likely having to throw a standstill of some sort from there.
And Eagle with the late flip up.
Wow.
With the finish on it. He'll be up by Yona. Chris having to throw a pretty slow disc here. Just playing position golf. We'll try to throw maybe 400 feet or so down that left side.
So doesn't have to go standstill. Able to get a little bit of a run up from Mason, but catches something and kicks down to the right. It's going to put him out of position. What's Eagle got here? Lining up. Oh, they are looking straight down that.
Eagle with the mid-range. Heiser release. Flips up to flat, still high.
Wow.
Hugging the right side.
Wow.
And long.
Here we are.
Nathan, there was the legend of Will Schustrick getting an eagle on this hole 15 years ago, just about. And it seems like folks are figuring out how to do it now.
And Yuna trying to do the same thing. Looks like he caught the tree with that blue strap around it. That is 150 feet from the pin. But Eagle McMahon sitting up there 12 feet long for pretty much a drop-in eagle.
Yeah, that's the way to gain a couple strokes at a time. Dickerson likely to have to take a par. And Ford going to use the right side fairway for his third shot. Flat release, drifting to the left side, and a little bit of tree help into the ditch, and 25 feet or so.
Yeah, he'll take that. Chris going to be disappointed with this par effort here. Put himself in a good spot to hit that fairway and just kind of pulled his third shot. But nice up and down to get his par there.
Yona with the Anheuser forehand. Nicely done.
We haven't seen many par fives like this year. I feel like most of the par fives we've watched have actually been pretty difficult, and it felt good to get the birdie on. But this is more towards the older style that we saw the last few years, where if you take a 5, it kind of feels bad. You didn't necessarily play the hole bad. It is a par. I do believe this is a true par 5, but it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, completely. And the character of this course is so different from what we've played in Las Vegas, the Texas Swing, Music City Open, where you can have a true par 5 that doesn't require out of bounds.
All right, I'm Chris Dickerson. I just want to shout out Discraft Disc Golf and Grip Equipment.
Other than Eagle, who got the Eagle, Anthony Barella and Brandon Latta also able to Eagle hole 12 today.
That's pretty sick. Hole 13, almost 400 feet, perched on a mound, left to right shot. I expect we're going to see mostly forehands. We may see some late flipping backhands, possibly a roller. But with the proficiency of this entire card at forehand, that's the likely shot.
Yeah, it's such a late turn for the backhand that it's just not one you see many people attempt. It's so easy to get that big kick off to the left.
Unquestionably.
Oh.
Yona is going to line it up with one of his older T-birds, I believe. Gets the height, drifting. I think this is a little early.
It was a little early, but didn't get that big kick. He is going to make it to circle 2.
And Ford going to do the same. This is left. Needs to hurry.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what you have to do. That was just a little bit too far left. But you need it to be that wide, or else that's where you come in a little early. Get those big kicks from the right side. Dickerson going back to that forehand. Looks like a good line here.
It's interesting to see him do the Anheuser release. I don't feel like this fairway lines up to let you do that because of how far you have to get back to the right.
And I do believe that is why he ended up short in circle 2. You can hit the gap with that Anheuser release, but you have to use such a stable disc that you end up fading out in front of the basket rather than being able to push towards it.
And Challenger not quite OS enough. Eagle seems a little jittery here, but no matter. Good high to low putt.
It's kind of a jittery green. You've got those mounds or modules up there, as you see dead center on that putt, where it can get a little quick behind it. Plus, you've kind of got the spectator vendor area back behind there, so a little busy.
And Yona knew it immediately. Just not enough push. Mason, this will be for his 3rd. And
what a make.
Very soft left side catch. That keeps him at 8 down through 13 holes.
You see that little smirk he had walking off of there?
He knows he got away with something there. So Eagle going to card the lone birdie and take us on to hole 14, Nathan.
Yeah, a brand new tee pad this year, which alleviates a couple of problems. My main problem with the old tee pad is it was so righty friendly. This one now. No, this is actually a great move. It gets you away from all the spectators and just overall a great change to the course. You've got this very straight tee shot here. Gonna want to make it up to the top of the hill so you can try to navigate your second shot from left to right.
Very key to get through the initial gap. We saw Simon Lizotte struggle with it yesterday. Eagle with the hyzer release pushing to the right, and it's a little more right than you would want. He's going to have to throw a pretty severe angle, but hey, he got there.
Yeah, getting nitpicky with it. He did get out of the gap, but you do want something to fade. Like you said, pretty pinched off over there on the right. I think he's going to have to go backhand turnover to get something to use those angles.
You see Jonas' comfort with throwing fast discs through small gaps. This is so far up there that he is going to have another, I imagine, standstill putter.
Yeah, that's the best drive I've seen so far on this one.
Mason kind of following Eagle over to that right side. Nothing wrong with it. He's just a little ways back.
Yeah, and a little ways back on that right side is actually better, in my opinion, than as far as Eagle is. The angle is not quite as pinched off.
Mm-hmm.
You have a little more room to work with.
Dickerson, little low and left, and I heard one tap. So he's going to have to scramble out of the woods for par. As an East Coast woods golfer, Dickerson, one of the most creative players. Very efficient, but very creative too.
Yeah, and pretty creative there, but still going to be pretty far back. Going to need something pretty amazing to get up and down for that par.
Forward to a fairway driver, slinging it left to right. This is coming in a bit early, but boy, a nice little stop to take him inside circle one.
Yeah, fantastic shot. There's two lines for this second one. Ideally, you'd like to be in a spot you can go around these. You can't quite see him here. There's three trees close to his disc now. He went out around them to the left, which is where you'd like to be able to throw. But there is a small gap inside you can hit, which is where Mason went, able to get up there all the way. Eagle actually is going to go with a forehand here. Trying to hit that inside gap.
But pushing too straight, he's going to find the wall of stuff on the left side.
So easy to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And finally, we are to Yuna. He will go forehand and saws it off.
Yeah, he was also trying to hit that inside gap. Just the angle is so strange. If you get outside of those trees, if you're not moving right immediately, you run into the stuff that Eagle ran into.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the first hole of the round that averaged over par today for the whole field. There are 4 holes. Eagle.
Highlight birdie.
He's 4 down through the last 3 now.
And this is big. Look how high that is. Floaty, slow. That wasn't going to be, more than 10 or 15 past. Very good speed management on that long run.
Absolutely. And very good birdie on that long run also. Able to connect. Chris Dickerson going to try to match. Difficult thing to do. Gives it a good bid. But 4 of the last 5 holes averaged over par today.
Yeah, pretty punishing stretch. Like you get to feeling good about yourself, and all of a sudden, many, many challenging gap shots to work with.
Yeah, Mason Ford able to card the birdie along with the Eagle. He moves now to 9 down on the round.
And Yona for his par. Wasn't that long ago that he was over par for the round. Got on a pretty good run.
A whole card playing well here, still inside the top 20. with Yona making that run back.
And Dickerson going to give one back to the course and field. Takes his time, lines up.
Oh, boy.
And misses the putt, but it goes in, huh?
Hey, buddy. He will take it, as that was already for a bogey.
Hole 15, a par 4 at 714 feet. We're going to see tee shots that move from left to right, hopefully getting over this ditch and potentially cresting towards the top of this hill. From there, you got to pick your poison, pick your gap, and work your way back downhill. Almost all second shots, even third shots coming into this green are blind. So you have to have kind of found your guideposts during your practice round. Eagle, I believe this is a PD. He told me that he was being a little bit more aggressive, throwing that faster disc with a power grip rather than some fan grips today. And it was a good shape, but tags and comes down early.
Just catches one of those trees in the gap that you're trying to hit. But you can't see the gap either.
Yeah, I really like tee shots like this where, you know, you're not squared up with where you're throwing. You have to, like, hold the vision in your head as you're throwing it.
And that was pretty similar, a pretty similar line there. Not quite turned over to the right enough, but a different result. Catches some trees and ends up kicking pretty far to the left.
Yona to a T-bird. This is using all of the ceiling. And that's going to funnel down towards the left side as well, I believe. And this is Predator from Dickerson. You see this, the Anheuser release, slow drift to the right, hits the gap.
That was the best looking line so far. Got it to drift far enough to go to the right. Does fade back out, but kind of no matter where you land, this second shot is kind of poking hope.
Yeah, I concur with that. Eagle, very awkward stance here, going mid-range roller. Falls down.
It might have gone down, yeah.
Yeah, Eagle might have been rolling too. That's a pretty good result, though. He will be able to take a pretty low-stress par if he wants it, or an ambitious birdie run.
Yeah, and low stress par is pretty good on this one. Like I was saying on the last hole, that was the fourth hardest hole. This is the third hardest hole.
And look at this shot from Yona. I know you appreciate a good counterclockwise spin, huh?
So good. I've been trying to make that shot work. I keep landing in the ditch. Getting that flex and uses something stable enough to come back out and gets the skip. That is very well executed. Going to be sitting right at 12 feet.
And Mason also in the ditch, but considerably lower, it seems like, towards that left side. Nearly onto hole 16, I believe.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a bridge there.
Mm-hmm. Dickerson, you see his executed tee shot makes this second a lot simpler, able to go turnover putter. And that's well done. I think getting yourself long into that creek is not a bad result.
Definitely not. That creek only 27 at the lengthiest part of it, maybe.
Which kind of means that, you know, you can throw in there with some speed and you're not going to pop out. I said low stress par if he wants it. Eagle will oblige.
Yeah, very downhill there. Didn't really show it on the camera. So Chris from that 27 area down there.
A little awkward with that back foot up on the bank. And you see not quite able to push through in low. Ford with a good scramble for his par. And Yona from well back looks like he is going to card the lone bird.
Hey guys, my name is Mason Ford. I'm sponsored by Mint Discs, Lucky Ace Discs, and Pound Disc Golf. If you want to follow me on Instagram, my Instagram is Mason Ford 72844. If you want to support my tour, you can go to mintdiscs.com to pick up my signature bullet.
When you first sign up for a PDJ membership, you're given a PDJ number. Your PDJ number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdja.com/join.
After a couple of the harder holes on the course, you get a little bit of a break here at hole 16, 297-foot par 3. Got a gap to hit, but there is some danger with them OB down on the right side. If you miss that gap pretty quickly, you can get OB. Also some OB long and right and left of the pin up here. But mostly we're just going to see some park jobs, I think.
Yeah, this is a pretty routine tee shot. Yona with a rock. Eagle, we saw him do a pretty aggressive force over with a mid yesterday. And once again, using stability to his advantage. And boom.
Touching.
Yeah, bocces Yona a little further.
And just a fantastic angle controlled shot here, using all of the stability of that disc.
It's so cool to have a hole that's under 300 feet that's making players, play that aggressive anhyzer or that light drifting shot, or even, kind of the turnover that Mason's going to go for.
Yeah, under 300 feet, but you're still seeing players throw different types of shots. Able to see very overstable or very understable.
Dickerson, pretty neutral with a buzz. A little bit of anhyzer, but he's going to go 2 nose up and it stalls on him.
Yeah, not going to be happy with that one out in circle 2. And this is where you can get in some danger if he flies past this basket.
Forward with an uphill look. And cannot convert.
Yeah, both of those putts there showing the danger that I was talking about. A little nervous. Not quite able to give that the height. But we are going to have 2 birdies as Yona taps in his for back-to-back on 15-16. And Eagle going to move to 9 down on the round.
Hole 17, once again, one of the 2 hardest holes on the course. A very intimidating gap shot that runs uphill, and then a pretty severe dogleg to the right that tracks downhill. Basket perched on a little bit of a slope, and we did see Gannon Buhr try the right side off the fairway up an old fairway yesterday. So that may be an option. Yona fairway driver. This is well thrown, but a little too far left. This is such a specific tee shot, Nathan.
Yeah, just didn't quite get the flip that he needed from that. It was about to, just not quite early enough there.
Round 1, Eagle kind of pulled this right. This time he almost exactly follows where Yona went.
Yeah, this shot really lines up what we saw Eagle do very well yesterday all day. That extreme hyzer release to a late stand-up and drift. Mason pulled that one a little bit inside. This hole showing you why it's the second hardest so far.
Yeah, it's just so hard to advance very far on this tee shot, and once you're there, it's hard to say what you're going to get.
The shot that Dickerson just threw is incredibly difficult. He didn't throw on a steep hyzer like the rest of the guys did. He actually came out flat with a little bit of a lower release, and the early tree on the left side makes that so difficult.
Good efficient forehand from Ford. That'll leave him in position to throw a putter up to the green, and Heinonen has to go back to that forehand, forces it over up the hill. And yeah.
Using that old fairway, he's going to be up there at the top of the hill.
Dickerson, Undertaker, he's going to try to push a deep gap. Does so nicely, flattens out.
What?
Thank you. And a little skittle down into circle one. For context, folks, Nathan had to look at the ceiling in disbelief for a moment.
I still haven't looked back at the screen yet. That was an incredible shot from Dickerson. You don't see people get a birdie from not up that hill.
Ford, so good at full spin, low speed shots. Good ground play. He will save his par. Heinonen for his third.
Very nice touch.
Eagle with kind of a spinny push. Good scramble on his third. And this is Dickerson for birdie. Would get him to 7 under on the round, 15 overall.
Yeah, and you know he's going to be happy to get that one. He's had a couple of putts just not quite drop for him, or not quite exactly what he wanted. So getting the birdie here on 17, one of the more difficult holes on the day, going to feel good moving into hole 18. Which is our most difficult hole on the day, 734-foot par 4. Another one of the two big changes from previous years. Now we're going to go through this gap over on the left, out into the wide open green grass, which we've just seen so much of so far.
Yeah, wide open field, but bounded by out of bounds. Likely to see players attack up this left side fairway. The right side is more option, but another option, but more conservative. Dickerson well thrown.
And this one playing as the most difficult hole on the course because of the difficulty of getting the birdie.
Yeah, it's just so hard to put yourself in a position where you have level footing, the ability to attack the gap, and kind of know where you're throwing out into that field.
Right, to attack the gap and know where you're throwing is the big 2 points there. You have to get so far up that hill to even be in a position to feel like you can attack.
And Eagle, this is turned over. Oh boy. But
oh my goodness,
comes out looking rosy. What?
Look at that little.
Come on, man. Turns it early, kind of goes through a couple trees, but boy howdy, if
that's where you want to be at to get a birdie.
Yeah,
that's the spot.
Scripted exactly like that. Mason, this is turning early as well.
Oh, be nice.
Does land safe.
You do have to make it all the way across that creek to land and be in bounds. Mason.
Abbreviated little run up, but does push all the way up the hill.
Yeah, hopefully that's not going to pinch him off too much over there. I know there's a bit of room if you get in the trees on the left. So Chris threw a great drive.
Goes Undertaker again, hugging the right side.
Yeah,
and kind of a slow ground play.
I was going to say, I don't know if that great drive is enough to get him an easy birdie look. And you see he's out in circle 2. And it feels weird when you get out here. You've been putting inside of the trees the whole time. You get out here into the open, there's a little bit of wind. It's a little bit hilly. There's some OB everywhere. It's just a way different feel.
Mm-hmm. That orange banded tree at 300 feet. Therefore, Eagle, going steeply uphill, can go mid-range with a couple steps.
Catch some branches and still go long.
Gorgeous.
Incredible shot from Eagle there. He's going to pretty much have a tap-in birdie.
Yeah, and I know we remarked on it. Let's go back to his dirty little smirk after some good fortune off his tee shot. Well earned Eagle. Mason, very underrated scramble for par.
Yeah, very well earned par there. And not going to have to worry about it.
Yona, after kind of an errant forehand on his second, a more controlled forehand on third. He will finish his round at 7 under, 15 overall. Dickerson for bird.
And just a bit short, something we saw a few times from him this round. Eagle McMahon able to birdie 18, just one of 12 today, to move himself to double digits on the round, 10 under par.
And will be in 5th place. We'll see him once again on the Gatekeeper Media Chase card for round 3, moving day.
3 for 3.
Ford also able to do that. He actually drops a spot despite shooting better today than in round 1. The field just kind of got hot.
It's incredible what this field of players out here is doing at the first major of the year, Champions Cup. You see here, Eagle McMahon clean 10 down today, Mason Ford and Cleve 9 down, Una Heinonen shooting a 7 down, and Chris Dickerson just 1 bogey on the day.
And we're halfway home at the Champions Cup. You see 3 double-digit scores on that lead card alone. We're delighted that you joined us on Gatekeeper Media in our chase card coverage. We encourage you to watch other media channels, as there's just so much good golf out there, Nathan.
It's incredible. I love to see all the achievements that the great golfers are making these days. For Andrew Fish, I'm Nathan Queen. We'll see you guys out there.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Back Nine coverage of round 1 of the 2021 Mixed Doubles Pro World Championships in beautiful Ogden, Utah. Presented by Innova Champion Discs. I'm Brian Earhart, joined here yet again by Holly Finley. Holly, the front nine was pretty incredible, to say the least. That was an absolute blast to watch. Jeremy and Paige at 5 down, Calvin and Juliana at 4 down.
What an exhilarating round of disc golf. If you have not yet watched the first 9 holes, stop this, go back and watch that, because you're really missing out. So we're coming back to you here on hole 14, a par 4 in the woods. You're going to mash a drive off the tee, and if you're in a good position, you can throw over this little river and possibly get yourself a birdie 3. If you're out of position, you're going to have to lay up in front of the water and play it from there. That's a little inside, but I mean, it's doable. I think Germ's going to really smash something down there, though.
You wonder if he's going to force the sidearm flex or if he is going to go with the backhand. Sometimes he shies away from the backhand on these types of shots, but we'll see. It looks like he is.
I feel like this is really set up for the backhand.
Yeah, that should work well. Yeah, in front of those grouping of trees on the left side, that's not too bad.
Yeah, he pushed way down there. That's a little high.
But it
worked out.
does work. Calvin
Yeah.
can get aggressive now.
Ooh, I like this.
Oh my gosh, look how fast that came out of his hand. Look at the skip.
Wow, Calvin, I obviously am not watching enough Calvin coverage.
Oh my God.
Germ
Look at
going
this
AVR X3
upshot.
turnover forehand.
That's a circle 2 putt.
Yeah. I'm not sure Paige was expecting a birdie look from there. There
Ooh.
she goes.
That's okay. You know, partner did the work earlier. It's just sometimes for the women to see, oh, this is a creative shot. What the men can do is, you know, in regards to power and distance, it's so impressive.
Yeah, the release speed of Calvin is just unmatched. It feels like just the laser beams. And then, yeah, look at the touch here on the sidearm turnover. That's a birdie, folks.
Wow, nice bid from Jeremy. He's way outside.
This is to keep pace and keep their one-stroke lead.
Get up.
So it looks like we're going to have likely a tie ball game now after a phenomenal couple of shots from Calvin.
Calvin mashed his drive basically all the way in front of the river and then just did a standstill sidearm floaty up shot, and now he's basically got a drop-in putt.
It's way longer than it looks, I promise you.
He made that look too easy, folks. If you've ever played this course, you know this hole is not that easy.
come to hole 15. Initial gap off the tee, this V shape, shooting to a low ceiling, dead straight with some guardian trees in the way. A lot of players are kind of clubbing up to a driver to push it straight enough and far enough to get over this downed log. Juliana actually throws a great shot and gives them a circle 2 look to start. Calvin can get a bit more aggressive now.
Yeah, another tricky thing about this one is the low ceiling. As you can see, Calvin got caught up in it there. Ooh, I wish the camera guy was directly behind the tee pad so you could appreciate how tight this tee shot is.
Yeah, only a few feet wide.
Yeah, looks like Jeremy's thinking up something creative here. Oh, he went through the middle.
And yeah,
Oh my,
wow.
what in the heck, Jeremy? What is this trickery? What is this?
That was some dark magic from Jeremy
Yeah,
Poling. That
I'd
is
say.
park job. Wow. Okay.
Oh man. Let's see if Calvin can get this birdie look in.
And again, this is to keep pace. Jerem just put the pressure on with his drive to take a stroke back.
A little too low. I noticed he was a little low on the other elevated putt too. Look how close this drive is from Jeremy. Wow, what a bird.
Yeah, what a roll off of whatever that must have hit. But that's a huge birdie for them, and not an easy hole to get the birdie on.
No, it certainly
Such
is
a low
not.
ceiling. And we are going to move on to hole number 16.
Oh, I love this hole. So picturesque. It does play as an island off an elevated tee, so after you hike up this hill and run out of breath and start mouth breathing, hurry up, it's your turn to throw. You only have 30 seconds. So hopefully you can get it inside the island. Jeremy taking this sidearm. I think, was he pleased with that or not? Or was he like, oh, I know that's in? He just turned around and walked away instantly. I mean, I don't know if that was the look of confidence or the look of disgust, like he missed through it and then it went in, or he knew it was so good he didn't even need to watch it.
Either way, kudos to you, Jeremy.
Yeah, very cool.
And here's Paige going again with a very tough depth perception shot, just going straight at it with a putter. OB in front and behind. Look at this line.
It's floating nice.
No way.
Ooh!
And you know she was running it for the ace. Absolutely.
If you didn't hear from my previous coverage, Mr. Frizzwiz donated a $500 bounty to this hole. So anyone who gets an ace, $500 for you. It's got a high angle, but it's dropping quickly.
Great shot from Calvin.
Beautiful.
Should be a nice tap in birdie. And now Juliana has the green light. One of the best overall flying disc throwers the world has. She is a world champion in freestyle. She competes in double disc. She is incredible at everything disc sport related. And here comes a hyzer that's got to sit down.
Oh, Skittles right outside the island. But that's okay because Calvin's is right there. This is from the drop zone. It's about 43 feet.
And they took it from the drop zone, which makes me wonder, did they take Germ's? Was that just a practice throw from Germ?
Yes, it was likely just a practice throw because if you aren't familiar with these rules, you can only take one player's drive maximum 2 times in a row. Otherwise, it is a misplay and you get a 2-stroke penalty. So it looked like because they had taken Germ's drive on the previous 2 holes, they were forced to take Paige's, which did go in the water, thus forcing them to the drop zone, taking a bogey 4.
And another stroke swing here. We have Calvin and Juliana taking a birdie as Jeremy taps in the bogue. What a match so far.
Little flip-flop.
Hole number 17, 648 par 4. Over the water, bending right through the gap, hit the landing zone, and then pick your poison. There are a lot of gaps to this basket, but a lot of times your drive is not going to be in the perfect spot. We'll see what kind of turnover Calvin has here. He's going for the middle gap, which spits him to a decent spot. Might be a little protected.
It's about 350 to make it over the water, right where Jeremy is going in. Ooh, on the edge. That was lucky, but it's not in the best position.
Yeah, that sucks, dude.
This is actually the men's tee, the gold layout. The women during the Worlds and the Utah Open play from the blue tee.
Yeah, so kind of a brand new pad that they have to play here. This is probably not one that Paige practices too often, or Juliana.
So the gap on the right is more about 280, and to the left of the bush starts about the 300s, and then it pushes up the further you go down the shoreline. Ooh, that's low. Get going, get going. Oh,
Wow.
that worked out.
And she got an awesome forward skip off that.
I think this hole 17 is such an amazing disc golf hole. That's a pretty good shot. It's about a 50-footer from the corner set of bushes there. Looks like they might be taking Juliana's for a long putt. See if Germ can squeeze one into the green.
Oh boy.
Nope. Oh, woods golf. It's so fun.
I'm so sorry.
Just a foot or two off, and now Germ seems flustered.
Yeah, he's apologized several times in a row for the tee shot and the up shot, so
That's when double starts to go sour, is when you start apologizing.
don't apologize. Oh, that's a little inside, but you know, you can make a putt from over there near the cabin, but it's not easy.
If I'm not feeling the putt, sometimes you gotta get creative.
Now is Germ gonna go with a sidearm here? He might. There's no punishment
Off
for
the
missing
building.
and going long. Yeah, maybe a little roll bounce off the building. And he is. Probably not off the building, but... What?
I did that in practice. I knew he was going to do it. It actually works out quite well if you're in that strange position. Get in there.
Nice try there from Juliana, little flick putt. See if Calvin has the length to get the straddle still.
All arm you need in that sort of setup. Not quite, but that was a good try.
That is a tough birdie to get from that tee pad across the water. It's going to be some pars for our card. And Calvin and Juliana remain one stroke ahead, moving into number 18.
All right, we're playing from the blue tee, which is the women's tee during Worlds. You have to mash one about 300 across the water, set it up to the corner here, which is a Mando. Pitch it into the island sort of green. It's actually a narrow fairway about 33 feet wide. Then you have a circle around the basket about 35 feet. So it's a lot of obstacles to contend with just to get a par here. It's a really good drive from Juliana. That'll be set up in a nice position. See See if Calvin can get one up to the road and maybe get him a chance at a birdie.
One tree he had to miss and just missed it.
The ricochet on that was nasty.
So close. Undertaker again from Page. Dead straight.
Oh, that looks good. Get up there.
Is it OB long?
From the road is definitely a birdie opportunity. You see that string? That's out of bounds. So that's how close she got to pushing it too far.
Where is ideal for us?
Where I just landed is pretty good. Or
if I get past that to the right,
far,
then
you could be some right.
Okay, so I'm
One thing about this, though, is that you cannot see the out of bounds from the tee, which is kind of tricky. I wish there was some orange flags or something there on the background so we could see visually how far we can or cannot push our drive.
Is it like right, left to right?
Little jazz fingers to test the wind. Tickle, tickle.
Did not get on the disc there. Popped it a little nose up, and that is fading out right. They're
Pages.
likely going to take Pages.
Yeah, Pages in a better position. And from this position, ooh, wow, another Champ Love kick off the gate post. Just going to lay it up to the left of this Mando and play it for a par or a throw-in birdie.
Yeah, looks like Calvin put his to a decent spot. This is one, the players are practicing this play. You know, coming down the stretch, if you're in contention for the win, you have to know where to put that second shot. If you want to take a safe 4.
Ooh, going big.
Look at this. No way.
Well, where'd that go? Where did that go?
Bit too long. He might be taking it just long of the basket from about 28 feet, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's a unique strategy. You can just throw it long, mash it out of bounds, and then walk it inside the circle and have yourself a 30-footer. Juliana, what a nice approach that was. See if Calvin can throw it in.
And does not get on that Rhino enough, and that is fading out. Luckily, Juliana threw an absolute dime of a shot. Page going fierce.
Ooh, that was nice.
So they took Page's drive, or Page's second shot. Well, and her drive. Germ going for the throw in, doesn't quite capitalize on it.
As you can see in the background, the tournament director, Jade, and all of the staff and volunteers have done a great job setting up this stage and the bleachers surrounding the final hole. It's going to be a show. I hope you tune in to the World Championships as Paige taps in her par here. You're really going to be impressed with the amount of spectators, just the high level setup that Jade's put together for us. Here we are on hole 1, 315 feet. This is a musket bird and it plays like an island. If you do not make it over the river, you have to proceed across the river to the drop zone. So let's see if they can land in the green and capture another bird.
Look at this line from Juliana. Soft hyzer.
I love it.
Perfect. Pin high. Simple line too. See if Calvin maybe throws something with a little bit more flip on it that pushes a bit straighter. Yeah, look at this. Destabilizing as it's fading.
I love the way the sand grabs the disc though, because there is the river behind the basket.
Page going fierce. Look at this line. Soft landing. Puts hers to edge of circle 1. And this is what I thought Germ was going to go for. This is going to be pretty to watch.
Love Germ's sidearm shots.
Oh, look at this.
Get it in there. Nice.
So touchy. It is. He is head and shoulders above almost anybody on tour when it comes to those high-level finesse sidearms. And look at the putt for birdie.
Solo bird from Germ.
And Juliana also gets her birdie, remain 1 stroke ahead 2, 201 feet. This is the hole where some aces are going to get hit at some point, either this tournament or the World Championships, but there is OB directly behind the basket, and it is a bit of a low ceiling. And Juliana hits the right side bush.
Very thoughtful in the setup of this hole where they have the side hill covered in mulch and they leave the logs at the water's edge. So if you have a mishap, you stick to the mulch, and if it doesn't stick to the mulch, it's caught by the log at the bottom. So Paige throws one up to the octagon there. The ideal shot obviously is inside the octagon, but I feel like if you just make it over the hill, yes, just like that. Just making it over the hill feels like a good shot to me. Woo.
Just in front of the basket for Juliana.
I've done so many putts from right here, and the wind is swirly. You just never know what your putter's going to do. You think you've aimed correctly, next thing you know, it's kiting 30 feet over to the left. Ooh!
Just off the top for Calvin. And that's going to be a 3. I've seen a lot of people have these results on this hole.
Yes.
Just not getting high enough and
Yes.
dropping before the hill, and a 201-foot hole turns into a par pretty quickly.
Exactly. This is the ideal shot you want on this hole, right near the basket. Walk up on hole 2 and get yourself a drop-in birdie.
Women are being featured in the magazine.
The women are out there, the pro women, so then it kind of motivates a lot of us amateurs to like go out there and not be afraid.
I would love to see more tournaments like this in the future for women's disc golf.
I want to see more women filling spots in a tournament than men. That'd be something to brag about.
Disc golf's legit, and we're here to stay, and we're gonna make names for ourselves.
Say yes to disc golf!
Say yes to disc golf. You got it. Hole 3, this is a mash. We're actually playing from the men's tee, which is up top at 516 feet. You can take a high swooping hyzer over the right side and crash into the green, or take the center gap, which is a nice floaty shot all the way into the basket. Oh, looks like a bit of a misfire from Paige.
The crazy thing about this hole that makes it so challenging, you see that tee sign. Every single bit of land before the creek is out of bounds. And it is so far to get across this creek. You have to fully commit to a drive. This is a huge hyzer from Germ.
Oh my gosh, what a great shot. That's probably 28 feet.
You gotta love him showing off the distance after all these years being on tour. And
Look at that. Where is that going?
Okay.
Okay, what solar system is that headed to? Wow, these guys are so impressive with these massive shots.
Calvin circle 2, looking for the birdie after hitting something a little early.
Ooh, he gave it a good run.
And this is, I believe, our final hole of the day, or we have 2 holes left, actually, and they're tied. They're going to take their par, and Germ and Paige have a look to take a stroke.
Nice.
And there it is. There's the birdie through the framed up gap from Paige.
I mean, getting a birdie on a 500-foot hole.
Always feels good.
Ooh, I wouldn't know anything about that.
2 absolutely enormous drives. Germ's getting a little bit cleaner than Calvin's. And Paige hitting a fantastic birdie putt, moving into the final hole. Hole 4, 655, par 4. This hole is nasty. It is moving left right off the tee, but if you try to throw something overstable, you will crash too far to the left. Throw a straight shot that keeps flipping straight as it slowly moves left. High level tee shot. You see Paige pulling out the sole for this right to left moving shot, which to me is a really awesome disc selection. Watch this line. Wow. And she didn't even play the push hyzer. She threw the tight flip up to flat shot, which is a much tighter window than if you did swoop the disc with the shape of the fairway. Fantastic drive from Paige.
The further left you land on this hole, the harder it is to get a 3.
Oh, and look at this line from Juliana.
I mean, that'll be fine.
And now both players who've been throwing huge drives all day have the green light to go down this tunnel. But Calvin's going Champion Rock.
It's a decent setup. Paige is really in the ideal position to push all the way to the green for that birdie 3. That looked a little left, though. Doesn't matter. That's a putt. Wow.
She thinks it's 40 feet, but she'll be surprised to see that it's about 22 feet.
Yeah.
Germ going with a big turnover forehand with an AVR X3. This is going to be pretty to watch. Slow turn. Late. Oh, wow.
Oh my, another fancy magic trick shot from Jeremy Colling. I don't know what he's doing. Maybe it was those little jazz fingers before, but man, I gotta
somebody
take notes.
slow-mo that.
A little bit of a misfire from Juliana, but that's what a partner's for. See if Calvin can get it to the green. This is a good example, as I said earlier, the further left you get, the harder it is to make a birdie 3.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough right to left forehand. He has to throw this steep anhyzer with something overstable, so it's flattening as it's moving left. Yeah, gives him a shot.
Long putt for sure. One time. Ooh.
Just low.
I mean, excuse me, 5 time. See if Calvin can finish it off strong here. Not quite.
Yeah, and I think that was really the difference today. Paige and Germ seemed to hit just a few more long putts than Calvin and Juliana, but man, what a day of disc golf
That was too fun.
we've had so far.
Too fun. I'm going to go back and watch the front half again when I get home because that was so exhilarating. I appreciate everyone tuning in to this incredible round of professional mixed doubles at the World Championships in 2021 at the Fort Disc Golf Course in Ogden, Utah. Take a look at our round 1 leaderboard. Wow, look who's up there. A couple of names you're familiar with and probably a few that you're not. I'm Holly Finley. I want to thank all of our Patreon supporters for tuning in. If you haven't liked, subscribed, or shared this video on YouTube, please do so. Also, go ahead and check out Gatekeeper Media on Instagram and follow them. I'm Holly Finley.
I'm Brian Earhart. We'll see you soon.
G'day and welcome back to Gatekeeper's coverage of the 2023 Vic Open. We're here at Victoria Park in Ballarat, just down in the southeastern area of Australia. This coverage has been brought to you by RAD, Gatekeeper and Disc Golf Justice. I'm Andrew Ferguson and I'm joined with my co-tee off podcast, Paddy Robinson and Tim Bowen. And we're back again for the Gatekeeper commentary for another awesome Aussie major event.
Yeah, round 3, back 9. The front 9 was very hot by Luke Bain there with a 5 down. Austin, not the kind of start he wanted with a +1 there. Still in the mix. Blake Howson with a 13. Myself not playing very well at all on that front 9.
A lot of green on Bainey's card, but the back 9, that's the scoring 9 of this course. So hopefully you boys can clean up a little bit. Moving on, hole 10, 104 metre, par 3, 341 feet. You can go down the right side with the backhand here, or you can take on a delicious flex forehand on the left-hand side. Just want to miss that amateur basket that's covered in a garbage bag there. Gets in the way a little bit. And don't go long because OB's right behind the basket.
Flex forehand line.
Flex forehand all day, Paddy. Beautiful.
And Paddy, you are first on the tee here after your delicious bird on the previous hole, and you're not happy with that one. Oh, no, you are. That looks okay.
No, I held on to that a bit too long, but lucky to get a bit of a flare back and not go OB. So
Any chance of getting out of the cameraman's way, Paddy?
maybe the cameraman needs to stay somewhere else.
I did like your shirt, though. I did like your shirt.
He's squared up for the flex forehand line, that's all. Here we go. Two guys have kept it nice and low. Austin taking on the ceiling, and that's a little skinny.
I do like the fact that he's changed it up, though. He's gone for the for the righty gap instead this round.
Yeah, yesterday going for the turnover shot, which is a lower percentage, I would have thought. Blakey with the Raptor. Coming in a little skinny. Those boys are going to have death putts. This is a range you want to give it a decent bid, but honestly, OB is right there.
Very scary.
Great bid.
That's nice.
He's come up a little short on a few putts, Austin, but he's definitely online. Paddy, just short of the OB, just outside circle. Very safe place to run it from.
Yeah, I want to give this a good run.
Great layup.
It's a great layup, mate.
Yep.
Yeah. It's right in my confidence zone.
Oh, Paddy. Blakey nose down as well.
Just maybe thinking about that OB a little bit.
Yeah, and Lukey Bain with the chance for the birdie. He's got a pretty good angle. Not have to worry about OB there. Beautiful.
Touch
Dead
it,
centre pole.
tailwind. Very nice.
Now, Paddy, he was one of two birdies for the day. Who was the other gentleman? Shout him out.
Yeah, well done, Timmy.
Hey.
Absolute trash, I'm sure.
Mate.
Flex forehand line.
Flex forehand with my shout out to the man himself, Nate Sexton, Excalibur, straight into the C1. Blakey boy, cleaning up the par, moving on.
Hole 11, the tee-off hole. Our sponsored hole, 321 feet, 98 metres, par 3. She's a bit of a belter, this one. You've really got to put something long, but not too long. You've got some OB there to deal with the water, but you want to hook in the last minute here and give yourself a chance at putting, probably just onside the circle's edge there. Beautiful camera angle there from Disc Golf Justice.
Such a scary hole. You really don't want to go early left into the rough, don't want to go long into the water. Doesn't see a lot of birdies this hole. Let's see if the lead car can get it done. Oh, that's a bit skinny from Luke.
Liked it out of the hand, but it takes a big roost just to get round.
Oh,
a
that's
little bit high there
too, Paddy.
Yeah, a bit high.
And you know what that means? Straight into the rough.
Yeah.
The roughs are interesting. It's really difficult to actually go around it once you're in it, so you kind of have to punch your way through it.
This looks nice from Austin.
Yeah, it's good height too. Just enough to.
I think they're all coming
around.
in. They're all coming in a little skinny for my eye. And this is more the common play. Hang it out nice and wide. It's not going to park the hole.
I get nervous with them and skip an OB.
Yep.
I've had that for the last 2 rounds.
Looked like you had a nice window for the flick there, Paddy.
Yeah, if you get through enough, it's...
yeah, you want to get through the first layer, which
Yep.
is exactly what Austin is currently standing in. This is very, very tricky. He's gone the little
done well.
ultimate under the arms, scoop up backhand.
Oof, Bainey with a look.
I don't know if he can putt through this. They look wispy, these branches, but they are made of metal.
Yeah.
And you can see that. Just smacked his disc down.
Still punched through, but...
So great result from Blake. Has he got the chance for the lone birdie? Oh, just over. Great bid. You guys have done well to scramble the par, and unfortunately for Blake, he threw the best shot off the tee, and he's going to get the same score as everybody.
2 shots better this round, Paddy.
Yeah. It's always nice.
Yeah, it's always nice.
Shout out. No.
Blake.
Unfortunately, Blake's dropping one there, hitting the top. Got to give a shout out to absolutely nobody. There were no birdies on hole 11 in round 3, playing very difficult.
We gave away no badges.
That's it.
All right, next up, hole 12, 84 metres, 276 feet, par 3. You can go straight down the middle here as the drone flies with a straight putter or a straight mid. But the more common play is the righty backhand forehand line, getting it out there past those trees, skipping back to the pin and walking away.
This is the way to play the hole, though. Big forehand, skipper in, don't hit that.
Schmacked.
It's kind of be a circle 3 look for birdie for Bainey.
Paddy, B Pro again?
Yeah.
Just cutting some daisies down low, Paddy.
Look at that thing go.
Good skip, though.
They've done a good mow.
Austin as well.
Austin liked my line.
Yeah, look at that.
Yep.
Someone
You're welcome, mate.
Someone does an
You're welcome, Austin.
Someone does an absolute burnout in the back area there.
Oh, the rat.
Oh,
Blakey. Hello. That is high.
Jeez.
Goodness me.
He pulled off the high spike shot yesterday, Blake. He's very lucky his disc came down. If that tree doesn't drop many, it's a catcher's mitt.
Blake
and he's really disappointed.
Yeah.
Bainey a lot closer than I gave him credit. He's got a decent look for the birdie.
I know, a bit too
very,
angled out.
Yeah, not very committed there. Blake wanting to get his par and get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. Austin parked. Paddy even more parked. Well done, boys.
Lovely.
Routine, high-speed forehand skip shot, that one.
Yep.
A lot of birdies on the day. 11 birdies, hole 12. Definitely one you don't want to miss. Hole 13, on the other hand, a little bit more difficult. It is a long tunnel shot, 98 metres, par 3, trees left and right, low ceiling. If you can get your mid down there, you're in good shape. Otherwise, you're throwing like a 7-speed sort of fairway driver, trying not to fade too far once you beat all the trees.
I feel like 98's a little short. I thought it was up at the 100.
Feels a little longer. This one feels like it's just on the edge of my mid-range. I'm kind of opting for the fairway driver. Paddy, that is 2 fairways over, mate.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think normally sits up a bit more and just let it go a bit high, I think.
Austin not happy with that one out of the hand.
Austin doesn't even need to watch it. He knows where that's going. Bainey.
Let's see if Bainey can put one down the middle.
Bainey says, this tunnel is actually quite generous. Even he's taken on the left hand. He's taken on one of the sides. Hitting right, ending up way left. Blake, please, pipe it. Oh, he's gone the buzz.
There we go.
Scooting on up.
Look at that.
Hopefully that's got the distance. May have come up a smidge short, but he probably is tapping that in, I would have thought. Austin accessing the backside of the fairway, Paddy. Stop shaking your head.
Luke just putting that one under the basket. So
it's some commentary gold there.
Paddy, you've got a chance.
Nah, it's a great layup.
That's beautiful layup.
Yeah.
I'm loving these layups.
I thought you landed like way past hole 1, Paddy, but you weren't too bad in the end.
Nah.
It was an absolute lamb shank off the tee, though. Blake,
great birdie.
A bit of green on
your Blake.
Blakey steadying the ship. He's had some shaky putts, so good to get some green. Austin, it's a nice clean up, that. Coming around the backside of the fairway, getting the par. Paddy also dropping in a par, and Bainey will do exactly the same.
6 birdies on the day. Nice.
All right, hole 14, we head back down this group of trees running parallel with hole 13. 74 metres, 243 feet. Nice little shorty here, and this is one that you want to definitely put in the scorecard as a 2.
Ooh, this could be a bit high. Get sneaky. It has. It's down there. Nice.
Fading away a little bit. I always find that it looks like you're like way outside circle 1 and you get up there and it's way closer, putting from the left-hand side there. Just like you'll show us in a minute, Paddy, I'm sure.
Down on the dance floor, mate.
Smooth from Austin. That's got to do a little bit of work to scoot down there, though.
That's the play, though. Keep it nice and low. Slide it up. Bainey. Whoa.
Snuck it down. Lovely.
Flexing something out to get full distance for the 74-metre hole as required. Austin for birdie. Yeah, just been coming out right. I can feel the frustration, Austin. So Blake, still inside the circle. Looks like he might have to hyzer something around the tree. It doesn't have the height, unfortunately.
think that third round moving day is getting to us a bit.
Good comebacker for Austin. This hole, this late in the round, I don't know what it is. It's so short. It's a must get. I never get it, Paddy. Why?
Yeah.
Like, how?
I did notice your name wasn't there, Tim.
Not on the birdie list. Paddy with a chance.
Oh, goodness me. There was a lot of chain there.
Yeah.
Spit out, Paddy.
Yeah.
No, you're not confessing to the bad putt. That was a spit out.
No, it wasn't an amazing putt.
Little right,
Yeah.
little right, maybe.
Moving on, hole 15, 87 metres, par 3 to this raised, elevated basket. Definitely one everyone wants in the MPO wants to get. You want to throw like forehand or backhand, whatever you want. Just get it close and tap it in.
The play is just to really hit the rad placards underneath the basket and just sit for a tap in. Bainey can do it.
Just like that.
Beautiful. Bullseye hit. Blakey with the Raptor. Needs some skip. And it gets it. Oh, look at it right.
Nestled.
Two in the bullseye.
Lovely and nestled in there.
Come on, Paddy. Don't let the card down. Going the Warhorse out wide. That's good shape. Maybe a little short.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, skips up chain high.
Austin, the sole backhand.
Austin, where's your forehand, mate? Who needs it?
Bang.
Oh, look at that.
Go.
3 in the bullseye. Paddy even quite a bit closer than I thought. Looking at the birdie.
No wind.
We're not going to see another spit out, are we, Paddy?
Nope.
Oh, that was a little right side.
That's very similar to the previous hole.
Yeah. A little bit more meat left on the bone here. Oh, right side again, Paddy.
Yeah. Fatigue settling in a bit now.
It is weird playing this hole with no wind. This course is known for ripping winds, and it was just so still for this round.
Bainey, just
putt.
thinking the basket there. That one sat in.
Charging away with it, Bainey. 22 under par. Blake puts in another birdie. That's 2 in the last 3 holes for Blake, moving to 14 down. Austin with the backhand. Birdie. 16 down for Austin. How did Bainey get a 6-stroke lead? Just like that. I feel like...
Just like that, mate. Playing clean.
Paddy. Bit of red on the card, mate. That is not good.
Nah, wanting to go home by this point, I think.
Hole 16, 325 feet, 99 metres. It's a par 3. This one, you're really looking to kind of go inside of that kind of purple tree or a big hyzer around the right-hand side of it. A little bit of OB to deal with there on your left with the water, a bit on the right. But this is one that you are going to definitely enjoy getting.
Purple tree, Fergie. Purple.
Purple, what did I say?
Purple tree.
Purple tree.
It's a red tree.
It's a red tree. Well, it looks good. I mean, am I colourblind?
I mean...
Splitting hairs.
Beautiful red.
Speaking of it. Yeah.
Autumn leaves.
Bainey goes inside that. That's a beautiful line.
Blake's trying to go around it, and it looks like he's gone through it. Not sure where that ended up, but you want to come inside of it. I think that's the play. This is the play. Austin.
Yeah, I like this shot.
Come up short of it. Skip up to the basket.
Slide it up.
Come on, Paddy. Rough couple of holes for yourself. Put this one close. You've gone backdoor. Does it get through?
Inside that?
No.
Straight into it.
Straight into its red.
Straight
goodness.
into that purple tree.
Actually, you got through it. You got a clean look. This would be great to steer the ship. Oh, giving it plenty of height. Too much height. And unfortunately.
Fatigue has settled in.
You can't finish slow on this course. The last 6 holes are must-gets.
That one just not getting the pop out of the hand from Blake there.
Yep. Bainey's just been on fire the entire round. I can't imagine he's missing this one. Absolutely dead centre. He's just a class above right now, Luke Bain. Quite simply uncatchable. Paddy, comebacker. Oh, no, Paddy.
Yeah.
That's 2-3 putts in 2 holes. Very happy. Unhappy, I mean.
Yep.
Very grumpy swimming at the mini. Move on. Austin.
On.
Popping it in. Should I just let you commentate on your own 3 putts, Paddy? Or is it's hurtful to watch it back,
It'd be pretty quiet. It'd be pretty quiet.
Hole 17, 103 metre, par 3. Paddy's going to birdie it, I guarantee you. This is a backhand turnover or a forehand flex. Just don't go long. There is OB long and there is OB on the left-hand side. It's a kind of a tricky shot, actually. You can see a beautiful drone shot showing the OB lines there.
It's actually there's a branch off the tee that's forcing you to throw quite low, which I think while Bainey's going to a bit of a flex forehand sort of line on this, which is not something I practiced, but
it's a good line.
I quite like it.
Yep, good line. Bainey's put a great move on that. Hit the last Guardian tree. It skipped down. It looks like it's parked, but I believe that might be about 6 or 7 metres short.
Austin with a nice little turn over here. That needs to get straight.
Hugging the right side there. Got to give a shout out to MA2 player who aced this hole, Phil Morgan. Flex forehand straight in.
If you don't mind.
Well, there you go. Flex forehand's the line.
Mm-hmm. Come on, Paddy. Let's see some green.
Nah, mate. I'm done. I've 3-putted last 2 holes. What do you think I'm producing?
Oh, Lord.
I'm producing pars today.
Yeah. I think a par would be nice at this point. You're quite short, got a little bit of work left. Put it close means you don't have to putt. That's a good looking shot.
Yep, it's up there.
Austin, very scary place to run a putt from here. He's looking straight at the OB. Well outside circle 1. Ooh. Good bid. Just wrapped up before the OB line there. Yeah, Bainey did look like he was parked, but he's just outside circle even. Doesn't matter though. Straight in.
Elevator. Ding.
He hasn't bogeyed, has he? Just clean round from Bainey.
Yep.
Great.
Yes, huge from Blakey.
He's playing very good after a slow start to this round, Blake.
Austin with a bit of meat on this one. Ooh.
Looks like the headwind got that one. I'm going to call that a good putt from Austin. Just got lifted. Paddy takes the par. Just one putt required on this one. Austin, unfortunately, will take the 4.
Yep.
Hole 18, the final hole on this third round, 604 feet, 184 metres. As Justice flies the drone up above you, we've got a left-hand kind of landing zone, which we've just kind of gone over. There is the option to pump one over the water and try and get yourself in the circle there for an eagle look. And it's definitely a gettable par 4, gettable birdie.
The eagle's there too, and Paddy, I can imagine there's a bit of aggression behind your drive. You're going to go for it.
No, I don't go for this one.
Bainey doesn't need to either. Just playing it nice and safe. Putting it out to the ideal landing zone. He'll have a routine forehand approach. Blake will go for it, surely.
Yes, he will. Oh, he needs a turn.
Looks like a tweener. It's halfway between a run and halfway between the safe zone. Don't know if that's in bounds. Those trees can kick you straight back into the water. I like this, Paddy. Very wise from you. A lot of players after that slow start in the last few holes would just go, stuff it, I'm going for it. And there's a lone sort of woof in your fairway there. Austin's gone for it. This is exactly what I mean. Just bogey in the 17th. Looks like it had plenty of distance, but didn't come back in bounds. And you can see he's had to trawl all the way back, losing stroke and distance. But he's done well on the second attempt. Cleared the green.
I actually haven't practiced that line at all.
It's funny, I think the tee sign makes you think it's longer than it is. Probably 130, 140 metres, so it's definitely there.
Putting that one underneath the basket, he's going to finish the round off as strong as he started.
It's such a low percentage. I really take the safe option and just lock in the birdie on this hole. Because look, Blake, he's very, very pinched off here. I don't know if he actually made up his mind to run it off the tee or not.
Okay, was that long?
That actually looked okay. Looks like it fought through.
It's big for par safe.
Austin for the par safe. Yeah. Unfortunately, we'll be taking the bogey with that OB stroke. Paddy, surely. Good boy.
Finish with a bird. Disappointing, though.
Looks like you've changed to a spin putt at this point in the round. Blakey takes the birdie. That was good after a ordinary drive. And Bainey, to cap off what is an absolute firing round, moving to 25 down and an outright leader by many, many strokes.
11 under par. Goodness me.
Huge round.
So that's it, ladies and gentlemen, of round 3. We've got Luke Bain from Queensland, 25 under. We've got Blake, who's jumped up a couple of spots, 16 under par. And it's definitely shaping up to be a very interesting final round.
And I've managed to sneak on to tied 4th. There you see me there at 14 down. Very rapt to land on Gatekeeper's coverage for the 4th round. Big thanks to Gatekeeper Rad and Disc Golf Justice for putting all of this together. It's awesome to see some Australian disc golf and put it out there to the world. Thanks, Paddy and Fergie. Together, we are the Tee Off Podcast. We'll be back for round 4.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the RPM Open 2023. Here we are with Thomas Gilbert and Eric Oakley. We have the back 9 for you guys. Front 9 was very exciting. Got to see a glimpse of this course. Looks very difficult. Thanks for the Patreons for supporting this coverage and all the sponsors here. Awesome to see the support for this event, and very excited to watch some more action here on the back.
Absolutely. Swedish Disc Golf Pro Tour doing great things. This is the 3rd stop. Just looks insane. And Elvis, Morton, Hjalte, and Paul battling this course, just trying to get through it. It's definitely one you've got to be hitting your fairways. So see how this back 9 plays. We've seen lots of elevation, just really cool, beautiful views. So yeah, Norway is pretty dope. Even though it's a Swedish Pro Tour, it is in Norway.
And here we are on hole number 10. Nice shorter hole here. We got 98 meters, 321 feet. Looks like a shot that you really have to shape through this wooded gap.
Looks like you got through. Not too bad. I feel like there's even potentially even some over the top stuff. There's a lot of shots to be had here, but I wonder if these creeks are playing OB, but it's hard to see.
Ooh, this looks like a nice angle. It's going to flex out in time. Oh, yeah. Unwinding.
Morton. Yes.
Ooh. Just outside the bullseye, and that is a fantastic shot.
There's a joke there. The right amount of energy, because there's an energy drink sitting on the ground. I know. These are the types of shots where I feel like we've seen a lot of courses these days have a similar line. That just got wrecked. That looked like a good shape. With random OBs on the lefts and rights or long, so it's already a difficult shot to hit the gap where you see that. But this looks like it's playing pretty fair, and the difficulty is in the shot shape itself. Par is good. Elvis, after getting through a little bit, does he?
Oh, wow! That'd have been sweet. Just those few guardian trees left by the basket, definitely doing their thing, blocking that shot.
A little mozzarella stick-esque.
Yeah.
Pull it in, baby.
Woo. Man, super glad that he was able to cash in that birdie after such a nice drive. Definitely had to work for it, though, and get a little bit of love there from the basket. Yeah. Always good.
Let us know in the comments down below, what do you think about obstacles being that close to baskets? We'd love to hear it and love to see. I personally am not a fan, but I'd love to hear more what you all think. Hole 11, 393 feet, 120 meters. Looks like we're looking like a nice kind of Stahl Heiser type of shot. Over the top of stuff. Maybe you can punch one through. See how these players play it.
This back 9 definitely looking a little more scoreable to start with these 2 par 3s in a row. Definitely more executable shots for these guys to throw.
Yeah, Morton looked like he was trying to go straight at it, just leaked it a little left. This is just a power hyzer from Elvis. Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Just catching that tree. Need to push it just a touch longer.
Oh, what's up, Calvin? Smooth. Just break out of it.
Come on, swing over.
It should be okay.
Yeah, hopefully not too
buried
in those bushes. Hjalte's got all the power, and I know he loves throwing that hyzer, so we'll see how. Oh, yeah. It goes high and wide. Turning the camera all the way around. Oh, my.
That's a great shot from Hjalte.
Oof. really having a scramble here, but looks like he has a pretty successful throw from his position.
Great approach from Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Morton, I think that left side seemed very, very guarded. So definitely on this one, it's like the play to play the right side, and this is what you end up with. You saw where Paul and Elvis have hit down to. It's like it seems like you can see the target, and that helps the game be a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm.
Good line there from Elvis. Morton for bogey here. Great line. Don't do it.
Just sit. All right, curls up.
Something you see with a lot of these up-and-coming European players is some of them have come over for certain events. Great birdie from Pialta. And their skill sets are very good. They're very, very good. And
very talented throwers of the disc.
You just need, I feel like they need a little bit of, if they want to compete at the high levels, they need to keep going to these big events. They need to come over to the States, give it a go, and find ways to improve, because it's really great to see disc golf growing in this way, that players are only getting better, and they're only getting better all over the world. So
absolutely, yeah. I think that's a huge step for these international players, is to take that step, come over to the States and give it a try, because this is the cream of the crop competition, and really it's exciting to test your skills against the big dogs.
Absolutely. So old 12.
Yeah, we got a 231 meter par 4, 700 feet. Yeah, big shot off the tee, it looks like, up this hill. Pialta doing a nice job flexing it up this hillside. Looks like it's going to bite off plenty of distance.
Right in the fairway. Just give him some decent footing. He's going to be stoked on that one, I think. Dang. It's a little low.
Mm-hmm.
Paul tracking the same way Elvis was. Hopefully that one pushed a little clean.
Yep.
I mean, being only 757 feet, par is definitely still in play, but birdie might be a tough ask.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely looks like this lineup here, coming up high left and dragging it to the right, is the way to get to that gap and really progress far down the fairway.
Often find myself just asking the disc golf gods to be like, just give me a stance, give me a line, give me something, as much like whenever you don't hit the line that you feel like you should.
Exactly. Even just being within 1 or 2 meters of a tree can be the huge. Oh,
that was so sick from Elvis.
Gosh.
Wow.
Boy, get it. Wow.
That was a sky flex shot, holding turnover that just almost found itself way in. And Elvis has a drop-in birdie here after, I mean, not his best tee shot, but man, that shows, like we were just talking about, having a lie allowed for him to be aggressive, because he knew the distance was in there. Great shot from Paul. He's got himself a putt for par. This is primo.
Yeah, being able to throw that big spike highs on the second shot.
We love to see it. Great shot, Pialta.
Man, that was exciting, Eric.
That was so cool.
Oh, and that's exciting too. Holy crap.
Hole 12, best hole.
Man, these guys are killing it on this one. Love to see it. Big putts, near throw-ins. Oh, I love to watch this type of disc golf, man. Oh,
2 circle 2 putts. We got Pialta walking up for a birdie. This is definitely one of the few holes that is playing under par for our card.
Mm-hmm.
Buckets.
Yeah, nice putt too. Wow.
I do think that these players made it look a lot easier than the hole maybe plays.
Absolutely.
But you love to see it, and just...
RPM and Heatland, big sponsors of the Swedish Pro Tour. Love to see it. Awesome people. So check them out. They're doing great things. Another par 4, 613. Got to beat these roads. Find yourself inbounds and then have a tight and guarded green. I'm pretty sure there are many putts that can be inside the circle here that don't play well. So
players going to be having to watch out for the windows on this hole. But Hjalte obviously smooth this one out there, nice and far. Oh, wow.
Out of bounds. Might have leaked left. So maybe you really want this to hold flat.
Oh,
he
no,
waves
he waves
by.
it by.
Oh, I love it. Sometimes you just know.
Yeah.
These buildings are shaping up to like it feels like it's making difficult. And I guess what we saw from Hjalte is he was playing aggressive and just didn't get the stand up he was looking for. If it drifts a little bit more, I think he catches the ground and sits nice. This seems nice. Come on, Paul.
Yeah, it needs to
sit.
Check. Come on.
That's not long enough, I don't think.
Dang. Okay, so they got to proceed to a drop zone here and maybe try to smash one up there. This looks like a pretty far carrying shot, though, from that throw.
613 is what the hole says it is, but I feel like it plays a lot more than that.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what this is. That thing seems understable from Elvis. It's faded out. No OB graphic. We love to see that.
Ooh, big
this angle.
crush. Come
Good
on.
old play.
Oh, just need to be a little more stable on that shot there, or a little less angle. Hjalte
Climb. Keep climbing.
needs to get back over. Okay.
Something for par.
Yeah, definitely going to have a look. Possibly have a few little branches in the way.
Mm-hmm. It is nice to see a course like this where you're going to have your full toolkit depending on where you end up, and all the tee shots and second shots they haven't looked the same.
Mm-hmm.
We'll play it from Elvis.
Oh, thank you.
He's nice. Elvis is a good guy. Let me actually...
Morton. Nice little approach there. He's going to have a nice little tap in. Hjalte going to have to get really creative here. See if he can catch this. Just couldn't generate the power from that awkward stance. Almost giving it all wrist. That's going to be a really difficult putt to make. And got another tricky one here. Yeah.
Smart play. Elvis Eriksson has the Glow Kotuku that he gave me and let me throw one of his that was nice and seasoned.
Oh, nice.
Flies awesome. So if you're seeing him throw a white mid-range that is reliably stable, it's probably the RPM Kotuku. It's awesome. Also can be known as the White Heron. Drew Gibson, big fan of that disc as well. Solid stuff. You love to see it.
And here we are, getting into those long par threes again. 508 feet, 155 meters. Downhill the whole way, though, so these guys just need to control their shots in the green. Gonna see maybe a big hyzer or flex shots, but yeah, here we go. Pumping up way up in the sky. Man, it's gonna fly forever. Let's see how close they can crash down. There's a little spot on the corner there for these guys to kind of get an idea of what their shots are doing, but here,
this is cool.
Yeah, going for that flex shot, and this is unwinding beautifully.
Break.
Come on, hurry up.
Oh, well, that's kind of circle.
Okay,
That's inside
nice.
the circle.
Very nice.
Love to see it. When you shape one really, really nicely like that, it's got to boost your confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And this is also looks great. Getting that little stand up, I think he's going to have a little bit more distance than Elvis did. We shall see. Paul trying to follow Morton there, but maybe the wrong disc. Fall down and good.
Oh, man. Just falls short in the OB. Moving to the drop zone here. More manageable hyzer shot. And
work.
needs to swing inside that. Oh!
Circle 2 look.
Yeah.
It's definitely a good pull, though.
Mm-hmm. Wow, having it. Oh, dang.
That is a tight gap.
Yeah. Trying to get sneaky there, and unfortunately just doesn't quite hit the line the way he wanted to, but Hjalte with a big putt. And just comes up a little bit right. Let's see what we can do from here. Definitely going to be giving a bid. A nice little tree behind it to keep it nice and close.
Good bid from Paul. A tough little double there, but after the OBT shot, it's definitely a difficult scramble for that. He knows it. The big deep straddle can definitely pull you off your line pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
Good comeback, though. Yeah, those are... On these big par 3s, I feel like these... When you're missing putts that feel makeable, it definitely hurts because these aren't easy to get, so... But par is definitely going to take some strokes on the card. It's going to probably take strokes on the field in some ways, so... Just keep the score as low as possible.
Yeah, definitely a factor to play how aggressive you're going to get on these types of holes. And, yeah, playing that risk reward on these types of shots. Oh, nice little catch there.
Yeah, man. I've seen some of the hardest par 3s, I feel like, not even playing these holes. On a hole 15, 646, 197 meter, par 4. It's like stretching downhill shots. Would imagine some OB to the right. Definitely places you want to be and don't want to be here. Working your way back into looks like an island green.
Yeah.
Unique. So it's probably a place to lay up short, and then potentially being 646 downhill, it might be reachable with a really big rip, but probably not worth the risk.
Looks like these players are playing a shot short of the OB and then going to look to cross in the second shot. This looks like it has a lot of turn. See if I can corkscrew out of it. No, just a little
leaked.
too.
Just a little leaked.
This looks a bit better, maybe a bit safer. Let's see if it gets enough push to clear. Yep. Gonna be on the hillside there, but nice and in bounds.
This feels like a hole where you'd have a couple players if it was a Pro Tour event. Paul stays in. Nice.
Oh, okay. Road playing safe, or I think. And then Hjalte taking his favorite shot out there. The big spike hyzer, and wow, that's a really nice shot from the drop zone.
Paul playing smart, knowing that he's got to just chip it and get up and down. But yeah, I was going to say this feels like a hole that you have the elite field out there, and you're gonna see some eagles. I would imagine somebody figures out how to unwind on one and really give it a chance to go for it. Oh, and Morton coming up short. Assume there's probably an additional drop zone. Elvis from the standstill. This one's going to be off the island as well. It's a tight island, so maybe people wouldn't go for it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this looks like one that would be really fun to go for in practice, but even these approaches here on this small island is very difficult. See all these guys having trouble with it. Shows how impressive a shot Hjalte threw with that probably 140 meter shot from the drop zone.
Just good spiking hyzer to kind of control the distance really well.
Oh, and a good putt there.
Nice putt, Paul. Just clean up the single bogey after the OB stroke on the island there. It looks like it actually plays if you go out of bounds on the island. It's not an island, it's just an island shape. It doesn't play as a traditional drop zone or anything like that where you have to establish on there. Because Paul, I believe, was listed on that approach as OB, but took his meter in, cashed it. Hjalte taking his full 30 here, making sure he feels confident in his putt when he steps up, changing his mind on the straddle.
Yeah, man. And playing with Hjalte a couple times here, both in the States and also in Europe, I know that he does get very particular about his grip, and if he doesn't quite feel it, he gets a little bit anxious about it, and sometimes can rush through a shot.
Putting and throwing there's so much confidence that you have to build up, and I will tell players who are on the up and coming it's okay to make mistakes. Just keep learning from it and find ways to just get better at the competition. The game isn't easy. We've all been in your shoes, and you will fall down paths that we've been on. So trust the process, and sometimes it sucks, but you'll get better in the long run. Ching and the Latitude 65 energy drink. Ching is a great app that they use over there to keep score. Latitude 65, no relation to Latitude 64 from what I've been able to gather, but very good energy drink if you're over in Sweden, worth getting. Another looks like difficult par 4 that's a lot of action. Another tight green, 636. See how these players look to attack it. This looks nice and aggressive. Probably playing for the second landing zone. Yes. Yes. So maybe this forced over forehand plays really well to reach this. This is a smash from Morton. Stay in bounds, please.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Nice.
Hoping Paul gives us a backhand because I kind of want to see what it looks like, but it
looks like a forehand hole. Oh, it clips a little something.
He's in.
All right, good. Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like it bites off quite a bit of distance with that flexing forehand.
Throwing another one here.
It's unraveling nicely.
No, come on. Oh, man. Brutal. So close to coming back in bounds. Oh, and he's
frozen rope.
Looks like he's going for it.
Chill.
Oh, wow.
Yo, that's so close.
Stays on by centimeters. Oh, nice stick. Wow.
Kind of like seeing these greens be softer on these types of holes when they're this tight, knowing that you can play for it.
I do like that a lot. I wonder how much into the course design that can play, because it's definitely a nice thing to see on these types of island shots that if you execute your shot, it's going to stay there and not have some random skip that makes the hole more difficult than it needs to be.
Totally. Yeah, I'd like to see disc golf go in this direction with changing of green surfaces and stuff like that. Come on, let's go. Y'all, it's a great hit. That's a good comeback putt after the last hole. Coming up just a little short and then just cashing a little stepper. Love to see it. Good pace from Paul.
Yep. Has a little Matt Bell hop there.
Nice bird from Morton.
Great birdie. Elvis also looking to get this putt in. Absolutely.
Good focus. Tough double to take there, but the OBs definitely add up. I feel like that's a big part of this course. Keep it clean. It's your best chance at it. Whoa. What up, 17?
Yeah. Huge uphill hole on the side slope the entire way. It's going to be a very interesting shot shape for these guys. And then it goes up another hillside on a very small green. Man, it's going to take two very well executed shots to be able to birdie this.
Only
rather short
6 meters.
Okay, rather short par 4, but This looks very well thrown. Set on a nice spot.
Gotta be.
Come on. Oh, yes. He might even have a look at it from there.
Nice shot, Elvis. Also a good rip here from Morton. Just needs to get it a little bit higher, but that uphill came in fast. Hjalte opting for what looks like he's going big disc here, so maybe this is one he was getting close to reaching. And with that type of power and that
Rips
type of line.
so well. Oh, man.
That's a mean branch. Still probably securing the birdie with something like that. Just has to put it nice and close and move on. But hole isn't done until it's over. This looks very similar to Morton's, maybe just a little bit more left.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great shot. Have a long uphill putt for birdie.
This looks tight to the corner. Yeah, looking to just play more of a placement shot and then have this forehand up into the green. See how good of a run he can give it.
Get the flex.
Oh,
chill.
All right. I think that's sat nice and close.
Oh, yeah. I can see it right there. Probably a tactic from Hjalte. Chilling right there.
A nice little hop with the log. That's going to relieve some stress from the putting. Yeah, so still very uphill. Oh, come on. Logs, do your work. Do your work. Yeah.
That's why they're there.
Oh, man.
It's a 45-footer that feels like a 1,000-foot putt.
Yeah.
Nice par save.
Yep.
Gonna see a couple pars, couple birdies here. I think that showcases just how, how paramount the tee shot is here.
Mm-hmm.
If you hit clean, you're not having much left, but man, there is a lot of places where you're gonna have to scramble, and it's gonna be difficult for you. Hjalte wondering if Elvis almost forgot his putter there. That was a good face.
Ooh, nice under par hole for these guys as we go into hole 18. Another tricky par 3, 151 meters, 495 foot downhill. Looks like they have a decent size landing zone, but a kind of tricky gap here off the tee. You can't really swing your hyzers too much here.
Love this pushing the disc down the hill. It's going to find the earth. He's going to have a circle 2 putt. But that's making the game easy. If you put this one up high, you're just asking for trouble, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely throwing down is paramount on this hole.
This is smashed.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay, good. Nice little check there on the backside of the green. He's going to have a very long uphill look at it. Throwing real downhill here. Can he get it up in the air? Can it swing back in? Oh, he's going to be... Wow. Yeah. Got the disc there real fast. What a nice, smooth backhand. Can it hold the line?
Oh, that lift is not what you want to see. Now chill out.
Oh, no. Oh, dang. And that is going to be one of the downsides to that backhand shot is that it just has so much time to carry and drift. And, okay. At least he sits nice and close to the basket there.
I think this is where that stable type of disc on that forehand line is so good because it's really difficult for you to push too long if you go on the decently stable side. Allow it to break and just fall right back towards the pin. Great bid from Morton. Let's go, Elvis.
Wow, what a great finish. Finishing with a
par.
Turkey.
To get himself under par, he's stoked.
Absolutely.
A couple good putts. I mean, this is seeing the whole course now, man. 1 under has to play very well in the field, and we'll see once we get to our leaderboard here in a moment. But definitely a course you're going to have to battle. You're going to have to throw a bunch of different shots. Love to see it. tough day for Paul, but definitely has a lot to build on going forward. Elvis, I see tied for first
Very
right
nice.
here.
Yeah.
Heltef and Morton in 6th. Paul back in 45th. We're going to have Josef Berg, Roni Ronkanen, sorry guys, and Fritjof and Elvis Blair shooting even par. He's going to be top of chase. Man, tune into the back. Or tune into the round two.
This is quite a treat to watch this amazing course. Looks like it's really challenging these players and their shot execution, and kind of love it. Ready to catch some more action with you guys here in the future.
Let's go. Thanks for being here, everyone, and we'll see you next time.
Hello folks, and welcome back to the 2022 Australian Disc Golf Championships. We're here in Queensland, Australia, and as always we'd like to thank our sponsors. Big shout out to Lone Star Discs, and as always Gatekeeper Media for this coverage. My name's Nick Hansen, alongside me is Patty Robinson. Patty, how you doing today?
Very well, mate. Stoked to be back and watching some disc golf down under.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. We've got a great card here today. We have Drew Gibson, Chris Hill, Dylan Feldman, and Blake Houston. We've got quite a full leaderboard as well here, with plenty of room for people to come up from the chase card, and yourself included with that.
Yeah, just sitting in a cheeky 6th place there. So see how we go.
Yeah, definitely within striking distance. Drew Gibson's bag here, sponsored by Infinite Discs. He's going to be putting the Penrose, I know, and he's known very well for those buzz shots here. He had a great round 1, and I would assume he's going to continue that trend of getting birdies.
Then we've got Chris Hill, or Chili, known down under. He's a very big fan of Casterplast. So yeah, as you can see there with that list, putting with the Ricos, approaching with the Bergs. Yeah, you can crush.
Yeah, Dylan next here, Latitude sponsored player. I've seen him make many a putts with those daggers, throwing the compass very well. And I would also think we're going to see the Grace out there today, maybe on some of those longer holes.
Yeah, and then we've got Blake Carson, which is he's only 16, all the way from Perth, WA. Very mixed bag there. No disc sponsor at the moment, but yeah, you're going to see this young fella absolutely crush the disc. Has a huge arm. All right, straight up, hole 1, par 3. Very straightforward, gettable starting hole, 70 meters, downhill. A little bit of trouble on the right there, but yeah, it's one you definitely want to get. This is Adam Lowe, one of our tournament directors.
First on the tee from Santan
Did an
Valley,
absolutely
Arizona.
amazing job over the
Representing
weekend.
Infinite Disc, make some noise for your current leader, Drew Gibson.
And as he said, we'll have Drew Gibson teeing off first here. Looks like he's going to be lining up the putter backhand shot.
Little shout out to Adam Lowe there, being one of the tournament directors for the weekend.
Second on
I feel
the
like
tee.
Drew left that a little bit
representing
shorter than what
Casterplast
he
from
wanted to.
Newcastle Disc Golf, Chris Hill.
Chris Hill here. You said they call him Chili, is that correct?
Chili, yes. Probably the most energetic dude you'll see on the disc golf course ever.
Oh, getting a little tree love there.
That is a
Stop on the
great
backside of
tree.
the circle.
Representing Latitude 64, part of the Flying
Love a
Disc
bit of
Golf
luck on the
Aces
first
team,
hole.
and your reigning Australian
Good signs.
champion, Dylan Feldman.
Now this is my Latitude 64 teammate, lining up his Socky Bomb Slammer for that forehand line.
I'm sure that's not what he was looking for off that
Representing
first tee there,
RPM Disc
catching early.
And Oz Disc, Blake Howson.
Not
Maybe
ideal.
a little nervous here on the second day with being on the lead card again.
Yeah. Blake has burst on the scenes, only 16 years old. He's actually won quite a few tournaments here in Australia.
Thanks, guys. Have a great round.
Okay, young gun then.
Yeah, really good up and coming. Just a really nice fella. Really nice dude.
I feel like you have a lot of good people on disc golf that you meet along the way. It's nice. Good community overall.
Yeah, it's a very family kind of friendly community, and we try and have a lot of fun.
I noticed that when I was out there. A lot of fun was had. Everybody's very joyful. A couple missed putts here from our card to start, unfortunately, but oh, and then a splash out there. Not the ideal start for our lead card here, as most of them want to be getting this hole.
It's not often you won't see a smile on Chili or Chris Hill's face. He's, as I said, very happy dude. Okay, hole 2. 100 meter. You've got to navigate this tight little gap here. Par 3, a little bit of danger behind the basket.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a down and then an up. So if you really just throw straight across, you're going to be good, but the angle of the hill sometimes can get in players' heads.
Drew's throwing
Drew's
that
gonna
buzz. Yeah.
Ooh, a nice tree kick back towards the basket there for him.
That'd be nice.
here's
I'd love it for you.
Great shot.
Oh, Chili, you can't throw that any better. That's great.
No, he's in the bullseye there. He's going to love that. First birdie of the day. Oh. Another one.
Very smooth. Might be a little bit of a funny footing placement there, but amazing drive there, Blake.
Oh
Dylan.
my. Oh, wow. I thought we might have one there.
Jeez. There's that compass again. It's actually one of my old compasses. I'm a bit jealous, so I've to him.
Just watching it fly out of his bag. One thing I feel like I noticed from the Australian players were a lot of them throw the disc straight very well. Did you agree with that?
Yeah, I guess we've got one of our main course designers, Andrew Ferguson, loves to design a straight hole. So maybe that's got a little bit to do with it, because he's probably designed about 80% of the holes in Australia.
Yeah, just like this one. It's very tight, but if you can throw it dead straight, you can get inside the circle.
Oh, Dylan.
Dylan, unfortunately, maybe rushed his putt a little bit there, and he's going to be tapping in for par.
Chili with tap-in birdie. Very lovely. Okay, back to hole 3, 72 meters. We've got 2 lines off the tee, but the most common one is going to be this left-hand gap, which I think you'll see a lot of people throwing the forehand or maybe a flex backhand with a mid. You just don't want to go off to the left there because it gets quite treacherous.
Drew's going to be landing a little bit short there, probably about circle's edge.
And if that didn't give it away at all, Chris has played Ultimate Frisbee for a long time.
I was going to say, a little bit of an ultimate sidearm it looked like there, but still got the job done. Blake is going to find himself a little bit short as well, but we'll have a look for 2. Dylan going with the only turnover here. He's going to find himself in the circle as well there with little tree kick.
Oh, just a bit low.
Drew here for his birdie.
Ooh. Something was tickling the back of his calf, which is always nervous in... brings some nerves in Australia.
He's also in the background going with the quick change there.
Oh, take it off, Drew.
A little constricted by his long sleeve shirt he had underneath.
Hey, put the camera back on that. That's great putt from
back
Chili.
to the disc golf.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chili getting those back-to-back birdies there, getting in within 1 stroke of Drew.
Blake tapping in.
We'll be right back after a short break.
When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come roll with me, yeah. Roll, Ricky, roll, roll, Ricky, roll. Roll, Ricky, roll, roll, Ricky, roll. Roll, Ricky, roll, roll, Ricky, roll.
All right, we're back. On to hole 4.
Par 3, 77 meter downhill. Fun little line off this. Throw on the backhand, you've got to kind of flex one a little bit, but have it finish to the left. A little bit of trouble, lots of elevation. But Chris looks like he's handled that pretty well.
Just going to float all the way down the hill, yeah. What kind of shot are you throwing here?
I was taking the forehand line. And in this round, I hit first available and kicked off to the right into the crab. So, yeah. Maybe not the best to, to follow on this hole.
It's also the line I was choosing, but as you can see, most of our players here are going right down the middle. And Drew getting one right up inside the circle.
Looked very smooth.
Yeah, that right side with like a slow flipping hyzer, I think is a really good line for this one because it kind of just funnels down to the basket at the end.
Blake unfortunately just going a bit too far right, but geez.
Wow. That one stayed so straight for so long.
Yeah. Oh, Chili just off the cage. Dylan, I'm sure he'd like to get this one. Oh, held. Lovely.
Yeah, stayed in there. Gotta love that. Got Drew here from about 15 or so.
Making it look pretty easy.
Yeah.
So hole 4 played at 2.81, 11 birdies on this round from the MPO.
Yeah, these holes are relatively short to start, but they are tricky, as you can see. Only 11 birdies from our open field here.
Next up, hole 5, on the par 3, 98 meters. Nice straight shot. There's that one tree in the middle of the fairway that you don't want to hit, that a lot of people ended up hitting, and you don't want to go too long as well because it gets into a bit of trouble. I think this is that compass again.
Oh, I was gonna say Dylan putting it on a good line to give it a chance, and just a little bit right there. He's gonna find himself inside the circle. Drew up next.
Miss a tree.
Another great shot out of him.
Yeah. Lovely from Chili. I'm not sure what caster plastic that is, but he's got some great mid ranges. Just throws
looks
them
like
so well.
Found the bullseye on that one. Blake just a little low off the tee there, unfortunately. He's going to have an upshot for his.
Yeah, I think some of the tee pads were a little bit like you had to step up onto some of the tee pads, and I remember this hole being one of the ones that I really had to focus on mentally to not have it get and affect my throw, and I think that just got into Blake's head then.
It's a great putt there. Get his turkey for the round. Get back to 2 under. And yeah, speaking of those tee pads, they were a little short, but you know, that step up does, you know, like you said, get into people's head, and it's just one more element there that you have to deal with.
Yeah, Blake's someone I've played with a little bit, and he does like a good run up. Nice putt there by Drew. But yeah, I did hear a couple of people mention it was just a little bit awkward for them. But...
And you know, some of those things kind of happen when you've got a temporary course that you're trying to have just for like one event like this. And you know, I think next time around they might make them a little bigger after the feedback they got.
Yeah. Geez, another little tap in from Chile. There's a big smile. Hole
He's
6
loving life right now.
Oh, he's always loving life. Par 3, 128 meters, 420 feet. You'll see a lot of sidearms on this, or maybe a mid-range with a little bit of flex. You just don't want to go into that pond because it's very deep and you'll never see your disc again.
Dylan getting a roll there, unfortunately, and
sit down.
Wow, that is a big roll. It does slope down to that side, but you don't really see him roll that far, I would say. Drew going with that turnover mid-range. Looks like it's just going to fade out on him and drift left.
Yeah, that's the risk with the backhand as well. It does slope off to the left. Sorry, I just love that ultimate forehand from Chile. It's fantastic, and it works. So
so well. He's finding himself inside the circle for another birdie. He's going to be happy with that one.
It's almost like a cartoon character kind of motion.
It is.
Fantastic.
It is a little bit like that. I would agree.
Hey, if it works, I'm not going to mock it. It's fantastic.
Nope. He made it the lead card for a reason. So
yeah. Blake and Dylan with some long birdie looks.
Oh, and he's looks like he might have trickled out of bounds there.
Oh, Chile.
That's unfortunate. But at least he's going to get his disc back there.
Yeah, as you can see,
that pond isn't the best.
Yeah, and it's very close. It's a lot closer than what you think when you're standing on the tee.
Yeah, I would say it's within the circle one. Would you agree?
Oh, easily. Within about 5 meters, I reckon. 4 or 5 meters. Yeah, very close.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. It takes your performance in sanctioned events, compares it to the rest of the field, and gives you an empirical number to show how well you played. Rain, shine, wind is all taken into account, leaving only one thing, your play. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
Hole 7, par 3, 113 meters. Bit of a funny hole this. You got to come straight and then it goes dog leg to the left, basically 90 degrees. There's a small little window over the rough on the left-hand side that you might see a few people throw through and get that elusive birdie. But if you miss it, it's a lot of trouble in there.
Yeah, that left side is trouble if you get caught up early. You'd rather just be straight looking at your 3 chance. But this shot looks great out of Chris.
Oh, look at that thing.
It's going to be on top of the basket there, putting down at it, but giving a great chance for birdie.
Like taking the low line. I think he'll be outside circle 2. Probably just looking to lay up.
Dylan fighting through quite a ways.
Wow.
One thing I do want to mention to everybody again is that the front 9 here will be on Gatekeeper's page, and you'll be able to find the back 9 of all 3 rounds on the PGA YouTube page. So make sure to hop over there for the back 9 coverage of all 3 rounds.
Now, there weren't too many holes in this round that actually played over par, but this was one of them. Coming in at 3.29. I think that that rough caught quite a few people. Oh, Dylan.
Great putt from Dylan. Outside the circle there and just got that nice stab putt straight in the heart of the chains.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that. I think that's the
Especially
first thing he
after-
told me after the round, actually. He's like, I birdied 7.
Oh, and Drew unfortunately get a bogey. That is uncharacteristic there. He did have quite a tough lie. And great putt from Blake there.
Good save.
I think it's always good to see players bounce back after a bogey like Dylan just did. He had the unfortunate bogey there where it rolled out of bounds and gave him a chance on this next hole to get a birdie and got it right back.
Well, there were only 2 birdies in this round on the day. One we've just seen, the other was Jackson Sullivan from New Zealand. So, well done,
Nice
boys.
work, Jackson.
Okay, hole 8, par 4, 600 feet, 184 meters, peninsula hole. We've got a bit of OB surrounding that peninsula. But this was a fun first drive. Who doesn't love throwing downhill?
Yeah, it's a good first par 4 for the round where it's really a 2-shot hole. If the wind's correct, certain players I feel like could go for it, but it's quite the risk. Dylan catching that, that was Chris
Chili,
catching that
yeah,
right
Chris.
side. But it looks like he stayed in bounds, fortunately. It's that little roped off area that you can see right in front of you is out of bounds there. And Drew throwing an absolute laser. Beating that corner, and that's about one of the best spots you can get, I would say, for playing it for a 2-shot.
Oh, Chris, just in bounds. Yeah, lovely. I'm sure he didn't want much more than that. Just make the corner. I feel like Blake's going to go for this too. Oh.
Yeah, a little inside there, and looks like he's in bounds, but I feel like the disc had the distance if it would have been far enough left.
Dylan with a nice up there with that socky bomb slammer.
Here's Chris for his 3.
There's a bit of wind on this hole too.
No! What? Oh my goodness. And look at him just run it down.
Oh, he loves it.
Oh, that is one way to get a birdie, folks.
Look at that grin.
Oh, I'd be grinning like that too.
No, I have spoken to Chris about this shot.
Oh,
and
so clean.
He said he was. It wasn't. We wanted to know if that was going OB if it didn't hit, but looking at that, no, it wasn't going to go OB. He nailed that. That was awesome.
That was awesome. I like the hat throw right after it goes in too. Oh, that's some energy right there. Drew here. It's me getting, looks like what's up and down for his birdie inside the circle. Oh, little dink off the bottom there.
Hit, beautiful.
And there's Drew for his birdie. Not as exciting as Chris's, but mathematically the same.
Lovely from Dill as well.
Dylan has had quite the front 9 here. A lot of birdies and a couple bogeys there.
Now, our last hole for the front 9, par 3, 86 meters, 282 feet. It's a great little hole.
But first, you got a chase card check-in, yeah. Luke here.
Oh, very smooth.
That is money.
Yeah, back on hole 2. This is hole 3. Beforehand. I'm not really sure. I think, like, he's an Innova-sponsored played, Luke, so I'm sure there's a lot of Firebirds and Destroyers, but that looked very Firebirdy. Oh,
Who do we have here?
there's me in the orange and blue, looking like a packet of M&Ms. I'm throwing a
Looking like a
here.
true professional,
Yeah.
putting it under the basket like that.
Westside Warhorse. Nice putt from Luke.
Both of you getting a couple easy birdies here on hole 2, or hole 3, sorry.
Putt with my
What do you
daggers
putt
there.
with?
Daggers, yeah. I've got like a nice glow plastic dagger from a while
Oh,
back.
okay. There's that sidearm route you were talking about.
Yeah, very smooth from Luke.
Lovely. Here's hole 5's tee shot from you.
Yep. Yeah, they didn't show my forehand for very fair reasons because I threw it straight into first available.
Oh, look at that, though.
Yeah.
Do you think that was running an ace, or was that just a little too short?
A little bit too short.
Good run nonetheless.
Thank you. And this is got a little bit lucky there, but that's a gold line fuse. I think Luke's throwing a mid-range here as well. Had a little bit of tailwind, so just rocked it over.
Watching all you guys, I'm thinking this is more of a backhand shot now.
Now I'm outside circle here, uphill. And yeah, happy with that one.
There. What is it? That gets you a 3 down through 9.
3 down through
feel
9.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Couldn't let Luke just tap in like that. I had to try and do something.
Yeah, try and big putt him potentially, you know.
Yeah.
You never know, right?
But Luke 4 down through 9 there as well. Very hot start.
Dylan here is going left.
That could be in a bit of danger there.
Yeah.
There is some an OB pond. Oh, Chili looks like he's adjusted well.
What a great shot there.
Beautiful drive.
Just making it look so easy.
Speaking of too easy.
Oh. Whew.
Thanks for coming. Jeez.
Yeah. Wow. He's putting on the show here this weekend so far.
And look, we knew that he was the favourite going in. But yeah, it was great to watch how clean Drew can move the disc, and yeah.
So it appears he's out of bounds. We have Blake here now.
Nice little gallery in the background there. Great parts. Nice tap in from
Chris tapping in as well there. And so we see Dylan throwing a second up shot here. What happened is, what I remember is he was called out of bounds by somebody. However, his disc was actually in bounds. So he went to play from the correct lie after one practice stroke, I believe.
Yeah.
Unfortunate event, but...
Yeah, I think he got stroked as incorrect. Yeah, he's taken a 5 on that. So.
Unfortunate, but I bet he never has that problem again.
Yes. Definitely.
It's one of those things that just can happen, and something to learn from and move on. Here's a look at our card, though, through 9. Drew at 5 under. Drew at 4 under, Chris at 5 under. And here's a look at our leaderboard. Got yourself there up down the leaderboard still. Good job. And
Chris Hill and Luke are only one behind Drew after that first line.
Yeah,
Cool.
quite a good stacked field here going into the back nine of round 2. Patty, thanks for being here. We really appreciate it.
No worries, thanks for having me. Lots of fun.
Yeah, it's been great, and I look forward to the back nine here. Once again, you can catch the back nine on the PDGA's YouTube page. But as always, like, share, and subscribe. And we'll see you on the back nine, folks.
Welcome to the 2023 Prodigy Presents Waco Annual Charity Open. I'm Andrew Fish, joined here by Nathan Queen.
Yes, and it's a fun track that we get to watch on the front nine. We got to see a bit of struggles and a bit of clean smart golf as Paul Oman shooting a clean 4 under par. What's your favorite part of that front nine?
I think when you tuck into the woods and play hole 4, like that's the real taste of the beast. And then we're going to get into another couple holes here that they're just hard. It doesn't matter what the conditions are. They're hard.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. You see Coleridge Allen making a pretty good push and Calvin Heimberg still sitting right there in second.
Yeah, a lot of the field still in play. Hole 10, definitely a scoring opportunity, maybe even eagle if you're ambitious. 591 feet, pretty straight, no out of bounds to speak of. But especially if you tuck off to the left on your drive, it's going to make accessing the green difficult. And then left and long of the basket, a pretty severe drop-off.
And we've got Paul Oman on the box here after a great birdie on 9. A bit off to the right early, but ends up back in the middle of the fairway. Going to be a good shot.
Yeah, the operative thing here is getting your disc flat for a long time. Paul did that nicely. Wow, pretty big yank by Brody, and that's going to kick to oblivion. GT playing a hyzer flip off to the right, and that should access the green maybe 280 in.
I think this might be my favorite tee shot out here. You know, it's not the hardest, it's not the easiest, but it's just a beautiful tee shot. Get to throw over a little ravine into some green grass that's under some tree cover, not something you see all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. A hole like this could fit on just about any course in the world and make it a better one. Or
Brody,
at the least, a more picturesque one.
Yeah, absolutely. Brody is able to get out of the woods, but puts himself over on the right side. Not in the best position. Going to be looking to get a bogey at this point.
Flat release to slight stand up. And a little bit of ground play, and the comeback putt still from inside the circle for Oakley. GT with the mid. Pretty well thrown.
Paul again with another great drive. But comes out with a little bit of an early release on that one.
Yeah, that's squandering a scoring opportunity with the round he's putting together.
Nice touch forehand there. Should put him in position to card his bogey. And Paul actually does push a bit long. He did go down the hill slightly, but still inside 25 feet right there.
Lean in. Stop leaning, dude.
GT exhorting himself to stop leaning.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some players, you know, as soon as they let go, can say what they did wrong. And sometimes it's a blessing to know. Sometimes it's a curse. You can think about it too much, you know. Earlier in the round, he told himself to stop thinking. So, you know, maybe he's thinking too much about the things that he's doing wrong.
Yeah, and those are just some demons we all battle here and there. With the way GT putts, you know, it's a push putt mostly that's coming out on a hyzer angle. It does leave the catch zone a little small on a basket like this that wants the putt center and hard.
Right. Moves us to hole 11, 279-foot par 3. Again, another somewhat small gap to hit, and you've got to avoid this tree that's just perfectly lined up where you want to throw it in the middle of the fairway. If you play off to this right side where the drone is at, you have a better opportunity of a level putt with the basket. Throwing straight at it, you have a good chance to go down the hill on the left side.
Wow, Paul playing the drifting shot, left to right movement, and rewarded with a circle putt.
Outside, nice shot.
Yeah, GT playing more that right side. Does get some skip forward and up to the left. Should be around circle's edge or so.
Oakley does a pretty decent job, but does get cut down late. I'm not surprised to see these two play with their forehands. That definitely runs into the slope a little more favorably than a backhand does if you get it all the way to the basket.
And hard to say if that was a real run or not on that one. Kind of a strange distance to run it with the treacherous green that you have here.
Yeah, I think among players, this one's a little bit notorious for weird reactions.
I've seen my fair share of weird reactions on this one. All
Paul
right.
with the big stretch. Yeah, nice birdie.
Oh, and something we just saw on hole 10, kind of a similar uphill putt that he pulled off to the right, and now he's missed a comebacker as well. Might be a bit in his head here.
And in the past, Eric has kind of been the player who will let things spiral on him. He told me that hole 10 was still in his head as he was putting on this, you know, kind of turning one mistake into another hole's worth of mistakes. But it does speak to the maturity of, you know, who Eric is now, that he's owning up to that. And, you know, he battled back pretty good from a rough start.
As GT stares that one down, making sure it's in the basket for his par.
Hole 12, snaking par 4. You're going to throw off a ledge, and if you can still see the disc flying, you probably threw it too far left. The idea is to get down here on this flat, and then the fairway is going to continue up a hill and right. This hole has so many ways to say, you almost did it right, here, take a 5.
Yeah, absolutely, which used to be par. So you would be like, all right, I got out of here with the 5. But just with the par change, now you don't feel like that's okay anymore. You've got to at least get that 4, and that is going to be very difficult to do from where Paul just went to.
Dude.
Uh-oh.
Forehand also an option, but in either case, you do have to hit the gap. Brody going to the zone. I'm interested in this play. It's not going to get as much ground action, probably can't go as far. And that's going to leave him a little bit too right to access the green in 2.
Yeah, do you think he went zone to try to avoid going right?
Potentially, or to prevent going long into the stuff. If you're in the left, or if you've thrown it too straight, you kind of have to burn a shot pitching out.
And I'm not sure where Paul was at over there, but he is now back into the fairway. Still a great distance to go, though.
GT, well thrown. Yeah, he in theory could get a par from there with another good forehand or backhand turnover. Paul's going mid. I think this is conceding the bogey, which is a great golf play at this point. Just get to the bottom of the hill and try to pitch up maybe 120 to the basket.
Yeah, trying to go for anything more than that from where he was at is just going to put you in the woods somewhere.
Backdoor.
Yeah, Eric does get the back door.
Yeah, got over on that just a little bit, but sneaks on through. And that does not sneak through. That's the kind of the trouble of that right side. You have more space to swing your arm. You're not pitching out, but you've got all this to mess with. As you see, this is about what he was looking at a moment ago.
Do you feel like some of these release errors we're seeing from the card are contagious? Like, if you see a card mate mess up, does it get in your head?
If you've already had some other things get in your head during the round, then yes, it can definitely. you hear people talk about the vibes on the card, and if you're starting to notice everybody hitting trees, that can kind of trend towards the vibe of the card.
But definitely, or if you're not having a great. Go ahead.
All right, definitely possible to break that though. It doesn't have to be that way.
No,
definitely can happen.
It's the power of suggestion when you're already not in the zone. Pretty good effort by Oakley, but unable to cash in.
So is this a par chance right here?
Wow.
What a par. Are you kidding me?
From where he started, like, that is huge. That gets a round going.
Big thanks to my sponsors, Infinite Disc, Thought Space Athletics, Clash Discs, and Whale Sacks. Birdie Fuel Coffee, collaborating with European Birdies, Disc Golf Strong, you name it. Big thanks to Gatekeeper Media for being out here and grinding it out with us. Some of the best, so make sure you guys are commenting, subscribing, help them grow. It's awesome. Cheers, everyone.
Air Spectrum is Prodigy's new line of premium lightweight discs in the mid-range, fairway, and distance driver models. You can now get beautiful bursts of color no matter your preferred weight. Bag one today at prodigydisc.com.
All right, into hole 13, back out into the open. We've reached the wind again, coming off of the Brazos over on the left side. You got OB right with the road, OB left with the sidewalk. There is a Mando that usually doesn't come into play that you've got to go left of. But get as much distance as you can off of this tee pad and then execute your upshot.
In the past, we've seen this play as a potential eagle opportunity with the tailwind. It's a little more crossy today. And Eric saying that fell out of his hand. I'm not sure if he is trying to play a left side gap over there. That has been a play for some players in the past.
Yeah, I actually go for one of those left gaps with my lefty backhand a lot of the time, just to keep it away from that OB right side, as Paul gets a very nice pull off there, gets lots of distance down the fairway. Big skip to the left side, wide open. Wow, what? I didn't know. That was even further than I thought it was.
Yeah, you see the disc fly, and then we pan across. Paul's going to be probably putting to the basket, if not trying to make.
Yeah, I think that close you can try to make it. There's not too much super close that's going to stop you.
Yeah, flat green. Depending on what the wind is doing, he should have mostly tailwind to work with. Brody works his way out to the left side. He's going to be left with, I imagine, a zone forehand in.
Eric, a bit of an awkward stance on that side hill, making that footing a little more difficult, but executes nicely inside circle one.
I feel like this is flashbacks to the way Eric played his first couple shots on hole 2.
Yeah, early and then awesome.
GT finds some high stuff and lands in early circle 2.
Look at this drive. Oh, and definitely wanted it. He gave it the height for it. Just pulled it off to the right a little bit. 73% of the field carding a birdie or better on this one, as GT Hancock, longest putt of the group, able to connect. Finally gets a birdie on that card after what has to be what feels like an entire round of pars.
Yeah, you see the big exhale from there. Like, that's a relief to get your birdie.
Yeah, and using that momentum from that great par save on the last hole. As Brody taps in. Paul should tap in as well. Gonna get another one of these diamond frames. And shout out James Conrad, who was able to get the eagle on this hole today. Circle 2 putt, gaining strokes on the field.
Yeah, great for him. Hole 14, just around 300 feet. This is kind of dealer's choice. Going to see a lot of flex forehands and some mid-range backhands. Playing with a little bit of tailwind today. There is out of bounds left, right, and long. In the past, it's been lots and lots of forehands, but a couple newly planted trees, such as that one, are making that forehand line a little more challenging now and a lot more challenging later.
Yeah, it looks like it's turned into a pretty straight shot unless you want to go up, which you usually don't want to do when the wind picks up.
Very well thrown by Eric. Good speed control. This looks like some manner of rock from Paul. Plays the right side and funnels to the bucket.
Yeah, hole 12 after errant tee shot picks up his first blemish of the round, but quickly bouncing back with the birdie on 13 and what looks to be on 14.
Wow, Brody really counted on the overstability of his disc, and it didn't disappoint. Gets him to 25 or so.
Yeah, it really didn't look like that was going to come back, but eventually it did, and even got a pretty good skip.
GT with the par save. And with the tailwind, this hole usually plays pretty easy. Like, because this is a linear park playing along the river, the wind tends to be upriver or downriver, making entire sets of holes play mostly uniformly.
Yeah, and this is 14th easiest today, or excuse me, 14th most difficult. 53% of the field able to get the birdie. But definitely an easier one. Once you pop out of the woods, you know, you've been in the woods from 4 through 12. You get to 13, 14, you really feel like you need to attack. And then you move on to 15, where with this tailwind today, we might see a few players try to attack. 558-foot par 3 nowadays. You really got to decide, is it in your head, do you want to go for this too? You've got OB all down the left side, OB all down the right side.
This looks like a go for it shot to me.
Yeah, and he'll be rewarded with a layup, most likely.
Paul not quite as aggressive. Does get himself inside the fenced area. And I don't like this. This is really, really high with the crosswind that could push. I'm terrible at reading. That's well inbounds. That's on me.
Yeah, it did look a little bit high out of the hand. This is, I think, typically more the height that you see. And he also well inbounds. So Eric Oakley only really the only one on the card that attempted to get the two. Might have a look, but it's going to be from about 70 to 80 feet.
Brody with a zone to a little bit deep. Does have a headwind comebacker. And Nathan in the wind, it's pretty important to think about the direction of where you're landing relative to the wind, right?
Absolutely so. There's certain times where being short or being long is not going to make a difference, so you can just kind of try to get it close to the basket. But when you've got wind like this, you really don't want to have a putt, and you want to make sure that if you do have a putt, it's with the wind that you prefer, most likely tailwind. So Paul going long here gives him a much more difficult putt, but I guess he likes that. He's going to go ahead and can it and get his par.
Yeah, certainly capable, but it's just a little more stressful to make headwind putts. It makes your nose angle more specific. You got to putt it harder generally. Well done so far from these guys.
Yeah, and shout out Ezra Robinson and Aaron Gossage, the only two Eagles. Oh, excuse me. birdies on this hole today.
My name is GT Hancock here at Waco. Thanks to my sponsors Prodigy Discs, Ideal Discs, Putt Confidently, Big Country Beef Jerky, Local Line, and then Eccentric Crow Dyes out of Fort Worth.
Another birdie would seal the win here. Yeah! For $35,000. Congratulations, Ricky Wysocki, your Pro Tour champion 2022.
Hole 16. We're going to play a little bit downhill, certainly with mostly a tailwind. There is out of bounds parking lot to the left and sidewalk to the right and long of the basket, which is elevated. An eagle opportunity if you're willing to be aggressive, but it's possible that we'll just see some disciplined shots, 450 or so, and then relatively routine layups.
Yeah, this has always been one of the easier holes on the course. Just kind of wide open here. There's not too much to worry about. Oh, man. Unless you throw 540 feet or so and can reach that sidewalk.
Yeah, I think something neat about Waco is that once you get above a certain distance, extra can kind of only get you in trouble.
As Paul Oman, nice flex shot, gonna outdistance Eric Oakley just by a little bit on that one.
Brody with the walkaway. That looks like more of a little layup, and again finds a newly planted tree.
Yeah, and that's about what you want from GT there. Nothing overzealous, doesn't try too hard.
Yeah. Don't get yourself in trouble on by far one of the easiest holes on the course.
Oh, and comes out low, but gets the good skip forward. Gonna be up there for a birdie look. Paul with another long eagle look. And with the tailwind pushing as hard as it is on this one, a little bit tough to give that one a good bid on this elevated basket. Hard to get it to float enough and still make sure you're not going to have too tough of a comebacker.
Oakley able to tuck in the left side. Oman in, and as close as those guys were, means we've got some true bullseye tap-ins for GT and Brody.
Yeah, lots of green showing up on the scorecards all of a sudden. And Ezra Robinson and Robert Burridge able to get the eagle on this hole today. Ezra birdied 15 and eagled 16, so hot streak for him right there. Moves us into hole 17. Very unique hole right here, 610-foot par 4. If you can get to this tree on the left, somewhere around that, that's your ideal landing zone to give you hopefully a forehand into the screen or a soft backhand depending on what wind you've got, which is going to be kind of headwindy for this second shot.
The consensus among every single player out here is that this is a good hole. I didn't speak to every player, but it's pretty hard to get universal acclaim for a hole from touring disc golfers.
And a prime shot from Eric Oakley there, pushing that OB long, but lands in the wide open, absolutely nothing in his way.
Oman with the backhand. That plays tougher in this wind, but gets himself to a throwable spot. Brody goes wide forehand. He told me this is a real measuring stick for his game, like just being able to put himself past the twin trees that are at the landing zone.
Start your engines.
Yeah, I've always thought it's kind of scary to push yourself past those trees because that OB there. the ground slopes down towards it, and if you get that skip and roll, I've seen quite a few go out there. But it is a good spot to be at, don't get me wrong.
I could have dumped that jump.
Ha! That'll be fun.
Yeah, good framing. Paul, very backhand dominant player, and doesn't get the turn he expected.
Oh boy.
It's tough to read what's happening out there, whether it's crossy, heady, and manage your nose angle. Brody looked at a bunch of different options here. Wide forehand, flex forehand. Opted to go with this buzz.
Yeah, surprised to not see forehand there, honestly.
Kind of a low ceiling. I think he was a little too close to the trees to feel like he could throw wide around them. GT, that's well done. Gets himself into the circle. You just have to have so much trust on this shot.
Yeah, you see Eric looking at the water. He's not looking at the basket. He is trying to ensure that he trusts his disc out over the water, and still not quite able to get it wide enough. It's a very difficult thing to do. Mentally, more than physically.
And Paul leaving himself a little bit of a tester for bogey. Brody with the zone to bullseye.
Oh, and I know the feeling on that one. Wanted it, just didn't quite give it the height. That scary OB behind there. Paul able to clean up his bogey.
You see about 4 expressions of frustration from GT there. He's kind of seen it all on the green today. A lot of pars.
Yeah, I like the head scratch. That's my favorite one right there.
Sometimes that's all you can do, Nathan.
Yeah, yeah. He's probably going to give it one more scratch and then move on to hole 18.
Yeah, and as the sun starts to set, hole 18, one final test going over the water. You can either lay up to the left side or try to carry in one. Gonna play with a pretty severe headwind with some left to right cross. And then the basket perched no more than 20 feet from the inlet of the Brazos River here.
And that disc flipping over to the right like that should show you the difference in this hole from yesterday when we played this hole. Got that headwind coming at you. Gonna play a lot harder today.
That was very close.
Brody playing zone. Says that's very close. That was very close. But good layup to layup play.
Yeah, that went pretty far as the layup play goes. So he's going to have a very short up shot. Should be in great position.
Oakley C,
also,
GT do.
Yeah, there you go.
No funny business.
That's more the typical layup distance that you see. A nice putter across the water, not too high. Try to catch that hill. He did not catch that hill. Gonna have a very scary comeback putt to get his par.
Yeah, this is a really delicate upshot. Because you absolutely can't come up short. But you have to kill all of your speed not far past the basket.
Oh, and that is scary, but it does hang on. Oh, man.
I
wonder if
I
he
know
meant
these
to
guys
do
are
that.
good. I know these guys are good, but I don't love the forehand kind of going at the water.
No, not with that ground slope. That's what worries me. Just the way that it can hit that right to left slope into the water and roll in. But it seems they're all right there.
Yeah, we're going to see a couple of par cleanups for Oakley and Hancock. Paul taking a couple steps backward in these last two holes, but still going to finish at 5 down.
Yeah, and you talked earlier in the round about Paul choosing to lay some things up. That was always for his par, though. Making the decision there to lay up for the bogey.
All right, so good work out of all these folks. Paul Oman at 15 down overall in 16th place. We see a couple tied for 22nds, and then Eric looking to bounce back in round 3. Still well within the cash line right now. Adam Hammis out to the lead, and we got a pretty great card tomorrow of Nate Sexton, Paul Macbeth, Cole Redallen, and Kyle Klein.
Yeah, gonna be fun to watch, and you see, yet again, we've got these log jam scores. So could possibly be chase card victory or even from below. Look forward to seeing you guys during this round 3 of the Waco Annual Charity Open. For Andrew Fish, I'm Nathan Queen, and we'll see you guys out there.
I'm Ricky Wysocki, and we're out here for the 2021 Waco Annual Charity Open. I lived in Ohio, and luckily I lived like a par 4 away from the course, and I was able to walk to the course pretty much every day. But my neighbor across the street played disc golf, and I was like, what are you doing every day? I always saw him walking past my house with this bag and stuff. I was like, what are you doing over there? He's like, oh, I'm playing disc golf. I'm like, oh, I want to try that one time. But I think the biggest thing that you can take away is go out there and get yourself out there. I think that's a lot of people get stuck in their comfort zone. They don't really go and travel, go to other tournaments, play with better players, and that'll really test your skills, and that'll really allow you to elevate your game. Lyme, I take a positive out of it because it changed my lifestyle for the better, and having to really be more disciplined and more in tune with my body based on how I eat, how supplements I take. I'm an athlete. I'm no good if I can't play, so I do everything I can to stay healthy and perform the best of my ability. I think of sidearms when I think of Waco just because there's a lot of tight tunnel shots. There's some bomber sidearms. Your sidearm has to be on point. I think a lot of players that win here and succeed here and play well are players that throw really controlled sidearms but also have distance, so it's a good combination of both. I think it's a well-rounded course, so a well-rounded player is going to play well and win here, and that's what I really like. It tests all part of your game. So this week's a 3-day event, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we have Monday through Thursday to practice, so that's 4 days, so I'll probably get 5 to 6 rounds in. I like to get a lot of reps in. Within each round, I'm throwing 3 or 4 drives, 3 or 4 upshots, 3 or 4 putts to dial in the green, essentially playing 12, 14, 16 rounds based on how many shots I'm throwing. So I'm getting a lot of muscle memory, a lot of reps in, and that's how I feel like I dial in these courses on tour. Playing healthy, that's the biggest thing. I know if I can play healthy, I'm gonna get wins, I'm gonna play confident. There's a lot of things that go into a tournament. It's not just, I don't just wake up and roll out of the bed and just go to the tournament, Making food, making smoothies, making green tea, keep snacks, so it's a lot about preparing the round so that way I can have the energy levels I need to perform well. It's awesome to see the growth of the sport and this many people able to make a living, able to buy these vans and basically change their whole lifestyle to adapt to the disc golf world and disc golf lifestyle. And so it's awesome to see all these new players pursuing it, wanting to get good, wanting to play at a top level in the disc golf. There's so many different aspects to the sport that are growing. It's awesome to be a part of it. It's awesome to be a face for the sport. and do anything I can to help grow the sport, show everybody what disc golf's really about, and break some of the stereotypes that maybe have been created in the past, and show everybody it's a true professional sport. We're true professional athletes, and we just got to show the world that.
Hello, disc golf fans, and welcome to Round 2 Front 9 coverage of the 2021 Waco Annual Charity Open presented by Prodigy Disc. I am Brian Earhart, joined here again by Nate Perkins, and we are at the very, very windy and chaotic Beast course.
It's so windy.
It's unbelievable out here. We were supposed to get rain on Friday, didn't get it. We were supposed to get rain on Saturday, didn't get it. But we did get brought quite a bit of crazy, slightly swirling, chaotic wind. And we have an amazing card to attack this course. Emerson Keith, Lance Brown, Ricky Wysocki, and Zach Johnson from Missouri. Look at these new names on the leaderboard here.
Gavin Rathbun leading the tournament. The 15-year-old Gannon Burr making the lead card for round 2.
Just showing how it's anybody's day out here in the wind, and hole 1 is proving to be a very challenging hole, and we've mentioned it before, very simple without wind.
Absolutely, but with this 25-plus mile per hour crosswind, as you said, it's out of the south, but it's swirling.
Yeah.
That rock face across the river swirls this wind around, and right now it's kind of like a head left to right, almost helping the disc drop down a little, but every now and then some player will get a gust that will lift it up and over the sidewalk.
Emerson's going kind of a flatter hyzer, trying to get shoved by that crosswind. And that's stuck. And as again you see, that sponsorship wall being removed from the right side makes it a lot touchier for some of these spike hyzers coming in. We saw quite a few players in round 1 roll out of bounds. And Lance Brown is a player that performs extremely well on specific courses. He's a solid sidearm and overhand player from Charlotte area, I believe. And he's got some tricks up his sleeve, let's just say that.
He sure does.
And speaking of overhand,
wow,
there's a tomahawk from Lance.
No. Okay.
He did get the green.
Gets the green.
It's actually a pretty good spot to land.
Yeah, what a reaction to just push forward instead of skipping right and down that hill.
And you had mentioned a crazy stat about Ricky Wysocki.
So Ricky, during his Lyme flare-up last year, missed the cash at this event, the 2-round tournament last year, and that ended his 6-year cash streak, dating back to when he missed cash at the 2014 USDGC. So it's great for disc golf to see Ricky back in prime condition.
He's been taking his health so seriously. I mean, controversially, he took the holistic approach to the Lyme's flare-up, and I mean, we can't knock him now. It looks like he's doing as well as he possibly can. He's taking his diet, his fitness, everything so seriously. And here's another fun player to watch.
Absolutely. Zach Johnson. I like to call him ZJ. He has been on the road for a while now.
Yeah, one of the true road warriors of the sport. Plays 30 to 40 tournaments a year quite frequently.
And this is just going to be a ripping tailwind. You can see it just gets slammed right there. That's a great putt.
It's a great putt on a hole where a lot can go wrong in very random ways. So solid birdie from Ricky.
Great drive from Zach. Imagine he was throwing a Firebird right there.
Couple of birdies, couple of pars. We're going to move into hole number 2.
Hole 2, it's a par 4, 630. We have Amando on our left. Sidewalk right marks out of bounds, and that sidewalk left wraps all the way around the bucket. Normally this one is playing at or under par, but because we're going into a direct headwind, it's been playing much harder this weekend.
Yeah, 3.85 is the average score. So par is really not going to lose you that many strokes in the field. Ricky's stalls a little bit. That's going to be a little bit of work there.
Oh, that's wide.
Oh, that's got to get a path skip, if anything.
And you see as soon as it was exposed, the wind just got underneath it and pushed it out wide.
Yeah, and the fact that they're playing slightly left to right off this tee pad changes the wind from a straight head to a pushing headwind towards the out of bounds.
You really have to commit to that hyzer and low, and even Emerson's got pushed down and to the right.
Lance Brown with a backhand. Little short.
CJ does have the power to push this sidearm all the way up there. Just look how that thing is behaving, just lifting into that wind.
Oh my gosh.
My goodness.
Come back in bounds.
No. What a mistake by Lance Brown right there. That thing got destroyed by the wind.
Emerson throwing a little bit straighter of a disc. And that went out of bounds too. Oh my gosh. And Ricky's going to be about 25 from the basket. Much better result than the rest of his card mates.
Oh, sit. Sit. And this is one of the more exposed baskets on the course. And look at that. This is wild to watch right now.
And that is a solid, solid birdie from Ricky.
He's picking up 2 on the card.
His whole card is just kind of falling apart here. Here's a big headwind putt for Emerson.
This is first bogey.
That's a way to stick it early on in the round. A big number like that on hole 2 just never starts your round off on a good note.
That's a huge putt from Emerson in that right to left head.
High left for Zach. That's unfortunately going to be, I believe...
It's at least a double.
Yeah.
Lance with a similar putt to hole 1. He's got the strong tailwind, slight right to left.
High left from him as well. Ricky is in a good spot after watching his card kind of blow up on this hole. Kind of
I would say so. Each
yeah.
player had a shot that was completely just wrecked by the wind.
And it's just one of those weekends, you know, that almost every disc golfer faces at least one time in their tournament playing career, that you just have to stay patient and just keep moving. Hole number 3, 320 feet. Again, with this wind pushing, players are going to try to get this big helping flare with a low hyzer.
Ricky going Firebird here.
Whoa, that thing has some meat on its bones.
Anything outside the circle on this one is tough to even run at.
Yeah. There's that low hyzer from Emerson. If that gets a flare off the hill, that's a good shot. And that's got a fade from Zach.
Keeps it flat. And the wind just flattens it out, straightens it out. see how this holds up in the wind.
Almost. And that's the thing with Lance's forehand. He is from the woods of North Carolina and is a very steep hyzer flip forehand player. So in this wind, he's going to have to work really hard. He doesn't throw a lot of flex shots.
Oh, wow. That is incredible from Ricky Wysocki. I mean, it looked like he dunked it, Brian, and it just gets the top band.
To get back to even.
Just pulls it.
And he is outside the circle. Lance snags the par. And I'm guessing he was just giving Emerson some time to get over to that lie because he's got a 33-footer here.
Yeah, and the exact opposite wind that he just putted into. He's got it left to right now. Oh, that is a heartbreaker from 20 feet, 3 putts.
And that's the challenging part about putting on these riser baskets in the wind. It just shrinks the green so much.
Our warehouse manager, Dylan, is on vacation this week, so we decided to bring Heather in to keep things running at a high level. She's already had a huge impact on our crew, and overall, they've embraced the changes surprisingly well. We're really happy with how Heather is doing in this new leadership role.
Hole 4, it's a par 4, getting into the tight wooded section here at the Beast. Slight S-curve, takes a very specific shot.
Yeah, there's not really an option to eagle the hole. I haven't seen anyone come close. This is just a 2-shot, old-school par 4.
Yeah, you just need to break one around the corner, get a straight, soft skip. He's in the woods, but he's going to be nearly looking at the pin. That's a great drive.
Yeah, and with his sidearm, it's a good spot to be.
Oh, and Zach knew he just pushed it straight into that tree on the right.
Great result, though. He's going to have a sidearm. He might even have a look at birdie if he wants to.
Curious if Lance is going to flip a forehand up and around the corner.
I don't think so. He puts a lot of time into his backhand. It's the shot that doesn't come the most naturally to him, but he puts a lot of time in. Just a little inside.
Had the angle and the speed.
Yeah, it's going to be okay.
Don't cut roll.
I almost think he was maybe trying to go with a cut roller. Kind of aggressive play, maybe.
Zach does have that inside window. Oh, and he pulls it a little left.
Not too bad. He'll have an up and down for a par.
This is such a tricky shot to
Oh.
beat it.
Oh,
nearly.
so close. Lance.
It's so hard to throw a forehand with your hips open like that.
And he hits the same tree. That's going to be a 35-footer for both of them.
Yeah, it's really the one to beat on the forehand. And wow, look how far Ricky pushed up there.
Stand still, pig. Great birdie.
3 through 4 for Ricky. Hot start.
And fun fact about this hole, it averaged exactly, out of the whole field, 4.00. Exactly par 4.
Wow.
Even.
That's every year it improves.
Yeah.
That's
I just think it's one of those timeless holes that would have been a great hole in the 80s. You know, it's a great hole now. It still challenges the players. You don't see tons of birdies on it.
It is only 440 feet.
Mm-hmm. And I've heard a lot of people say that it shouldn't be a par 4, and after playing it as many times as I have, oh my gosh.
What else could it be?
If someone threw a flex sidearm into this hole, that is an eagle in every sense of the word. Nice bogey putt there for Lance. That is a good save after going aggressive on that shot. The initial putt that he took. Emerson's going to grab a par, and he's 2 over for the round. Kind of a rough putting start for him. And Ricky pushes to 3. Hole number 5, uphill, 264. Little hyzer flip, mid-range up the hill. A lot of players are just trying to dunk it into the side of the hill and slide up to the basket. Oh yeah, exactly how he chalked it up.
Beautiful shot from Rick. Look at Zach's shoulders over the top of his disc. Missed that root. Oh, and it does. Look at that.
Oh, somebody's closer.
Explorer forehand from Emerson. Oh, just pushes it to the left.
Look at how the wind is just still seeping into the woods. It's just brutal out here.
It really did get under that disc and kind of push it further left.
He got a little air underneath it, and actually, that might have been a good result for him. If you push over that tree line on the right, it is horrible jail. There's not even a look to pitch out from there. Emerson giving himself another tester from about 25.
Hey everybody, thank you for watching Gatekeeper Media, and I wanted to let y'all know that I have this new stamp coming out. I'm gonna have it on a bunch of different molds. If you would like one, reach out to me on my Instagram. My tag is @Emerdaddy64, so just hit me up on Instagram. Hope you enjoy the rest of the round.
Hole 6, it's a par 3, 267. The gap right here is only 10 feet across. Very specific shot. Forehand is a common play, or the backhand turnover. Ricky going pig, and that's just inside. Horrible kick. That is going to be a tough spot. Can be a quick bogey from over there.
Absolutely. There's a section back there that opens up, but I think he kicked so early that there's no way they're trimming that side of the fairway.
Zach going Firebird here. Push forward. Okay, circle 1. Justice from Emerson. Gets the inside gap.
Was that a Justice?
Wow.
I think that might have been an Explorer that he down-tempoed.
Really?
Yeah, that was a really solid-looking shot. And
Oh, what?
graceful kick of the disc golf gods. That would have been way early if he didn't get that nose-down shove. And did Ricky hit another tree?
No. Oh, he circles edge for his bogey.
Uh-oh. Lance giving it a little bid.
Has this tree to contend with. Oh, look, wind kind of in his face.
Great bogey putt there for Ricky.
That's got to be frustrating for him. Oh, look at that.
The
Exhale.
sigh of sweet relief. And there's another birdie for Zach. That's 2 in a row for him. Kind of a slow start. But he's picked up. Now he's 3 down for the round. Catching a little fire here. Sometimes hitting a bogey putt from circle's edge feels better than getting a tap-in birdie.
Yeah, it can definitely help you build momentum. That was a big putt.
And Lance just struggling to get the angles right with his sidearm. It's something that is so impressive to watch, but just today he's got to pick it up a bit. Number 7, 429, another short par 4. Hit the gap, throw an up shot, stick it on the screen. But Zach has an option to go for the eagle here.
This is right in his wheelhouse. A little bit of Anheuser. Needs to beat it. Oh.
And that's the hard part about that flex is you have to push it very forward for the first 200 feet of the flight and then get it to drift left. They don't make it that easy out of the hand. You have to flip it a little bit.
Emerson going mid-range here.
A little bit wide, but it worked out. He'll have a little work to do from there. Almost got it. Still out in the open.
That's a good miss.
Yeah. Oh,
Get
yeah.
it out the gap, just a little too turned over. Oh, and Ricky also going to attempt it. Turn.
He wanted
Oh,
that.
no.
Just couldn't get it to flip over. With how good his backhand's getting, I always forget how dominant he was with the sidearm back when he won his world titles.
Yeah, 2014 in Oregon.
Unbelievable.
It was like he was automatic for a 425-foot forehand park job.
One of the most legendary battles I've ever seen in disc golf was in 2014. Him and Macbeth at the World Championships in Portland. Hell of a pin
Give himself
high.
a look.
Yeah.
Interesting across that bowl. Smooth looking release from Emerson.
I think it stuck.
Nice touch shot from Lance right
yeah.
there. Flipping that putter up.
Just going to take a tap in 4. There's a birdie for Lance. He's on the board. Couple of birdies in a row for Emerson.
Hole 8, maybe the shortest hole on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, only 213 feet, very small gap. Basket sits up on this little hill. You can't go too deep.
You kind of just have to slide it up to the basket.
Yeah, you really want to get early, else that can happen right there. And he's going to have a look. It's just pretty steep.
It's another one of those putts where if you hit the bin, you're rolling. And there's that touch sidearm from Lance.
That's beautiful.
And it's
Check,
going to sit
check.
down.
Oh, yeah.
Solid shot.
This gap is so small.
Yeah, all these guys are flicking putters pretty much. It's going to be a pig from Ricky. Sit.
Oh,
Oh
yes.
my gosh. Great stick. Here's that faith again from Emerson.
Didn't get the initial height.
We both held our breath for him on that one.
No. No. He's got the same distance coming back. Oh, yes, what a good putt. Nearly the same putt that Emerson just had. That's frustrating.
Solid birdie for Lance, 2 in a row for him. And I believe that brings him back to even for the round. Ricky's going to take that bogey stroke back, and we're going to move into number 9, a monstrous 519-foot par 4, low ceiling, huge tee shot to get off the tee to this bowl area, and then a treacherous green as well. We have all these roots and hard-packed dirt. This is a hard tee shot.
No, that is a forehand roller. First I've ever seen on the hole. Wow, and it gets nearly all the way down in the bowl, Brian.
This is more like it.
Stay in the air. Go forward. Oh, I don't know if he saw that curl at the end. He might have the angle.
It was a beautiful drive. What was that reaction? Was there a wind blowing through the woods?
It had to have been. It looked like he smoked it on that line and it just drifted left.
Whoa, yeah, look at this. Look at these discs. Completely resisting turn, but Zach has pushed his almost deep. He still might have a good second shot from there.
That's so unfortunate to push it that deep, though, up that hill like that.
Wow.
That's a pretty common lie over there, hitting those trees and kicking left, and you really need to get it down into the bowl. It's an instant 5 from here at best.
Yeah. It is a tight fairway, and the landing zone to get the birdie is very specific.
Push. Oh, he gets the inside
Nice
gap. He's
shot.
Looking at a 3. Oh, and look how far Zach has pushed. Lays out for it and actually checks up and circles edge. He might have a little gap right there.
Wow, and Lance was praying for it to sit down and hit something, and it hit nothing.
It hit nothing.
Great landing from Emerson. Super smooth, matched the hill. Ah, Lance.
Oh, this has been such a rocky front 9.
Oh, this is...
It
yeah.
shows you why the scores are the way that they are this weekend.
I mentioned chaotic to start this round out, and it's how all of us are feeling out here. You know, this course with little wind is a scorer's paradise, but when these head and tailwinds pick up, it gets so bizarre.
Yeah, and it's windy enough that the discs are getting affected here in the woods. And
Yeah.
These are dense woods.
That was... I almost wanted a super slow-mo on that flight path of Zach's. That was bizarre. Not to take away from Ricky getting a fantastic birdie 3 on this hole.
Yeah, only a handful of those per round.
Yeah, this one averaged a 4.56 in round 2. So he's taking 2.5 strokes in the field. 1.5. My math is it's a little off. There you have it, folks. That is the front 9 of round 2. We have Ricky on a tear. and we have some people chasing him and picking up some steam. Make sure to subscribe to Gatekeeper Media on YouTube, and we will see you for round number 2. Nate.
Brian, it's been a pleasure, man.
Welcome back, disc golf fans, to the 2023 Discraft Great Lakes Open presented by Grip 6. This is our first playoff event of the season and the second year that we've had these playoff events. Excited to be out here for the 41st edition of the Great Lakes Open. I'm Nathan Queen, again joined by Andrew Fish.
And I too am delighted to be back in the mitten. There is nothing like a Michigan summer. And Nathan, we're going to get a little bit of all kinds of summer weather today, along with James Proctor, Eagle McMahon, Anthony Barella, and Kyle Klein.
Yeah, lots of different weather rolling in throughout the day and cooler temperatures than we've seen over the last 2 months.
You see there the DGPT standings. Our card going to be composed of numbers 5 through 8 in the standings as we move into the playoffs. This is going to be worth 150% of the standard DGPT points, and it's a pretty limited field. Only about 75 players qualifying here. James Proctor got a couple different sponsors. Going to putt with the Glow Alpaca. Throws the Pathfinder and Barry a lot for his mid-ranges. And then Centurion, Emperor, and Destroyer going to get a lot of work out here.
Eagle McMahon putting with the Flex 3 D-Line Rainmaker. Going to be seeing some MD3s and some Mutants for the upshots. Probably some FD3s, PDs, and Cloudbreakers out there in the wind.
Anthony Barella, sponsored by Discraft. We've seen quite a bit of him lately. CT Jawbreaker Focus is going to be his primary putter. A couple different other throwing putters. Buzzes and Maltas for the mids, and then Athena, Force, Venom, Raptor, Nuke OS, it's all in there.
And then Kyle Klein, also dynamic, gonna be seeing a lot of Logics for the putters. The Origin and MD3, FD3 Splice, the Vanguard, and also some of those Cloudbreakers.
We're going to play hole 1 first. 60-foot elevation drop at 516 feet. So a lot of flight time, and depending on what the wind is doing, it might influence how aggressive players want to be. 2 pin positions in play this weekend. We're going to play to this right one, perched right up on the elevated basket and against the right side OB.
James Proctor.
I don't go backwards often, but I feel like I said dynamic and meant Discmania.
That's correct. Kyle Klein, sponsored by Discmania. Proctor going to opt for the backhand. Played a little bit of a headwind with some left-to-right cross, so he needs to hang this out over the out-of-bounds or pull it inside.
Yeah, I don't think that was planned. Definitely going to be too far off to the right there and trying to get up and down for a bogey.
New this year, the right side of the fairway also lined out of bounds.
Eagle McMahon.
Eagle, as I understand it, 2 appearances at Great Lakes Open and 2 wins. And gonna throw the forehand. He's been incorporating this back into his game, but trying to go pretty soft with it. This is biting to the right side.
It's incredible to me that he reached the edge of the circle with that swing right there. It didn't look like he did anything.
From Mesa, Arizona, Anthony Barella.
Another player who can put about 40% on the disc and probably get it down there, Anthony Barella.
As we alluded to with the weather, this is a couple hours or so later than the original planned tee time for the day.
Several events this year we've had to be very flexible and patient with scheduled plans. Barella, this is more traditional, kind of throwing an overstable disc at the OB left line. He's kind of out there in layup zone.
From Wyoming, Michigan,
Kyle Klein.
And pretty close to a home tournament for Kyle Klein.
Yeah, also going to be going with the forehand. I like the line on this one.
Yeah, he's throwing it downhill but flat. Lets the stability catch up. Gets himself into circle 2.
Yeah, seems to be a little bit less wind later on in the day than I experienced, or than a lot of players experienced a little earlier on before that first storm.
But that's kind of the nature of tee times. Proctor and Barella both successfully laying up. Here's Kyle from C2. Tailwind putt. He's got to put it pretty high.
Yeah, and this is towards that new OB, back behind the basket now on the right side. Ends up just a bit low. And Eagle almost able to connect, but sliding off of that left side chain.
Yeah, that one kind of a 50-50, but he'll start off his day with a par. Everybody else going to do pretty routine tap ins. No sense messing around on this elevated bucket.
Yeah, just 8 birdies on the day today. Averaged the 5th hardest hole on the course. Pretty tough way to start your round if you like to get some green on the card. Moves us into hole 2. 680-foot par 4. You have to get pretty far off of the tee to get to a flatter spot on this incline to kind of have good footing to go for this basket. I'd say you're playing close to 800 feet here.
Yeah, minimum. Going to see 4 backhand power drives. Playing with a tailwind so they can really air it out but need to go understable.
And Eagle has made it to that. It's not flat, but it's less of a slope than it is about 50 feet behind him. Makes it much easier to get momentum up that hill.
This Kensington Toboggan course, seasonal installation, a little bit longer than normal this year, but in the winter obviously used for toboggan runs, which they like that slope a little more than we do, I think.
Yeah, I'd say they have a good time going down it. As Anthony Barella, I believe he's come up just short of that zone I was talking about. So a bit more of an incline run up for him. Kyle in a similar position.
And Proctor getting the late turn. This is going to fade a little more than everybody else.
Stay down.
But still out of the shul and actually in a decent spot. That side slope isn't as extreme as the middle of this fairway.
Yeah, and you can create a hyzer shot for yourself, which I think is a little easier to throw up this hill as well. Kyle did have some tricky footing, but able to crest that hill. He's going to be right around circle's edge, I think, just inside.
Yeah, I like that he kind of ran across his lie. Barella's going to go straight up at it. And with his good arm action, he's able to make that work. Going to come up, looks like a little short on the hillside. Circle 2 probably.
Seems like some extra wingspan really helps out for that right there.
As you noted, Proctor is able to throw the hyzer and gets it to crash back in just outside the bullseye.
Yeah, great shot. Going to be looking for his birdie here on hole 2. And Eagle just going to go standstill. That's impressive. Impressive amount of power.
And he will be putting at it from about circle's edge. And Barella's body language suggests that that was supposed to be a run. He didn't do the run or the layup quite right.
And again, Eagles is going to fall out the left side. That one looked a little better, I think, than the first one.
Yeah, I think so. Might have just caught top band in progress. Kyle Klein on the board at 1 down. It's we'll try to note the course changes that have been made throughout, but it's pretty wild that holes 2 and 3 are now some of the easier birdies on the course, with some additional OB and holes being lengthened.
Yeah, still only 13 birdies on the day on this hole, but only 4 players carded a bogey. So without the OB, still playing as one of the easier holes on the course.
Proctor with a knockdown. Eagle going to tap in. And we will wander over to hole 3. Another big downhill shot. Out of bounds, lining left and right at the wood line or at the edge of the fairway on the left. New this year, if you've thrown a good shot, you're kind of down in this flat area. New this year, the right side of the green also out of bounds, along with the hillside leading up to it. Likely to see 4 backhands down the hill and 4 hands into the green if thrown correctly. Almost always a headwind of some sort on hole 3.
And Kyle Klein, very well executed shot, staying away from that newly designated OB area of that tall grass people just used to be able to blast into if they had a lot of power.
Proctor driving it down the hill, letting the speed accelerate the disc to turn it over, and in a great spot.
Yeah, well executed. He's going to be probably inside 400 feet from there.
Eagle, also a good swing. There's just so much time to wait and watch this. And Eagle kind of joining Kyle Klein on that left side of the fairway.
And that OB on the right side seems to have taken some nose angles down this year. We're seeing a lot lower flight paths, I feel like, than we've seen in the past.
Absolutely. It seemed like people were attacking with some fast, understable discs, and if they turned over right, well, they'd get up and down. Now, people having to throw from 350 or more into this green.
And this is a bit early, bringing that new OB on the right into play, but he's going to land inbound safely. Big sigh of relief there. He's going to have himself a birdie putt.
Yeah, absolutely. You wait for that spotter to throw up the green. Proctor attacking with the backhand. This is going to get slammed a little bit more by the wind rather than picked up, and he's going to be 29 feet, looking for a back-to-back birdie.
And back-to-back holes, Eagle able to approach with a standstill. Gonna put this one a little closer than he did on the last. Looking to cash in for his first birdie of the round.
Yeah, you can't let those chances slip away too often.
And apparently, hole 3, 915 feet par 4 is now one of the holes you have to get out here. 51% of the field taking the birdie, 3rd easiest hole on the course today.
And that's with a little bit of wind. If it's dead calm, I'm frightened to see what this field is going to do. Barella.
Oh, man.
Low and the reaction off the cage.
His putt on 2 and just right here dropped very quickly. Might be having a hard time getting the pace on the disc that he wants as he misfires again there.
And is there a vortex here? That was definitely putted with a tailwind, but it dropped pretty precipitously.
So the wind's pretty swirly out there when I was in the area of the day. Very swirly. It was hard to tell what was going on, and that could be what's going on here on this putting green.
Yeah, potentially. Eagle is able to capitalize. And everybody else going to have to do a little damage control. Anthony Barella does convert.
Yeah, thought we were going to see a few birdies there. Ended up with just one. Here we are at hole 4, 580-foot par 4. Gonna see most likely some backhand hyzer shots that try to crash towards that last tree we passed there on the left. There's a forehand flex line as well that can get you up a little bit farther. It's a little cleaner of a line. Not much new on this hole, but they did add some little posts. Or not posts, but some logs across the fairway going up the hill towards the basket.
Yeah, certainly some anti-skip devices. Pretty controlled hyzers from our first two players. Klein in a great spot there. He should be able to throw mid or fairway, or mid or forehand up the hill. Low ceiling is really the theme here. You got to put yourself in a position on your tee shot that you can get a manageable approach up to the green.
Yeah, and James is back there behind that cedar. They have limbed it up a little bit this year to counteract what they've done with the ground, but he'll still have to deal with a bit of a low ceiling.
And Anthony Barella with a big pushing hyzer, gets some ground play. I think he should be close enough to the cedar to manufacture some kind of shot.
Kyle is going to go at the backhand, try to float it up there, and just carries over that last log, which is about 40 feet, and gets just outside the bullseye looking for another birdie.
Yeah, those two critical feet to clear that are the difference between him and Proctor, having very makeable and very iffy putts to look at, as slope behind this basket is more severe than on the front.
Yeah, and it's also sooner than you see right here in front of it. As Eagle McMahon just barely able to carry that. He's going to be up inside circle 1.
AB actually decided to go driver there to try to get some speed. And the putts still difficult for him.
Oh, and looks like it could have kept on moving a bit too, as we see Catch Cam jumping out of the way. So this putt by James Proctor is going to go on in the basket, gets himself back under par on the round. On this 580-foot par 4, where there were less birdies than we saw on hole 3, as Anthony Barella is gonna 3-putt for the second hole to end up carding himself another bogey.
Yeah, that's tough to watch. He's throwing the disc great and isn't able to finish the drill. Klein in for his second birdie.
Yeah, so although there were less birdies than hole 5, it did average as the easiest hole on the course, as there were also less bogeys.
Then hole 3?
Then hole 3, yeah, not
there you
5. Go. Man, I've got everything backwards tonight.
Tell you what, hole 5, par 3, 480 feet. This hole's had a little bit of time to season in. I think people really, really like the way this one shapes up. Likely to see backhands thrown with a little bit of drift and a little bit of finish on them. But you could see anything from mid-range. I think Eagle's going to go MD3 up to 9-speed. Really puts players in between a lot of different types of shots. This has a lot of speed and it's drifting right. There's a little bit out of bounds over there. Eagle said he actually thought he was OB when he was on the tee, but turns up safe.
Yeah, the OB by the basket seems to be a lot closer this year.
Klein's shot drifts to the right and then kicks aggressively left. Probably going to be a forehand turnover shot. Proctor with a hyzer that flips, but not all the way. He's going to get tagged down in circle 2. Another chance to show off his distance putting, potentially.
And Anthony Barella trying to get back on track.
It looks like Buzz to me, just holding straight, and it is going to fade left.
Oh, and what a stump at the end. That's going to put him 20 feet on this 480-foot par 3. What a drive from AB. Let's take a look at it again.
Yeah, with the mid, you got to use the ceiling. He does so very nicely. And then the bonus bump and roll.
Yeah, perfect speed control there. That was going to stop exactly pin height. Threw that just how he needed to.
Okay, Klein is able to swing a backhand here. Oh no, jump putt.
And yeah, must have conceded to a long putt on that one. It's pretty rough everywhere off of the fairway on this course. But especially on a newer hole like this, it's going to be pretty rough.
Yeah, I think this is year 3. And as I noted, this is only a seasonal course, so not getting played all the time. Klein for his par and going to sail it.
Eagle ended up with the long circle 2 look, and he's going to cash it in. Gobble, gobble for Eagle McMahon.
Yeah, that's huge. That's a big momentum swing for him, feeling like he was OB and all of a sudden grabbing the birdie to get to 3 under. Kyle makes good to keep it to just 1 bogey stroke. And Proctor over here neighbors with Barella. AB's practice upswing looked pretty quick. I wonder if he's not... He must still not be feeling his putt, but he is able to get the good bird there.
Yeah, very nice birdie. Just 12 players on the day. Moves us into hole 6, 519-foot par 4. Backhand flex shot is going to get you the most distance off of this tee shot. Forehand also plays, but you're going to be pretty far back. After that, you've got a ravine to carry. This is
very pulled inside by Eagle.
2 inside.
Yeah. This is that backhand flex shot. Thrown pretty slow to start flexing out. That'll leave Barella probably a 280-foot forehand into the green.
Yeah, ideally just a bit more fade on that, but should be pretty open from where he's at. Is this a putter from Proctor?
I think so. Testing the height. And he is going to settle down in about that same spot. And if you're feeling spicy, I think you can also go roller here, Nathan.
Yeah, just trying to push you off to the right side. Pretty hard for that. Oh, wow.
If you lay it down right there with a touch of cut, you can actually push up into the gully that precedes the basket, making your upshot very easy.
Almost worked out for Kyle there. Still going to be in a pretty good spot over there, I think.
And Eagle trying to play forehand to the landing zone or possibly into that gully, but he has pinched himself on the right. This is a little awkward stance, but a good view of the gap.
Yeah, and able to get some power on that forehand. Not quite enough to carry the hill, though. Gonna leave himself in circle 2.
Still super uphill, though.
Yeah, super uphill, and you don't want to hit metal. You want to make it or miss everything. Nice upshot there from Proctor. Going to give himself a good look at birdie.
Yeah, I think that was our first look at James Proctor's forehand. Equally proficient with that. And Klein, good thing he played Idlewild last week. These kind of gaps look big once you've done that. And a very nice upshot. Going to tickle some whiskers on the backside of the green.
Yeah, get that bogey stroke right back. Eagle in a precarious spot here. He's going to have to go through this right side, which is all kinds of trouble. And he knew that. So he threw it harder, I would imagine, because he expected to hit something, and he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't plan on that being a spectator, perhaps.
Oh,
but
and smart move there.
yeah, he's got a couple in the bank. No sense risking running past this basket, turning it into more. And AB squeaking it in.
Yeah, just enough nose up to slide over the top of that rim. Back to even.
Yeah, it's been quite an eventful round for AB thus far. And Proctor centers it up.
Yeah, after starting with a bogey, he's worked himself to 2 down.
And kind of doing what you have to. With these course changes and the weather conditions today, anything under par is going to be acceptable, but you got to do a lot of work on the front. Hole 7, 667 feet, par 4. Pretty open off the tee, although there is right side at the wood line out of bounds. Left side is all safe, but the closer you are to that OB line, the better your angle is. There's a pinch point about 100 feet, and then the basket perched on top of a mound that creeps up on you, especially grabbing low shots into the green. This is a good-looking shot to my eye. Little bit of stability on the end, testing the right side OB and pushing up past the teeth of the landing zone.
Yeah, you can't really draw it up much better than that one. Gonna be sitting with the easy little putter hyzer in from there.
Proctor with the same idea, a little more flip on it, but getting to about the same point. Yeah, about the same point.
Side by side and making a new tee pad up there.
I think that's good and efficient when you can just share a rangefinder with your card mates. This is leaking off to the left side. With the out-of-bounds right side down the entire, up to the entire green, I think that could, in theory, take birdie out of play for Kyle. And Eagle going to slow it down, not go full driver, but he is also going to track to the left side.
Yeah, going to be a more common mistake, I think, this year, just to avoid that OB on the right. You saw Anthony and James both test that OB on the right side to have a good shot.
And I kind of like that, leaving this left side very dense.
Are you kidding me, man?
I said he was going to take birdie out of play. I didn't expect a miracle forehand.
Yeah, like you said, that was a miracle. Look at what Eagle's looking at. That's what Kyle just threw through.
And Eagle is able to manufacture something. Runs off to the left side. We'll have a putt for another bird. I'm going back to where I was going. As Barella's going to go zone of some variety into this green for another birdie look. I like that you have to test the right side OB, and I like that the left side is very rough. It makes players make a golf decision about how they're going to attack the hole.
And James, a little overzealous on the height of that putter shot. Going to catch some branches. Still inside circle 2. Opportunity here. And able to capitalize. Threw it exactly where he wanted to.
Tell you what, when you can cover up your mistakes like that, it is huge for the round. Keeps the momentum.
This was the second easiest hole on the course today. 44% of the field. That's 32 players able to get the birdie.
I think I can believe it with the distance not being the controlling factor here. It's like hit a good landing zone, hit a good upshot.
Yeah, I guess if you can just throw it through the trees like Kyle can, then that's another way to do it.
Yeah.
We got them diamonds.
Tell you what. They make it look pretty easy.
Yeah, that's not a hole I expected to play that easy, especially with the OB down that right side. Another addition this year. You've got to make it out of this gap on hole 8 into this newly island type hole, I suppose. Got to make it in bounds, or you go to a drop zone, or got to make it through the gap, or you go to a drop zone. If you do cross inbounds, you may take it from where it last went out.
Correct.
The green is a lot tighter on this one. I think that's really the most impactful thing, the OB all the way around the basket.
And Proctor early grabbing the left tree, but does manage to stay inbounds pretty far back on the fairway. We'll see how attacking he wants to be. And yeah, once you hit the Guardian branch, you're pretty much doomed, as Kyle going to take that OB stroke. And Eagle will have a decent angle into the green, but also throwing 3.
Yeah, so James ended up inbounds here. Gonna be pitching up around the corner, just looking for a par. So Kyle must have crossed up here on the corner as well. Thrown a nice turnover shot and well executed. He's going to have an opportunity to say par.
That's huge, and that's a very, very uphill shot, so excellent angle control to avoid stalling out or a weird roll. Eagle got to do about the same. And both of those guys with the chance to scramble for their par. AB, even as hyzer as he threw his shot, is pretty pinched over here. Has to go big backhand turnover that'll ride way right.
Oh, man, and what a scary shot now with all this OB everywhere. OB long left, OB short right. And he's going to find it somewhere.
Yeah, you see how long that reaction cam had to watch. You just don't know for so long.
Yeah, I imagine he hit these branches here and kind of trickled down. Might had even hit inbounds and rolled out.
Where you at, Eagle?
Again, a bit low.
And Barella had actually fought back to under par with that turkey. Got to give one back here. Kyle Klein able to save. Here is Proctor for his 4 also.
"24 players birdied, 24 players parred, 25 players bogey or above."
I got to imagine they like the scoring spread that they're going to see there.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's the only one on the course that did that.
Hole 9, 472 feet, a downhill par 3. This was much longer last year. They shortened it up, perched the basket on a little ridge. Going to play into a headwind right to left. And everything from mid-range to high-speed driver is in play here. Looks like Proctor's going to go fairway. And my group found one of his practice discs on this green, so maybe not his first choice, but no matter.
This should be his first choice now.
Yeah,
as
I think
he's
so.
going to tickle those whiskers up there. And let's take a look at that again from the other side.
A little bit of a hyzer release, snaps up, but always right on the right edge of the fairway here.
Beautiful.
Yep, more like that. Gives the entire card the read. Klein, I think, was that a mid?
It looked like mid to me and didn't get over on it like he wanted to. Getting that big drift off to the left side.
I think if you're going mid, the idea is to get some drift late in the flight.
Just like Eagle McMahon is doing right here. Some nice late drift, gonna put himself inside circle 1.
And going even slower here is Anthony Barella with the Luna. Perfect drift. Guys, I promise you, this hole is hard, and we have 3 players a combined 31 feet.
I don't know. Is this hole hard? I think it's the hole that you feel like you should get when you walk up to it on this course.
Maybe so. There's no OB. It's right ahead of you. It's downhill.
No, you're right. It should be hard. It did. We had 18 birdies on the day. It just barely averaged under par, 2.9.
Well, there you see it. Everybody on our card in decent position. Couple top 5s and a top 10. Barella had some good work, gave a couple back, but still a lot to battle here. And this is a 4-round tournament, so plenty more golf to play. Nathan, what are you looking for on the back?
A little bit more weather, I believe, and also just some pars. If you can string together some pars and get a birdie or 2 along the way, you're gonna have a good back 9. Put yourself in contention, as you said, with 3 more rounds to go. Thank you guys for joining us out here for the round 1 front 9 coverage of the first playoff event of the year, the Discraft Great Lakes Open. For Andrew Fish, I'm Nathan Queen. We'll see you guys out there.
Welcome back to Gatekeeper Media's coverage of the 2023 Skåne Open. This is the first event of the 2023 Swedish Disc Golf Pro Tour. I'm Andrew Fish, joined here by Max Regitnig.
How's it going, guys?
Max, we've seen some pretty good golf on this front 9. Tell us a little bit about what we expect to see on this course in the back.
More of the same. A lot of tight holes. A couple open eagleable holes as well, starting off with hole 10. But yeah, definitely can make it easy on yourself getting the tee shot clean. But yeah, tee shot pretty open, but want to keep it in the short grass, definitely. Set up a pretty tight tunnel shot. Don't have to get too crazy with the distance, as it's 252 meters total, but this upshot slopes away on the right and thick brush on the left, so want to dial it in for that easy birdie.
We've seen Hjalmar Fredriksson have a very good front 9. Some solid putting, only 1 bogey. Drags his lefty backhand over to the left, nearly gets it out, will be on the edge for his second shot.
Should still be able to get a clean second shot down that tunnel. Again, doesn't need all that much distance, but Youssef keeping it pretty straight. Looks like he disked down, didn't want to get too crazy from the tee, and definitely can afford to do that on this hole.
That's a good responsible play, trying to break off 90 to 100 meters instead of 125.
Henrik going with more of the hyzer, still looking up to get right center cut fairway. Did that nicely. Looks like he's opening up on the second shot a bit more, maybe looking for the eagle.
Yeah, Hogman pulls it over to the right side late and isn't going to get quite the distance he needs, but still a pretty good honest attempt.
Looked great. I mean, he might have got up there for a putt. Tough to say with that basket tucked into the bushes there. Hjalmar not quite getting clean. might have to scramble for par from there. Youssef looking to get a little aggressive as well. Maybe turned it over a bit too much. Might be tough to get up and down from there. Those trees are pretty tightly spaced.
And Hjalmar needs to be in par mode here, not try to do anything crazy. Does well to get himself in a layup position. And Youssef for his third. What's the character of the woods here if you're off the fairway?
Yeah, both courses in Malmö, definitely tight trees when you get off the fairway. You really hard to scramble if you do get far off the fairway. But usually enough trees to keep you from going too deep, but if you're unlucky, tough to get back out there.
Pretty decent forehand approach. Interesting to see Youssef going to that rather than the backhand playing into the slope.
Yeah, Youssef definitely forehand dominant for the up shots. Doesn't throw many backhands when it comes to that touchy distance. Just relies on that forehand consistency. Hjalmar almost thrown in for the bird, I think.
Yeah, pretty nearly the heroic attempt.
Not sure if he was trying to get too aggressive, but left himself a pretty lengthy comebacker. But at least he's putting uphill and not downhill. Went for that stepper again, but didn't catch metal, so might be a little tricky there with the trees. Youssef makes good for par.
And you see the fist pump. Like, that's a big momentum shift given where he was after 2 shots on the hole.
Yeah, and I mean, again, not the most confident putts here. A lot of shorter putt misses, so anything that's a good make, maybe building that confidence.
Hjalmar with the good aggressive putt for his 6, and Henrik for the pretty easy 4. And now we're back to tight, straight tunnel shot. 78 meters, no OB to speak of. Just take your most confident mid-range or putter and rip it down the tunnel, huh?
Yeah, plays a little uphill, sloped fairway all the way, so the ground play is definitely a factor, but definitely a tight gap here. Pick something you're confident hitting that straight putter mid-range slot with. Youssef going with the Berg again. Caught up early.
Both right-handed players trying to take a hyzer release. I wonder if playing for a little bit of counter skip on the ground.
For sure. Not playing too stable at all. Really just something that goes dead straight. Easy finish. Hjalmar putting that close.
Yeah, barely having to make a putt this time for his birdie. And jump putt attempt incoming.
A lot of action. Looked pretty lengthy, so maybe just thinking layup from there.
And from a fully extended position, here's Hagman.
Looked to have some nice touch on that. Puts it right up against the basket.
Yeah, that's a really hard shot to execute when you're, so far extended, all you have is wrist, right?
Yeah, I mean, Henrik is an athlete. I think he played floorball in his early years and definitely still using that limber frame. Hole 12, another really tight one. Bends over to the right, 83 meters, probably a mid-range or a putter. Also, maybe lefty-friendly with that finish, but again, a really tight one. Kind of just hoping that the shape pans out how you envision it.
Hjalmar back to the hyzer release. Just kind of keeps the disc on that plane the whole way. Doesn't try to aggressively move right and earns a putt.
Standstill forehand from Henrik. Looks to hit the gap. And works out really nicely for him. Maybe pushed that left side more than you would hope, but it looked like it fit the shape of the fairway.
And the righty backhand, maybe not the preferred play, but the most effective in this case.
These guys are making it look easy. All putting for birdie. Great looking stroke from Hjalmar. Looked like dead center.
And that feels like a microcosm of Henrik's round, where he's done enough to get there, but hasn't been able to convert all of the time.
Yeah, we've seen some putting worlds from Henrik, and he is a very, very solid putter. I'm not sure if he's just working through some things. He tends to wear those jackets even when it's not too cold out.
Hole 13, 131 meters, a par 4, playing pretty straight in kind of the suggestion of this bowl or valley. Work your way to the bottom of the hill, and then you just have to find your way on a line that moves up the hill to the basket perched at the top. Really neat hole here.
Yeah, I've seen people go hyper aggressive with a roller, try to get a putt at it, but not a lot of ceiling to work with for the air shot, so most people just playing this low pushing driver shot and then kind of getting what you're given from your upshot.
Just acknowledging that at some point on the hole you're going to have to scramble, so you might as well get what you can off the tee.
Yeah, a lot of trees at the end that are shielding the basket, so I think most of the time you're playing it blind as well to the pin, so a lot of these shots is trusting your preparation for the event and picking those lines that you're most confident in.
Mm-hmm. And by being so far to the right, that may open up a line around the cluster of trees in the middle.
Henrik put some nice snap on that one. Looks like he got the angle pretty well. And yeah, I mean, he's kind of up on that slope, so he might have a better look, even be able to see the basket from there.
Yusuf going to play slight Anheuser forehand to flatten, and very nicely done inside the circle.
Another birdie look from Yusuf, another nicely done forehand upshot.
And a much wider hyzer than intended from Hjalmar.
Yeah, it looks like he just gripped that one. I think he had the optimal lane for the upshot there, the biggest gap in the fairway, but just held on for a little too long for it. And Henrik with a jump putt, making it look easy.
Yeah, relatively short par 4. He got what he could off the tee and rewarded handsomely with the easy upshot. And good backstop there for Hjalmar. Should be in position to save his 4.
And that was a righty flick. So I did not know that he was one of those that have the lefty backhand righty flick combo. I'm not sure if that extends further to a righty backhand maybe, but
I'm glad you noticed it, because when we saw him tap the basket for his 4 attempt on hole 10, I thought it was a righty flick. It was the same spin, but just something clicked.
We'll have to keep an eye on that one. Hole 14, definitely an option to go for the green on this one. Pretty open airspace, but also could give the wind a little extra time to do something weird to it, but can definitely pitch up to before the water and go for the birdie. But 135 meters, most people have that in the bag, but whether or not they're willing to risk an easy birdie for that extra stroke. But yeah, Hjalmar going for that righty flick again. Looks like good position.
You see the flags, wind indicating a little bit tailwind right to left, but perhaps too early in the tournament to be taking chances.
Yeah, when you're gifted an easier birdie, I mean, these are putter upshots essentially that most people should be very confident in doing. Henrik +1 on the round, maybe want to get a little extra going for the pin. Looks to get caught up, and unfortunately OB has this green plays as an island.
And back to the lefty backhand. And just throwing lawn darts in there is Hjalmar.
Very well done. So Henrik at the drop zone. Standstill forehand. Looks to have got it. Nicely done, but I'm not sure if that road is OB. Looks like he might be close. There's definitely OB long, but how close, I'm not too sure. Yusuf not getting that the height. Unfortunately comes out of bounds.
And Max, that can be a pretty frustrating thing to do, to, make the smart layup play on your first, but then not get it inbounds on the second.
Yeah, maybe just too relaxed there, thinking easy birdie, don't have to get too wild with anything, and maybe just lapse of focus on that upshot.
The comeback putt. This basket not more than 3 or 4 meters from the water, but a good stick for Hagman.
Yeah, staring at OB, and from the putting woes from the front nine, Henrik, really solid stroke there, makes it for the par save.
Yeah, you don't get to be as good as Henrik without being able to reset in the middle of something.
Yeah, I mean, 2-time Swedish champion. He definitely has game, and I'm sure he wants to show it more than a couple over on the front nine, so a bounce back there from him.
Hole 15, 93 meters, again playing a little bit uphill. A lot of open space to work with here, but we are going to move to the right, and the basket tucked just short of some out of bounds.
Yeah, definitely nice for that lefty backhand, and surely some forehands from Yusuf and Henrik. Looked like good weight on this one. Ooh, leaks a bit long. Uphill as well, so it kind of helps you not go long. So maybe just a little, wind read error there, but leaks a bit at long, but should have a pretty decent birdie or par putt safe.
Good correction on the forehand, coming up a little bit short instead. And the flags indicate that it is tailwind.
Looks good from Yusuf. Yeah.
And the best of the bunch.
Bread and butter. Yusuf definitely a forehand savvy player and should be licking his chops on that one.
A good par cleanup for Hjalmar. I think this is kind of spiritually similar to what we saw on hole 2, though perhaps a little easier.
Yeah. Similar shape, similar distance. Maybe was two is uphill as well. Yeah, so it's a very similar hole, just a little more danger on hole 2.
Why disc golf? It's the people. It's fun.
It's being in nature.
It's the lucky shots.
It's the feeling.
It's different.
It's the challenge. It's the throws.
So come out.
Grab a disc.
Or 2. And let it fly with Lone Star Disc.
Hole 16, we got another par 4 here, 205 meters. Definitely can bite off a lot on that first shot to make this upshot a lot easier. Didn't look like a lot of OB to speak of, so I mean, it should be a pretty soft par 4 here. But these flags may be indicating differently.
A good flat rip for Hagman.
Yeah, looking at the caddy book here, I think a lot of this is hazard on right and left of this little runway. So yeah, definitely have to keep this straight.
Is it pretty common for Swedish designs to play with hazards rather than strict out of bounds?
I think this is a new philosophy. I know Mikkel Bui, who's solely responsible for a lot of these Pro Tour and European events, gaining some traction. So I think he he definitely has a lot to do with the course design and course changes, and I think he opts for definitely leaning on the more difficult side and adding those OBs or hazards or tightening them, definitely within his philosophy.
As we see a pretty good bounce out there for Yusuf. Max, do you think that that's European disc golf trying to keep up with the way American disc golf design has gone on the Disc Golf Pro Tour?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they want to make things harder to kind of boost the players' the skills that they need to score well on these courses, but also just maybe the land that they're allowed to make these courses on maybe doesn't allow for these huge holes, and maybe the artificial out of bounds is that way to up the difficulty without the space.
Sure.
Yusuf making a really nice birdie putt there, had to straddle out, but very clean.
We saw a pretty good upshot from Hjalmar, but unable to make his putt. Perhaps the downslope he was on while level with the basket makes that challenging. Henrik.
In for birdie.
Yeah, low and center, nicely done. Back under for the round. Kind of a long road back for him.
Yeah, Henrik has been hitting a lot of good putts down the stretch here, making up for that first round. But down the stretch here.
Hole 17, 87 meters. Once again, a gap shot. And then relatively flat green. I think the danger here is don't go long.
Yeah, a couple limbs and trees that are a little quirky with the line, so kind of have to keep this low punching shot. Gets caught up a little early. Might have a long look at two, but probably par from there.
Flat forehand release. Going to get a nice touch off of the bush that gobbled Henrik.
Yeah, 87 meters, not too long, so basically just pick your shape. Nice smooth looking turnover from Hjalmar. Looks like he's on the dance floor. Circle maybe 7 meters.
To me, it looks like Hjalmar doesn't throw super far, but everything he does is very smooth and efficient.
Yeah, very controlled. It reminds me a lot of Linus, actually. Keeping those angles and not pushing it too much.
And a good effort by Yusuf, but cannot finish the drill.
Yeah, maybe 5 meters there for Hjalmar and gets the spit out. Dead center. Hate to see it.
Yeah, a little high, a little driven, but you definitely want those to stick.
Yeah, sometimes you just want that confident stroke, but add a little too much power to get that pop. Couple tap-ins for par.
A little surprising to not see any birdies on that, but we're going to go into our final hole with all of our players under par. What are we looking at here on 18?
18, I believe, is blind from the tee as well. A little downhill shot. Raised basket, so that might be new. Shorter, 77 meters, mostly straight putter shot from these guys.
And I believe a mandatory forcing you to go left of one of the gap trees, yes?
Mando left, yeah, just straight at it. Nice looking line, leaked a little right, but has a look for birdie. 8-9 meters. Yusuf going with a backhand.
I'm a little surprised to see that, given his proficiency with the forehand.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to be a very straight shot from that angle. Maybe a little left to right angle, but I mean, these guys are looking at the basket, 77 meters. Don't have to think too hard about it.
Yeah, anything you can do to get there. Flat mid-range from Fredriksson.
Also leaking a bit right. I'm not sure how those trees line up for those putts, but Yusuf, pretty clean look at it, just a little high.
And you see the frustration building a little bit. Spit out on the previous hole, now chain out on hole 18 for Hjalmar.
A few missed putts from Hjalmar there. Surely, building that frustration that he showed there after that missed putt. But great comeback make.
Yeah, pretty solid and clean round overall. 4 down, puts him in a tie for 10th place in the event.
Henrik finishes off with a birdie to go -2. Definitely had some struggles early, but cleaned it up really nice on the back nine, and yeah.
And 36 more to go in the event, right?
Yeah, lots of golf left. Josef leaving a little out there.
So kind of a frustrating finish. Also going to leave Josef at 4 under for the event. And you see there, a 4, a 4, a 2, and we're sorry, Christian. We didn't get to see you play at all. Hopefully next time.
Yeah, not terrible scores. Like, they're definitely still in it, but unfortunately not staying on this, or getting to their lead card there. We've got 4 new faces for round 2.
Yeah, that's great. And as many opportunities as we have to bring international coverage, I love seeing the new faces. Max, take us home.
Taco hey.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Back Nine coverage of Round 2, the quarterfinals of the 2020 Disc Golf Pro Tour Championships, presented by Grip 6. I'm Brian Earhart, joined here by Nathan Queen, and we have a couple players right now in our front nine that are starting to make some moves, and a couple players that are just trying to get some momentum going right now.
Yeah, lots of birdies. We saw lots of birdies on this front nine. A few bogeys. But people are trying to fight back, get moving, and keep it clean on this back nine. With the scores that we have, a clean back nine is really going to be what's necessary to move forward to the semifinals.
We've been seeing Kyle Klein in our card after a couple early bogeys, really fighting back and throwing some really confident lines. I think we could see some more energy out of him in this back nine.
Yeah, and Austin seems to be on a bit of a roll as well. He had that double bogey, but then settled in and got 3 birdies in a row to finish that front nine. So those are going to be the 2 players so far with the momentum moving forward. We'll see what the other 2 players can do to get us talking about them.
In the front nine, or the first round of this event, the moving scores were 7 under, 2 6 under pars, and a 5 under. So the mark has been set for round 1, moving into hole number 10, 474-foot par 4. This is the shortest and more than likely the easiest par 4 in the course.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's also, with it being the shortest par 4, it's also the shortest tee shot that you really have to throw. It's you can't get too much distance down the fairway really with the early dog leg you have to the right.
I'm guessing this is a Raptor out of Austin's hand.
And
great line.
Yeah, that was a great stand-up. It looked like it was inside, but whatever that was just stood up straight and carried to the middle of the fairway. And that's a bit early left out of Kyle there. Luckily it's a shorter hole, and he should have a chance to scramble for a par.
Oh yeah. Left side being a little bit more forgiving than the right side. And here's Drew lining up a backhand turnover. I do like this shot. All you have to do is get to the elbow on this hole.
And this looks really good. If it keeps drifting left, yeah,
that's perfect.
Perfect spot there. Right in between those 2 trees. You'll be looking down the left side of the fairway. And Adam pulling it left kind of like Kyle did. We'll have to see a couple scramblers on this hole. So Kyle stayed pretty close to the edge there, and he's going to make a pretty good move down the fairway. He's a little left side, but far enough he should be pitching out and able to get his par. No, not too much trouble there.
Adam looking like with the pace he put on that disc, it looked like he was trying to go for the birdie from there.
And he's gotten a good kick off of that tree all the way back into the woods further than he was before. And we're seeing him, anytime you see a player throw the same three times before anybody else, they're scrambling. Great high over the top shot there, but he's not real worried about that right now. He's worried about the 2 or 3 throws that he threw before that.
Drew puts it within circle 1 for his birdie look, putter. And there's a zone from Austin. Just too easy.
Yeah, underneath the basket, he'll be tapping in his birdie.
And this is a big shot right here from Kyle. This is to get up and down for the par.
Yeah, has to get his par here. There's no...
Awesome shot.
Way to stay collected there. And a good putt there after scrambling around. It seemed like he threw quite a few times, and he saves his bogey. So he's gonna have to... Adam will have to be really clean, and he needs a lot of birdies at this point. After taking that bogey, that doesn't bode well for him to move on. And Drew just pulling that putt a little right. He had a great drive, so he's not going to be happy with a par here.
Now, as you start moving into the back nine, especially with this survivalist format, you're starting to check the scores. You kind of already know where you need to be score-wise, just looking at, who moved on in round 1. And the more you fall behind, the more stagnant your scores are. Even if you are taking pars out here, if you dug yourself a hole early, you have to start attacking. And hole number 11, par 4, this is one of the holes that you have to attack.
Yeah, 651 feet. Once you're behind, this is absolutely one of the holes you have to attack. You'd be able to gain 2, possibly even 3 strokes on somebody by getting a birdie on this hole. Off the tee is really just straight for 330, 350 feet. If you can get it to move slightly right after that, then you're in a dream spot. But really, just throw as straight as you can, as controlled as you can.
Oh, and that is a beautiful hyzer flip from Austin.
And he's done that very well. Slides up. He's almost to the pinch point on that corner. This is pulled off to the right just a little bit. And as I was saying, if you can't get it down the middle of this fairway and you just barely touch one of those trees, you are going to kick and probably not be in a good spot to get anywhere.
Drew with a solid kick off that tree. He'll be in the middle of the fairway. And like we were talking about, Adam is going aggressive.
If this can miss everything, yeah, it fades a bit too much. He does hit that little inside line, but it looks like he'll still be in the woods over there.
Kyle puts himself to a decent spot. We'll see what kind of lie he has.
If Drew can miss that one tree, not quite. He didn't quite get it out far enough to the right, but it's such a weird angle once you get to where his disc is at right now. That's kind of the pinch point of the fairway. And it's just, even though it looks like a normal hyzer on this camera, it's more of a, it's really a stand-up. And Kyle,
what a shot from where he was at.
Yeah, he's navigated around that corner, and he's gonna have another 35, 37 footer to get a par, and just keep scrambling and stay alive.
Similar shot from Adam. He'll be a little bit farther than Kyle on the backside. Austin should have an easy tap in for the par.
And Drew getting his Luna up there as well. And we've seen that a few times out of Adam now. He's not quite getting the commitment on his putts to get him there. He's missing just a bit low. Huge par save opportunity for Kyle.
Great putt.
Dead center. This kid doesn't have it. He seems like he would be nervous, He's young. He has done well all season though, so he's using the experience that he got this year, calming his nerves, and just not making the mistakes after those first couple. He's settled in.
Nice putt from Drew. And yeah, Kyle's shown just a lot of discipline. You know, we watched him at USDGC really hold his own for quite some time in the event. He really has surprised quite a few people this year. I know Michigan has always known that he was an up-and-coming star, and now we have him really making some veteran decisions on the course and throwing some incredibly technical lines.
Yeah, it wouldn't really seem like he's a rookie on tour this year.
Yeah, exactly.
But a good par save there from Austin as well.
Hole number 12 is one of the longer par fours and one of the trickier second shots that we see on this course. Trying to throw a super committed distance hyzer past to these two middle of the fairway stakes. And the farther up you get, the more direct you have at this really tight funneled green here on the elevated basket. If you throw your drive short, it is very challenging to get to the basket here.
Yeah, short, and if you get it too far off to the right. The further left you are, as long as you stay in the open, the better angle you're going to have, no matter how far you get down the fairway.
And that's a great shot from Austin.
Yeah, you can't really ask for much more than that. He might be able to even see the basket from there.
Kyle throwing a steep hyzer flip.
Hopefully this can spike. He kind of stays on the edge there. It looks like he may have some footing to be able to work into the green.
Drew throwing a little high, nose up, not able to get that drift mid-flight. And he's in a similar spot. He might have some footing to get up to the green.
Yeah, it looks like
still went far enough.
Yeah, he got really far down the fairway. It looks like he kind of stayed out of the rough, but is right on the edge of it.
And Adam getting some drift, but again, just a bit too high. And that's going to be in the woods, and we will see what he has from there.
Yeah, so Kyle a little further in. Still gets
oh my
lots
gosh.
of power on that. That's in the... And
that's going to be a pretty easy up and down for the 4. What a shot from Kyle.
Yeah, great power from that standstill with a tree in his backswing. And Drew, it looks like he's turned it over just a bit early. Doesn't quite sneak all the way through there. He may have a long look for a birdie. Surprising to not see Austin throw the forehand here. There's a pretty good line, I feel like, from where he's at to get in there, but turns over just a bit too much and misses the gap. Adam couldn't even see him, throws a roller out, and he's a little pinched off on the right side. There's some trees over there, but it's possible to work up to the green. Another good turnover shot from Austin.
Oh, no. Back-to-back forehand rollers, and he's going to still be in this clump of trees. Oh, no. And that's another tree kick for Adam, and this round is starting to go south for him.
Yeah, with the format we have going on today, this is pretty much ending it for him, that he won't be able to move on to tomorrow. I believe this is his bogey putt. And he's already right around even par, so he's not making a good push for it.
Kyle's just going to drop one right next to the basket.
Looked like he was still trying to give that a run there.
Little bit. Solid putt from Austin. That's going to be a 4. Stays at 4 under par, right where he wants to be right now. Oh, and that's going to be a double bogey 6 for Adam. He moves to 3 over par. He still does have a shot. He just has to play very precise from this point on.
And you can see hole 14 in the background there. All right, good par, good par. moving on to hole 13, 419 feet. You got to hit, just miss that tree on the right and have a right to left moving shot. A righty backhand, you're going to want to throw a hyzer stand up that doesn't fade at all. Or if you're going with a righty forehand, a hyzer flip that does fade a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a pretty touchy shot, and it looks like Austin has thrown that hyzer flip pretty well here.
Oh, yes. And I think he's throwing a buzz. I think he's just been leaning on the buzz for so many of the shots.
And that's a fantastic shot. With the ground sloping downhill right to left, it's so hard not to get your disc to flare off. And using that buzz is that's the best way to counteract it. It's not really going to flare that much.
Kyle going inside, but pushing it a little long. We'll see if he'll sneak through.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man.
Around the outside.
That is a park job from Kyle. And I actually love this play. He just kind of dropped his elbow a bit. This is a zone from Adam. 419 feet. I think if he did get the ante on it, it would have been a great play for the hole.
Yeah, just a bit nose up, so it faded out a little early. Drew.
Spin putt. Love it.
Lots of power on that. Almost gets it there. I'm sure he's feeling the pressure as well. He's not that far under par. He needs to make a push, and that's the closest I think I've seen a birdie putt on this hole before.
That's a fantastic shot. That's about as textbook as you can throw it on this hole.
I said that, and Kyle's closer. So these are the two closest birdie putts I've seen on this hole.
Kyle, a little bit more unconventional line in the back door, but so nice to have a drop in birdie on this hole.
Yeah, and that moves them out to a pretty good lead on the card at 5 under and 4 under onto hole 14, 415 feet. Just another intimidating gap off of the tee. If you don't hit this first gap, there's no telling what is going to happen to you or your disc on this hole. So you want to get past that first gap. That's really the main play on this hole. Get past the first gap, move towards the basket. It's possible to get up there, but it is a long wooded fairway.
Austin going low.
And he does make it through that first gap. He's on the left side. Should be able to have a play for par.
And I think this is an essence out of Kyle. Look at this hyzer flip. Total drift.
Oh my goodness.
That is so textbook from Kyle. What a shot.
And it was moving so slow once it got there. It's just so much touch on that, even though it's down this fairway. Drew trying to match that same line. It looks like he's gone with
it's a buzz that he was throwing.
Yeah, a slower disc. And matches the line, but with the slower disc. And that's all you really need on this hole.
And that's got to come out. Still okay. He'll have an up and down.
Yeah. Again, he hit that original gap. He's pretty far up the fairway.
Austin sneaks through that right side.
Yeah, puts a little bit too much power on that, but it works out for him. He's been putting well this round. Should be able to get his par out of there.
Adam with a beautiful little putter flick. That was really smooth shot.
Yeah, that almost went in. Drew with the long two look. He's got to straddle around this tree. And that's a tough putt. Good run, though. He had enough on it. And this has got to be a pretty nervous putt for Kyle here. There's not many two looks on this hole. This will be to tie him with Austin for the card as well.
And he got it. That was one of the most textbook examples of that high-level, slow hyzer flip, and then not necessarily turning the disc over, but you get it to just slowly move to the right at the end of the flight. That is such a challenging shot shape to hit.
Yeah, such a challenging shot, and just beautiful anytime you get to watch it.
Oh, yeah.
So some good par saves. Or not necessarily saves. They did hit that first gap. That's really all you want to do on this hole is get a par. So some good pars out of the card and a great birdie from Kyle. Moving on to the gauntlet hole here.
Hole number 15, the gauntlet. 321 feet, and this really can be played however you feel you need to play it. It's such a tight gap. You pretty much don't have room to throw flat. It's pretty much some variation of hyzer flip or some sort of forehand I've seen as well from the players, but just dead straight with whatever you can do that with. Here's Kyle.
You'll see some players throw standstill, some players throw standstill forehand. Kyle throwing that hyzer flip that he's shown us a few times this round he's good at, does it again, and gets some good tree play at the end, and he's sitting there 22 feet.
And that...
Austin Hannum with a similar shot.
And he's right up there pin high as well.
Again with a slower disc, so not going quite as far, but in there inside the circle.
Drew stands one up as well. Wow, 3 solid drives on this hole.
And that one kept turning while it was on the ground. It still was turning, not fading.
Adam just not quite with it with the lines today.
Yeah, he was going with that forehand. I think he's more comfortable hitting a gap while he's looking at it with that forehand, and just not quite enough left on it out of his hand.
I'm not sure if that's a zone or not that he's flicking, but puts it to about circle's edge. And this is another tester for him. Another low putt from Adam. His focus has been waning a bit as this round has gone by.
Yeah, just didn't quite bring it today, which is one of the days that you really need to bring it. Kyle, on the other hand, oh no, we haven't seen that from Kyle so far today. That's the first, besides those couple bogeys to start before he got settled in, that's the first really hiccup we've seen.
You know, we saw on the live coverage, Kyle on that particular putt took a long time to line up. It looked like he mentally reset a couple times before throwing that putt. We actually saw him do something similar on hole 3 at USDGC. I think he just knew the pressure and weight of the moment. But he still has 3 holes left here. Hole number 16, par 3, 357 feet. Elevation control after hitting a tight gap. Blind basket to the left and bunkers of trees all throughout the hole. It's really whatever shot you can get down there for some sort of look. I think mid-range or some sort of slightly overstable driver is what a lot of players are throwing.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough gap to hit. You're throwing uphill, and then once you throw through that uphill, it goes straight back down and fades out.
That is so good from Drew.
Yeah, and just
Totally
that
clean.
slow speed, so you get it going out straight, and if you hit that gap at a slow speed, then it'll just fade down that hill at the end and do exactly what Drew did. Kyle kicking off to the right. Austin pulling it off to the right as well, and that is about the worst case scenario kick you could get. The stuff in the middle is really hard to play out of, especially up top. It's hard to get all the way down to the basket from in there.
Here's Kyle from the right side. Little putter.
And that's shorter than he wants to leave it. But he's been making those 35, 40 footers the whole round so far today. So weird ground play there, but he's up there for his par look too.
Oh no, Adam.
Adam just continuing to be slightly off. Another huge par chance here.
Oh my gosh.
Just dead center. It looked like he kind of put more hyzer on that than normal to get around that tree maybe.
And
But
you know, there are those rounds where you find yourself just outside circle one more times than you'd like to admit. And just right there, Adam's been struggling from that distance today.
a couple good par saves there from the guys we have battling to move on to the semis. I believe they are both 5 down at this point in the round with 2 holes left. Adam is going to be out of it. Drew's pretty much out of it. He's got a small chance, but those 2 guys, those are great par saves to keep them trying to move forward and keep their season going. And now Drew will definitely, that
was kind of the dagger for him right
yeah,
there.
that'll kind of take him out of it. You heard him say nice. Like, he knows it. Hasn't quite been the round he wanted, and that'll pretty much finish. He's got a couple holes left in his season now.
As Adam moves to +5 after another bogey, Drew is going to be at -2. And we have 3 holes left. 2 holes left. There is some hope. Hole number 17.
Yeah, it might feel like 3 holes after this
yeah,
hole.
most definitely.
Par 5, 727 feet. You really want to get to about right here off of the tee if you're not playing too aggressive. And then you're able to just throw a little putter shot up to the corner here, which will leave you about 260 feet to the basket. A really cool green that they've got designed here. Some little moguls or molehills or something up here with some rocks on it. And then this manufactured rock for the elevated basket. Really cool green, really cool hole.
Drew going with kind of a faster shot, and that's going to kick off right. Not a terrible place to be. That is such a committed line from Kyle. That is crushed.
Wow, and that's a great drive. There's a possibility he could get aggressive for an eagle there, but he also has just a really easy chance to pitch around. And it looks like Austin is going further. Oh, man.
So close to the eagle range.
If that just misses that tree, then he's got for as far as eagles go, a fairly easy eagle look. Man, that's a tough one to say.
Adam hits a little early, going equally aggressive, and now he's throwing a long hyzer flip that kicks left. Might not be a terrible position. And Drew is just pitching out.
Yeah, that's probably a smart play. If you try to push it further down the fairway, you could get just slightly left or right and not have a good angle at all. And he's still sawed it off to the left side. Sometimes you can play over top or find a weird angle in there. Kyle going a bit too aggressive, I think, trying to get way around the corner, and it didn't work out for him. I see more than one tree there, but he squared a tree. Didn't quite get up there.
Way up there.
I'm not sure what happened there. Kyle, with his third shot now, has still not quite made it to that corner, but he should have a look to pitch up for his par from there.
Big machete. Anheuser flex forehand from Austin. Puts him just inside circle 2.
Yeah, he's off to the left side. Again, he'll just kind of be laying up for his par from there. And Kyle.
Okay, this is a crucial position for him.
Yeah, that was a good shot. He's up on the green now, but he did leave a tester. He needs to make that par putt. Austin, no tester there. And a good little run from Drew out of the woods there. It's hard to get enough height from that far when you're hunched over like that, and he still gave it a good bid.
Ooh, just off the top for Adam. Bogey for Drew. And this is a big putt here.
You don't know if it's nerves or humidity there that's making his hand a little bit sticky or sweaty.
Just sticks on the right side.
Great feeling right there. You know, he feels so much better to have that par in there. The last hole is a birdie opportunity. At this point, Eric Oakley is in with a 6 under, having the hot round so far. These two guys are both at 5 under.
And to cement their place to move on to the next round, they have to make sure they play this hole, correctly, really.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
only danger is burning one over to the right side or going long out of bounds. They just have to throw this one safe and close enough. And Kyle's put a decent move on this shot.
It's turning right, just makes the corner. And he is 25 feet, even with touching a little leaves on the right side there.
Austin also put a pretty good line on it. And he'll be inside circle one. That's 20 feet.
Yeah, he's 20 feet. So both of them doing what they need to do. Trying to get that last birdie and make sure that they move on to the semifinal round tomorrow.
Drew sawing this one off. It's a little too far left. He'll have to pitch it up.
Yeah, inbounds. So not too much trouble there. Him and Adam are just, at this point, they're just kind of there to finish the round.
Exactly.
Happy for the other players, but ready to get out of here.
Yeah, historically, we've even watched, last year's Tour Championship. The hot rounds are usually, from the 5 to 8 range. Those are the rounds that you need to be shooting out here.
And Adam with a feel-good birdie to finish the round. You see a lot of red there. So anytime you finish the round with a birdie, it feels good. I know that's not how he wanted to play, but he's got a lot of positives from this season to move forward with.
Oh, yeah. And, after taking a lot of time off and, during the year because of COVID and whatnot, I think Adam will come back very hungry after this finish. And Austin with the birdie, moves to 6 under par. I think that really cements his spot. And here's Kyle for the birdie as well.
Yeah, Kyle trying to do the same. There's one card left behind them still playing with maybe 5 holes left or so at this point. So they're looking good, but you still don't quite know just yet.
Exactly. Just a lot of resilience from Kyle this round. He really started picking up the pace, and I think it almost was like that rough start was good for him. It was almost like the key he needed to start moving forward and focusing, and that was a lot of disciplined play from Kyle.
Yeah, great to see him come back after those couple bogeys. Drew finishing the round at 1 under par. His season will end as far as the Disc Golf Pro Tour goes with this round. Moving on to the semifinals, we'll have Kyle Klein and Austin Hannum from our card, both shooting 6 down. Looking forward to playing with 8 new players tomorrow, where again we'll have 12 players fighting for 4 spots to move forward.
And as you can see, joining Kyle and Austin is Eric Oakley and James Conrad. And tomorrow we have the big dogs coming in.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch. I'm excited to see what happens during the semifinals.
Make sure to subscribe to Gatekeeper Media, and we will see you next time.
We'll see you guys out there.
G'day and welcome to Gatekeeper's coverage of the 2023 ACT Disc Golf Championships, the Sizzler, presented by OzDiscs. This coverage has been provided by Justice Media. We're at the beautiful Western Park in the capital city of Australia, Canberra. We are Paddy Robinson, Andrew Ferguson and Tim Bowen from the Tee Off podcast, and we're stoked to bring you the commentary for this awesome event.
Stoked to be here, Paddy. Western Park is a whopping course in the heart of Canberra. Lots of wind, lots of OB, very, very long holes. We're watching Austin D'Alessandro, myself, Luke Bain and Dave Perry.
Good card. Beautiful footage here. This is the Western Park is situated, as we said, in Canberra, but it's surrounded by the beautiful Lake Burley Griffin that will come into it. Now, hole 1, 91 metres, par 3. Pretty straightforward up and down. You want a nice straight mid-range. Get up and get your birdie and start off your round.
Only danger here is fading out too hard. There is OB up on the top left of that hill there. Austin's teeing off with a mid-range here. Going straight at it, a little high. There is a bit of a low ceiling here. It's fighting through nicely though. And
ooh, it's a little ace run to start.
Genuine ace run.
And Timmy Bowen, here you are, Team Heiserflight in the back there, mate.
That's it, mate. Sponsor alerts. And I go for the forehand. I'm a forehand dominant player. And that was a full shank to start the round.
Oh, mate.
Timothy.
It's what you call hole one nerves, boys. Here's Luke Bain going for that backhand line.
Currently Australia's highest rated player.
And look at that, laser beam. That's why.
That'll work.
Yep.
Hitting the hill nicely. He'll have an easy C1 putt for the first bird.
And teeing off now from Melbourne, David Perry, sponsored by the Flying Disc Store, one of our aces.
Loves his Innova disc, so he's probably throwing like a rock or a rock 3 straight at it there.
Very
smooth.
smooth.
Anti-skip, beautiful.
And this is not what you want to start the round. A little bit of a tester, trying to land an approach close on that that sloped green there.
What are you throwing here, Tim?
The Justice, mate. That's most of my forehand approaches are with the Justice.
Timmy, you letting down the beer frame here, maybe?
Yep, it's a bit of Aussie vernacular there, the beer frame. If you ruin the star frame, you do owe the card mates a beer.
Good nice putt there.
Yeah, very good putt by Austin. He's actually the local, so he's the Canberran. This is his home deck. Knows the course like the back of his hands. I've got a tester for the par here.
Good reset there, Tim.
Yeah, a little pump fake got you there, Fergie, but I'm in for the par.
Perry for 2. Very smooth.
He's a very, very strong putter, Dave Perry, and so is this man. He's the highest rated player in Australia for a reason, Luke Bain. Straight in for the 2.
Oh, you did let down the star frame, Tim.
Here's a hole 2. It's a 262-foot par 3. Bit of a high floor and low ceiling here. Want to get through these trees with whatever disc you're comfortable with and land it on the green because if you go long, there's water, as you can see.
Austin here with the standstill drive. A little high.
A little high. There is that low ceiling coming into play, so he hasn't met the trees just yet. Bainey trying to improve on that.
Austin should have a pretty easy up and down. Bainey a bit short and left.
Yeah, very skinny by Luke. He's going to have a proper death putt straight down to the basket with the creek behind. Perry's going for the wider sort of fading in line, and he almost drew it up, just hit some foliage there. And again, here's my Justice.
That came out better.
Shocker, another forehand here.
You're going to see a lot, Paddy. I am forehand unless I have to.
Rolled on a little bit there, but...
You've got to look, though.
So Perry just putting it close, trying to get his par. Actually, didn't put that close, Perry, so might have a bit of a tester for the par. Austin's never laid up in his whole life, so he's giving it a genuine run. And look at this from Luke. Straight at the water, bit of a slope. Any miss is getting down OB.
Oh, lovely.
Here's a little bit of razzle-dazzle to the camera with the spin move there. So here we go.
For the bird.
Yep. Great attempt there.
Nice layup, mate. That's
straight
great.
to the ground.
Perry to save the 3. Mr. Smooth again.
Yep. There you go. Austin as well. Very nice par save. Yeah. So, and I'll tap in my shameful par there. That was a really poor attempt.
Not too many 2s on the day. It was playing at an average of 2.94. So
I'm sure this one's playing a lot easier. This is hole 3, 165 metre par 4. You want to throw a right-hand hyzer off the tee here. Not going the way of the drone here. We want to fade in before these trees and have a forehand approach to this blind and elevated basket that you see here. So Bainey's going to show that right-hand backhand hyzer. Want to go underneath that low limb there. Actually, looks like he's come off a bit early there, but got through all the trees and he'll have an open look to the pin. That's a little high from Austin. If he gets through that branch there, which, it looks like it didn't exist for him, so it's gone straight through.
Yeah, there is that little right-hand line, but it was pretty tight. You don't want to be too far right. You get really caught off and shut down by those trees. So
that looks ideal from Perry there. And here we go, Paddy. You'll soon see why I opt for the forehand on most occasions. That's a little high for me.
Tim.
Is that the Taipan, Tim?
That is the 4th circle disc Taipan, one of my favourites. So,
you got to look here, though.
Yeah, look, I've got to hit a gap off this second shot here, but I'm going with my X-Cal. And look, obviously can't see the pin, so I think that's roughly circle 2. But, as I said, we'll have to see when we get there because it's over a bit of a crest, this one.
Austin, smooth flick.
Yeah. Not the longest par 4, but a little bit of technicality there.
That's it. And the basket looks like it's on the ground there, but it's actually very elevated. The hill drops off and quite a long pole on this basket.
So this hole playing at 3.53 for the first round there. So
yeah, almost half a stroke under par. And that's probably because of the distance. It's not very long.
Ooh.
Little right.
Yeah, that was right side on the RPM baskets, and they don't like to catch those. Want to be putting them dead centre.
Just like that.
Just
nice
like
by
Dave.
Dave. Well done.
So I actually got a bit closer than I thought I did.
Tim, that was a great second shot, mate.
There you go.
Nice bird.
On the
Timothy.
board. Well done. Just an absolute drop in from Austin.
Bainey cleaning up the par there.
Hole 4 is par 4, 185 metres, 600 feet. Got this tight line off the drive where you want to land about here, and then I really like this hole. It pinches down straight to the water's edge here, funnels right into this tight little basket.
Aptly named the Squeezer.
The Squeezer.
The Squeezer.
The tee shot's the hard shot of this hole because,
Oh, that's very friendly.
There's some local love there.
That is very, very greasy from Austin there. You want to go through the bigger gap to the right here. Perry's going out the wider line because it's an easier gap to hit. Doesn't quite get you as long as you want to go, but he'll be fine. He's in the hillside there. I'm throwing another backhand. I'm very worried about the gap.
It's really just the gap. Oh,
what
Tim.
gap? That's go through the fork of the tree.
I may have thought it was a double mando through the tree there, but very fortuitous there.
I think the only OB on this hole is the water long, and maybe there's a path on the left-hand side that doesn't really come into play. But
that's it.
Yeah.
So Bainey, he eyes it in a little early there, but it'll be good for a hyzer approach.
Austin here with just an easy one, using the lay of the land there to
beautiful.
Let it do all the work for him.
Perry's very, very strong at this shot here. AVR X3 straight at the basket. If that pushes along the ground, he'll have a nice tap in. Yeah, very nicely done by Dave.
Yep, only a couple of metres left there. Tim, that's a great drive, mate.
Yeah, straight through the trees, and I'm throwing the same disc as Dave, so you'd like to think I'd be under the pole as well. But no, just yank that over a little bit.
Still a look there. What, probably about just edge of circle?
Yeah, it might be outside circle too, but we'll give it a look. As I said, Bainey, he'll have more of a hyzer approach, which is probably a more comfortable shot for a lot of the players in Australia. It's gone a little long there, but he'll have a good look at getting the 3.
Just outside circle, Tim.
Yeah, this hole played at an average of 3.88 over the first round here. And a total of 4 birdies on the day.
It was straight. It was straight, Tim.
Yeah, it was straight, and that's me. That's my second attempt from C2, falling a bit low. So, and now Austin. Yeah, that's
not happy with that one.
Hated it.
Looks like his timing might have been a bit off on that one, Austin. But
let's see if Bainey can show him how to do it.
Close. So
a little low.
3 whiffs, and I think Perry will be tapping in the only birdie of the group. Well done, Austin. Putting at roughly 150 kilometres per hour, as he does. Great approach shot by Dave. Very, very good with that AVR X3.
Lovely.
Simple as that.
Great birdie.
Bit surprised this hole was playing slightly under par at 3.88.
Hole 5, 269 feet, 82 metres, par 3. Boys, are we throwing turnovers here? What are we doing?
Yeah, I think it shapes up for a nice backhand turnover, something with like a mid-range or a overstable approach putter. got the world's grabbiest trees on this hole, so you want to be making sure you're in the airspace there, as Dave is. That is absolutely money.
He's leaning into that one beautifully.
Austin stepping up, and he's really quite good at these backhand turnovers, and that's going to be on the dance floor as well. I'm following suit, throwing not a backhand, going the forehand with my Sexton Firebird.
Now, the real risk, you don't want to be on the right-hand side. The left-hand side trees are a bit grabby, but you do have a few lines in there. It has been cleaned up a lot over the years, but...
Bainey just missing his line there, getting some trees early.
Very, very common to hit that tree, all the scrubs on the right. So, but he cleans that up. That looks like it's parked for the par.
Oh, you got a look, Tim? Nice.
Definitely got a look.
Is this circle one?
This might be just outside circle.
Just outside. Oh.
Yep. After missing the first two low, I thought maybe we'll just put a bit more height on this one. And right now the baskets are starting to look pretty small for me.
Great drive from Dave. And
they're not looking small for Dave, that's for sure.
He cleans the birdie up.
So just missed high, come back with a par here, and straight down. So not happy to take a bogey on such a short hole there, but we'll move on. And Austin in for the birdie. That was a really good drive. He got way further up there than it looked off the tee.
All right, hole 6 is a par 4, 193 metres, 633 feet. You want to play out to this area about here. Good forehand will get you there, or a backhand roller, and then approaching the basket. You've got a couple of trees to contend with, but really not too much problem. There is a path on the far right-hand side, and there is a Mando on this hole, but that's really about it. David just showing us that beautiful forehand, smooth.
Yeah, he's not really known for his forehand, but he has a cannon of a forehand, Dave. Austin is basically a 90% backhand thrower. So, as I said, he's very, very good at those turnovers. I think he throws a lot of FDs. So he gets some good shape out of that one there.
Bainey with the sidearm.
And that's quite yanked from Bainey. And just catching some foliage on the left-hand side there. But he'll still have a look to get up and down for the birdie.
Also with the sidearm. Mr. Bowen.
That's it. I'm lapping up this tee shot. Big destroyer
that came out
forehand.
nice.
Yep. That
destroyer,
tree,
did you say?
Yeah, destroyer. That tree
Nice.
that I'm landing near is kind of my reference point. As long as you get near that tree, you've got an open look for the bird. So Bainey has a chance to rectify his poor tee shot, but he's followed it up with a poor second. He's just fading out very early.
Probably a good thing actually might have hit that cyclist.
Austin. I feel like it's just
looking not too bad.
Beautiful. Backhand turnover after backhand turnover. He's got that one parked.
Oh, a bit early, Tim.
Yeah, that's disappointing from me. Those are normally my jam, just up and down from 70 with the forehand, but that's a bit early.
Dave in a very good position here at AVR X3 again.
That's a laser beam.
On a rope, Dave. Lovely.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That's for potentially the fourth birdie in a row.
Very hot.
So Bainey, I think he's roughly 25 metres away. Gives it a good, honest bid, but that's with the basket there. Didn't quite have a line here. I found the only tree on the green and had to go over it. But yeah,
Gave it a chance there, Tim.
Yeah, just nicked the number on top of the basket there.
So this hole played at 3.59 average.
Yeah, half a shot under par, and Bainey, he won't be happy that he's putting in the bogey there. That's definitely one you want to get. If I'm not happy with my par, I can guarantee you Luke's not happy with the bogey.
Nice birdie from Austin.
Back-to-back birds.
Oh, a smile from Austin on the course. That's look out.
David Perry here looking to make it 4 birds in a row. And he does.
Very smooth from Dave.
At Berg's Disc Sports, we prioritize comfort, durability, functionality, value, and style. And you know we always have your back.
So hole 7 is a 279-foot par 3. It's uphill off the tee, and the finish is very downhill with the basket perched on a rolling away green there. More tricky than it looks. It's only 85 metres, but it's very difficult to land your disc close, and it is blind off the tee. So Dave will be aiming at the spotter with a bit of turn
Didn't we have a bee's nest or a hornet's nest to contend with on this hole too?
Wouldn't be Australia without some deadly insects nearby. And yeah, I think the bush on the right-hand side was casual relief due to hornets. So
Austin just turning one over a little bit.
That's a great shape.
yeah, that's the turn you want.
Yeah.
The basket's about 10 metres right of that big gum there. I'm aiming at the spotter here, hoping to fade roughly where the spotter is. Sexton Firebird again. And yep, I've made the spotter dance, so I've done my job, which is good. Little short though.
Bainey go on the forehand here.
Oof, worm burner.
Yeah,
Just a little bit low.
You kind of need to burn some worms to get this one near the pin, because if you go too high, it's just going to sail past the basket, and you can see how downhill it is there. You can only see the top of it. So look, I've missed a few putts by this point. I'm outside circle, death putt, but I'm giving this a genuine run.
Oh,
A bit more metal. Happy that sat, because that could easily have rolled.
yeah, smart by Perry, because that drops off very quickly.
That's it.
Austin thinking about it.
He doesn't lay up.
No, he doesn't.
He's
that's
with
what can
that
happen.
one, and he'll have a bit of a tester for the par, but no, I'm guessing he'll have no problems. I don't see him miss 2 putts in a row very often from Aussie D.
So this one playing at 2.71 for the round one. So definitely some birds there for the field.
Great clean-up by Austin. As I said, very happy my disc sat, because that could have rolled all the way down the hill there. And we're on to hole 8, 183-metre par 4. It's kind of like a figure 8 hole, this one, to be honest. You can throw 2 spike forehands or a spike backhand and another spike backhand to get to the green. It's all about landing zones. The distance isn't the issue, but you do want to be in a good spot for that second shot. The basket, again, is blind off the tee and off the second shot, so...
This is the go-to shot, I think, here. The big hyzer bomb just to really spike down in the middle of the fairway.
That's a great spot from Perry right there. The problem is if you go too wide or too long, it can pinch you off for the second shot. Austin going the roller through the middle. Very aggressive shot. Looks like he's got good angle on it. It's cutting out to the left, and if that turns over, that's going to be ideal. I'm throwing my 4th circle Taipan again out to the left, taking on that OB, but pretty comfortable forehand shot. I want another forehand approach from there.
So far, there was 3 different fairways taken, and Bainey's gone the same as Mr. Perry.
Yeah, that's definitely the most common play. Big backhand out to the right. So I've come up a bit short. Very blind approach here, but I'm going the X-Cal, hanging it out over OB. I think I may have turned that over a little bit much, but... as I said, the basket's blind, so it's hard to know where you land until you get up there.
Bainey with the standstill flick here.
Yeah, this is a funny position,
right
actually.
over the top of the trees.
Yeah, I think ideally he'd like to be throwing a backhand for the second shot, but obviously a little pinched off with the tree right behind him there. Looks like Perry's going to try the same tactic, though. Big, high, spike, forehand.
These the trees that you can see right in front of him used to be quite a lot smaller. The last time I played this, it was a bit more open. You had some really simple channels. Is that Austin's roller? That's huge.
Austin's roller. That is magnificent. To have a little forehand approach from off the tee, that's just huge from Aussie D. Here's where I've ended up. It looks like I'm about 20 metres to the left. Another circle 2 bid.
Giving it a good run there, but just a little left.
One day I'll hit one. Bainey for birdie. Oh, very close.
Goodness gracious.
Jeez, he's done well to give himself a line there.
And wow, here's youth personified. Look at that stretch out from Perry. And he's hit the same spot. Yep.
Now, only 3 birdies in the first round on this hole. Played out a 4.06 average. I think this is the first hole that we've actually had that's played over par.
Yeah, very tricky hole. Yep. As I said, the distance isn't the issue, but the placement shots and the blind basket make it very tricky. Austin was one of those birdies. He knows this course like the back of his hand, so not a problem for him. Now we're on to the monster, hole 9, 285-metre par 5. What do you want to do on this one, Paddy?
Keep it in bounds, really. You've got the road on your right-hand side and a path running down the left. Just get that first drive off there, find that second landing zone, and then, approach to the green.
Most people are throwing a right-hand backhand straight up the guts, but not Austin. He's going for the Austin exclusive line. I think he's been watching a bit of Simon Lizotte, going the big Anheuser, which takes on about every tree imaginable and has given the cameraman no chance to find where that landed. Perry's going the more traditional shot, which is the sort of backhand turnover, but up the middle.
Mr. Perry, no doubt, would be throwing his destroyer there.
It is a bit of a placement shot, this first drive. You don't want to be too much on the right. You don't want to be too far left because there are some trees further down the fairway to really block off your second shot.
That's it. That's why I opt for the forehand off the tee, because you do want to get a good spot for that second shot. The tee shot's definitely the most difficult shot on this hole. I unfortunately didn't get full flight there. Bainey's going the same line as Perry's. Put that a little nose up. That may stall out and be in a bit of a tricky spot. Ideally on this hole, you just want to have a run up for your second shot. So I'm going the backhand turnover.
What are we throwing here?
Throwing my Innova Luster Sidewinder, and I've got that on a good angle. It's going to be nicely down there.
It's done some work for you.
I do like the roller for the second shot on this hole too.
Yeah. This is not what you want. So being stuck up against a tree for your second shot's a bit unlucky, and he's definitely put that too high, and he got really lucky there, actually. That was fading straight towards OB. Perry with a bit of open airspace to throw. He's gone the turnover. Looked like it had good angle, so he'll get plenty of distance on that second shot and have a look for the birdie. Now, where did Austin end up? Still haven't found that turnover shot.
It's a solid drive up there.
He's looking high again.
More than solid. Oh, he's got a lot of angle on that.
Ooh, is that going to roll or?
No, you can see the basket in the bottom of frame there. Looks like that was going to pan out, so he could be way down there. Now, Bainey for his third. That's a better angle on the destroyer. Needs to hold that turn though, and it does look like it's fading out a little early, but not too bad. He'll have a relatively easy up and down.
Tim here, just a little bit pinched by that tree maybe? Or
I am a little pinched, and I have to kind of poke at it just to get off the trunk there, but that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good looking angle. Is that circle 1, maybe circle 2?
I think I'm just outside circle.
Yeah.
And I may be 0 from 4 from that range, so definitely starting to play in the mind a little bit.
Now, this one played at a 4.88 average over the MPO field. Dave?
Yeah, he's left that a little short, but not a problem for Dave and his putting skills.
Perry range. It's a long look for Bainey.
Not a bad bid, but yeah, he'll be putting in the par. So yeah, as I said, just on the fringe of circle here. And yeah, not getting quite the pop. And you can tell, you can see right there.
Starting to feel.
I'm feeling it. Basket's looking smaller and smaller on every hole. Not for Perry though.
Don't forget, yeah.
That is dead centre.
He's looking good.
Austin, easy as you like. Another bird for Austin. That brings him to 6 down. Same with Dave. Bainey and myself off to some relatively slow starts. Bainey needs this one for par. And yeah, cleans it up. It's pretty good to get the par after those first 2 shots from Bainey. And yeah, I'm disappointed with yet another par. That wraps up the front 9. Join us for the back 9.
The middle 9, actually.
That's right. We're playing a 27-hole round, so join us for the middle 9. Thanks to Gatekeeper for the coverage and Disc Golf Justice for filming.
Hello folks, and welcome back to the 2022 Australian Disc Golf Championship. This is the final day of MPO coverage. As always, we want to thank all of our sponsors and Gatekeeper as well for this coverage here. I'm excited to bring this final round, and with me again is Patty Robinson. Patty, how you doing today?
Very well, Nick. Keen to watch this final round and the conclusion out here at Tunnel Ridge Ranch. Pretty cool.
Yeah, this has been a very special property, I would say, for us to play on. I was glad I was able to attend. And here's a look at our card today. Drew Gibson, Chris Hill, Luke Bain, and Blake Houston. And looking at our leaderboard here, got a couple familiar names there. Got myself and Patty there.
Yeah,
Hopefully
nice little jump up
today. Yeah, what are you thinking we're looking for here today?
Yeah, well, I was sitting in 9th, so I wanted to try and cash. So that's all I was trying to do. But yeah, I'm sure there's a few boys hoping to make some moves.
Yeah, and one of those would be Drew Gibson here, sponsored by Infinite Discs. He's currently leading the event, and I would assume he's going to continue his hot streak of playing double-digit rounds.
Yeah, then next up is Chris Hill, who is sponsored by Casterplast, as you can see there. I know he's going to be trying to work that Rico putter. He's got some nice drivers there too.
Up next, we have Luke Bain, sponsored by Innova, putting with the AVR there. The Mako, the T-Bird, and the Thunderbird are going to be some workhorses out there for him today.
And rounding out the card is Blake Houston, young gun, 16-year-old from Perth. He's got a mixed bag here, no current disc manufacturer sponsor. But I know that he likes his zones, putts with the PA1. Yeah, keen to watch him play. Alright, hole 1, par 3, 70 metre. Nice little downhill. Bit of a must-get birdie for this card, I reckon. It's a good way to start your round.
Ladies and gentlemen, for 220 lead card, leading off with a score of 99 from the Santan Valley, this year's winner of the Las Vegas Challenge and representative of Infinite Disc, we've got Drew Gibson.
Nice little introduction there by co-tournament director Pat Ferris.
Yeah, I met Pat for the first time being down there, and what a great guy. Drew up here first, going with the backhand that we've seen all week.
Ooh, that needs to slow down. So there is that little pond there that is OB. It looks like he's just missed that.
From Newcastle Disc Golf, the always fun to watch, Chris Hill.
That was a good example of the elevation change there. If you do have a disc coming in too hot by the basket, you can get quite a ways past it.
Yeah, Chris Hill, or more commonly known as Chili, down here. This is looking pretty good.
Great shot from him on the first tee here.
With a combined score of 105, representing Team Innova, the local legend, Luke Bain.
Yeah, Luke Bain would be considered the local boy, being Queenslander, so he's got quite a lot of support.
Yeah, that was a good intro. I like that. Going with this sidearm approach there.
Yeah, this is the route that I prefer to go on this. Looks like he's gone a little bit long.
Wrapping up our lead card for this year's Australian Championship with a combined score of 106, representing Ozdisc, RPM, and Team Heiserflight, we have Blake Houston.
And you were saying Blake was how old?
16, mate.
Oh, man.
Yep.
A couple more years and he's going to be a shredder.
Yeah.
He's already playing well, but can't wait to see him in a couple more years here.
Yeah, he's won a few tournaments this year, and I think he'll take it a little bit easy next year because he's in his final year of school. But I've heard plans to do some traveling after that, and I think he's going to make his way over to America, so that'll be really cool.
Drew here just kind of laying up to make sure he gets his 3 on this first hole. He's pretty out of position on the down slope of that hill.
Bit of an awkward putt here for Luke. Let's see if he gives a run.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate there. He looked to be about circle's edge. Blake here for his birdie.
Lovely. That's a good way to start.
Yeah, when you're trying to get your first birdie, or would you rather have a park job, or do you like to make a tester to get it out of the way?
I'll take the park job any day, I'll be honest.
I hear you there. I think a lot of us would.
The other guy's just... Oh, and Chris just tapping in.
Wow, what a drive by him. I didn't realize it was that close.
Yeah. Watch for that cheeky grin. You'll get a lot of that with Chris. Next up, hole 2. I really like this hole. 100 meters, par 3. You've got this nice sloping elevation down to the left, but a tight gap to hit. And if you can make that, then you should be right on the dance floor looking at a birdie.
Chris up here first. I think most of our players will be throwing either a light fairway or a mid-range here. And he looks like he's going to get it right up to circle's edge there.
Yeah, that's a great drive. Maybe just trying to put a little bit of pressure on Drew early in this round. Be pretty daunting trying to make up 3 strokes on Drew Gibson in the final round, but see how he goes.
Hey, he's got a chance. You can get in trouble out here. You can get a lot of birdies out here. So I think we got some exciting golf left. And, oh, boy, unfortunately for Drew, he's going to kick way left.
If you are going to take a kick on this hole, going left is better because there's a lot of trouble to get into on the right-hand side.
Luke somehow navigating through most of it, and then looks like I will open approach from there.
So for the MPO boys, this hole played at 2.81 on this round with 8 birdies on the day.
What
It's
an
a great
incredible upshot there. That's one way to get yourself back into position.
Blake looks like he's maybe just outside circle 2 or the edge.
Yeah, that looked almost kind of just like a layup instead of a run. Not sure if he was trying to run that one or not.
Chili. Back to back. It's a great putt.
He's getting started early.
Yeah. He's getting the run in. I love it. He's getting excited.
It's good. Hey, it's one way to try and chase down Drew Gibson here.
Luke just sneaking one over the tray there. Good par save. Drew tapping in.
Yeah, when I was playing, I thought on these first 4 holes, I wanted to at least get 2 of them was my goal. So,
yeah, same here. Yeah, hole 3. This is a really good one to get as well. It seems quite straightforward for the MPO boys, but there is some trouble. 72 meters. You don't want to kick off to the left because it goes downhill very quickly. I'd expect to see most people throwing this sidearm line. Ooh.
What an unfortunate roll there. It landed great inside the circle, and he's probably going to be close to circle's edge, if not outside.
Yeah, if he had rolled maybe another 2 meters down that hill, that drops off very quickly. So a little bit fortunate there.
Blake getting his significantly higher on the hill there. He'll probably have a circle's edge putt.
Oh, Drew.
That seems like the tree that kind of sucks in all the sidearm discs.
Oh,
there's another one.
Both Luke and Drew.
He's going to be in a tough spot down here. As you can see, all the trees he's got to navigate through. Got Drew from about 100.
Yeah, it should be easy up and down for him. Luke's still got a bit to work with here. Looks like he's outside circle 1. Oh, that's a great putt.
Oh, wonderful par save there.
Yeah. Yeah,
Definitely deserves a replay here.
Definitely.
Just dead center, heart of it.
Mm.
Slowing down right at the perfect time also. Chris here.
Oh,
fortunate to leave that low and get the cage.
Yeah, Blake just missing that birdie putt too. Maybe a little bit too
Yeah.
nose down.
Yeah, that or I was going to say maybe a little nerves here. Final day, first couple holes. Got a gallery forming. Drew's going to tap in there. Is probably from about 20 feet to get his par.
Yeah, it's interesting what you said before about trying to get at least 2 birdies on these first 4 holes, but I kind of also felt the first 4 holes were a little bit of warm-up as well.
PDGA Event Support Helpline.
Hey, I was wondering if I could add some rules to my tournament to make it a little unique.
Sure. You just need a waiver from the Director of Event Support.
Okay, great. An island green?
Shouldn't be a problem.
And elevated baskets?
Yeah, we get those all the time.
Oh, and forehands only?
Sarah, we've been over this.
Sorry. I mean, but I don't see why we can't try it. I mean, everyone loves forehands. Like, you can go right, you can go left, you can throw straight, you can throw high, you can throw low.
Yeah, and a big thanks to the Rad Creations crew. They were sponsors for the event. With the Flying Disc Store, they've designed and made all the baskets that you can see here, the Rad Ace basket. Done an absolutely awesome job for growing disc golf in Australia.
And Chris with a laser down the hill. He's going to be a little deep there.
Yeah, he might have a bit of an awkward putt with that tree. It was just in a perfect spot behind the basket.
I think this is the route we're going to see more of here is that outside hyzer line. And
oh, look at that.
That's exactly why. Look at that. Touching the pole, I think, even.
Yeah. Can't miss that putt, Blake. Good on you, mate. Right in my confidence zone. Oh,
Drew
Drew.
with a good skip there as well. It's going to get him inside the circle.
Yeah, we're seeing the forehand line here from Luke. Oh, nice little action off the ground there. He should be about 6 or 7 meters. Might be closer than that.
Yeah. All of our players with a good birdie chance here. You were saying Rad helps with disc golf course design and installation. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah. Andrew Ferguson's been working with them for 4 or 5 years now, and yeah, he goes around all around Australia designing, installing courses. I reckon he's probably installed about 60-70% of the courses in Australia at the moment. So yeah, done an absolutely awesome job.
Great, that's awesome. Yeah, we need organizations and people like that to help move the sport along. As our card is going to get their first star frame of the day here on hole number 4.
Yeah, get in there, boys. Shake those chains.
Is this an Australian tradition?
No, we've actually. I think it was the Europeans. We saw them. Like I think the Finnish boys were doing it, but I reckon it's great. Why not? Go and shake those chains when you get that star frame.
I love it. Hole 5 here.
Yeah,
Chris
98
first.
meters, pretty straight shot. These boys want to get this. Lovely.
Chris
from
seems to be
Chris.
pretty dialed here today.
Yeah, he's made up a bit of a couple of strokes on Drew, sitting one back from him. Very smooth looking drive from Blake there. Were you throwing a mid-range here or a fairway, Nick?
I was throwing the mid-range here.
Yeah.
Just trying to throw it nice and flat. Drew's throwing the hyzer route along that tree line and gonna wind up in the circle as well.
Looks like one of his go-to buzzers.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a bit over the weekend.
Luke looks like he's gone a little bit early. This is probably looking at definitely outside circle part, maybe close to circle 2 edge. But
Yeah, I
he
would
can
agree
one of
with
these
that.
before. Let's see what he does.
Oh, I thought he had that one.
Jeez.
Dang.
Great looking
Those are the
line.
ones that if you can get 1 or 2 of those around, you're sitting pretty good.
A little bit disappointing from Blake there, I'm sure. He,
yeah.
I know he's working on the putting quite a lot. Oh, jeez. Snuck in there. Basket a little hug there, Chili. Fair enough.
Yeah,
Will
you got to
do.
give some love on catching that one. Drew here for his birdie. Ooh, a little high, but sticks.
I got to admit, thinking back to this round was probably the hottest day. Very, very, very humid. I know that I had sweat dripping off, like running down my arm, dripping off my fingers between the holes. The powder bag came in definitely good usefulness here. I wonder if
Yeah, I agree with that.
maybe the guys are just sort of getting used to the conditions a bit here. Next up, hole 6, par 3, 128 meters, 420 feet. Got that little pond behind the basket there that is out of bounds that you don't want to go into. And there's not a whole lot of wind, but if there is any, it's sort of coming in a bit of a headwind here, which can hold that forehand over a bit. But Chris looks like he's done this pretty well.
Yeah, hitting that side slope there kicked him down a little bit, but still probably about circle's edge.
Again with that forehand style that... Oh, jeez.
Oh. That would
Drew
have been
almost ringing it up. Far out.
Yeah, I was going to say, that would have been a great ace to watch. Drew seems to be finding his groove here these last couple holes.
Well, it's gone a bit far to the right. Oh, there is a little bit of wind there. You can see in the trees. It's just sort of caught that disc and sailed it a little bit for Blake.
Luke here going with a much wider sidearm.
This looks like a good line.
That
In
it
the
is. He'll be in a
circle.
good spot. I want to remind our folks at home that the front nine will be here on Gatekeeper Media's page, and you'll be able to find the back nine on the PDGA's YouTube page. So make sure you go on over there for the back nine here. Drew for birdie.
Great putt. Geez, he must have been close to that ace.
Yeah, just hyzered right back, just a little too late.
Oh, good putt from Luke. I didn't actually manage to birdie this hole over the weekend. Did you, Nick?
I did. I got it twice over the weekend. The sidearm for me, it's right about that distance that I can get it just inside the circle with a skip, I would say.
Well, you are a better man than me.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Chris, unfortunately, going to be 3-putting here.
I think he might have been a bit lucky to not be OB on that first putt as
Yeah,
well.
it looked pretty close to that water there.
Good little par stroke for Blake there. Chris just tapping in.
yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come roll with me, yeah. Run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run.
Okay, hole 7, par 3, 113 metres, 370 feet. You've got this little gap that you can see the drone just fly through, and then it turns hard, almost 90 degrees to the left. There is a small little window on the left-hand side or over the scrub that you might see a few guys try and throw through.
Yeah, Drew's actually been really good at getting this hole, or getting out to the backside, but he has a hard time getting far enough left. He's usually plenty deep, and as you can see there, just catching some of that cabbage and dropping down.
It's definitely a risk-reward shot, this one. If you go straight, you're not going to be anywhere near circle 1, like Drew's sort of drive, but if you can get something to fade to the left, then that's how you end up on the green here. Jeez, very close.
I feel like if you can beat that tree that he hit with something stable, you're going to find your way inside the circle. And as you can see, if you drop down early here, it's not easy to get up and down for your par. Oh my goodness, Luke though, making it look easy.
Yeah, great little upshot.
Yeah, what was that, a little tomahawk?
Yeah.
Maybe just a turnover sidearm? It's hard to tell there.
Drew with a long look here, bit downhill. It looked like he's playing that quite smart.
Yeah, I wasn't messing with that one. He's just going to lay it up, and looks like Chris is going to do the same there.
Yeah.
Blake in there. Yeah, unfortunately on that last hole, losing 2 strokes back to a 3-stroke deficit.
Now, there was only one birdie during the round from Austin D'Alessandro. He was on my card, and I reckon he would have been close to an ace. He hit that tiny little gap on the left-hand side and was absolutely parked. Fantastic.
Love to see those.
All right, hole 8, par 4, 184 metres, 600 feet. Good sort of 2-shot par 4 here. Placement shot and then playing out to the peninsula. Little bit of OB fenced in front, and then we've got the driveway, which is OB to the left of. It should be a pretty straightforward drive for these guys here.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of different shots you can throw just a simple hyzer with, anywhere from mid-range to driver on this hole, and still have a look for birdie with a good second shot. Were you just dumping it out to the left on this one as well?
Yeah, having something pretty straight. Finish in the open. Nothing too exciting from me on this hole.
You know, simple golf usually leads to good golf.
Yeah, this hole actually played at 4.23 during this round. There were 11 birdies on the day, but yeah, I think quite a few bogeys and a couple of doubles even.
Wow, that's surprising. I mean, you can get into trouble on this hole, but I feel like it should be two pretty stock shots for a lot of these MPO players. As
Yeah,
Luke
potentially
shows us how it's done there.
Yeah, park job from Luke. Potentially the weather might have got to a few people. As we said before, it was the hottest day. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and as you can see, the
Blake.
flag really not moving there. I feel like the wind on the final day kind of came in waves. where it'd blow for a hole or two, and then it'd be pretty calm.
Now, if you haven't watched round 2 as well, go back and watch it and see what Chris Hill does on this hole, because that was highlight for the tournament for me.
Yeah, highlight reel for sure. Got Blake here for birdie.
It's a shame. Looked like he had a bit of tailwind there too. You judged that putt quite well. But just off the chastity belt.
Yeah, you would have thought it would have dropped a little bit for him, but it looked like it kept its same flight. Drew here for his birdie.
Smooth.
And Drew's really putting it together now after those first couple pars he had to start the round. He's 4 down through 8 now. Chris getting back on the birdie train as well after those back-to-back bogeys.
Crowd loves it.
Yeah, I would say one thing is I really loved and enjoyed the energy from the crowds all week. Whether it was just around Tournament Central or if it was throughout the event, you guys really brought the spirit and the energy.
Yeah, it's a nice community down here in Australia, and even though we've got some
Oh man,
that hurts.
those are heartbreakers.
Yeah,
Damn.
even though we've got some big or some fine young talent coming in, it's still a very nice, fun community vibe, and yeah, we have a lot
Awesome.
of fun.
Let's take a chase card check-in here. Yeah, myself actually. Hole number 2 drive.
Oh, look at that thing! Oh, Nick,
Yeah,
great drive,
that's-
man.
Thank you, sir. Just a nice, easy PD.
Yeah, this is Victoria's David Perry.
And look at that shot.
Lovely, Dave.
Absolutely parked.
Dave throws mainly a Innova bag. Scott Stokely, man, with that spike.
Taking that huge spike hyzer route.
I didn't see it finish, but it must be good.
I mean, those guys
It's-
both absolutely parked it. Hey, sometimes you just got to take a picture.
Yeah, flex on the whole field there. Take a selfie. Beautiful drives.
Drive on hole 5 here. Going for that skip shot again.
Oh, what?
That's robbery.
Funny thing is, I hit the basket on this one yesterday, and so my caddy Atticus says to me, "Throw it about 3 inches higher." And I did.
Oh,
Scott.
man, Scott's already writing the email to deliver back to some feedback on the baskets.
Oh my god, he called it midair.
That's nuts.
Yeah, that one was a wild one to watch. It's hard to follow that up sometimes,
Today.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Oh, man.
See if I can stick one for you, Scott. All right, that'd be
We actually had Scott come around and do a whole bunch of clinics, do quite a bit of travelling around Australia, sort of before and after the Aussie Champs. I think, a lot of the Australian community were super excited about it. So.
Yeah, it's awesome what he's actually doing. He's going to be going to, I don't know how many countries, but I think he said he's going to be gone for 30-some months doing clinics around the world.
Yeah, I think he's still in Australia at the moment, but I think he's heading off to Europe for most of next year. Super exciting. Look at that thing, man.
That overhand approach is something
that-
else. It hurts my shoulder just thinking about it.
Oh, no. Jeez.
Scott Stokely, 4 down through 9. All right, back to hole 9 and our featured card.
Very smooth looking drive from Drew. There's a little bit of trouble if you go a bit too far left, but I think he's safe there. Yeah, I think this is like it's either a Rock 3 or maybe a Mako from Luke. Absolute park job. Lovely.
Yeah, he throws that thing very well. He's been throwing it on multiple angles now, I've seen as well. So it's nice when you have a disc that you can do that with, that you can trust on different shots.
And Chili looks like he's inside the circle as well. Did you opt for the sidearm approach here, Nick, or were you throwing a mid-range?
I was throwing the sidearm approach here. I didn't really like the backhand, but the more I watched this weekend, I think I should have maybe been throwing the backhand.
Oh, sit down.
What is... wow.
Come on, man.
I don't understand how it just... How is it still rolling?
Oh, wow. That's just rude.
Yeah, wow. That rolled for 40, 50 feet.
Yeah. Off the
Almost
cage
like a
too.
cartoon roll.
Drew just a little bit left. Ah. Back-to-back birdies
back on
after.
track, yeah.
2 bogeys. Lovely job. Nice tap in from Luke.
Gotta love those tap-in birdies. We'll take those anytime, right?
100%. Yeah, Blake just dropping off a little bit here.
All right, and here's a look at our card through the front 9. Drew Gibson at 4 under par, Chris Hill at 4 under par, Luke Bain at 4 under par, and Blake Houston at even par. And let's take a look at the leaderboard. Got quite a few names up there at the top. Still a few chances to maybe make a push for that win over Drew Gibson, but Drew's holding a steady lead. A reminder that the back 9 coverage will be on the PDGA's YouTube page. Patty, thanks for being here today, though.
No worries, mate. Thanks for having me. Keen to get into the final 9.
Oh, I'm excited. It should be a battle on that back 9. Definitely come check it out. And as always, like, share, and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next one.
Welcome back, disc golf fans, to round 4 of the 2023 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships presented by LL Bean. We're back at the Fox Run course again for this 4th round. I'm Nathan Queen, again joined by Andrew Fish.
I think we're at the stage of this tournament where you can start taking standings pretty seriously. This chase card obviously has a lot to prove, with only 2 rounds to go before a world champion is crowned here. Anthony Barella sitting in 3rd place at 24 under. Laurie Lehtinen not far behind. Alden Harrison, Gannon Burr 22 under, tied for 7th place.
It should be a fun round. There you see our leaderboard. Lead card not too far out in front, and then down to the top 20 not too far behind, all sitting close to that 20 under par mark. Getting straight into these bag checks. Anthony Barella putting with the CT Jawbreaker Focus. See some zones, Zono S's and that Luna a lot, along with the Buzz, Raptor, Force, and Nuke. Getting into Laurie's bag. Gonna be putting with the Hope. See some Harp and Savior as well. See some Anchor and Justice. Probably Explorer, the Audi, for some of these headwinds.
Alden Harris, sponsored by Prodigy. We've seen him a couple times this year, putting with the 300 PA3. A couple throwing putters in there, as well as the A3 and A2 for approaches. M4 and M1 are his workhorse mid-ranges, an FX4, FX2, and a couple different drivers. Gannon Buhr, we'll see how he attacks this more open course than the Brewster Ridge we saw yesterday. 300 firm PA3 is his putter, throws the A2, M4, and M2, and probably some D1s, D2s, D3s for the big shots.
And into hole 1, 565-foot par 4. One of the holes you'd really like to get, unless the winds get super swirly on you off of the tee. Pretty attackable to get to that white birch right in the middle of the fairway. About 250 feet to the pin from there.
First on the tee today, coming to us from Mesa, Arizona. He's representing Discraft. Let's make some noise for Anthony Barella.
And Anthony Barella continuing a fantastic season. Sitting on this chase card, round 3 and round 4.
Yeah, tied for third both times. So just missing out on making that lead card.
And relatively flat release pops up for a moment, and then skirting past that birch tree, he's going to be inside 200 to the bucket.
Next in the box, from Lahti, Finland. He's representing latitude 64. Can we please welcome Lauri Leitinen?
And Lauri Leitinen, we haven't seen a whole lot of him on the tour in the U.S. in 2023, but he has made a couple visits in the past. Obviously an excellent player and made a huge jump in round 3 to get onto this chase card.
Yeah, swings this one out pretty wide and catches some of that swirling winds. Going to end up finding the out of bounds.
Joining us next from Woodstock, Georgia. He's representing Prodigy Discs. Let's hear it for Alden Harris.
Alden Harris disguised as a volunteer in that blue shirt. Looks like his disc of choice here is a mid-range. I like the idea. The hole's only 565, so even if you only bite off half of it, it's basically the same shot in.
And completing this foursome, from Urbandale, Iowa, also representing Team Prodigy. Let's give it up for Gannon Buhr.
And Gannon try to blend in with the sunset rather than the volunteers here. Yeah, like you mentioned, we got to watch him play that Brewster Ridge course yesterday. Hopefully he can get off to a good start here on Fox Run.
Yeah, it was a little sluggish, and then he was able to battle back to, I believe, 6 down in the third round. Slight Anheuser release, a little bit of drift, and then up there in the same territory as Anthony Barella. That should leave a pretty easy chip forehand end for Mr. Buhr.
Yeah, very smooth tee shot there. Lowry going to be left with probably 290 to 300 plus here.
I think more. I think he's taken relief back to give himself a better angle. Alas, does hit a middle tree.
Yeah, had to hit a fairly tight gap and very close to the OB again. This one's leaking a little left on Alden and is just going to catch that sticky grass in time to stay in bounds. Going to be inside circle, right around circle's edge.
Again, a pretty pinched angle for Leitinen. To the forehand. And with a pretty favorable roll out to about 18 feet or so. That'll be his putt for 5. Buhr playing with stability and very well done.
Yeah, that's the way you want to start your round, especially on this type of hole before you get to some much more dangerous territory. Easy birdies here on hole 1's the way to do it. And Anthony Barella going to follow that up. Say I can put it just a little bit closer.
Yeah, very nearly Control C, Control V for those two. And Harris going to chain out, unable to convert on his first birdie op.
And that one caught a lot of chains, but it was just a little bit left side for how high it hit. And that's going to be an unfortunate start for Lauri Lehtinen, a double bogey.
Yeah, a couple mistakes stacked up on him there. Hole 2, by far the shortest hole on this entire track. Pretty narrow set of stacked gaps. This rock is near 75 feet or so. If you clear that with a touch of speed, get down to a relatively flat green, although there is out of bounds left, right, and long of this basket. Likely to see putter speed disc with a little bit of drift, just like that one.
Yeah, and had that line just right. Could have used just a bit more height, but still very well executed inside circle 1. Gannon also with a bit of an Anheuser release, but a little bit more stability on that disc, and he glides it nicely, and you can't really draw it up much better than that, so let's take a look again.
Yeah, last time AB said I can put it closer. This time it's Gannon. Golf's easy when you don't have to putt.
Alden, a little bit more nose up. Good way to control your distance, and he's put it inside that bullseye as well.
This forehand also can work. I like the way that drifts. Ground does slope towards some out of bounds. However, excellent speed control means AB is actually going to be first out here.
Yeah, I was going to say interesting choice there for Lowry. Excuse me, Lowry, but when you can control it like that, that shows you why he did it. As AB going to have to putt twice here after a bit of a miscue there on the first putt.
And going to erase one of those bogey strokes on the first hole is Lauri Lehtinen. And Alden Harris and Gannon Burr going to make quick work of their tap-ins.
So we're back to the 215 count on stats. And again, hole 1 had more birdies than hole 2. Brings us into hole 3, 300-foot par 3 with a Mando you have to go left of right there. Once you get through there, you want to push straight and then just slightly fade off to the left. Pretty easy to miss early or push a little bit long and hit those trees before you fade. Pretty touchy shot for a 300-footer.
And well done here by Gannon Burr. This is going to go to the left side of the basket, but tagging a tree at about 28 feet. I think the most pure line is a hyzer release with a slightly flippy mid.
This one's pulled off to the right a bit and does get the better kick to the left side rather than out of bounds right. But still going to be in a tricky spot if he slid into that wood line. Oh, no way. Somebody else is taking my line. Comes up just a little bit low right. But very viable play and a great way to avoid that OB. Here's what I saw the first round. If you were watching before and I brought up, there's an over-the-top shot. There you have it.
I guess that's another way to avoid the OB. Just throw right over top of the trees and plinko down. The rare Alden Harris forehand is well executed, as is Lauri Lehtinen's layup. No sense running that.
giving that a pretty valiant bid for quite downhill here with the OB behind the basket. Gobble, gobble for Gannon Buhr, though, able to start the round off hot. It's good to see.
And Gannon Buhr, already a major champion. Certainly looking to add a world's title to the several other tournaments he's won this year.
And this hole averaged right at par. Not many birdies between the two different pools. Just 53 players able to get the birdie.
Nice Valley, Montana, with my family. When we were bored, my parents would just be like, go outside. That's where memories are made. It's such a part of childhood that I feel like is being lost today, and I have desperately tried to instill that into my kids.
Hole 4, 630 feet, a par 4. Definitely have to test OB at some point. This OB island, or this inbounds island to the right, is the most common landing zone. And then you throw over another OB patch up to a slightly elevated green, likely to see 4 backhand flex shots. Either a fairway driver or a distance driver thrown a little slow.
Needs to get down.
Yeah, that stalls on Gannon Buhr, and he's going to be left about 280 to the green, throwing 3.
Alden correcting on that line. Definitely has enough turnover on this, and it stays short of that bush as well. Going to be in prime position. Maybe 240 in.
One of the big challenges here is that as these trees grow, you have to throw nose up and manage whatever the wind read you get is.
That is such a scary shot that Lowry just threw.
He went with a much more neutral disc, so he got better forward push. And Barella, he's kind of tracking. He got enough forward push as well that this stall isn't going to kill him. He's well in bounds.
Yeah, well in bounds, just a little far back.
Good swing and a rude reaction for Gannon Buhr.
Yeah, it goes from bullseye to just outside circle 1. Going to have to make a much longer putt here on a green that typically has a good amount of wind.
Barella still with a slow disc, but going to play a little spikier. And 15 feet or so for his birdie attempt. Alden Harris going to play the slightly touchier backhand, but the stability's catching up right on time. He'll take one little skip off the top of the elevated green, also up to 15 feet or so.
I feel like there should be some type of bonus if you're able to land it on some of these little greens that they have. I don't know what. Maybe the spotter gives you a little piece of chocolate or a little piece of candy on the way by.
Next year's sponsor, Nathan's Candy.
And that little roll away is going to end up costing Gannon, not able to convert on the birdie putt.
And as Nathan noted, the wind's starting to pick up on this green. Perhaps a funny stance up against the rocks for Lehtinen. He's going to have to putt his 4th now.
And a very nice comeback putt after a kind of awkward first attempt. Able to connect for the par. Jonathan Fletcher able to connect for the eagle on this one, throwing it in for the 2.
Pretty great result. And you know that had to come from well over 200 feet.
Yeah, most likely around that bush area.
AB going to match Alden Harris.
And Gannon giving one of those birdie strokes back that he's taken, but you never want to give one back, but luckily you don't. You have 3 already. Moves us into hole 5, 445-foot par 3. Pretty difficult shots. You've got OB down the right side, left side, and long. And if the wind is picked up at this point, it's going to be a headwind with a little bit of left to right. But at the moment, it seems fairly calm.
Yeah, better hustle up and throw. Try to give everybody a chance for that. Alden Harris down into the ditch. That's probably circle 2. We'll see what kind of footing he has and whether he would like to test the uphill putt. Barella inside. Might have gotten a little bit of a crowd razz there. He's going to throw into the middle bushes. Does land safe, which is the preferred miss.
And Lehtinen gets his hyzer out pretty wide. And just a little bit too wide. Ends up catching those trees and going to be OB pretty far back. Oh, and Gannon almost had the line right. Catches those trees. That is a very dirty roll.
Yeah, back-to-back holes with a bizarre reaction. Off the middle trees and then rolling nearly uphill. Lehtinen throwing his 3rd after the OB stroke, and he's going to go double OB.
Oh, man, and that's what this hole 5 can do once you get out early. This green is so hard to place something close.
Barella sprawls out to get a bullseye. He'll take a 3.
So Alden first to throw, closest to the basket. And able to connect with a really clean putt. That came off so smooth.
Yeah, such a good driven spin putt. Very wristy. Creeps over the rim and in for a bird.
Yeah, and just 22% of the field, 48 players out of 215 able to get the birdie on this one the last 2 days. And here's some of that wind I was expecting to see up on the tee pad.
Playing Crossy. That's going to drop this putt. And
yeah.
Covering his mistake a little bit. Another double bogey for Lauri Lehtinen. And I think we missed one of Gannon Burr's up shots. He's known for being a very deliberate player, but sometimes goes quick when frustrated.
Yeah, and after 3 birdies to start, back-to-back bogeys.
Hole 6, 265 feet, par 3. We said it earlier, one of the easiest holes on tour, even though it is surrounded by out of bounds. Alden Harris is probably the only player on this card looking at a backhand. Everybody else going to chip a forehand, try to make it look like they sawed it off.
But here's the backhand. And perfectly executed. Going to be right there inside bullseye.
Yeah, I like that he started it on Anheuser and let it flex to glide out. Barella, this is a little bit wide, but we'll have the stability to catch up.
Yeah, that's scary once you start coming close to that bush right there. It likes to grab anything that it touches.
And more inside is Gannon Buhr. This will be right side of the basket. And this time a better roll near the bullseye.
And Larry also going with that forehand, but does keep it inside, and he's going to roll up there also inside the bullseye. So Anthony Barella about 19 feet here, farthest out. Easiest hole on the course.
And he does indeed convert.
80%. 172 players able to get the birdie on this hole on the last 2 days. It did cause just 11 bogeys. That's just 5% of the field and only 15% with a par. And we got those diamonds. Moves us into hole 7. Second most difficult hole on the course today. 1,262 foot, 65 foot par 5. Got the option to go across that original OB creek, or you can lay up and then go to that second bubble before you throw your third shot. There's not too much incentive to go across this first area unless you have the power to reach it in 2. So likely to see 4 layups here just in case unless somebody's really feeling froggy.
And assuming one is playing for the 4, even Anthony Barela with his power going to lay up short. If one is playing for the 4, you can throw the big shot on your second and make it work. If you're going over the creek in 1, you're kind of left with 2 in-between shots.
And you can only push that second shot so far. Gannon Buhr is going to get aggressive, but turns that over well early and never really gave it much of a chance to fly that creek.
No, didn't even make it to the net, so he will be playing from the short side of the creek, throwing 3. Lowry trying to do the same. I like the way this is flying. Does fade in front of the net. And that's gorgeous.
Yeah, incredible aggressive shot there. That's well down the fairway, 500 plus feet, I'd say.
Yeah, I was told he's about 615 to the bucket, so I'm not sure I believe 1265 posted distance. That might be flying a less direct path. Buhr's third, gonna get into the big bubble.
Yeah, that probably leaves him in the 420 range to the pin, so still a pretty good amount of air left to execute.
AB fairway driver. Slight hyzer, flips to flat, and gliding. Since it's a fairway, it's not going to skip aggressively. And he's improved somewhat on Gannon Buhr's lie.
Yeah, going to be a pretty good spot. Should be able to go fairway or less from there as well. This is kind of pushing towards that left side, but is going to find that bubble over there. Got just enough room, and he's got about the same distance that AB got there, I believe. And that you see mid-range here in his hand, so, even after going for that, he's laying up there to 100 feet in front of where everybody else is right now.
Yeah, so he'll have 300 into the green. Like I said, kind of an in-between shot, and with no reference points on the ground, it's really hard to find exactly where you want to land that second shot. Buhr playing overstable and does land in, and then skitters out. The spotter was right on top of it, and Buhr very surprised to have gone OB twice on this hole.
Yeah. That late ground play, it does slope a little bit down right to left there, but not a whole lot. You thought with the spike angle that he had that it would have sat down more, but Anthony Barela is also catching that fast little slide, but does end up checking up. Inbound's going to have himself a birdie look.
A consistent downhill means you, I think, have to hang it out much wider than you actually think, as they both were right of the basket and ended up pretty far left. Alden Harris with the correction. He will be taking his birdie putt from not more than 22 feet or so.
Lowry also hanging this out pretty wide and high, has a nice spike angle on it, and he is going to skip up to that box, go ahead and tap it. Got a nice box tapper there.
Our brand new term. One good jump, perfect distance management, and so much less speed coming in than AB or Buhr had.
So Gannon, after 2 OB throws, gonna miss high on that comeback putt. Looking at a bigger number here on hole 7 than you'd like to take.
He's not the only one, though. This is one of the more dangerous holes. It's easy when you play it easy, but they can stack up in a hurry.
Yeah, as I said, second hardest hole on the course. 40% of the field with bogey or above. 13% of that is double bogey. And you've got 3% with the triple bogey or above.
No thanks.
Yeah, tough sledding.
Barella does card his birdie, and Gannon Buhr back to even on the round with a 7.
Yeah, also on one of those no par streaks.
You love to see it and you hate to see it, depending on your perspective.
Yeah, the more birdies, the better when you're talking about no par streaks.
Alden Harris with the conversion, just filling up the scorecard with green at this time.
Yeah, we missed his turkey. He's on through to 4 straight, 5 under par.
At some level, I don't know that hole 6 counts in the turkey stat. All that's doing is keeping up with the field.
Yeah. Very true.
Hole 8, 410 feet, a par 3, playing pretty uphill and then very, very right. There's OB all around the green and fairway, although it is generous. If you are trying to attack, it requires a pretty specific angle to glide that far right without cut rolling or stalling. Alden Harris with that big backhand, kind of anti-spike. He looked to me like he landed out of bounds and then cut rolled back in. And that's where totally adequate shots go to die. AB with the same fairway driver we've been seeing. Tracking right.
It's going to end up stalling out, though. Catches a couple of air bounces on the flight, stalls out and ends up out of bounds. Outside circle, too, so he's got a long way to go trying to save that par. Laurie gets this nice high and turned over. Beautiful shot. One of the better ones you're going to see here on hole 8.
No doubt. And the players who are hitting this shot are just waiting in suspense for seconds until they can get the relay of flags from the spotters. Gannon Buhr has thrown this too well.
What? That is... Wow.
Yeah, he's not just... Wow. As Alden Harris tries to ring it up from deep, Gannon didn't just throw OB. He threw like 40 feet long of the basket and then 40 more feet OB.
Yeah, that was a good frustration rip there on that tee. And is able to come back for the par along with 68% of the field taking a par on this hole over the last couple days. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that was the only one like that.
Even with 215 people, I think that's a safe bet, Nathan.
Anthony Barella is able to collect his 4 after going OB on the tee shot. And Littinen here, a chance for a rare birdie.
And is going to do it.
Gobble, gobble.
And continues his uphill fight back to even also.
Yeah, with 2 double bogeys. He's worked his way back to even. Good work. Alden Harris able to collect one of the common pars. Moves us into hole 9, 480 foot. Par 3, downhill, OB all the way down the right side and left side. Wraps around long as well. Likely a ripping headwind or nothing.
This isn't the wind I played this hole in. And Lowry tracking the right side. The stability's going to catch up just in time. And up there near circle's edge.
Yeah, this is a tough hole. to execute properly with all the OB without wind. However, it is much more doable. With the headwind here, this hole becomes just a completely different shot.
Harris swings the hyzer with the neutral disc pretty low. He might try to attack that with a nose-up run.
Yeah, like both of those shots are playing safe while the wind is down, which is very viable to do. Once the wind is up, that playing safe becomes a lot tougher. And things like that also don't happen because that wind's just going to blow it on out, but all three inbounds so far.
Burr with a really great shape, fortunate to come back inbounds, but had exactly the right idea. AB, this isn't quite right enough of the basket to pin it, but will be out there as well by Lauri Lehtinen.
This looks like a pretty aggressive stare down from Gannon. This gets away quickly, so very good miss, I'll say there.
And when you roll behind that, you wish you were a little more cowardly instead of bolder.
Oh boy.
I'll sit out the rest of the hole. Sorry. AB, lots of chains.
Man.
But flops out left side.
It did hit a little bit left, but I'd like to see that one stay. That was a pretty good putt. And Lauri just doesn't quite commit to that one.
Yeah, after a couple confident putts, and a slack wind, it's odd to see that kind of wounded duck putt. So he's going to close out his front nine at even.
Yeah, and this did play as the fourth hardest hole on the course. 38% of the field carding a bogey or above, and just 23% able to get the birdie. No birdies on our card here today, but everybody has fought their way to even or better through this front nine.
Not exactly what a couple guys were looking for, but still keeping them in the hunt for good positions. Anthony Barela up to T2 now, as is Alden Harris. Got to make a move on this back nine. We'll continue on the Fox Run course. Isaac Robinson gapping the field by a couple strokes at this time, but still with 27 holes to go and a variety of holes, variety of scoring conditions, everyone in that leaderboard still in the ballgame.
Yeah, lots of attackable holes on this back nine to finish out this fourth round strong and make that push towards the World Championship. Thank you guys for tuning in. For Andrew Fish, I'm Nathan Queen. We'll see you guys out there.
All right, everyone. Final round back nine footage from the 2020 Las Vegas Challenge. I'm Nate Perkins, joined here again with Philo Brathwaite.
We have a winner!
What's the game of choice, Philo?
Oh, I'm thinking about retiring from gambling.
We do gamble with the Frisbees every weekend, but...
That's enough gambling for me, man. Vegas has been kicking my butt for years.
Taking a look at the leaderboard here, Nate Sexton holding strong. This chase card is still in it. Ricky and Oscary, Kev and Calvin.
Those guys are going to have to play some great golf because right now, I mean, 5 strokes, 4 strokes, and Nate's playing really good golf. He hasn't seemed the least bit intimidated by anybody this weekend.
He's made less than 5 mistakes.
That's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's got 3 bogeys on the weekend going into this round. So.
Well, that's one stat I got him beat on. I'll hang my hat on that. I may have had the fewest bogeys of the event. 1.
It's quite an accomplishment, man.
That felt really nice. Hole 10. Keep it pushing high, I guess, right? Hole 10, par 4, 741. Plays a really big, long hyzer flip for these guys. I imagine they're going to crush something on more of a hyzer
I
angle.
can't wait to watch how far these guys
man.
throw it.
These guys should
Oh,
be able
no.
to get no way. Kevin's gonna lay up. He's gonna play for the angles here, which isn't a bad play.
It's a smart play. I mean, when he's been throwing it as clean,
that's not a bad play.
That is gonna.
I was really
cover
excited to see
plenty
this
of
guy
ground.
like blow this thing past that bunker out there and
Yeah,
have
me
a putter up
too.
shot, but he's playing golf. That's smart.
Check out Oscary DD3, the biggest
Wham!
run-up we've seen from him.
So that's definitely a hyzer flip if it rolls over. There it goes. It's got plenty of height. Well past the 500 marker.
Kind of flexed out a little bit.
That's
that was the 500
That
marker.
was the 500
It's
marker.
like 580 you just
at
threw
least. Here goes Vinny with that destroyer that seems to just keep gloating or gliding through the air. Look at that
Oh my
late
gosh,
flip.
look how late it
All right,
flipped
here goes
over.
the 500 marker, and he's down the hill. Wow. Vinny just mashes
600
one
feet,
at
dude.
least 600 down the hill. He's got 180 looking into the basket.
This is unbelievable. Let's see if Rick can outdrive these guys
That'd
again.
be really crazy. Rick ripping over on it. He's got a helping lifting wind that's going to push him over there to the right a little bit for him.
That kind of looked like a T-bird.
And that's right at the 500 mark right there. He just scooted right past it. So he's got 220 into the green. Still.
All four of the drives are in prime position.
If he hits the front of this hill, then it's going to scoot him up.
Oh, that's the difference right
Ugh.
there, man. If you, like you said, you hit the front side of the hill, you scoot up, you hit right by the bucket, and you trickle.
Get the circle's edge.
Yep.
I'm happy it wasn't going too fast and gets even a worse break and ends up OB. That's the play you're looking for right there. Bounced off the face of the hill.
Genius play.
Knurl
Rick.
over the hill right there by the bucket.
This
Oscar
is-
a little bit obstructed, has to go high, spiking hyzer. Perfectly executed. Excellent shot.
Philo,
What's
are these
up?
holes too easy? for
I would
these
say
players?
if you can throw the disc this far, absolutely. There's really no danger for guys that can throw that long and that straight.
It's just sometimes it looks almost too easy.
Yeah. There's really, I mean, if it were more US DGC styled,
OB everywhere.
roped off everywhere, then I think you'd see these guys pucker up a little bit more often and do what Kevin Jones did, and not that part.
We
with the layup.
haven't seen him miss a jumper yet this round. That's the first one.
All right, buddy, come on, scrap up this par. There
Oh,
it is.
yeah.
There it is. Great recovery putt. Doesn't lose too much momentum. Doesn't give one back to the field. Oscary, after the weird angle approach and the high spiking hyzer, perfectly placed. That could have caught an edge and rolled away super easily.
Yep.
But he did that about as perfect as you could do it.
Vinny with the back putt. Yeah, Oscar even fired that short one in right there. Real fast.
Hey, man. Rick actually slowed his putt down right there a little bit. Usually he's kind of like, yakking. He's kind of lift and scoop. Cool. Hole 11, 369, plays downhill. Basket's about 10 feet below you off the tee pad. Got a little bit of a guardian tree right in front of the basket. If you take the straight route, I have seen some guys opt for the big wide spiking hyzer.
Yep.
If you've got the flick, it sets up perfectly for that. No worries. Plenty of space to the right of the target if you should come up a little early.
Oscar going with the forehand.
Smart play.
Believe this is DD3. Stable
And like
DD3.
you said, he really doesn't get much of his lower body, it doesn't seem like, involved. It's just, whoa! Huge flare.
One angle, all the way there.
Yeah, 400.
Really impressed.
Wow. This
Look
is
at
the play
this.
I was trying to go for. is
Wow.
A little bit too much turned over. If it catches a tree, he's in the circle.
Oh,
All right.
Beautiful shot, though. That takes a ton of trust. That grass that you see long and left is out of bounds.
Yep. Rick got over on it, but it should be stable enough to fight. Skip, skip, skip. Just not enough edge. If you would have got a little more edge, that would have been right there.
Yeah, that's a pretty big misfire with Ricky's accuracy on the forehand shot.
Kevin's playing for that same low burner, catch an edge, flare up, try to get in.
Oh,
that was
right
an ace
behind
run.
it. Followed Oscar's line.
Rick makes these again all the time.
55?
Yep, almost circle 2 or beyond. Yeah, whatever, man.
Dude.
Par, whatever.
He's playing a different game sometimes, it feels.
He spends a lot of time. Yeah, I'll take another look at this.
Please, let's look at it
rewind.
again.
Rick, full extension, full commitment. Dead center. Rick really likes practicing those long putts.
Yeah, I see him warming up. He warms up for about an hour before each round.
From
and
50 feet.
Yeah. And if you've ever heard him talk about those long ones, he calls them 20, 25, and 30 footers.
Well, good looking putt there from Vinny. Just a little high, floated on him a little bit. Catches that yellow band, drops right there. Kevin Jones right up to the edge of the cart path there, but he's inbounds. Looks to be about circle's edge as well.
Looks like a clean putt. I think he should be able to putt around that tree right there.
There's a little bit of dangling, limbs from this tree that might take some of the height away. He must be out. No, he's inside the circle. I thought he was about to jump it. Nice. Good putt, Kev.
Yeah, it kind of looks similar. His drawback on a jump putt
Yep.
and his normal putt looks very similar.
Oscary now looking for his birdie putt.
Having to go to the straddle.
That's definitely inside the circle. You can see the orange line behind him, about 2 paces. A little bit downhill. Smash. Wow. I'm afraid to putt that fast. If I miss.
He has been firing them.
Wow.
All around.
Vinny with another disappointing par. He's been having a struggle today. Hasn't really got the wheels going
No, he
anywhere.
hasn't.
Hole 12. This is the one that got me. My only bogey of the tournament. Final round. Tried to throw a destroyer a little bit straighter, and it just kind of didn't want to get stable and skipped straight past that little tee box you see there.
Yeah, that sidewalk is out of bounds. Really the only danger on this hole.
That is it. Unless if you saw it off super early, there's a little pot bunker to the left. And the green from this hole is over there, but that's a really huge mistake if you end up with that far left.
Yeah, for sure. This basket is blind.
You do see the flag perched up over the hill there, but yeah, you're just thinking long straight hyzer.
That's a fairway from Oscary. That's a Color Glow FD3 that he just
Wow.
threw. All hyzer.
Rick, he doesn't like that.
It's a little inside. Has to get by that tree.
Still putting though. Incredibly enough,
Safe.
he's still
Wow,
putting.
that got all the way through to pin high.
It did. I know he wanted that wider and played down the cart path a bit more. Kevin flexing it over a little bit, just a little baby flex like I like to call him. Skip
That's
and knurl,
money.
park job. 4 steps from the basket, almost a bullseye.
Calvin going eagle right here. Oh no.
Did he pull over on it
It
too
looked
much?
like it.
I
It
think
looks
he's
similar
got
to
enough
hole
angle.
one's
He's
miss.
got enough angle. He's got enough angle.
Wow.
Yeah, if that had been any straighter, game over. But thankfully, he hit that hyzer angle really strong, and the disc has fought its way back the whole time. Rick,
There's another one.
outside the circle putt
Man, that must be nice to have that.
in his arsenal
Dude,
of other
just-
shots.
Hey,
Yeah.
if you missed the drive, it's okay, man. We're still gonna score on the hole.
Yeah, I try to talk myself into putts like that, like as often as possible, but Rick is just really dialed in from 45, 50 feet away. Really dialed in.
Oscary has to go to the straddle again.
No problem, though.
Again, he just fires it.
Finding a flow again, getting back into a rhythm.
It's hard to tell where he's even generating that spin from.
Young, poppy muscles and ligaments, man.
Is it all wrist, Philo, when you're putting like that?
I would imagine that it's a lot of wrist for him. Grip pressure and wrist, and just getting a lot of rotations on the disc. Mm.
4 birdies from the group.
Rick making it look easy with the long putt again. Hole 13. This is one of the trickier par 3s, I would say, on this course.
Absolutely.
You got that Guardian bunker hazard right in front of it. If you've got enough speed, you can go spike hyzer over the top of all that stuff. That fence there is OB.
Yeah, we saw Simon do that in
Yeah,
round 2, but
I
one
played
of the
with
few
him again,
players
yeah.
who can.
All of
Oscar could. All
Oh,
four
yeah.
of these players could probably
go spike hyzer over the
Yep.
top. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a flick, but maybe not. That's the play I
There it
figured
is.
you would see. Big wide spiking hyzer. Looks like he sawed it off a little bit early. No, he
Oh.
didn't. Tombstone, 7 feet, 7 paces from the basket.
I can almost guarantee you that when they designed this hole, they were
Rick
not.
with the worst break ever. But it's not the worst
Blaze is
break
a perfect
ever. 'cause-
layup, yeah. Just
Yeah.
short of that bunker.
Right in his wheelhouse in the putting world, you know.
Kevin playing this one left of the bunker for a longer look.
Actually, that's not that bad.
Man, that's like
circle's edge.
That's pretty much perfect if you're gonna play it left. That's about
Yes.
as close as you can be playing that hyzer.
Without taking the bunker, route. Vinny's going over the bunker. Get up! Oh, what
Get
a
in.
huge
Yes.
break!
Game changer.
Finally, Vinny gets a good kick. That
What
was
do you
on the
think, Philo?
inside lip.
What do you got right here?
Oh, and I'm
Is
going
he
to say
going
count it all the
again?
time,
Oh
man.
my
When Rick's
God.
putting, oh, he let me down finally once.
That would have been huge, dude. Across the bunker into
That was
that
a
wind.
good 50-footer, yeah. But anytime Rick's putting, I'm putting my money on Rick. It's almost guaranteed.
Kev from outside the circle is
Yep.
okay. Goes to reset. Kind of was looking like he was leaning forward just a little bit.
Oh no, airmail. That's disappointing.
Going back to the stagger here. Just watch how fast and confident Oscar is going to fire this putt.
Yeah, that looks like a lot of elbow and wrist, He's getting that coil in with the elbow and then whoosh, like a cobra striking or something.
I'm just so impressed by everything Oscar has shown us.
Yeah, the guy's got a great game. He's been working at it. You can tell the Finns are super, super enthusiastic about this game, and when it's time to train, they train.
They have a
go
different
all in.
level of dedication. Yep.
And the way that they perceive the game, and the way that their culture is about sport. They play with a different mentality.
Definitely got to experience a little bit of that mentality, the perspective that you were just talking about. It's a beautiful thing.
It is. It's awesome, man. Like when you go to Finland and play some courses, even like local tournaments, they play for different reasons. It's not all about how much money they're going to win. It's not always about who's taking home a trophy. They play for, more humbling reasons, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. And everyone is very focused on their personal,
Development and growth.
Was it my personal best? Not did they win the tournament, but did
Right.
I improve on the round? Did I make
Absolutely.
less bogeys?
Exactly. That's really all you have control of is your game, You can't control what other people are doing. Walking into hole 14 here, taking a flight down the fairway. This is one of the longer par 4s. It feels longer. You got to really get a good mash out the fairway to set yourself up if you're an average thrower like myself.
Yeah, 800 feet, so you need at least 400 to even consider
And you
birdieing
want a
the
good
hole.
angle because
Yeah.
if you saw it off left, then you're kind of having to shape your shot into the green a little bit harder than you would if you were more right fairway. You can play a straighter shot that just kind of burns off the green and skips
I'm
up the hill.
really interested to see how far this one's gonna go.
That's
dude.
all we can do is just sit back and watch and go, yeah, I can't do that. It's so far up the fairway. There's your 500 marker.
Another 600-foot shot?
5 and change, so he's well inside 300 now to the basket.
Calvin
Vinny's
looking
playing
to
the
match.
low. Did it get over enough? It's not going to be too bad. You threw it far enough. You got past that tree. He might be obstructed with that, though. We'll
It's
see.
so crazy to see the disc moving forward like that on the hyzer angle still.
Yeah, well, they're going, most of these dudes, when they throw it that hard, they're going hyzer stand up, and then it's kind of like tapering sideways across the fairway.
It's incredible. It's a shape that's unique to someone throwing that fast.
Yeah. You got to throw it really fast, or if you're not a super fast thrower, then have something really understable.
This is just like you said, dude, a heavy hitting card, Philo.
Big time.
These are some of the best drives you can watch in disc golf.
Just bombing them way out there, making life easy on themselves. I mean, yeah.
Just
when you get that far,
to the pole, dude.
So this is what I was talking about. Vinny was a little bit obstructed with that little bush right there, getting a little left, but he recovers nicely. He's got about
same mid
6 pace. Yep, putt to the bucket. Rick, same thing, a little bit obstructed. If he gets stable enough, he should be fine, but that's right on the circle's edge. Most days, Rick makes that 10 for 10. Oskary from about as perfect position as you can get. Just has to choose a good angle and play the little bounce and skip.
Yeah, this is an 800-foot hole, so you guys tell us how far he just threw that second shot.
That looked like 230, 240 of a throw. It didn't look like he had too much work left.
Not at all.
Like he threw that a good 550. Rick, as we expected, circle's edge putt, count it.
It makes me really happy as a fan of the game to see this dude hitting putts again.
Yeah, I'm happy he's healthy again as well. I mean, he's good for the sport. I'm sure this is all he wants to do, is be out here playing and competing, and getting held up by something like that, it's got to be pretty brutal, man. It's out of your control, It's something you can't really predict coming or happening. You don't go to the doctor and all of a sudden, hey, check me out for Lyme disease, or something, it's something that just, no.
His second one of the round?
Regurgitated by the basket. Yeah, I feel you, bro. Those are never cool.
That one was low and on the pole, too.
Super annoying when that happens.
There is something to be said about how fast he is putting, but still, you never want to see it come out like that.
So, throughout the round, Sexton still hanging on, getting a little bit of separation from Double G.
Welcome to 2020. I just want to send a huge thank you out to all of our Innova throwers that have supported the Tour Series program. Every player on Team Star and Champion has a special signature disc available at the Innova Factory store and at retailers around the world. Huge part of what keeps us able to do what we love and be professional disc golfers out there on tour. So thank you so much for supporting it.
There's the leader of the tournament, Nate Sexton, showing off his Champion Glow Firebird. Support all of us Innova Champion teammates in the factory store. Pick up our custom discs and help us get around this beautiful country.
Yeah, yours just dropped, right?
Yeah, just a couple weeks ago. Brand new.
Color Glow Destroyer?
Yep. It's pretty awesome, man. It's the same disc from last year pretty much with new art.
Sweet, man.
Looks good. Yep, here we are, hole 15. This is a rip, man. Long, lazy Annie is what you need if you're a backhand player. If you got the flick speed like a couple of these guys do, that's the better option. Vinny's going mid-range, just busting it over, hoping that negative in the disc will just bleed it towards the bucket, and wow, out drives the hole. 459, slightly downhill.
That was an incredible shot from Calvin.
Wow.
Ricky lining up the roller? Or is he just lining up that Anheuser
I'm
angle?
hoping just the Annie. He's
going
that's a
roller.
Good
Wow.
eye, dude. Look at you. Where is that? There it is.
He's that hillside.
Uh-oh. That's got to burn out in a hurry. That's going to be well right at the basket.
Let's see if Kev...
That's the play that I anticipated I would see out of a couple of these guys. Just bleed that thing over there. It's a really fast green. Bounce and knurl. That's right about inside the circle, I'd imagine. Oscar
Really
going
impressive
backhand. Ooh, that's the inside line, and that's a little bit too much inside. He's got to hit something or he's going to go out. All right, he's
Looks
okay.
like he's
over
safe
there.
over there.
I don't know if he's in good position, but he's safe.
I was kind of expecting to see Oscary bust out the forehand.
Yeah,
he's been displaying. He's got the power.
That was really confusing to me, too.
Yeah.
It seems like it's been his strong suit today, and he's just kind of strayed away from it. And it's really, really hard backhand shot. Rick, dead center off of the. Oh,
he can't believe it. Really,
I can't.
That was
believe
a perfect looking putt.
It looked like he hit that half an inch of the band right where the chains meet, and just. Oh, those are heartbreaking. Everything but in. Vinny trying to get a little some redemption from this round. Try to finish strong here. After the great shape. Just not connected today. KJ USA with the inside the circle putt after a really, really nice flick, which I would imagine all of those guys could have done and had a nice birdie putt. Just creeps it over the rim.
That's a top tier forehand birdie right there.
Big time. Big time. I'd probably make it halfway there with my flick. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm 3/4 myself.
Maybe. Oh, I'm sure you can get it there, man. I've seen you throw a flick. You got plenty of speed to get there. You hit the right angle. So, we got a couple of guys at 39, Oskari and Kevin. Saki's not too happy about that reaction off the top band. We still got 3 holes to play, and there are 3 really good holes to finish this tournament.
Dude.
Hole 16 is a par 4, 765. You got that guardian tree in the middle of the cart path. Plays OB to the left. If you do not land safe, you go to the drop zone, which is still a mile from the basket, over 500 feet, still from the drop zone, I believe.
And one of the most picturesque approaches to a green right here. You've got that pond on the right.
Beautiful design hole.
OB green right in front of the bucket.
And you got some land beyond the basket where you don't really even want to go, but just in case if you overshoot, there's really no worries back there. KJ ripped over on this one a little bit. There comes that stable edge. That'll be a great position right in the middle of the fairway. He should like that a lot. For these guys, distance is kind of like irrelevant. As long as you have a good angle and something you're comfortable throwing into the green, shouldn't be too stressful. That's a little bit low, but if it's good, again, has that stable edge, it should fight. There it is. Blowing past KJ USA's shot.
Wow, I love watching the disc like scoot on those fast golf greens like that.
Absolutely. Rick's lining up another monster backhand. He's got a ton of space out there to work with.
Looks like a
Halo Destroyer.
One of those Halo Destroyers, yeah.
Yep. Bang! High right corner. Let that overstability just drag it back. Right out there next to Vinny.
Thank you.
All right, let's see what the young buck does. Think he'll outdrive him?
There's a really good chance. That looks like he outdrove him.
He's taking a high stand-up flip. He does. He threw it higher than them. With Heiser, they turned it over and kept it flat and got huge skips, and he airmailed it past him.
And, I mean, there's some of the furthest throwers in the game.
Okay, sit. Not the putt that you want. That's a death putt.
Yeah,
that's
again,
an intimidating putt.
He's just a few inches from just hitting the base of the hill and being perfect. Exactly.
That got a weird reaction, but it knurls back nicely for Rick. That's 4 or 5 paces from the target. No problem.
Nice work from the B cam right there, avoiding that real quick roll.
Vinny playing it wide. He's got to get stable in a hurry. There goes the cameraman. He got a little aggressive with it. This is the kind of shot outside the circle. Yeah, you want to throw it into the face of the hill, take all the speed away, and then just take the reaction that it gives you. Hopefully it doesn't go backwards, which is pretty rare. Oskari catches the tree. No, is that rolling onto the green? That is an incredibly terrible bad break right there. So now he's going to be putting for par.
That's a game changer right there. I mean, he was 39 under par. He could have got to 42 and put some pressure on
the third place. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
So now he's putting for par from 45, 50 feet away, edge of the green, outside the circle. The circle's about 5 paces in front of him, I believe. Low, and it's moving.
Showing a little bit of frustration right there. Understandably so. That was a disgusting roll.
Just a terrible break. Don't really anticipate something like that happening in your closing holes.
Calvin into
Ran it. He
what looks
went
like a
for it.
pretty stout, like headwind left to right there.
Outside the
Goes
circle.
straight at it.
KJ has another death putt.
Oh, no.
Okay, sit down. Well, that one's not as scary.
The second time this round we've seen him
Blow by.
and have a circle's edge putt coming back for a par.
Let's see if he can knock this one in. Going for the jumper.
Oh,
Oh, those are just gutters, man. Those
That
hurt so bad.
stings.
Everything but in. Hangs on the rim, trickles out. Oscary doesn't. No. Say
Is that on
so.
the green?
Oh my God. So he was just putting for a 5. Now he's putting for 7. He's got to take his meter from the edge of the first cut and the actual surface of the green. He's got about a 6-meter putt, 7-meter putt now
For a triple bogey.
for a triple
Wow,
bogey.
and he
just
sticks
crip-
it.
Oof.
I mean,
Man,
that
could
is
you imagine
crazy.
taking a snowman after the longest drive of the card?
No, and after what looked like a perfect approach.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
sidearm
really,
was tracking straight toward that hill.
It was maybe a little bit high. He could have played for the skip just past the green. He
Yep.
didn't have to take it so high, but just a really unfortunate
What a
break.
swing!
Just,
I mean,
yeah.
he had only had a few pars before this hole, and 2 of them were spit outs. He was
This is
crushing the
true.
game.
Absolutely true. You're right, man. He was on a roll. Hole 17. I was really shocked I parked this hole the other day.
Dude, yeah,
This
that
is
was a
tough
sweet
shot.
all-star from the card just in front of this card. Simon, Philo, Emerson, and Canute all two'd it, but this is a really impressive two, as you said. All of 450 feet for sure. You've got that sidewalk on the left that is out of bounds if you don't fully connect or commit on this drive.
It's easy to do.
They get there quick.
It's easy to do. If you don't have a comfortable, speed to get to this hole, then you just throw like a big S-turn out there over the right side and take whatever you can get.
You know what? That's actually the disc that Ricky threw in the water.
No way.
And it floated.
No
it
way.
floated over to the shore, and they got it back.
Unbelievable.
I heard them discussing that.
All kinds of good fortune there.
This is crazy that he's throwing an eagle right here. That
Yeah,
is
he
just
missed that one pretty
incredible.
bad though. You can see he just never had a stable edge on the release, and gravity just pulled the disc into the ground right. Cade's going straight at it. That's got to get into the ground and check up, and it does.
He looked a little off
Oof.
balance on that throw, but last second kind of came over on top of it to ensure that he got that angle.
So Oscary now has got a pretty straight driver there. It hopefully gets a nice forward skip and gives him a putt, and it does, and he parks the hole.
Wow.
What a recovery.
That was low and
That was a
straight,
bullet,
and
yeah.
it just went right
That was
to
probably
the...
like a leopard or something, this type of driver, T-bird.
No, dude, that's a stable driver.
No
That's a
way.
DD3 that he's throwing that straight. That, for us, that would be one of our 2 most stable drivers.
Vinny, after the unfortunate error on the out, is going to be putting for bogey. KJ USA putting from about 55 feet. Got it.
Wow.
That's got to make him feel better about a couple of those jumpers he missed earlier. Got one to track to the basket and connect. And what a good time. Hole 17 is a great one. Yeah, we'll take another look at that.
Definitely Gatekeeper rewind. Different angle again. That's money. And with how stacked these fields are nowadays, I mean, every stroke counts. One stroke could be 2 or 3 or 4 places in the
Hundreds
tournament.
of dollars sometimes.
Definitely hundreds of dollars.
So, I mean, I think that's why you see the types of mistakes that we see at these types of events from really, really, really good players.
Oh my goodness.
Rick,
Another just floater into the wind on the pole.
He just doesn't care, man. Rick is a monster on the putting green. It doesn't matter what's out there. He's just going for it. Unfortunate bogey for Vinny. Kind of got way off position, offline on that drive, and couldn't get out clean. And long putt. Oscary with the easy birdie.
Yeah, you can see he's still a little emotional.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I would be too, man. When you're on a roll like that and then you just landmine your scorecard with a hockey stick, yeah, it's brutal, man. It is brutal.
A hockey stick, I've never heard that.
Yeah,
Love
dude.
it.
All right, so here we go. Closing hole of the tournament. Last one. You want to finish strong. These guys got plenty of speed and power to get to that landing zone past the cart path. The play is about 400 feet. From there, pretty basic Firebird-ish for me. Stable mid-range for them, I imagine, or a stable putter.
This
Played into
basket
that.
placement,
It is,
dude.
It's nasty, but if you play it into the grass early and just let the speed burn up the hill, then you have a 5-meter putt, which you shouldn't be too intimidated by at this stage of the game.
That's right. Ricky carrying that one just over the corner of the water. A somewhat conservative shot.
That was
to
very
carry.
conservative
Yep.
for what Rick can do. You know, you would anticipate seeing him bust it out there a little higher, a little wider, and try to drag it into that neck of the fairway, but
You can see
unnecessary
Kevin.
risk. He doesn't have to do that.
Kevin's definitely lining up this one high and
High,
wide.
high spiking. Heiser just got to get past that cart path, and he skips off of it. A little bit of an uphill run up, but he should be okay. A two-step.
Oh, interesting. He's
and
playing
he
that one
lays
short.
it up. Well, he's got enough speed that from back there, it's still just a boring little hyzer for him. Vinny's going for it, I think, or is he laying up as well? That looks like a layup. That is a layup. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No way is that going. Oh,
no.
no.
Man, Vinny has just been getting worked today.
Absolutely. That's
That-
2 or 3 strokes at least, man. That was a slow death roll. That did not need to happen.
Good Lord. And he tried to lay up, which is even more gut-wrenching. Yeah, see?
And he just misses it. He gives it high, doesn't get it down into the front side of that hill like he was intending.
Vinny's putting full mash on this, or pretty hard mash. Heiser. Hopefully that has the right angle. There's the play I was talking about.
Cloud
Into the
breaker
hill.
all the way there. He's parked for his par save.
Yeah, that was a huge shot. Rick's going pig. Nice and stable edge. Throw it right into the pocket of the green right there. Skip, skip, skip. 5-meter putt. KJ should have a similar angle. He's going a straighter approach. That's got to get down in a hurry or he could find OB.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
And it does. Just scoots out of bounds. And at this point, that was Rick's fist pump, knowing that he locked down third place. Welcome back, Ricky.
Welcome back, Rick. Nice tournament. Good way to get the year started off.
So Kevin Jones has this putt to tie for 5th place.
It's a little tap in. That should be no problem. No! Oh, man. What is going on out here?
Oh, that's such a monumental difference for what seems like such a short putt. I mean, the difference between 5th and 6th at this level is big.
That's a bonus or not a bonus.
Likely so.
You know, that's not only the difference in the pay line on, for the tournament, but then your sponsors usually give you a bonus for these A tiers and above. That's pretty decent.
Right.
Top 5, that's right where you want to be.
And Oscary had that, with that par, Oscary takes 7th at the event, a strong showing.
Very strong for a young Oscary.
Averaging well over 1040 for the week.
And he was on a roll today.
Absolutely,
but
man.
Unfortunately, just that hockey stick, that triple bogey there on that par 4 after that amazing drive.
He shot 9 down, including that triple bogey, to finish at 37 for the event. But take a look at the leaderboard, guys.
Nate Sexton, the Innova captain, has come out taking an early season victory here in Vegas. He got $4,000 for his effort and a really cool helicopter ride, I heard. I didn't get one of those when I won the tournament. I'm a little jealous. I need a rebate.
Dude.
Let's go.
Let him know. That's an impressive
send
win,
him an
though,
email.
for-
Yeah, that was a very impressive win by Nate Sexton. I heard him at his awards acceptance speech, and he was saying he had to play pretty much perfect golf in order to beat these guys that are making these par 4s look extremely easy with their distance.
Absolutely. he averaged 11 under per round. He only had 1 bogey per round, and he was 100% inside the circle the entire event.
That's getting it done right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's a great way to start off the round for the 2016, was it USDGC champs? Was that the year that he took it down, or was that 2017?
2017.
2017, yep. That's right. So, he's got game. He's a major winner. He's been on the block for a while. He's been, with Paul McBeth for a good 5 years, a while back, and touring with him and getting some of that beast mentality going on. Good on him, Nate. Good win, buddy.
Absolutely, man. And thank you guys so much for tuning in. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel. All you guys, thank you for the support. Gatekeeper Media is out here, and again, they're just a 2-man crew coming out here, filming disc golf and working through the night to get it up to you guys. So shout out to them, and thank you so much.
Hey guys, it's been a blast. This is Philo Brathwaite. I'm here with Nate Perkins, my man. That was a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me with you. Can't wait to do it again, man. See you guys on the next one.
Hello disc golf fans, and welcome to the 2023 Swedish Open final round coverage. Here, this is the 4th stop of the Swedish Disc Golf Pro Tour, as well as the 4th stop of the Euro Tour. My name is Chris German, and along beside me, probably a more familiar voice on this channel that you hear, Andrew Fish.
Hey, I'm back. We are at the beautiful Umar Gardens course in Borås, Sweden. And Chris, what a gorgeous layout.
Yeah, we've had such a privilege this year of being able to see a lot of these European courses be played with some of the highest level players here. So we have Clay Edwards, Joona Heinonen, Jakob Semmerad, and
Jakub Kanapek. Couple familiar faces if you've been following some of the American coverage this year, but also Jakub Kanapek, young talent out of the Czech Republic, along with Jakub Semmerad. Hole 1, 123 meters. It's a par 3, out of bounds all the way down the right side, and a slope off to the left, especially as you approach this green. Chris, we're starting off with a pretty punishing hole that averaged a quarter stroke over par.
Yeah, and we have the chase card here as they're just trying to make a run. Maybe not for the lead here, but definitely for a podium finish.
A little bit of left to right heady. I think Clay played somewhat overstable to try to counter that, but early releases and is not going to fight back in. You look for those white top stakes to mark the out of bounds at this course.
Yeah, maybe a little nerves for the final round there. Pulled that. Joona,
very smooth thrower, tons of power. Looks like he kind of backs off on a T-bird, expecting the wind to help that, but he's going to trail down the hill to the left side.
I've had the privilege to film Joona a couple times throughout the years, going all the way back to 2020, and it's cool to see his game develop and continue to be here on these coverages.
Yeah, for sure.
Jakob here. Gets a little hung up on some trees there, but stays on the fairway, doesn't find the OB. So
it's probably layup territory over there. And Jakub Kanapek, already with 2 top 10 finishes on the Euro Tour, perhaps an unfamiliar name to some of us, but certainly a very talented player. Also going to go fairway driver. And little Anheuser release, but nose up. He's going to find that left side along with Joona.
Yeah, a little shorter over there. We should expect to see Clay first, as he didn't get too far down the fairway.
No, pretty early turnover shot. That leaves him probably 80 or more meters into this green, throwing his 3rd shot there.
Yeah, and that's going to be a tester for bogey. Jakob, like you said, just going to lay up, take his 3, move on.
Yeah, you have to pick your battles, especially on the final day when everybody's packed in.
Kind of what we would expect from Jakob as well. Not a lot you can do there.
And a little bit better angle here for Joona. Does give a little bid, but not going to go much beyond the mulch.
So to start your round with a bogey putt about circle's edge there, how does that feel as a player to start your round that way and have to make that type of putt and successfully make it? Is that a kind of a boost of energy and going into the round?
It's obviously frustrating to take a bogey, but Clay just minimized the damage, and he got that first putt out of the way. Everything after this is going to feel less stressful. And Clay, a very gritty player, in my opinion. Like, he doesn't play a super flashy game. Good balance of forehand and backhand. And he just doesn't give up strokes to the course very often. Makes his putts.
Yeah, very cool to see him on coverage. Everyone else here is just going to tap in for their par. So we're going to move into hole 2.
Hole 2, 110 meters, a par 4. That is correct. Very short par 4. We're going to track uphill, and there's going to be a couple Mandos on this hole. The first one on the tee shot forces you to the right, and then later approaching the green, there's one that forces you to the left. The idea here, just get up the hill out into the open and then throw a disciplined approach shot as the green slopes away pretty hard on the backside.
Great shot there from Yona.
Jakub going to go Felon, playing for the overstability. But that doesn't swing quickly enough, and he's going to find the out of bounds also. I'm sorry. He's going to find the out of bounds.
That out of bounds came up pretty quick, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's necessary when there's a par 4 that's this short. You have to, constrict the landing zone in some way.
Oh, no. Just hung up there right at the end of the gap.
So Jakub going to have to play a much longer approach shot. May not be able to see his landing zone properly.
Let's see if Clay can get a bounce back here with a good drive. Seems like the overstable disc and just getting it to get left is definitely the play there. That looks like a pretty good line.
Yeah, you see the similarity in how Yona and Clay threw their shots, like both committing to that hyzer and making it go left early. Jakub with the forehand, just letting it flex. He'll have another layup from there, but should be able to scramble for par.
After finding the OB here for Jakub, should be able to, going a little quick there, but should be able to save his par. Unless it didn't roll down the hill there.
He's going to be inside circle 1, but towards the back edge of that. Yona, both of these guys having difficulty slowing the disc down enough with the tailwind affecting it as it approaches the slope.
You can see he threw that right into the ground.
I like the adjustment, though. I think the idea is land this 4 or 5 meters short and let it skitter up there.
Yeah.
And that's exactly how Clay is going to play the hole. Easy drop-in birdie to get himself back to par for the round. This is a par attempt for Jakub Semerad.
Weak side there, a little high. A lot of spin on it. You can see the wind in the background there is definitely moving. So,
yeah, not a bad effort, but moving up into the chains is difficult to get that to stick. From a pretty similar angle is going to be Heinonen for his birdie.
Oh, no.
And that one right side, much better driven into the headwind, but a 50-50 doesn't go his way. Knapek is able to convert on his par attempt. So despite this being the third easiest hole on the day, we're going to see the card net out at par. Perhaps a little surprising given how straightforward both shots seem to be.
Yeah, I would say at this level and being up in the top 10 here, battling for a top 10, these are ones you're going to get for sure.
Hole 3 at 75 meters. You talk about a must get. This is one of them. Straight ahead, couple trees stacked on either side, and then some out of bounds to the long side. Clay, after his good birdie, good clean spin, nice and high, drifting to the right, and lands short of the bucket, scoots up to it. Another drop-in birdie. Now, here's another option if you're feeling squirrely.
Hey, I feel like half of the Pro Tour field would be trying this now at this point.
Despite the wind, despite the out of bounds. So Jona Heinonen just going to go play a spike, and with a good backstop and roll back. He called bank, Chris.
Oh, you got to on a shot like that. That was amazing. Looks like we're going to see another one here.
A little lower, a little wider.
It's probably going to drift left a little and a little long.
But still well inside circle 1. We'll have a birdie attempt upcoming. And Simorod, despite having plenty of power, is going to go up the gut.
More traditional route there. Just throw a disc straight. And finds that same tree. He's able to stop him. Oh, it looks like that one hung up. The way the camera made it look, I thought he went pretty far past the UDIS signs there. So,
and nicely done. Good strike into the chains for Kanapek to get himself on the board. And easy money for Simorod. Looks like we're going to have all 4 birdies on the card. That's a good star frame. Way to go, everybody, making work of what you're supposed to do on a hole this straightforward. Hole 4, 158 meters. And the difficulty on hole 4 is finding a throwable spot for your second. There's this mandatory on the right side, as well as some out of bounds long and left that prevents you from being able to attack this in one shot. Imagine we could see some forehands as well as Clay going with a backhand. Playing for a steep hyzer flip. Does carry straight. And we'll see what he's left with there. Could be some funny footing and funny swing.
Yeah, at that point, I think he's going to be scrambling for par, maybe. Is that a really great skip on it?
Yeah, I think Heinonen got about twice as much after the skip as before, but does get himself to a throwable location, maybe a little short of the Mando. Much better height and width from Jakub Kanapek, and a pretty good improvement.
Yeah, I would say that's exactly where you want to be. Jakobs, that's a little... All right, never mind. That was moving very fast to the right.
Yeah, absolutely. Climbs the hill somewhat. Certainly a theme on many Swedish courses like this, and I haven't had the privilege of playing Umar Gardens in particular, is what kind of footing are you going to have? You see the rockiness of this green as well as the landing zone that these next 3 players have landed in.
Yeah, us being so familiar to Iron Hill being pretty local to both you and I, we're very familiar with these rocks and things and having terrible footing sometimes, even though you have a great shot.
Oh, yeah. Got to stand still. Fortunately, everybody's bitten off over half of the hole to this point. So going to see some 60, 70 meter approaches at most. And very nicely done finding the mulches, Jakub Kanapek.
And that hill definitely is pretty steep when you look at it there. I mean, you definitely have to throw the disc a little nose up to get it up over that. You can't just throw a nice flat shot.
And that's a significant challenge to not stall out the way this is.
Mm-hmm. Inside the circle, though, should be able to get his birdie.
Jona going to be our first to putt. And that's perfect. 2/3 of the way up on the pole.
Great putt from him.
Mm-hmm.
Clay made it closer than I expected for his birdie putt.
But a pretty stunning lift in the middle of that flight. I liked the putt release, and it just carried up onto the band.
Yeah, this wind seems very tricky. It's that gusty wind that you get. It just comes and goes, and you can't really trust it where you don't have that consistency in the wind. So this is going to be a great tap-in birdie from Jakub.
Yeah, make it easy on yourself. Hole 5, 219 meters, a par 4, and what a dream hole, Chris. We're going downhill, trees lining both sides, and I think there's a couple different ways to play this. You can attack with a driver and try to get way down there, potentially even for an eagle bid, or you can be a little slower, try to play it with a mid-range or putter, and ensure that you stay in the middle.
Yeah, really good shot here, and you have to throw downhill as well, throwing that dynamic into this. This is a dream shot.
Heinonen turns his shot over.
This needs a turn.
And even this can survive. Yeah, it trickles down into the middle. I think the ditch on the right side of the screen right now is an okay landing zone, although with poor footing. Stable mid out of Jakub Semerad, and good discipline, kind of not getting suckered by his previous card mates, being more aggressive.
Still pushing far down the fairway.
And Clay Edwards, this looks really low, but because of how downhill it is, that's also going to push into a throwable spot.
Yona needs to get tricky here with a nice patent pending.
That's near Circle 2's edge, 20, 25 meters perhaps. Another forehand approach from Kanapek, and he's asking for it to unwind.
Ooh. A little lucky there.
Yeah, fights pretty well.
Yeah, over here doesn't look too bad. It allows you to kind of just throw the hyzer right in there.
And lands right by the basket and then gets some extracurricular to the back edge of circle. This green sneakily downhill, difficult to make it stop in time.
Yeah, that's kind of seems to be the theme of this course. It looks like there's a lot of shorter technical holes, these par fours, but also some of these greens look pretty fast.
Heinonen does run his birdie attempt, but skips off the top of the basket. Knopek going to chain out left side.
Clay about 25 and cans it.
Tongue out like Jordan. Nicely done, Clay. Clay finished second at the rain-shortened Zootown Open this year. I'd be interested to hear if some holes like this he could draw on that experience playing at elevation with some pretty steep slopes.
Yeah.
And for the par is Heinonen. In, centered, nicely done.
Good putt from him, as we should have some cleanups here. Couple birdies getting strung together from some of these guys. We're moving now.
Yeah, a couple easy holes in a row, and then we're going to go to hole 6. Even at 91 meters, this is going to score at a tenth of a stroke over par. A couple different options. You can go straight at the basket or a turnover shot. It's pretty rare to see a hole without out of bounds under 100 meters getting only 11% in C1 in regulation.
Yeah, just that elevation just so high up. It's hard to get the disc to really work its way all the way up there. As a lefty, I look at this and it looks great.
You and Nathan both insist on that. Clay Edwards with a good shot, drifts it over to the right side, is going to be inside the circle looking up at the bucket. And Heinonen with the glove back on. Left side and low. Kind of see his glance down. It seems a little frustrated.
Yeah, I wanted to start moving there to the right, just a little too late in the flight. It's so.
And there's the challenge. You have to throw this disc at speed and hit a gap. So from well back on the fairway is going to be Kanapek second. He's been proficient with this forehand thus far.
Catches that tree there. That's going to put him in a tough spot for par.
honorable bid. Difficult to generate that much power while going uphill to an elevated basket. Heinonen for his birdie attempt, 15 meters or so.
Good bid there.
I wonder if he marked it. If he marked it, that might have gone in.
Yeah. And Jakob.
Same deal. Once again, difficult to get it over top of the rim on the elevated basket. Clay to redeem the card, and does so nicely.
Great birdie. And it looks like if you almost kind of like turn it over and push it kind of to the right of the fairway, kind of where he gets, you don't have to worry about rolling down the hill as much on your putt coming back or anything, or worry about that elevation. He had a pretty flat putt overall.
Right. They've done a really nice job building up this green. You know, you see the basket on the stump, but they were also log wall near circle's edge.
Mm-hmm.
And that left side clearly built up more.
A little high there, but he's able to get it in for his bogey. So we're going to see a couple tap outs.
I think this golfing can improve our community in many ways. It brings people together.
That maybe some of these kids who feel a little bit lost could find something like disc golf, find friends, find people to come together and play the sport.
Encouraging people to work together, kids to know one another, love one another.
A way for these kids to have a really fun thing to do together.
I think that's what we need in the world, love one another and do life together.
Hole 7, middle of the pack in difficulty, 112 meters. There's a mandatory that forces you to the right, and that's a challenge because this hole just continues breaking to the left. You either need to throw something inside testing the mando to push straight towards the basket, or something that's swinging a little more aggressively through a backside alley.
Clay gets his really high, try to work its way all the way down the fairway.
Yeah, and I like that height, Chris. I like him throwing a neutral disc with a touch of hyzer and being high enough that he's testing the ceiling but has enough time to glide out to the left.
Mm-hmm. That was a pretty good line there to show that same type of height.
Heinonen a little more disciplined on the hyzer, but even that, you see how straight that seems to push relative to the fairway.
Thought he found the local line there for a second. As long as this stays clean, that looks pretty good.
Kind of that mid-circle 2 collection zone, it seems like. But very good power off of the straddle stance uphill for Joona Heinonen. Simorad to follow. And once again, going to come up just short.
Seems to put a little bit more on those as Clay just catches the band there.
Both those guys kind of finding center mass. I feel like it's okay to miss high or low. It's the left-right misses that are really indicative of something wrong.
Yeah, because then you know your whole line's off. At least your line's on. So that was a good putt there from Jakob. So he's going to get the birdie as well. A couple cleanups for par. Pretty middle the pack hole right there, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Couple down for the card. Nicely done. Everybody had a chance at the bird. Hole 8, 102 meters, a par 3. Certainly the up the middle route an option, as well as big hyzer backhand. Go over this rock wall. There is some out of bounds long and right of the basket, and tucked into a small grove of trees. We know Heinonen likes his power shots where he can find them.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to go up and over. There it is. Just makes it look so easy.
Yeah, good reaction on the ground, but another 2-meter tap in.
All right, here's the number 2 doing that. So that one's going to get caught up.
And I believe that does come back inbounds, but still going to have to throw a approach shot to try to save par. Clay Edwards looking like fairway driver up the middle. Not going to do any funny business around the right side.
Yeah, there's just so much power. I mean, you're throwing, I feel like, almost 375, 400 just to get there.
See a little extra time from Clay, getting his warm-up swings, visualizing the line, and rewarded well for it.
A little bit of tree love there. He should be able to pick up his birdie. Looks like this does play a little bit uphill as well, as you could see from the camera here. So,
and Simrad also going to test that right side and drops near the rock wall. I believe that also is in bounds, Chris. That may have been out.
Yeah, the 3 European players are taking the big spike hyzer route, and then the American takes the fairway up the middle. That was a great bid for par.
And a couple easy birdies upcoming after good work on drives. Edwards, after that early bogey, 5 birdies. Happened pretty quick. And Joona Heinonen 4 down as well.
Wow, there's just so much OB so close there. Just throwing that spike.
It's terrifying. Speaking of terrifying, we're going to go 222 meters through some thick woods, snaking downhill to the right on the tee shot, likely to see several forehands, and then footing very challenging in the midsection of this fairway. And then a compound turn, we're going to go back to the left, and the basket perched on a mound.
Yeah, this looks like a great hole. It's going to make you have to throw a couple different shots in your bag.
And I think you can kind of script your tee shot, but everything after that is going to be mostly improvisational.
Mm-hmm.
This the second most difficult hole on the course. And if I'm not mistaken, hole 18 was the most difficult. So we're going to start on hole 1 with the third. Hole 9 to end the front 9 is the second most challenging, and hole 18 the most difficult. I like the sequencing.
Yeah. Right in the middle of your round here, this is where it needs to, you really need to have your mental focus on a hole like this.
Edwards pushes straight and then counts on the late stability. Does find the fairway. And more inside from Jakub Kanapek. He's going to drop down early.
Yeah, that was definitely moving right. That could have he could have been scrambling in the woods there. So hopefully it dropped down right on the fairway. Just a little short. But like you said, a lot of forehands here, scripted. Get the disc moving, and that seems to be the landing zone.
Yeah, I believe so. I think Jakub was able to find the path there. There's nothing good from here, Chris.
No, and this is actually fortunate compared to what I thought it could have been. All those trees that were to his right there was jail that he could have ended up in if that disc didn't get smacked down.
Yeah, we've seen the forehand talent thus far from Kanapek. Makes good progress, but can't drift all the way back to the left. He's going to have another approach shot for his third.
If he's able to scramble and get par here, though, that's a well-fought hole, and you got to feel proud about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, par at this point is gaining .62 on the field.
Yeah.
Even among, say, the top 20, nobody's really eating this hole's lunch.
So Jakub's going to hang up some trees there. He's still just hanging out on the fairway, though.
And the critical error from Joona Heinonen. Chooses the standstill backhand, hits the tree directly ahead of himself.
I thought that was going to hit the cameraman for a second. That kind of scared me.
Yeah, poor guy. And early release from Edwards. May have been kind of falling down the hill on his standstill. Hard to hold your balance. Heinenen's third.
He's got a lot of work to do.
Fights through nicely. He's going to have a chance to save his par, although, as I noted, drop off directly behind the basket. The unscripted forehand roller for Clay Edwards.
On a tough terrain, too. So if you're bringing that out on a course like this in this terrain, then you must really not have a good shot.
Sometimes all we have is a vertical disc around vertical trees and a modicum of hope. So kind of a position reversal. Knopik was in the worst trouble to start, but is going to carry behind the basket, putting back up for his 4.
You need a lot of touch here. Like you said, that really drops off behind the basket.
And a good little L2, L2, L2.
Yeah.
Edwards for 4. Is this the time to take a risk, Chris?
I think so. Stops there. He's feeling good. I mean, he's been able to hit the basket, like you were saying. His lines are there, so I think confidence at that point. You run something like that.
Mm-hmm. And Heinonen with a longer putt than his second shot was. That's a really, really critical scramble for his round.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was talking about. He's going to go into the back 9 feeling great that he was able to save his par there.
And Knopik going to chain out left side. Pretty good putt. Just difficult to make that stick going uphill.
Yeah, and that seems to be the theme here. Is there's been quite a few holes where you're really putting uphill at this basket.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see a couple 4s and a couple 5s, but altogether, not that bad.
No, and overall, I mean, a couple of the guys playing pretty decent, a couple guys just hanging there. I mean, this course doesn't lead to a really high scoring, so.
Definitely. We saw the 12 down and 10 down were keeping folks on the chase card, so if you can target that 5 or 6 down per round, you're doing great.
Yeah, as we see here, Iona with a 4 down here, taking the lead on this card. We want to thank you for tuning in to this front 9 action of the final round of the Swedish Open. My name is Chris German. For Andrew Fish, we'll see you next time.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the 2020 Ledgestone Insurance Open presented by Grip Equipment. I'm Brian Earhart, joined here by Tristan Tanner. What is up, my man?
Hello. How's it going today?
It's going good, man. We have an awesome course we get to watch. One of my personal favorites to play and watch players play on, Northwoods Gold in Morton, Illinois. How do you feel about this place?
This place is one of my favorite wooded courses that we play all year. It's probably the hardest course we play all year. I think something like +3 is 1,000 rated out here, which is crazy.
Yeah, and again, this coverage is presented by Gatekeeper Media, and thank you all so much if you are a Patreon supporter. They are bringing some awesome coverage here. We have a really unique card with some new faces. We have Philo and Kevin Jones, some longtime touring professionals, veterans of the sport of disc golf. We have Andrew Kallick, who actually works at Discraft, giant sidearm player. And we have Brody Smith, the Instagram influencer, YouTube star, who has been making some waves in the disc golf world.
Yeah, definitely. He's made a big impact here. And hole number 1 is a really tricky par 3 to start out. It's only 345 feet, but you have a couple tight gap options, and there's a couple different choices for a lot of our players to take.
Yeah, and for a starting hole on this course, it is a daunting tee shot. The basket's right in front of you, but the biggest gap, I think, is maybe 20 feet.
Yeah, maybe.
So a lot of players are opting for this wide hyzer, just as a safe option to get a somewhat of a look at 2, look at 3 easily.
Oh, and Philo likes this little flex line, probably with a Firebird.
And that'll be an easy up and down for a 3. And Andrew, known for his big sidearm, but his backhand is also no slouch.
He does choose that wide hyzer. There is some stuff to contend with. If you leave it a little high, you really have to play that shot pretty low to get yourself a putt.
And it looks like Kevin is also opting. Looks like he's going wide, but that looks like an M4 in his hand, so I'm not sure if he's going straight up the gut.
Is that kind of intermediate hyzer with a little bit of flip up.
And you're looking at kind of like a tinier hyzer when you say intermediate. Lower hyzer angle, correct?
Yep, exactly.
And here's Brody, and we did see him perform well at Waco, his very first tournament. He almost made the cash in his very first Pro Tour playing in the woods, so we'll see how he does here. He is a very good mid-range putter thrower. Throw that same intermediate hyzer and almost getting the angle down to get to circle one.
Yeah, really just having a putt on this hole is pretty good
Oh,
to
yeah.
start out your day, not hitting first available.
And that's Philo from what I would call the Philo distance.
Definitely.
Just misses right.
And this basket does have a little bit of a slope kind of on the left side of it, and it can get pretty quick when you're on the right side of the
Mhm.
basket.
Here's Brody from about 60. And that's another thing about Brody that I am very impressed with how short he's been playing this game is his putting stroke is really beautiful.
Yeah, he really puts a lot of time into it.
I have noticed, and we have all seen that. Here's Kevin from about 45. And that's going to sit down. Solid par putt there from Kevin. You never want to start with a 4 in this hole. We saw numerous players actually do that, especially hitting early on those first available trees. And the thing about Northwoods Gold is a par is much more valuable than it is on other courses.
Yeah, definitely. And especially to start out your round, just getting out the gap and taking a par is a very common thing.
Yes, one of the tightest gaps we do play on tour. Brody taps in a stress-free par, and we move into hole number 2 here. Hole number 2 has been unchanged in the redesign of Northwoods. It used to be considered a par 4 in tournament, but for the bigger events that they've been having here, they've changed it to a par 3 to potentially entice the players to forego landing at this top cliff here and trying to flex a shot all the way down the hill.
Yeah, a lot of players are going to be playing a flex forehand if you're a right-handed player and just trying to get down the hill. Once you're down the hill, you can get at least up and down for your par and maybe have a look at 2.
Yeah, probably one of the more challenging par 3s that we do have on the course, and it requires a very specific shot. Philo, I know for a fact, is going to be playing this one for a 3, just being a backhand dominant player. And this is the traditional play on this hole. Putter to the top of the hill, and then putter down the hill. Andrew, though, you know he's going to want to go for this one. That was smoked.
Yeah, it was. Couldn't quite tell where it finished, but a little bit right side it looked like.
Another solid looking line.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
He knows it was close.
He's right.
That was really good.
And it's so interesting. You see with Brody's forehand, he still loves to drop that elbow like an ultimate player. So I'm sure this kind of chop over stable sidearm is a new endeavor for him.
Yeah, definitely. It's something he's been working on, and I think he found out at Waco that it's something that he needs to get better at.
Super valuable, and I think that's a good play to the top of the hill. He's just going to suck it up and take the 4. Not too bad. He should be about 25 to 30 feet away.
This can be a tricky shot to judge, actually, going down the hill. This shot is way more downhill than it looks on camera.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your disc has a long time to fade out too early or too late.
Does a good job of throwing it down. And that's probably inside the circle there.
Andrew's drive is caught up in that middle section of trees. He's going to have to pitch out, and he's about 40 from the basket here. Ooh. Kind of a tough reaction. The thing about this course, it's been in the ground for quite a long time, and a lot of the greens are hard dirt like this.
Yeah, a lot of hard pack, a lot of skip rollaways
Yes.
happen. He didn't like it right out of his hand, but it ended up in the basket.
Showing a little bit of gratitude towards the basket there. Here's Andrew from the woods yet again. Oh, no. He's still from about 25 to 28 feet.
That's a good putt
Yeah.
there.
And that's a good confidence booster as well. Just if you miss that one, some momentum can seriously get sapped from you that round, or for the rest of the round.
And that's an insane drive. It's really hard to
Yeah.
park the basket on this one.
And that's why even a few years ago, this was considered an eagle getting a 2 on it, because that flex sidearm was not as common as it is nowadays on tour.
Definitely.
A little bit of disrespect to the basket there. Moving on to hole number 3. What do you think about this hole, Tristan?
Hole number 3, it's actually an attackable par 4 if you want it for some righties. Take the aggressive flex shot, but most players are going to be playing some sort of left to right moving shot, just trying to get into this opening just past these bushes. And then that's going to leave you with a pretty straight approach into the green that actually has a pretty good backstop to it.
Yes, and this is definitely a hole. If you do get a good tee shot off, you can run this for an eagle, actually. Coolest thing about this hole is it's actually a safari hole of the old holes, I believe 6 and 7 on the old Northwoods course. And it just so happened that it miraculously worked together for a fantastic par 4. Here's Kevin coming up with a sidearm. I believe this is a D2 that Kevin is throwing. He says this is more of his medium stability one. That's a good spot. Gorgeous is right. That is a picture-perfect drive on this hole.
That's incredible.
You might even have a jump putt to the green there.
Yeah, very possible.
A little bit of an early release there from Brody. You could tell he was trying to throw that subtle hyzer. And this looks like an overstable disc.
Wow. That
Yeah.
came out so fast.
Andrew does not, I guess you could say he throws caution to the wind on a lot of his sidearms. He is a very aggressive player, has a lot of power on that sidearm. And you heard him say that he clipped one tree on that roller he was trying. He is potentially back in the woods. Another sidearm roller from Andrew. He might be in the creek with somewhat of a look.
Yeah, and that creek just short of the basket is casual.
Find it. I think he was maybe trying to run that eagle we were talking about.
Yep, maybe a little bit, but that's parked for birdie with that backstop of a green. Pretty awkward stance here.